Chapter 186, the last copy. A few more days passed. Ling Tian finally waited for the call from the strange world. Congratulations on being selected for the dungeon survival. This dungeon is convenience store number 44. Number of people in the instance, 1 mission, survive for 3 months, reward, none. What the hell? What the hell? No reward at all? Ling Tian widened his eyes. This was very wrong. Since the risk factor for survivors in this dungeon is 0, there are no rewards. Furthermore, you won't be returning after this dungeon, so everyone will no longer enjoy the newbie benefits for the last dungeon. The strange voice unexpectedly gave Ling Tian an explanation. Ling Tian's face turned solemn when he heard this. Is it really coming? This means that the worlds are about to merge. What does it mean to no longer provide benefits to newcomers? Given the survivors' outstanding performance, I'll give you a simple answer. When the worlds merged, considering the unequal strength of the natives on both sides, they gave the weaker side the opportunity to enter that world early to experience survival. Once this period is over, the benefits will no longer be enjoyed, and the world of the weaker party will be merged into that world. Now that the benefits are gone, what about my remaining career points? He still has 10,000 career points remaining. Void. The strange voice replied. Huh? Void? Are you kidding? Ling Tian cursed. This was his hard-earned money. Survivors can also exchange their skills for the currency of the strange world, 100 ghost coins for 1 career point, or exchange them for career proficiency, 1 career point for 1 proficiency. The strange voice also felt that this was inappropriate, so it changed its strategy. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian didn't think twice and directly asked him to exchange his 10,000 career points for 10,000 fans of his Ghost Saint Painter. 1 million ghost coins are nothing to him. He can earn it back by treating a few ghost kings. He also owns several strange companies and has no shortage of ghost money. 10,000 followers is not bad. It just happened to allow his Ghost Saint Painter to activate 2 professional skills. As for why I exchanged for the Ghost Saint Painter instead of the Ghost Saint Composer, Ling Tian just wants to say that you are too naive. Audiences and fans are two completely different things. The former are my audience as long as they listen to it, while the latter are my fans only if they are moved and recognize it in their hearts. In this way, it is easy to increase the number of viewers, but it is a bit difficult to gain fans. Soon, with a flash of white light, Ling Tian disappeared from the real world. Once you leave on this journey, you will never be able to return to the real world. As for the others, there are still 3 months until the world merges. The copy that each person participates in is different, and the time is also different, but when everyone completes the last copy, they will bid farewell to this world completely. Many people are unaware of all this and are still struggling in the strange dungeon. The scene changed. Convenience store number 44. The store manager looked at Ling Tian, who was summoned, and was at a loss. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to arrange an identity for me? Ling Tian frowned. It was the last dungeon anyway and there was no reward, so he just went through the motions. Brother, you really aren't here to mess things up? The store manager asked cautiously. Ling Tian showed an intriguing smile and said, smash it, of course, but the time is not right yet. Let your convenience stores run wild for a while longer. Looking at Ling Tian's smile, the store manager almost cried. Damn, the head office hasn't sent the Ghost King over yet, saying it'll take a month. He's wanted to resign a long time ago, but the head office refused to approve it, saying that we had to wait for the new Ghost King store manager to come and take over. If he left without permission, he would be in trouble. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, so the store manager has not had a good rest recently and now the wolf has been summoned into your own shop. What are you going to do with it? The store manager thought about it and finally came up with an idea, so he said, how about you become the deputy store manager first? Deputy store manager, that's fine. What kind of work do you usually do? Ling Tian thought it was good. No. Our store is very busy. The store manager shook his head. Ling Tian looked around at the strangely crowded convenience store. Are you sure? This convenience store is doing good business. After all, there is only one convenience store and supermarket nearby, and Chinatown has developed rapidly in the past period of time. Many strange things have come to Chinatown, which has also driven the development of the local economy. With more cunning people around, the business of each store will naturally improve. Ahem. Anyway, big brother, you don't have to do anything. Leave it to me and the other staff. If you need anything, you can leave at will. The store manager spoke. How could it dare to order Ling Tian to do anything? It would be better to lead this giant Buddha to some other place. Anyway, there will be a new Ghost King store manager to take over its position in a month, and it can also get rid of the disputes and leave. Because it was in Chinatown, it naturally saw the recent changes and heard some rumors, and understood the intentions of the big boss in front of it. It doesn't want to be involved in the confrontation between the two forces and die as cannon fodder. In that case, I'll leave first. Ling Tian was also very satisfied. He had nothing to do here anyway. It would be better to return to your base camp and continue your conquest plan. Brother, take care. If you have time, you don't have to come back. The store manager saw Ling Tian off and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, we have seen off this big Buddha. Just bear with it for another month and you'll be out of this sea of suffering. Sacred Heart Hospital. Dean, have you finished what I asked you to do? In the office, Ling Tian asked while sipping his tea. Well, I took care of it during the few days you were away. I went to see the weirdness behind that 5-star hotel. In terms of strength, it should be at the early stage of the Great Fierce, slightly stronger than me. It agreed to talk to you. The dean nodded. That's great. Have you set a time? Ling Tian asked. Since your return time is uncertain, we haven't set a specific time. But since we don't have anything big to do, we can just go over there. The dean said. Okay, let's go, and take Susan with us. Ling Tian stood up. It's better to be cautious. I haven't delved too deeply into the other party's background before. The dean nodded. So the man and two ghosts went to a 5-star hotel. Under the shocked gaze of the ghost manager, they were brought into the office of the fierce beast. Sit. Su Kaiwan gestured. Ling Tian didn't hesitate and sat opposite it with two ghosts. I already know your purpose for this trip. I'm aware of everything that's happened in Chinatown recently. You're planning to take over this area, right? Su Kaiwan said slowly. That's right. Now all we need is your 5-star hotel and that convenience store number 44. Ling Tian did not hide what was known to everyone. The power behind that convenience store is not to be trifled with. Su Kaiwan reminded it, and it was obvious that it also knew the power of Galaxy Supermarket. We have plans for all our actions, and Galaxy Supermarket is not a force we cannot offend. There are only 4 very fierce ones, and there are already 2 in my current team. Tell me your terms. As long as the conditions for transferring the store are not too harsh, I will try my best to meet them. But if your demands are too high, I don't mind using force. Ling Tian said. Chapter 187, Building a Unique System for Chinatown. Su Kaiwan smiled slightly. Originally, nothing happened, and I would have guarded my own piece of land peacefully, but the world began to change suddenly, and I had some ideas. I know that I can't compete with so many mature forces on my own, but I see great potential in you. So I'm going to invest in you, just like the 2 people around you. When you achieve something in the future, you can leave the hotel and guest house matters to me. Ling Tian was a little surprised when he heard this. Are all the weirdos so easy to talk to nowadays? Are you willing to do this? You should know that you are a great evil, almost standing at the top of the weird world. Su Kaiwan shook his head. We are at the top now, but the future may not be the same. I can sense the world's advancement, so the blocked path will open up sooner or later. I'm fully aware of my own potential, and the worst of it has come to an end. In this case, why don't I find a backer to fight for the possibility of future promotion? He looked at Ling Tian with burning eyes. Ling Tian couldn't help but admire Su Kaiwan's overall view and courage to take the gamble. All right. I'll grant your request. I won't say any more high-sounding words. When we look back on the past, we'll know for sure whether we were a dragon or a worm. Ling Tian stood up and stretched out his hand. Su Kaiwan followed closely and shook hands. Then I wish us a bright future. Yes. A negotiation ended here. The 5-star hotel also successfully became Ling Tian's property. The only thing left to conquer the entire Chinatown is convenience store number 44. But he did not choose to act now, but planned to wait until the last few days of the 3 months to occupy it directly with thundering means. This can also prevent the Galaxy Supermarket from reacting and sending most of the monsters to support. This is what Ling Tian doesn't want to see. Only after integrating the power of Chinatown will he have the confidence to resist the retaliation of Galaxy Supermarket. The man and the 2 ghosts returned to Sacred Heart Hospital to plan the next arrangements. The 5-star hotel is still managed by Su Kaiwan as before. Vice President, what are you going to do next? The dean asked. Let's keep convenience store number 44 for now. During this time, we need to build up Chinatown and form a closed economic loop. He doesn't need ghost money to practice, but weirdly does. The strength of your subordinates is the foundation of your power, so you cannot be careless. Oh? How do I do that? I don't know much about this. The dean asked. It's simple. We'll create a business district based on the previous economic model. However, the profit model in this strange world will be different. Schools are used to cultivate talents and attract outstanding people from other places. As our hospital's reputation continues to grow, more and more patients will come to see us, and with more people, they will naturally spend money. Hotels and guest houses provide accommodation, while shops and supermarkets sell goods. Furthermore, we need to create a distinctive Chinatown to effectively compete with other places. Otherwise, if we just develop ordinary goods, others will just copy our example. Only by mastering core competitiveness can we nip this tendency in the bud, tightly bind the treacherous flow to Chinatown, and form an economic closed loop. Ling Tian talked about a lot, which were basically mature economic models in the real world. Although it cannot be copied, it can be modified into a complete economic system. Core competitiveness? We don't have any special features. The only thing we can show off is your superb medical skills. The dean sighed. It's not that easy. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. Leave it to me. Compared to before, he now has a lot of ghost professions, and it's time to take them out for a walk and form a harvesting system. Soon, under Ling Tian's arrangement, bookstores were built one after another. The books inside were all written by Ling Tian using the Ghost Saint writer, and they cover a lot of content. There are manuals that provide instructions on strange cultivation practices. There is professional knowledge guidance in various fields of skill, there are also experiences in breaking through bottlenecks, etc. The ghost saint teacher profession is a treasure trove of knowledge, and the combination of the two makes it a powerful tool for scoring and making money. In addition to bookstores, galleries are also being established one after another. A series of exquisite and magical paintings are placed in it. People passing by can't help but appreciate the weirdness. Anyone who has admired the strange paintings in it will have some insights, and those who are exaggerated will even have a breakthrough on the spot. This is the power of the ghost saint painter, who can incorporate all kinds of mysterious insights into his paintings. Each painting has different experiences and corresponds to a different mysterious realm. Every monster can find a painting that best reflects their current state of mind. Teachers, authors, and painters are all doing well, so composers are naturally indispensable. Ling Tian created and sold special music one after another. The magic contained in music is something strange and irresistible. Once the song enters your mind, you will be deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate yourself. When the song ended, the weirdos came to their senses and found that they had made a breakthrough. The impact made the monsters drop their jaws. Can you achieve breakthrough by listening to music? So what are you waiting for? Buy some more music and listen to it. The songs Ling Tian sells are all disposable consumables, so as to prevent the songs from being lost to various circulations after being purchased. He still understands the principle of cutting leaks, but even so, the weirdos flocked to it and rushed to buy the songs. A large amount of ghost money flowed into Ling Tian's hands. The three treasures of the store have made Chinatown more famous. Many people from nearby areas couldn't wait to come and check it out in person. As soon as I entered Chinatown, I was deeply attracted by the mature supporting systems and novel experiences. The strange thing that came here immediately decided to settle down here. Go back? The place we were before is nothing compared to this place. It's so good here. There is everything. Cultivation is comfortable. There are no powerful monsters to bully you. Everything is in perfect order. There is no need to worry about getting sick, as the powerful medical system gives you a strange sense of security, and there are also various things to help improve your cultivation. This is simply a weird paradise. At this point, Chinatown's reputation was completely established. The number of weird people coming to Chinatown every day has increased several times. The increase in the number of cunning people naturally led to the development of all business systems in Chinatown. A lot of paper money flows into the pockets of merchants, making them smile every day. Many businesses from other places realized the profitability and moved directly to Chinatown to do business. Ling Tian was naturally very welcome to this kind of thing and even offered some policy benefits. The current Chinatown has not yet developed into a mature business district system. The more people come to do business, the more diverse the goods will be to fill the gaps. The most important thing is that as the business circle continues to make profits and attract traffic, the proficiency of his professional system has skyrocketed. He once tried to improve his proficiency, but it cost him his life. Now books are sold, paintings are displayed, and songs are released directly. Various proficiency levels increase by hundreds or thousands in minutes. Chapter 188, Preparing to become famous in the weird world. I can gain proficiency just by lying down every day. I am so happy. I'm rich. I'm rich. This money is so easy to make. The dean stared in envy at the huge influx of funds every day. Ling Tian laughed and said, "We're just getting started. Chinatown is just getting started. You know, capital is the most profitable. In Chinatown, we are the capital bosses, and every merchant is our worker." The dean laughed. It was indeed such a great feeling to be the local boss. Money earned naturally needs to be spent. You don't have to be reluctant to spend it. Feel free to use it for whatever you need for cultivation. Remember, maintaining power isn't about status, money, or connections like in the real world. It's about strength. Strength. It's all about strength, Ling Tian said excitedly. The ghosts nodded, thinking that what he said made a lot of sense. So they did not dare to slack off and began to practice hard. 2 months passed in a flash. After 2 months of development, Chinatown's reputation has been completely spread. Even distant and strange areas have heard of Chinatown's reputation and characteristics. Is it really as mysterious as the rumors say? Can I achieve a breakthrough just by reading books, looking at paintings, and listening to music? Of course it's true. I went there to experience it myself. If we weren't close, I wouldn't have come back to tell you and would have stayed there long ago. I'm back now just to give you a hand because of our relationship. But I can't give up my shop here, right? Oh, why don't we just move there together? A lot of Gue moved their shops there to take advantage of the boom, and now they're making a killing. Fuck. Let's take a gamble. The strange creature gritted its teeth and headed to Chinatown with the shop. Such scenes happen all over the strange world naturally. This also attracted the attention of local strange forces, but they knew that the strange world was about to undergo a mutation, so they did not dare to act rashly at the critical moment and had to divide their own strength to investigate this. It's better to protect your own piece of land first. The safest way is to wait until the strange world stabilizes before taking action. After all, the enemies of many forces are closely watching each other's every move. At this juncture, the slightest sign of movement from the enemy would lead to a war between the various forces. Chinatown. At this time, Ling Tian was thinking about what to do next. 2 months of development had unlocked skills in many of his professions. Number of patients treated, 240,000 number of students, 70,000 readers, 450,000 number of viewers, 640,000 number of followers, 210,000. The speed of improvement is really too fast. This is the benefit of economic development. Who among those who come to Chinatown would not read the books he wrote, look at the paintings he drew, and listen to the music he composed? People come here for this. Books cannot spread as widely as songs, and the same goes for paintings. As for the paintings, they look weird. But not everyone becomes his fan. After all, there will be loss of fans after conversion. This is why the number of fans is less than the number of viewers and readers. But even so, Ling Tian was satisfied. This is already very efficient. After a few more months of development, you will be able to reach a proficiency of about 1 million. It's a good opportunity to spread my fame while it's hot, so let's hold a music festival. Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and now is the best time for him to make a name for himself, and it is also his battle to become famous in the weird world, myth. In this way, when Guy sees his things, he will think of him. Then who would not offer him a cigarette when they see him in the future? Just do it. Soon Ling Tian ordered his men to get things done. Plus, since this is their own territory, the whole Chinatown became lively. Each of the monsters sensed that something was about to happen and began to inquire. Brother, what are you doing? Well, our boss is planning to hold a music festival, and it's officially starting in 3 days. Music festival? Whose music festival? The weirdos were confused. Whose else could it be? Don't you listen to it every day? This is just a strange sneer. From boss Ling Tian? Is it real? After all, Ling Tian's name was written on the song. As people who bought songs every day, they were naturally familiar with it. Many of them wanted to meet this song master. Of course it's true, and he's the boss of our Chinatown, so if you want to grab a front row seat, it's better to come early, otherwise you'll be in the far back line, and the experience might not be as good as the front row. This was revealed strangely. Where can I buy the tickets? I want to reserve the front row. The weirdos were now excited. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, if they ordered more tickets, they could become scalpers and make a profit from the price difference. It was a surefire opportunity to make a fortune. With Ling Tian's current reputation, they don't believe that this ticket can't be sold. Tickets? What tickets? There are no tickets for the music festival. You can come whenever you want. Anyway, I still need to move some things. Make way, make way. Ling Tian's purpose in organizing the music festival is not to make money, but to attract fans, gain fans, and build a reputation. This monster stopped chatting, pushed through the group of monsters, and left behind a group of shocked monsters. You're not selling tickets? They were very surprised, but since they couldn't make any profit from the price difference, they had no choice but to call their friends to come over and grab the front row seats. Suddenly, news about a music festival in Chinatown began to leak out. At first, they were not interested in many strange things, but when they heard that it was a music festival organized by boss Ling Tian, they all rushed to Chinatown without stopping. During this period of time, the music produced and sold by Ling Tian has been circulated to many places in the strange world. Therefore, as soon as the news was released, many fans came to see Ling Tian, and at the very least, they wanted to listen to Ling Tian's music live. 3 days passed in a flash. Chinatown is already overcrowded with weird things, and there are too many weird things coming. Ling Tian was also surprised to see the crowded scene outside. Judging from the number of his fans, there shouldn't be so many weirdos, but a rough estimate from outside is that there are at least 1 million weird ones. Fortunately, although Chinatown is just a street, it covers a vast area and can be considered a city. It is just named after the street that runs through the city. Looking at the strange mountains and seas outside, Ling Tian's eyes were burning. These are all my fans. It's good to have more tricks. He's even afraid that there aren't enough. It just so happened that his Ghost Saint Composer's second skill was activated, which just happened to improve his strength. At this time on the other side, Su-san took a group of second-generation people to visit all the facilities in Chinatown. Thank you for the invitation, Brother Wuzhou. We've heard of your name for a while now, but we didn't expect you to organize such a grand festival. A group of thugs were chatting. They were all invited by Su-san. After all, in Su-san's eyes, the families behind them could help Ling Tian in the future. So invite them over, get familiar with them first, and build a relationship. It will be much easier to contact them in the future and save some trouble. No, I invited you here because I haven't forgotten what you asked me to do before. Fan Wuzhou smiled, his eyes twinkling. He still understands the ways of the world. Instead of asking his husband to take the initiative to help them solve their physical problems, it is better to let these second-generation people raise them themselves. Could it be that Brother Wuzhou is saying that the master has agreed to help us cure our illness? The second generation's eyes lit up. Well, of course not, the master doesn't know about this yet. But I'll be the middleman, and if you go to the master for help, he'll probably agree for my sake. Fan Wuzhou said seriously. Chapter 189, Winning Over. Okay, then after this music festival is over, I'll ask Brother Wuzhou to introduce us to Mr. Wang. I also hope Brother Wuzhou can say a few good words for him. The second generation said helplessly. I must. Fan Wujiu laughed and continued shopping with the second generation. As time passed, it was time for the opening ceremony of the music festival. Ling Tian appeared in the center of the stage under the attention of everyone. All the weird eyes were cast at him and looked him up and down. They were very surprised that the boss Ling Tian, whom they admired, was actually a human being. But when they felt that his strength was at the fierce level, it seemed reasonable. Ling Tian looked at the ghosts in the audience and naturally understood their inner thoughts. As you can see, I am indeed human. But humans also have their own cultivation methods. My strength is not at the top, but it is also in the second tier of the weird world. The ghosts nodded when they heard this. This level of ferocity is very difficult to reach. Only Ling Tian, this cheater, seemed to have achieved it easily in a few months. If it were someone else, it would be hard to say at which level they would be climbing. What I mean is, regardless of one's status, in any world, strength speaks for itself. Ling Tian added. Okay, enough small talk. The purpose of hosting this music festival is actually to show my face in the weird world. By the way, I want to give back to my fans. From now on, please enjoy the music festival. A grand performance. Ling Tian became serious and instantly activated his ghost saint composer skills. For a moment, the entire Chinatown area was covered by the realm of sound. The stage is extremely gorgeous, outlined by the notes. Ling Tian waved his hand, and musical instruments appeared out of thin air. I believe you all have come to know my various identities over the past few days, but in addition to these, I have another identity, that is the ghost doctor. Music can not only enlighten you, but also heal you. Then he activated his magic hands and rhythm of sound skills. As Ling Tian's hands plucked the strings, all the weirdness fell into a fantasy space. The crowd was mesmerized by the music. The rhythm of the notes sounded like the sounds of nature. After the song ended, the ghosts woke up from their dreams. Hiss, it seems like the minor injury I recently sustained has healed. One exclaimed strangely. Other strange things also checked their physical conditions. All the minor ailments and injuries have almost healed. The ghosts then understood the meaning of Ling Tian's previous words. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in the center of the stage with fanatical eyes. Keep going, this festival has just begun. Ling Tian started the prelude to the next song without saying a word. The ghosts also listened expectantly. Before we knew it, this grand performance came to an end. The audience left one after another. The music festival was a great success. The number of viewers alone reached over 1 million, although there were many duplicates that were not counted, but it is enough to activate the third skill of the Ghost Saint Composer. This is the first million-level proficiency class in his Ghost. Class IT was the last to awaken, but it eventually came out on top and became the first profession to be fully unlocked. Number of patients treated, 650,000. Number of students, 70,000. Readers, 450,000. Number of viewers, 1.23 million. Number of followers, 210,000. Thanks to this music festival, Ling Tian completed the treatment of hundreds of thousands of patients at one time. This is so efficient. IT made him want to hold another music festival immediately, but Ling Tian still held back. As now was not the best time. We have to wait until the momentum of this music festival is fully developed and then spread our reputation. In addition, the day of world integration is coming soon, so it can only be postponed temporarily inside the office. Sir, these are my good friends. I invited them here because I have a favor to ask of them. Fan Wujiu introduced. Ling Tian looked at the second generation people in surprise. He didn't expect that Su Shan knew so many fierce monsters. Looking at Susan, who was giving him a hint with his eyes, he understood. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. This was to help him gain influence and make friends. Not bad, not bad. Since this is a friend introduced by Brother Wujiu, then he is my friend of Ling Tian. Tell me how I can help you. Ling Tian served tea to Ji Gui. The second generation did not hide anything and stated their purpose. That's the situation. The music you just played has alleviated my condition, but it still can't cure it. The second generation said. That's normal. My music is only used to treat minor ailments, and the target population is still the general public. Naturally, it's not as effective as one-on-one treatment, and every strange illness is different, and each requires a specific remedy. Ling Tian said bluffly. In fact, he can increase the therapeutic effect of the song, but that is meaningless, so it is better to just give a small favor. If a patient with a serious illness sees that he has such healing ability, he will come to treat him personally. In this way, Ling Tian can make him owe him a favor and use him for his own purposes. Isn't it beautiful? It all comes down to calculation, and it always works out well. I hope you can treat us. I will reward you handsomely in the future. The second generation promised. The illness they suffer from is neither serious nor mild. IT just tortures them slowly and they can't do anything about it. It's a family disease. When you reach this state, you will automatically get sick. Each of the major families has means of suppression, but they are only temporary solutions and not the root cause. The purpose of this trip is to see if the gentleman Fan Wujiu mentioned has the ability to cure their family disease. If so, they will treat Ling Tian as a guest of honor, take it back to solve the illnesses of other ghosts in the family. Okay, let me treat you first. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Start taking his pulse. In fact, it can be cured by just touching it, but that is too casual and does not demonstrate the superb medical skills at all. Instead, it makes them think that their illness is not serious, but they have not found a solution that would be more trouble than gain. Ling Tian's concerns were not without reason, but they were still somewhat unnecessary if he didn't know how difficult this family disease was. Otherwise, so many large families wouldn't have been troubled by it for so many years. That he had already found a solution by relying on the powerful strength of his own forces. After a while, Ling Tian finished taking the pulses of the second generation. I can cure this disease. The second generation's eyes lit up when they heard this. I hope you can help me, sir. Okay, after all, I promised you. Ling Tian smiled, and then after all kinds of fancy medical treatments, he finally touched each of the second generation to activate his magic hand skills. All of their illnesses were cured by Ling Tian. It really healed. The second generation was very happy. Su Shan also saw the opportunity and said, well, don't forget the kindness of the master. Of course. If you need us to do anything in the future, we will definitely do our best. The second generation said seriously. That's great. Ling Tian was very satisfied. He couldn't stop smiling after winning over so many fierce beasts at once. Chapter 190, Borrowing a knife to kill a demon. The second generation exchanged glances for a moment and then said, actually, we're not the only ones suffering from this disease. To be honest, sir, our family has always been troubled by this disease. Once we reach the realm of Ghost King or above, the disease will flare up. They recounted the stories of their family illnesses one by one. So, we hope you can come back with us and help our family get rid of this disease. The second generation begged. Ling Tian was surprised for a moment. No wonder he felt it was so strange just now. Why do these guys have similar illnesses? It turns out it's a family disease. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Tian shook his head. I'm afraid not. I'm very busy lately and can't get away. The second generation became anxious, thinking that Ling Tian was trying to shirk responsibility because he found it troublesome. Sir, please help us. Our family has a good background and will give you a generous reward afterwards. Ling Tian didn't answer but gave Su Shan a look. The latter understood and said, well, it's not that the gentleman doesn't want to agree. It's just that he's really tied up right now. If he leaves Chinatown and something goes wrong, it would be bad. The second generation were very confused and looked at Su San to hear what the problem was. You may not know, but recently Mr. has been organizing all areas of Chinatown, but there was a problem. That was convenience store number 44. After negotiations with it, the other party still refused to give any face. You also know that Chinatown is under my control, but now foreign forces are reluctant to leave, and I am very troubled. After all, I cannot allow others to sleep soundly under my bed. It's a pity that the other party has a powerful force behind him, so I dare not offend him easily. Fan Wujiu said helplessly. The second generation looked at Ling Tian, who nodded to indicate that this was the reason why they could not go back with them. May I ask, who is behind convenience store number 44? Ling Tian suppressed his grin and said in distress, alas, according to our investigation, it's a large force called Galaxy Supermarket. There are 4 powerful villains behind this, and I cannot afford to offend a force of this level. The second generation narrowed their eyes slightly. So it's this. They had also heard of this force, which was considered a pretty good overlord. If a family of them were to confront them, they would have to be wary, but now their interests are tied together, so there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. So it's not that Mr. doesn't want to help you, it's just that he really can't spare the time right now. I guess he will go back with you once he solves this problem. Fan Wujiu cooperated. Okay, brother Wujiu, you don't need to say anything more. We know what to do. The second generation are not fools, so they naturally know the hint of one person and one ghost. They simply want to use them to eliminate this force. Ling Tian also spoke to reassure them. As long as I finish solving this problem, I will go back with you to solve the family disease problem. Now that things have come to this, if they still don't understand, Ling Tian can only tell them not to bother or get involved. So the second generation said goodbye and left without saying a word. Ling Tian looked at their backs and said, do you think they can solve the Galaxy Supermarket problem? Su Shan smiled and said, don't worry, sir, I know a thing or two about their family's background. Each family has 1 or 2 fierce beasts in charge, so this time they have united their families and the Galaxy Supermarket is nothing more than that. This time, I am grateful for brother Wujiu's recommendation. Otherwise, this hot taro would be really hard to chew. Ling Tian thanked him. Sir, you are too kind. I have placed all my hopes on you, so I will naturally do my best. Therefore, I have no choice but to do this. Fan Wujiu shook his head. Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this, then he laughed. It seemed that even at the level of great evil, one could feel the fusion of the worlds. You won't be disappointed. At this time, the second generation had returned to the family and told the elders what had happened to them. Is this true? A group of powerful weirdos sitting on high seats looked at their descendants and asked. If the elders don't believe me, they can personally check the younger generation's physical condition. The second generation replied. The elders looked at each other, and for the sake of caution, they stepped forward to check on the physical condition of their younger generation. Hiss. It's finally solved. An elder of the tribe said in surprise. Other elders also stepped forward one by one to investigate. The younger generation naturally doesn't dare to joke about such things. The second generation held its head high and thought that if this matter was handled well, its status in the clan would be greatly improved. Every family has direct and collateral lines, and he is a member of the direct line, but its parents do not have a high status in the clan, and it is not treated well on a daily basis. You did a good job on this matter. I will discuss it with those old men later. The patriarch, who had been sitting still, opened his eyes and said, "Then I will take my leave first." The second generation was very happy. The patriarch had already spoken, so there was no need to talk about the reward after the task was accomplished. Go ahead. The patriarch waved his hand. This scene also happened in several other families. Soon the patriarchs of each family gathered together after exchanging messages. Along with them, senior leaders from various families were also present. This scene is truly rare in a century. I believe everyone is aware of the purpose of this gathering. From what I, a junior, have told you, the gentleman's abilities are quite reliable. A clan leader broke the silence and said, "Yeah, I think the same thing. We can put aside our current little dispute and unite." Another patriarch expressed his opinion. "It's just the Galaxy supermarket, what's there to be afraid of? If we help that gentleman solve this problem, we won't have to worry about his illness anymore. I don't need to explain the pros and cons, right?" The other clan leaders also expressed their opinions one by one, and they all thought it was feasible and could be done. So what should we do? Should we warn Galaxy Supermarket to leave Chinatown, or? Hey! A mere warning won't solve the problem at all. Let's just destroy it. A patriarch expressed his opinion. That's right. What's the point of warning him? Won't he still take revenge on you later? If we act this way, you'll definitely be unhappy. So, it's better to kill him once and for all. I have no objection. I agree. Well then, let's destroy the Galaxy Supermarket. So a siege against the powerful forces of Galaxy Supermarket began to be prepared. There are 7 families involved. Since we are planning to kill them all, we will naturally prepare to kill them all, so as to prevent some mice from escaping and being retaliated against in the future. Each of the 7 families sent out 2 great beasts, 10 fierce beasts, and 100 ghost kings. They all attacked the headquarters of Galaxy Supermarket silently to avoid leaking the news. The 4 fierce beasts in Galaxy Supermarket were completely unaware of all this, and more than 100 chain supermarkets under its control were also destroyed by other strange people sent by the 7 major families. What we want is to eradicate the roots. Chapter 191, The current situation of another system host. Some people may think that Galaxy Supermarket is a bit innocent. They didn't do anything harmful to the world, but ended up like this. This kind of thought is not worth thinking about. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, what does it have to do with you if you are destroyed? Powers want to develop, civilizations want to progress, then you must constantly plunder resources to strengthen yourself. Galaxy Supermarket hasn't committed any major mistakes yet, but once the other party becomes stronger, will they abandon their vast territory? Will they be willing to settle down and become their own local tyrant? I won't destroy you now when you are weak. When you surpass me, I will be the one to die. The strong never ask about right or wrong, because only the winner is qualified to define whether something is right or wrong. At this time, the 7 major families have already started the siege of Galaxy Supermarket. Faced with this sudden and fierce encirclement, the 4 fierce beasts in the Galaxy Supermarket were very confused. But the 14 fierce beasts from the 7 major families would not explain anything and would just attack. With killing moves. 14: for the crushing situation caused the 4 fierce beasts to collapse mentally. They couldn't understand when they had offended these monsters and why they wanted to kill them. The noise of the fight naturally alarmed all nearby forces. Everyone paid attention and watched. As for offering help, don't joke. It's good enough that you don't add insult to injury at a time like this. A copy of a nearby amusement park. Zhang Yonghong was stunned by the spectacular scene outside. What's going on with the system? Are the worlds merging? Are there going to be a struggle between the forces? As the owner of the system, he naturally knew this inside story. There is less than a month left until the world fusion. Host, please hurry up and improve your strength. The sign-in system responded. I wanted to, but the things you give me are all external things. When will you give me something to improve myself? Zhang Yonghong sighed. Every time I sign in, I get either ghost money or weird servants. Although with these he got a lot of career points and unlocked 3 career skills, but his ghost profession did not receive a 100-fold increase like Ling Tian's. It can only be regarded as an ordinary ghost profession, and there is no skill to improve strength. The sign-in system is a bit speechless. Do you think I don't want to? However, in this assessment world restricted by system rules, things obtained by signing in cannot be obtained in secret, and even it is difficult to continuously improve the quality of the things obtained. Host, just be content. If you were in any other system, you wouldn't have the foundation you have now. This system is considered the most powerful plugin in the system world. The host does not need to do anything to obtain things easily. It is not like other systems that require exhausting work. The sign-in system boasted. Other systems? Zhang Yonghong was stunned. Yes, there is a hostile system in this world. Host, please find its host as soon as possible and kill it. The sign-in system responded. Why didn't you tell me earlier? System, I'm panicking right now, you know. Zhang Yonghang felt a little panicked. I thought I was the protagonist of this world just by binding myself to the system, but now you tell me there is another system. Moreover, my current strength is very weak. What if the opponent's host is already very powerful? Ding. Host, don't panic. The other party is definitely not developing as fast as us. The sign-in system said confidently. I'm a little skeptical. After all, I'm only as powerful as a lonely ghost, and the strongest of my servants is just a fierce one. Look at the fighting outside, it's clearly more than a ferocious level. Zhang Yonghang pointed outside and said, faced with the host's questioning, the sign-in system became angry. Doesn't it have any face? Ding. The host actually dared to question the system. The fight outside has nothing to do with the other host. There's absolutely no connection between the two. Okay, Zhang Yonghang curled his lips. The sign-in system exploded. In this case, it would have to spend some money. Ding. The host's sign-in opportunity for today has not been used. Then sign in. Zhang Yonghang didn't care. Anyway, it was either paper money for the dead or external objects like slaves. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the art of controlling evil. Controlling the devil, the user can allow the devil under their command to enter their body, completely inheriting the devil's strength and abilities. Note, if the user's strength is lower than the fusion devil, they can only fuse 1. If the user's strength is higher than the fusion devil, they can fuse 5. Zhang Yonghang's eyes lit up. It's actually shipped. Ahem, system, I take back what I said before. You are indeed the strongest system, so give me more of this stuff. Humph. Of course. The sign-in system was overjoyed by the praise, and it was worth it that it spent some of the original rules to pry open the restrictions of the rules. This increased the reward level and specified the categories of items. However, in this case, it cannot be used indefinitely. It didn't plunder much of the origin of the rules, so it couldn't withstand the consumption. But in order to kill the same kind that was chasing it, it was willing to risk everything. As long as you kill the opponent and absorb it, it will be a profitable deal. Speaking of the system, where exactly does the authority in this area lie? Zhang Yonghang asked. The approximate range has been locked down, and it should be within this amusement park. Therefore, the host should conquer this amusement park as soon as possible. It's useless to subdue them. The forces in this area are too strong. I can't intervene at all. He was helpless because his birthplace was in this area. Since then, the copies have been refreshed here. With the help of the system, survival is not a problem, but forget about conquering any power. He hasn't grown to that level yet. The only thing worth being happy about was that he signed in several times and obtained the property certificate for a school district house in an area. It can be considered as having a place to stay in this strange world. This is also his last copy. After it is over, he will move into his own school district house and then continue to expand his territory. Host, don't worry. The authority will only appear for a moment and will not make much noise. That time, we only need to set up a barrier to hide the news of authority. When the host becomes powerful enough and conquers this area, then we can wait for an opportunity for authority to appear and merge. Zhang Yonghang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he felt that what the system said made sense. This amusement park is not very powerful in this area. The boss behind him was just a ferocious monster, so he was not panicked at all. So he stopped paying attention to what was happening outside and started concentrating on conquering this dungeon. At the same time, the 4 fierce beasts in the Galaxy supermarket were facing siege and were already in a desperate situation. Before we die, we just want to know why you are targeting us like this? We don't even remember offending you. The 4 big evil eyes showed unwillingness. You don't need to know. I won't answer the mysteries of the 7 major families. Keeping my mouth shut is the right way to avoid future troubles. Just like that, the 4 fierce beasts died unwillingly. Chapter 192, Unifying Chinatown. The forces watching the battle around Galaxy Supermarket was a powerful force in this area, but it was destroyed overnight. It really surprised them. This time, they also came to their senses and were afraid that this unknown force would attack them. Everyone became alert. However, the weirdness of the 7 major families obviously does not have such a meaning. They are not fools. If we attack them now, the surrounding forces will definitely band together for support. By that time, when they unite, they will be stronger than the 7 major families. Now that Galaxy Supermarket is gone, what should we do with the remaining industries? A clan leader discussed it out loud. They only eliminated all the people in power in Galaxy Supermarket, but did not take any action against the grassroots workers. The same is true for its supermarket and convenience store chains. Only kill those in power, so that the industrial chain of this force can be well preserved. Well, it's useless for us to keep it. Why not give it to Mr. A clan leader spoke. Ling Tian, hey, you've got a wider path. I think it's a good idea. After all, our respective industries are not here and are too far away to be easily controlled. It would be better to give it to the gentleman as a favor. That way, if he needs treatment for any illness in the future, he won't be able to refuse us. It would be a good deal. The other clan leader nodded in agreement. I agree. +1. The other clan leaders all agreed to the deal. So they began to pack up all the land deeds and ownership rights of the Galaxy Supermarket's industrial chain. 3 days passed. The second generation found Ling Tian with a bunch of things. Sir, your instructions have been fulfilled. Here is the title deed and property ownership of Galaxy Supermarket. Looking at the pile of things, Ling Tian was very surprised. Isn't this too efficient? Are you sure you want to give me these things? You don't have any requirements? Ling Tian asked. Naturally, he was very greedy for these things, but there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. SOS clearly first, the second generation smiled at each other and said, "These things are indeed for you, sir. This is the unanimous decision of our family's patriarchs. After all, we still very much hope to make friends with people like you." Ling Tian understood. It turned out that he wanted to do someone a favor. What is the hardest thing to repay? Its favors. This thing cannot be quantified, and there is no quantitative standard yet, but Ling Tian didn't consider these things. He just owed people favors, and it was up to him to decide whether to repay it or not, and he is not worried about not being able to pay it back. So he accepted the gift with peace of mind. I'll take the things. Give me 1 day to help you with what you asked me to do before, and I'll go back with you. Ling Tian said. And now that Galaxy Supermarket has been demolished, there is no need to keep convenience store number 44. Okay, then we'll just wait here, sir. The second generation also knew that Ling Tian was going to deal with the remaining matters, so they were not in a hurry. It would only take a day anyway, so they could afford to wait. Soon Ling Tian left Sacred Heart Hospital and came to convenience store number 44. Welcome. A waiter welcomed us. Don't welcome me, I'm here to chase away ghosts. Call out your store manager. Ling Tian waved his hand. The noise outside attracted the store manager inside. I'm the manager of this convenience store. What can I do for you? The Ghost King store manager frowned. Because of the aura emanating from Ling Tian, it didn't dare to get angry. Are you the store manager? Ling Tian was stunned when he saw the unfamiliar Ghost King store manager. It seemed that the previous Ghost General had resigned. Never mind. This shop is my property now. You can take your luggage and leave. Why? Convenience store number 44 is clearly part of Galaxy Supermarket. Although you are more powerful than me, you can't offend the people behind me. The Ghost King store manager knew Ling Tian didn't want to go on any pretentious or face-slapping plot, so he threw the industrial certificate in its face and started to chase it away. A moment later, the Ghost King store manager stood outside the door with a confused look on his face. It's only been less than a month since the store was transferred here. How come the owner suddenly changed? Where is Galaxy Supermarket? It reluctantly contacted the Galaxy Supermarket headquarters to ask for an explanation, but in the end, there was no answer at all. All those in power have been killed, so who would contact it? After Ling Tian took over convenience store number 44, he ordered his people to tear it down and rebuild it. This convenience store is still too small, so he wants to build a bigger one. The second thing is to arrange personnel to take over the headquarters of Galaxy Supermarket, as well as its chain supermarkets and convenience stores. Shoo, there are too many stores, not enough staff. Ling Tian started to have a headache. Moreover, he doesn't have many confidants, and he is not at ease letting a stranger and strange person take power. He returned to Sacred Heart Hospital and called Su Shan and the dean. I called you here to discuss the newly acquired Galaxy Supermarket. Since I don't have many trusted associates, I don't have enough manpower to take over the remaining businesses. What are your suggestions? Ling Tian spoke. The dean and Su San looked at each other and shook their heads. The director is no longer able to manage the hospital, and as for Su Shan, he is just a wandering scoundrel. I have a lot of friends, but when it comes to delegating power, I feel a little overwhelmed. Ling Tian felt a bit troubled when he saw this. Brother Wujiu will be in charge of Xinghe Supermarket for the time being. Fan Wujiu nodded helplessly. This was the only way now. The dean is tied up here, so he's the only one we can count on. I'll call Madame Red over to assist you later. During this time, you should also cultivate some confidants. Things are no longer the same as before. You must learn to manage your power and cultivate your confidants. Ling Tian rubbed his temples. I understand. Fan Wujiu nodded. He had been used to being dissolute in the past, but now that he was ready to follow his master to build an empire, he had to pay attention to this aspect. Ling Tian took out his mirror and contacted Madame Hong. Madame Red sensed the call and did not delay, quickly coming to them through the mirror. What is it that Sir summoned me for? Madame Red chuckled. It's very important. Seeing the serious expressions of the man and the two ghosts, Mrs. Red also put away her playful mood and sat down. Ling Tian recounted what had happened during this period so that Madame Hong would have a general idea of what had happened. I repeated what I just said. That's the situation, so I plan to let you and Brother Wujiu take over the Xinghe Supermarket together, and train confidants to control its industrial chain. This is related to my future expansion process, and that area must be steadily taken over. This way I can use this as a springboard to enter other areas of the strange world. Ling Tian said. The industrial chain under Xinghe Supermarket is widely distributed, which greatly facilitates Ling Tian's future expansion. Galaxy Supermarket stores are like nails, penetrated into every area. In the future, he only needs to continue expanding his stores and conquering the region. So he couldn't be careless about this matter. Madame Hong nodded and said solemnly, since you trust me, sir, I won't let you down. Then it's settled. I'll go back with the second generation to solve their family's illness. The dean will be in charge of Chinatown for the time being. I will be back as soon as possible. Ling Tian slammed the table. Chapter 193, another breakthrough. The next day, Ling Tian followed the second generation to their family home. After a long journey, the group arrived in the Jiangnan area. The mysteries of the 7 major families have been waiting here for a long time. Under their leadership, Ling Tian entered their sphere of influence. The 7 clan leaders also showed up to chat with him. I've heard of your great name for a long time, sir. I hope you can help me solve the family disease that has troubled me for a long time. I'm not worthy of the title, but this is the purpose of my trip. Since I've treated your family's disciples before, the next treatment will be much faster. How do you plan to proceed? Ling Tian said. The 7 clan leaders looked at each other and said, let's start with the side branches. Although there have been previous successful cases, as experienced people, they are still prepared to wait and see to ensure that everything is safe. Ling Tian was speechless, and understood what they meant, but this is their family's internal matter, so he can't say anything. So under the arrangements of their respective clan leaders, the collateral clan members lined up one by one to receive Ling Tian's treatment. This time, Ling Tian didn't use any fancy treatment methods. After all, he had just given them a shot of prevention accompanied by the activation of the clever hand skill. Every time a monster is touched, the family disease in the monster's body is instantly cured. Is that all? The 7 clan leaders were very surprised. It will be much easier with experience. Next one. Ling Tian sneered. So one by one, they all recovered miraculously under Ling Tian's treatment. The respective clan leaders also secretly checked the physical conditions of their collateral relatives. After discovering that he was indeed cured, he couldn't help but admire Ling Tian's superb medical skills. It took more than a day for Ling Tian to treat all the direct and collateral branches of the 7 major families. The worst family ghosts are all red-clothed evil spirits. 4,000 people in red were treated. Ghost General 2100. There are 1,000 Ghost Kings. The unlucky number is 105. These strange things also brought Ling Tian good feedback on his strength, but it was still not enough for him to break through, and his realm was still at the initial stage of fierceness. He couldn't help but lick his lips and looked at the 7 clan leaders. These are all very evil, and it is said that there is more than one in a family. Once they are treated, a breakthrough is a sure thing. Everyone, it's your turn. Ling Tian reminded. After seeing that Ling Tian's treatment was successful, the clan leaders felt relieved. Everyone received treatment with peace of mind. Soon, Shigui's family disease was also cured. Sir, there are 2 other elders in the family who are also ill. I will call them over for treatment. A clan leader spoke. No need, we're already here. 14 more fierce beasts arrived. After all, they have been secretly observing the results of such a big thing. Seeing that the clan leaders were fine after treatment, they couldn't wait to come over. Ling Tian looked at them with a fiery look in his eyes. He had thought that there would be at most 2 fierce beasts in a family, but he didn't expect there would be 3. Well, let's get started. Ling Tian urged. After another round of hard work, all the strangeness of the 7 major families was finally cured. Ling Tian's realm also broke through the early stage of fierceness and reached the late stage of fierceness. After all, it is only 1 in 10,000 feedback, and it is very good that 21 great beasts can be improved so much. The greatest contribution goes to the last 14 great beasts. Their realm is definitely at the late stage of great beasts, otherwise it would be impossible for them to improve so exaggeratedly. Mr. S medical skills are truly rare in this world. The 14 fierce beasts complimented after they recovered. Talents like this must be won over. No, there's no need to be so polite. If you need any help in the future, just call me at Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian smiled with a fake smile. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. He also wants to make friends with these 7 families. So Ling Tian was warmly entertained by the 7 major families for 3 days. He claimed that he had important matters to deal with at home, and finally said goodbye to them and returned to Chinatown. Before leaving, the patriarchs of the 7 major families also gave Ling Tian their contact information. To facilitate future contact, Ling Tian naturally wouldn't refuse and accepted it with peace of mind. There are only 3 weeks left until the world merges. After returning to Sacred Heart Hospital, Ling Tian estimated the time in his heart. This time, Chinatown has been completely unified by him, and he only needs to go to the back mountain of Guangming High School to guard the power in the world. The music festival held last time is also continuing to ferment in the weird world. A large number of strange people came to Chinatown to see if the rumors were true. After entering Chinatown, I was attracted by the various facilities inside and felt constrained. After experiencing them all, I couldn't wait to go back and call my friends to come with me. It was really the songs, books, and paintings sold by Ling Tian that brought a lot of weirdos a lot of benefits. This is how this situation came about. Therefore, Ling Tian's proficiency in each profession is also growing rapidly over time. News also came from Susan at Xinghe Supermarket. After a few days of management recruitment, the store was finally able to resume normal operations. Oh, now that we're open for business, I can leverage Galaxy Supermarket's industry chain to export my work to other regions. Ling Tian slapped his forehead and reacted. So he hurried to create his own work. The body is directly transformed into a ruthless industrial machine. Ling Tian continued to create songs one after another, and painted pictures one after another with great vigor. Books are even simpler. One idea can create a whole bunch of them, but doing so was a bit too much for his mental strength. Professional skills are not free of consumption. With such crazy mass production, even a donkey would be exhausted soon. Suzhan also received the thing sent by Lingtian.so. They sent people to start selling it in stores under Galaxy Supermarket.a. As soon as the thing was released, it was snapped up by weirdos. During this period, Lingtian has become completely famous in the weird world. When they heard that the store was selling books of boss Lingtian's music, they all rushed to the store to grab them. I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it if I go too late.as for the portraits. Lingtian did not sell them. Instead, he asked Sushan to place some of the portraits in stores for everyone to appreciate for free. This has also led to a phenomenon where all Galaxy Supermarket stores are packed every day. There are very few supermarket tricks from other forces. Many forces were dissatisfied with this, but due to the strength of the 7 major families in the past period of time, they did not dare to act rashly and could only wait and see. The clever and weird rulers have already started sending ghosts to Chinatown to contact Ling Tian and ask if they can act as his agent to sell things. Ling Tian accepted everyone who came to him, as now was the perfect time for him to improve his proficiency. So we took out some of the goods and asked them to sell them to other areas. For a time, Ling Tian's professional proficiency increased rapidly. As his works became more popular, his reputation grew. There is a trend that he will become the new generation of national idol in the weird world. Ling Tian is also very busy every day, but for the sake of professional proficiency, he can only force himself to work relentlessly. Chapter 194, Fusion of Two Worlds. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. There is only half a day left until the world merges. During this period, all of his ghost professions except the Ghost Saint Teacher were upgraded to the maximum level, and all the skills of the profession were successfully unlocked. Ling Tian came to the back mountain of Guangming High School and waited. He also ordered his men not to let other monsters get close. Time passes by every second. Ling Tian stayed up until midnight. Was midnight as the bell in the teaching building rang. The entire strange world began to be in violent turmoil. This time, the space in the back mountain began to fluctuate. A mysterious symbol was suspended in the air, appearing and disappearing. Ding. Host, seize the opportunity to merge. Once the world stabilizes, the authority will be hidden again. Yi reminded. Ling Tian did not dare to delay, flew forward and grabbed the symbol in the air. Release your spirit and bind your soul. Yi commanded. Ling Tian quickly followed the steps instructed by the system. I don't know how much time has passed. The turbulent and strange world settled down. Ling Tian also slowly opened his eyes. He has already taken control of the Chinatown area. In his perception, the power of heaven and earth in this area can be mobilized at will, and nothing in the city escapes his surveillance. Other functions of authority still need to be discovered slowly. Why do people in novels suddenly become stronger after absorbing this kind of stuff, but I don't get any improvement at all? Ling Tian asked the system doubtfully. Authority is only the embodiment of the rights of this world, not a means to enhance strength. However, possessing this power will greatly increase your understanding of the world. In layman's terms, this kind of understanding can easily allow you to break through a realm that was previously difficult to break through, increasing your potential and indirectly improving your strength. Yu explained. Ling Tian understood, packed up and returned to Sacred Heart Hospital. The real world at this time. 1 minute before the world merges, the world fusion begins. 1 minute later, everyone will be randomly assigned to a strange world. This world will also become nutrients for the strange world, expanding the area of the strange world. The strange voice sounded in the mind of everyone who had not yet entered the strange world. The mutation happened so quickly that people had no time to react. By the time they came to their senses after the shock, they had already been distributed to every corner of the strange world by the strange power. The real world also began to collapse, and was greedily absorbed by the strange world. As time goes by, the world bubble of the real world continues to shrink, while the world bubble of the strange world continues to grow. In the end, the world bubble of the real world turned into nothing and disappeared in the heavens, and all worlds. A small world fell. Looking from afar in the heavens, one can see that the world bubble of the real world is just one of the world bubbles surrounding the strange world. After devouring the real world, the strange world began to merge with the world next to it. By the way, what's going on in the real world now? This was his last copy and he had no chance to return to the real world. He didn't know what the real world was like now. Ding. The host's real world has been swallowed up and absorbed by the strange world. The fusion of the worlds has always been within Yi Yu's perception, so he naturally knows the process of devouring. So how are the others? It is randomly distributed in every corner of the strange world with a high probability. Ling Tian sighed when he heard this. In this case, the safety of mankind would be in great danger. It's not that he is too sanctimonious. After all, they are of the same tribe, so naturally he hopes that the tribe will develop well. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to turn the tide by himself now. Ling Tian called his men over. Go and see if there are any signs of humans in Chinatown. If you find any, gather them together and wait for me to come and take a look. Yes. So the entire Chinatown was mobilized under Ling Tian's command. The humans who had just been randomly assigned to Chinatown were all found by the strange creatures and gathered in the central square. A large crowd looked at the strange scene surrounding them with fear and anxiety. Those who were timid were already crying out loud. Some smart people saw that it was strange that no one attacked them, but they calmed down and thought about the reason. Soon all the humans in the city were gathered Together, there are a total of 3,000 of them. Ling Tian got the news and rushed here to observe. With just one glance, you can see the whole situation. They are all Chinese, but no one with a ghost profession was found. It seems that the chance of career awakening is very small, and it is even more difficult for ordinary people to awaken by accumulating career points later. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a strange creature next to him walked forward. My lord, what are your orders? Go register everyone and issue ID cards. Then register all the weirdos in Chinatown. In the area under my jurisdiction, there will be no undocumented vagrants, and no random hurting or injuring of people will be allowed to occur, understand? Ling Tian ordered. The weirdos on the side understood everything. After all, before becoming weirdos, they were all human beings, so they naturally understood the real world. So they acted very quickly. The entire identity system was developed in just one day. Within 3 days, all the strange creatures had their identities registered, and identity cards were issued to humans who came to Chinatown, allowing them to live in Chinatown with peace of mind. It also provides them with a temporary place to live. Of course, they don't live there for free, but rather they are asked to work in their own stores as labor. The screen is given to another system host. System, do you think I should change my area of development? Zhang Yongheng began to doubt his life. He had already completed the previous amusement park copy and also waited for the emergence of authority. Unfortunately, he didn't have the power to unify this area, and he watched helplessly as authority appeared and then disappeared. Host, don't worry, your development will definitely surpass that of another system owner. The sign-in system comforted him. Think about your current strength, host. Once you integrate the weirdness, you can reach the level of fierceness. This strength is quite explosive in the entire strange world. As long as you don't provoke the first-tier fierce ones, you will have no obstacles in the strange world. Zhang Yongheng was also fooled by the system and felt that what the system said made sense. In less than a year, he has grown to this point, so strong. But I still want to improve my own strength. Apart from giving me some good things last time, you haven't given me anything else. You're too stingy. The sign-in system is a bit speechless. Do you think I don't want to? But it only had so many origins of rules to snatch in the sequence battle, and using them to pry open the restrictions of the rules here would be a complete waste of resources. Ding. It's almost time. The host will get something good today. The sign-in system gritted its teeth and decided to invest half of the origin of the rules. Zhang Yongheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. What are you waiting for? Sign in now. He hasn't used today's sign-in opportunity yet. Chapter 195, the copy summons comes again. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the devouring trickery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 ferocious and strange servants. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ferocious and strange servant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of an entire building. Fuck. The system loves you so much. You are definitely the strongest system. Zhang Yongheng was very excited. This sign-in reward is so generous, and a big, fierce servant appeared. This greatly helped him conquer other forces. The most important thing is the first reward, devouring trickery, devouring devil. You can devour and digest the devil, gaining 1% of the devil's strength to enhance yourself. Note, do not devour devil that is several levels higher than your own, and do not devour too many devil at once, otherwise you will suffer severe backlash. He finally has a way to improve his own strength, and he has so many weird slaves in his hands, he just needs to send the slaves out to capture weird things for him to devour. So he immediately sent his weird slaves out to catch the weirdos. Start by catching the evil ghost in white first. If it is too powerful and weird, I am afraid that I won't be able to absorb it and will be attacked back. After the world merged, the strange world obviously changed. There is a large piece of unowned land in the area near Chinatown. Ling Tian was also decisive and sent Gue to occupy and annex the place immediately. With the help of his reputation in the weird world, he also recruited many weird people as his subordinates. What he has to do now is to continuously expand his power and strength, and then infiltrate other areas of the strange world through the industrial chain of Galaxy Supermarket. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. During this period, Yi also told Ling Tian the news that there was another system in this world. Ling Tian was very surprised when he got the news. After all, according to the description in the novel, there is only one protagonist in the same world, unless it is a man and a woman, but judging from the system's description, there is an irreconcilable relationship between their systems, so no matter how powerful the opponent is, Ling Tian will definitely kill him. System, can you determine the other party's location information? Ling Tian asked. It can be sensed within a certain area, and the host can wander more in the strange world. After developing for so long, Yi felt that he could take the initiative. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian followed the system's advice and took action himself, constantly wandering around the strange world. Of course, they are not just wandering around blindly, but are constantly expanding their territory. Within a month, he had conquered several small forces. It was on this day. The strange voice that had disappeared for a long time sounded in his mind again. The world is now connected. Survivors who have awakened the ghost profession can respond to the call and go to the vampire world to survive. This strange voice not only rang in Ling Tian's mind, but everyone who awakened the ghost profession received this message. There are actually copies. Ling Tian was a little surprised. He knew about the fusion of worlds, but according to the information revealed by the strange voice before, isn't it to give the weak world an opportunity, allowing the creatures within it to go to another world to survive and improve their strength? Why are they, the humans, heading to the vampire world now instead of the weird ones? Ding. The vampire world is still weaker than the weird world. Then why did this happen? He couldn't figure it out. Host, there is no need to doubt it. In the vampire world, there will definitely be vampires summoned to the strange world, although the real world has been swallowed up by the strange world. Considering that humans are still too weak, I have given you an opportunity to improve your strength. Ling Tian was speechless, not knowing what to say. As the strange world continues to merge with other worlds, the species in the strange world will eventually be all-encompassing. The energy system is also mixed. Congratulations on being chosen to go to the vampire world. Will you respond to the call? The strange sound rang out again. Compared with the previous mandatory requirements, this time it is very humane and gives survivors the right to refuse. It's up to you whether to participate or not, but whether you will regret it later depends on your choice. After all, this is another way for survivors to improve their strength. It is best for the host to participate. If you want to continuously improve yourself, you must broaden your horizons and learn about various things. Ling Tian was originally planning to participate, and now that the system has said so, why is he still hesitating? Immediately responded to the strange call. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian's figure disappeared in the strange world. The scene changed. What comes into view is a magnificent palace. There are busy figures everywhere. Ling Tian's sudden appearance did not attract the slightest attention from others. Survivors will be recalled after 7 days. The strange voice left these words and disappeared. This made him a little overwhelmed. In the past, tasks would be assigned to survivors so that they would have a goal to work towards, but now they are just thrown in and left alone. Are they going to be allowed to explore freely? However, with the strength of a late-stage fierce cultivator, he was not panicked. The vampire world is weaker than the weird world, so my strength must be impressive here. He looked around and found that the palace was preparing to host a banquet. The vampires were constantly busy, and a small number of humans were also seen, but these humans do not have ghost professions, and it seems that they are natives of this world rather than survivors. In other words, he is still alone in this copy. Then he calmly blended into the crowd at the banquet, helping out and taking action after understanding the situation. As time passed, groups of vampires of varying strengths entered the palace one after another. Some are strong, some are weak. System, can you figure out the hierarchy of this world? Ling Tian asked. Only after he understood the hierarchy could he make a rough comparison of their strengths. Ding. World analysis in progress. Please wait. You also began to analyze it without stopping. After a moment, he gave his answer. Ding. Analysis completed. The hierarchy in this world is from high to low: prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, blood servant, blood slave. Ling Tian took note of this level division in his mind and began to look for vampires of the corresponding realm to compare their strengths. It's a pity that after searching for a long time, I only found vampires below the rank of viscount. Helplessly, he had to give up and wait for the banquet to start before observing. The banquet is still being planned, and many vampires have not yet arrived. Considering the magnificence of this palace, it must be a party hosted by a high-ranking vampire. Needless to say, the invited guests were very powerful. The sun sets. I was busy from morning till evening. The whole banquet was finally ready. Guests arrived at the scene one after another. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy and solemn bells continued to ring. Various musical instruments rang out along with the bells. Chapter 196. Ling Tian is targeted. The auspicious time has arrived. Play music to welcome the guests. A vampire in a tuxedo announced himself to the crowd. The heavy symphony began to play. Soon, a petite but majestic white-haired loli walked out under the attention of everyone. Upon seeing this, the guests immediately knelt on one knee and paid their respects. I wish Prince Lucy a 1000th birthday, eternal youth and vitality. Prince Lucy waved her hands expressionlessly, as if this banquet was not held for her. Seeing this, the vampire next to him had no choice but to proceed to the next step. Now let's start the tribute. The vampires below stood up upon hearing this and began to present gifts one by one according to their status. The first to start was the Baron. Baron Adams presents a pair of amber. Marquis Harrison presents a pair of guardian linglong. As the vampires came forward one by one to present gifts, Ling Tian was also sizing up their strength. Judging from the current situation, the prince is equivalent to the great evil in the strange world, the duke is the evil one, the marquis is the ghost king, and so on. Looking at the white-haired loli lying paralyzed on the throne, the corners of his mouth twitched. The vampire race is really amazing. A 1000-year-old loli, still a prince. As time passed, the gift-giving ceremony came to an end, but the gift given by the last duke was a little special. Prince Lucy, the gift I sent you is different. It is a piece of music. Duke Louis stepped forward and said. Prince Lucy became interested after hearing this, and her expression changed. Can you demonstrate it live? A clear voice echoed in the hall. Of course. The band is waiting outside the temple. Duke Louis said. Call them in. Yes. Soon a band entered the palace. Human? Prince Lucy was a little surprised. It is a human band. Your Highness may not know this, but this band was formed when I found musically gifted humans in the human world in my early years and then cultivated them to perfection. Today's song was created after more than 10 years of hard work by the entire band. Duke Lewis explained, in the vampire world, humans are just their blood banks, so there is no chance of coming into contact with such elegant things. This is why the first impression vampires have is that humans are stupid and ignorant creatures who don't understand something as elegant as music. Then let them begin. Prince Lucy lost interest, feeling that the music played would not offer many surprises of the band, having received the order, quickly began to play the music. The other vampires also listened attentively, wanting to see what the gift specially prepared by Duke Lewis was like. Melodious music began to echo in the hall. The vampires were a little surprised. The performance was good and the music was well designed. The various instruments are matched perfectly. Prince Lucy couldn't help but listen attentively, tapping her slender jade fingers to the rhythm of the music. She was very pleased with the gift prepared by Duke Lewis, although it was not as valuable as the other Duke's gifts, but in her heart, this gift surpassed all the gifts she received today. But at this moment, she couldn't help but see a figure shaking his head in the corner. The other vampires and humans all closed their eyes, admiring the music, lost in the beauty of it. But he, on the other hand, shook his head inside alone, seemingly thinking the music was rubbish. She couldn't help but frown, very dissatisfied with this rude guy, but the band was still playing, and she didn't want to interrupt them, as that would seem very rude. As an elegant aristocrat, she naturally wouldn't do that. I could only suppress my anger for the time being and continue listening to the band's performance. That's right, the figure that Prince Lucy saw was our protagonist Ling Tian. As a ghost saint composer, he can naturally hear all kinds of problems in the music. The song sounded very good to other vampires, but it was chaff to him, so he couldn't help but shake his head in denial. But I didn't expect that this scene was seen by the white-haired loli. At this time, he didn't know that the storm was coming. I don't know how much time passed before the song ended. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, recognizing the strength of this human band. Duke Lewis was also very happy in his heart. Now he could make his presence felt in front of the prince. So he stepped forward and said, "Prince Lucy, do you like the gift I prepared? The music is good. I haven't heard such a refreshing piece in a long time. Duke Lewis did a great job." Prince Lucy praised. Duke Lewis was delighted to hear this and was about to strike while the iron was hot when Princess Lucy suddenly said, "It's just that some people seem to disapprove of the piece you prepared, Duke, and think it's terrible." For a moment, all the vampires were stunned. Who is this so brave? Duke Lewis also secretly clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, "I wonder who the person the prince is talking about? I want to see what reason he has to say that the song I prepared is bad." The other vampires looked at each other, trying to find the rude guy. Ling Tian also watched from the sidelines without thinking it was a big deal, as if there was something big to eat. Who is this? You are asking for death if you dare to say such things in this kind of situation. This time, Prince Lucy pointed her finger at a place. Duke Lewis looked in the direction she pointed, and so did the other vampires. Ling Tian discovered that Prince Lucy was actually pointing in his direction. Given that he was already at the back, he couldn't help but turn his head and look back. But there is no one else behind me? When he turned around, he found that everyone's eyes were on him. Ling Tian pointed at himself, doubting his life. Prince Lucy nodded, confirming that the person everyone was looking for was the right one. Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. What was going on? I didn't say such a thing, did I? So he immediately started to defend himself. Prince Lucy, did you recognize the wrong person? I never said such a thing, and I also appreciate this song very much. It's you. I'm not old enough to recognize the wrong person. But I didn't say that, Prince Lucy interrupted. Just now everyone was immersed in the beauty of the music, but you were the only one who kept shaking your head and frowning. What else could this be but a denial of this piece of music? Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Good fellow, you can even see this. Ahem, I just had a stiff neck from not sleeping well recently, so I shook my head to stretch my neck. It wasn't what the prince said. Anyway, if I don't admit it, then it's just your own guess. In my opinion, this is what you mean. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, don't even think about leaving this door. The white-haired loli said fiercely. Ling Tian cursed in his heart. It turned out that she was a black-bellied loli. Chapter 197, White-haired Lolita's shocky sighed helplessly. Since the prince thinks so, I will dare to say a few words. Oh? What do you want to say? Prince Lucy wanted to see what Ling Tian could come up with, and the originally boring banquet became a bit more interesting after this development. I have also dabbled in music, and I just heard that this piece has many flaws. Although there is a hint of artistic conception that makes people immersed in it, it is only the most superficial accomplishment and cannot be considered an expert. It is the elegance of music and the soul of meaning. Only when the two are combined can it be considered true music. Otherwise, it is just the random beating of instruments to make a roaring noise, which is not music. Ling Tian commented with a sneer. You. Duke Lewis clenched his fists in anger. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't understand music? This is an insult to a vampire who has always been playing music. It has been immersed in music for many years. When I was playing music, you were not even born, Prince Lucy warned Duke Lewis with a look, and the latter could only step back and dare not take action. The hierarchy among vampires is very strict, and the higher the level, the more blood is suppressed. The latter had no intention of resisting at all. As you said, your musical attainments are very high? Prince Lucy was very interested. Today's banquet was full of surprises. I know a little bit. Ling Tian said. How do those people compare to you? Prince Lucy pointed to the band just now. It is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Ling Tian said confidently. Duke Louis's face turned purple. Can you play a song for me? Ling Tian looked around and chuckled. Today is your birthday, Prince. Everyone present has given you a gift, so I will use this piece of music to celebrate your birthday. Do you need to borrow a musical instrument? No, I have my own instrument. Ling Tian waved his hand, and various musical instruments gathered around him. Then, I will show you my ugliness. Ling Tian instantly entered the state and activated his Ghost Saint composer skills. For a moment, everyone present was drawn into the mood of the music. Following the ups and downs of the music, it feels like experiencing a series of dreams. The vampires were fascinated by what they heard. Even Duke Louis, who hated Ling Tian, had a rare smile on his face. I don't know how much time passed before the song ended. Ling Tian stopped playing, but the vampires present were still immersed in the beauty of the music and savoring it endlessly. Another 3 minutes passed before they gradually came to their senses and started clapping involuntarily. Prince Lucy also jumped off the throne, stood up, and joined in the applause. Very good. After listening to your performance and comparing it to what I just heard, it is indeed as you said. I forgive your rudeness. Duke Louis also sighed. I recognize your musical attainments. My previous comments were also honest. I won't hold it against you. I just hope that we can have more exchanges in music and art in the future. At this point, it naturally won't be like the villain in the stupid novel, blindly hating others. There is no deep hatred between the two parties, and with the approval of Prince Lucy, it can also step down without losing face. Moreover, it also sensed that this human was not simple, and the aura he exuded was much stronger than its own. What a freak, he is definitely not a human from this world. As a second-tier vampire, he has naturally heard about the recent changes in the vampire world. That's why I dare to make this conclusion. Since Duke Louis has invited me, I naturally won't refuse. My previous remarks have caused a lot of offense. After all, musicians are always harsh. If you don't hold yourself to high standards, you won't achieve higher achievements. Ling Tian is also a person who doesn't hit people who smile at him. Sir, you are not from this world, right? Prince Lucy reveals Ling Tian's identity. Ling Tian was not surprised at all. He had many peculiarities on him, so it was normal for him to be recognized. Everyone's IQ was high, and he was very relieved. Your Highness's guess is correct. I believe everyone is aware of the recent turmoil in the world. I also came to this world in response to the call of a strange voice. Ling Tian nodded. The other vampires were also thoughtful. They all knew that recently many vampires, big and small, had been summoned to another world by a strange voice. It's a pity that this summoning is random, otherwise they would also like to go to other worlds to see what the differences are. Since you are a guest from a foreign land, I must show some courtesy to the host and guest. Please offer me a seat. The white-haired lowly waved her hand and followed her instructions. Then a vampire servant came forward and added a chair for Ling Tian, but the location of this seat is a bit special. It is next to the throne. The other vampires were also surprised, but they didn't say anything. After all, it was the prince's arrangement, and no one dared to jump out and sing a different tune. The tribute is over, it's time to start the banquet. The white-haired lowly said. So the banquet officially began. Dishes of food were served to the guests' tables. Ling Tian looked at the food on his table with little interest. He was not a vampire, so his eating habits would naturally not be the same as theirs. It was my fault that I neglected to prepare another human meal for you, sir. The white-haired lowly was very sensible and understood what Ling Tian was doing when she noticed his behavior. After receiving the order, more than a dozen chefs in the kitchen started preparing the food in a hurry. In just over 10 minutes, a table full of delicious food was prepared. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. This vampire looked quite cute now. She was worthy of being called Lolita Saigao. I really want to go up and rub her tender face. As the banquet progressed, the white-haired lowly also chatted with Ling Tian. The questions asked were all about the situation in the strange world. Ling Tian also understood the other party's thoughts. No wonder she arranged him to be next to her. It turned out that she was trying to gather intelligence, but these are not things that cannot be said. As long as she didn't ask any particularly special questions, Ling Tian answered all her inquiries. The white-haired lowly also had a deep and simple understanding of the power behind Ling Tian. With the latter's intentional disclosure, the white-haired lowly learned that Ling Tian actually had 2 prince-level subordinates and was on good terms with many prince-level strongmen. The shocked expression on the white-haired lowly's face made Ling Tian want to laugh. Why are you so surprised, Prince? Your strength would put you among the strongest in this strange world. Ling Tian inquired. Prince Lucy glanced at the latter, hesitated for a moment, and then said, from what you just described, our world cannot be compared with the strange world. There are only about 100 vampires at the prince level in the entire world, and judging by your description, there are several princes in just a small area, not to mention a large area. Ling Tian was speechless after hearing this. So that's what was happening. With this calculation, the high-end combat power in the vampire world is not that strong. There are only about 100 princes. With his current appeal, he can attract nearly a dozen great villains, and his sphere of influence is only a small corner, which is insignificant compared to the entire weird world. Chapter 198, Kidnapping the White-Haired Lowly Prince. There's no need to belittle yourself. We're all family from now on. Ling Tian laughed. Oh? What do you mean, sir? The white-haired lowly's eyes became dangerous and clearly tilted in the wrong direction. Ling Tian's mouth twitched. How come everyone has such twisted ideas? Prince, you have misunderstood my meaning. You don't know that I am not originally a human from this strange world, but a human from another world. Before the weird world merged with the vampire world, my world was the first target. Just over a month ago, my world was swallowed up and incorporated into the weird world, strengthening the weird world's foundation. As its natives, we were naturally randomly distributed in the weird world, and now that the vampire world is the second world to be contacted by the weird world, its ending is obvious. Just like ours, when the time comes, along with the dissipation of the vampire world, you will also be sent to the strange world. Ling Tian explained the reasons behind it. There is nothing to hide. You can get this information by just finding a human in the strange world, and doing so is because he is greedy for the white-haired lowly. Of course he is not greedy for her body but her power, that is to win over Asa New World. He also wants to get a piece of the pie, so the first thing he has to do is to gain a foothold here. I see. Then I really should make plans early. The white-haired lowly fell into deep thought. Ling Tian was in no hurry to disturb him and just started eating. After a long while, Prince Lucy said, Sir, are you trying to win over me? Yes, as people who share will and woe, I naturally want to make a difference in this strange world. The power under my command is also growing, so it is reasonable to invite you, Prince, to join. Ling Tian said lightly. Then what benefits can you bring to this king? You must know that with my strength, I can protect myself even if I enter a strange world. Prince Lucy said. No, the prince still hasn't figured out the current situation. Ling Tian shook his head. The white-haired lowly frowned. I'd like to hear the details. I have already explained the situation in the strange world, and you, Prince, have no place to stay in the strange world right now. When the worlds merge, Prince, you cannot guarantee where you will be teleported to with your strength. You will inevitably arouse the fear of local forces. Then, you will have two options. 1. Be forced to join and submit to the local forces. 2. Be besieged by local forces and eventually flee. The white-haired lowly was obviously dissatisfied when she heard this. What should I be afraid of? But the strange world is not your territory after all. If you don't choose a force to join, there will be no place for you. This sentence made the white-haired lowly choke. She was so angry that she kicked her short legs and stood up. The vampires in the audience cast doubtful glances at him. The latter waved his hand to indicate that nothing was wrong and jumped back into his seat. Ling Tian found this look funny. Not to mention, the angry lowly has a unique charm, and with her white hair and red eyes, she has a lot of buffs. Prince, you don't want to be bullied in this strange world, do you? Ling Tian said in a mean voice. I still have people under my command. I can take them with me to seize the territory of a smaller force in this strange world. The white-haired lowly said stubbornly. But as I said before, everyone will be teleported randomly and won't gather together, so your idea is unrealistic. Moreover, this kind of behavior of grabbing territory is not so bad for the weird ones, but outsiders will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the weird ones and will definitely lead to a collective attack. Ling Tian continued to press. These words were not nonsense. After all, this was a weird world, and the reason why he could occupy the territory was that he had the support of many weird people behind him. In addition, the weird people were originally humans, so naturally they did not have such concerns. As a vampire, an alien creature, if you do this in a strange world, other strange creatures will definitely not sit idly by. So, Prince, you might as well choose to join my forces. Given our relationship, would I bully you? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said, seeing that the white-haired lowly looked hesitant, it was estimated that persuasion would succeed. It was so wonderful to easily get a very fierce lowly to join. The white-haired lowly looked worried and couldn't help biting her fingers. Ling Tian continued to exaggerate. Besides, my power is not small. I am considered a regional hegemon, and I have several princes under my command. It's just that I have a chance to invite you to join us in this great cause. I'm not begging you to do anything. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. Then he started to make big promises. When I conquer a region, I will naturally not treat those who have been following me unfairly. People of your level will definitely be treated very well. What if I give you an area as your territory in the future? You can also shelter scattered vampires there, right? After some sweet talk, the white-haired lowly finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, the king agrees to join. That's right, then let's celebrate your joining us and have a drink together. Ling Tian smiled widely and raised his goblet to clink glasses with him. Elegant, so elegant, the aroma of red wine fills your lips. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended successfully. The guests left one after another. Ling Tian, who had established a good relationship with the white-haired lowly, naturally stayed in the palace as a distinguished guest. I had a good and comfortable sleep, and when I woke up it was already noon. After a quick wash and breakfast, I saw a white-haired lowly sitting in the back garden basking in the sun. Ling Tian had a strange look on his face. Sir, you are really up late. The white-haired lowly basked in the sunlight without opening her eyes, but she was obviously aware of Ling Tian's presence. Ling Tian walked over upon seeing this and asked, "Aren't vampires afraid of light? Where did you hear this?" Prince Lucy opened her eyes. Ling Tian sat down next to her without any hesitation and said, "Novels from my world are all written like this. Vampires are afraid of light and silver objects. The people of your world really do portray us vampires as weak. Why should we fear mere sunlight? It doesn't contain any particularly powerful energy. The second thing is the silverware, which is even more nonsense. I have to say that you humans have a very rich imagination," Prince Lucy complained. Ling Tian shrugged helplessly. "In 3 days, I will leave." Prince Lucy hummed lightly in response. After spending the past few days together, she finally felt the pleasure for the first time in a long time. Looking at Prince Lucy with a lonely face, Ling Tianqing felt a pang of fear. Could it be that this vampire was interested in him? This idea is too cruel. I'm a lowly, no, 1,000 years old, it should be legal, right? I don't know what will happen in the future. These are truly turbulent times. Prince Lucy sighed. Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard this. It turned out to be one of the 3 major misconceptions in life. It seemed that he had been thinking in the wrong direction. So you are still worried about future changes in the world? Your Highness, there's no need to worry too much. Our power is still very strong. Even if we can't dominate the world, we can still live a good life in a corner. By the way, before I leave, I'll draw a picture for you. Ling Tian came for fun.ps. I'm feeling a bit unwell lately, so I'll just keep this chapter for now. Chapter 199, Painting. Can you paint? Prince Lucy was a little surprised. Art, a refined art, is always interoperable, and I understand a little bit about it. Your Highness, please strike a beautiful pose and let me draw a portrait for you. Ling Tian said. Prince Lucy also became interested and sat up straight with dignity. How about this? Almost artistic conception. Ling Tian walked forward and fiddled with her body. The latter's cheeks flushed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. That's much better. Just keep smiling. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction, then walked to the opposite side, took out his tools and started painting. After a long time, a beautiful portrait was completed. Ling Tian handed it to Prince Lucy. Take a look, are you satisfied? After taking the portrait, Prince Lucy was deeply attracted. The self in the painting is so beautiful, revealing kindness and dignity, with a faint smile that is refreshing, and the light and shadow complete the artistic conception. When you appreciate it carefully, you can have an immersive feeling and feel the mood of the characters in the painting very realistically. It is really a magical portrait. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she had never seen such a creature. Sir, you are truly talented. Since this is a work, it should have a name. As the author, would you mind giving it a name? Prince Lucy said. Ling Tian pondered for a moment and said, then let's call it Lucy's Smile. Upon hearing this, Prince Lucy's heart, which had never beaten before, trembled a little before returning to calm. Is this painting really a gift to this king? Of course. After all, the purpose of painting this picture is to leave it to you, Your Highness, as a souvenir. Ling Tian said indifferently, it's just a painting, he can draw as many as he wants. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Prince Lucy happily accepted the painting and prepared to keep it well in her bedroom. As for sharing it with other people, that is impossible. This painting can only be enjoyed by me. The white-haired lowly jumped off the bench, took out something and handed it to Ling Tian. This is the guardian chain. When you are in danger, I will be able to sense it and teleport to your side through this. Seeing this, Ling Tian also took it. It happened to be an ornament, so he happily put on this life-saving thing. By the way, if there's a world between us, can the prince be teleported here? Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. I don't know either. The white-haired lowly was stunned by the question. Okay, I'll try not to use this thing. Who wants to put themselves in danger? So it's best not to use it. 3 days passed in a flash. Ling Tian's figure disappeared from this world and returned to the strange world. I opened my system panel to check it after a long time. Host, Ling Tian, Strength, Late Fierce Stage, Occupation, Ghost Saint Doctor, Ghost Saint Teacher, Ghost Saint Writer, Ghost Saint Composer, Ghost Saint Painter, Ghost Saint Fighter, Professional Skills, Craftsmanship, Rejuvenation, Blessings, Teaching, Enlightenment, Students all over the world, Writing. Reader feedback, author's power, number of patients treated, 1.17 million. Number of students, 50,000 readers, 1.73 million. Viewership, 2.13 million. Number of followers, 1.03 million. Defeat the enemy, 3,512. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100x. Otherworldly summoning, copy. System points, 740,000. System evaluation, you have already reached the second tier of this world. Try harder and you will reach the top. Looking at the pitiful number of students and enemies he had defeated, Ling Tian sighed. All the other classes had maxed out, but the teacher class was the only one that was struggling. The Ghost Saint Fighter was newly awakened, so he was still just getting started. Ahem, I made a mistake earlier, and I've corrected that. It's not that he hasn't thought about using other methods to increase the number of students, but writing learning materials through ghostwriters and selling them to other weird schools is useless. Only those who attended the school he founded were considered his students. In this way, he could only build the academy slowly and steadily and recruit strange students. The second thing is system points. I owed the system 260,000 points in the last battle. After completing the task of unifying Chinatown, I was rewarded with 1 million system points and a chance to awaken the ghost profession. The awakened ghost class is the Ghost Fighter, and after the system amplification, it becomes the Ghost Saint Fighter. Well, it's still a one-word difference. This profession is obviously a combat profession, and Ling Tian is very satisfied with it. It fully makes up for his lack of combat ability. Ghost Saint Fighter, you are proficient in all combat techniques, not just fighting. Your blood boils in battle, and your physical fitness and reflexes are enhanced in all aspects. As for professional skills, there are still 3 as usual. They are cross-border fighting, ultra instinct, and bloodbath rebirth. Fight across borders. Activating this skill instantly raises your realm by a small level, lasting until the end of the battle, with no side effects. Unlocked after defeating 100 enemies, and cannot exceed the world limit. Ultimate freedom. After activating this skill, you enter a state of ultimate perfection. With the exception of enemy-seeking and world-destroying attacks, no attack can hit you. You can also mobilize 100% of your own strength to launch attacks. Unlocked after defeating 10,000 enemies. Bloodbath rebirth. The strong, enraged, draw their swords against the stronger. The weak, enraged, draw their swords against the weaker. After death, Bloodbath rebirth resurrects on the spot, breaking through a major realm of strength and potentially breaking through world limits. This ability can only be activated once in a lifetime. Unlocked after defeating 1 million enemies. Of course, Ling Tian was shocked when he awakened this profession. It is worthy of being a combat profession. The skills are really abnormal, especially the last one, Rebirth in Blood. It is simply a trump card. Recovering his composure, Ling Tian continued to manage the development of Chinatown. After the world merged and calmed down, forces from all over the strange world were already ready to move, especially on the day when authority appears. All the weirdness was boiling. No one expected that such authority from heaven and earth would appear outside, and it was ownerless. At that time, many powerful people from various forces rushed to snatch it, and the result can be imagined. After trying their best to defeat other forces and get the authority to merge, they found that they were not qualified to merge. Only then did I realize that this required innate conditions. But the authorities will not give them time to meet the conditions, and they will disappear again once the world integration and stability are achieved. Countless forces shook their heads and sighed, secretly thinking it was a pity. On the surface, they withdrew their troops in disgrace, but secretly they had already begun planning to annex other forces in the area where they were. After all, they all understood the conditions for the fusion of power through close contact. So during this period of time in the strange world, although everything seems calm on the surface, undercurrents are already surging secretly. But while the big forces are still analyzing the situation, the small forces have already started fighting. Ling Tian also continued to annex nearby forces during this period. In Chinatown, he is the absolute overlord, and other forces are just small fry, and they either surrender or run away in disgrace. Chapter 200, Ancient Strange Revival. Another month passed. During this period, Ling Tian also received 2 summons from strange voices and went to the vampire world to visit the white-haired loli to develop feelings for her, and let him integrate his people in the vampire world, and when the worlds merge, bring them directly to the weird world. At that time, the white-haired loli was still very confused. Is it possible to go to the strange world without the strange summons? Your Highness, please do not underestimate me. I have a method that can accommodate everything. I dare not exaggerate how powerful your Duke-level strength and methods are. The white-haired loli obviously didn't believe it. Ling Tian also slapped him in the face on the spot and brought him into his own world of paintings. The white-haired loli was stunned by the scene in the world of the painting. This ability was too powerful. Is this really a method that only a duke can use? Ling Tian did not explain too much. The professional skills were just so abnormal, but it was unique to this profession. Other people's professions could not compare at all. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. On this day, Su Shan, who had been away for a long time, found Ling Tian. Sir, the strange world has undergone major changes recently. You'd better be prepared. Ling Tian was stunned. The vampire world hasn't been integrated yet, so what else has changed? What happened? Well, the ancient weirdness has awakened. Su San said with a serious expression. Ancient weirdness? Are they any different from you? Ling Tian was a little confused. Su Shan pondered for a moment and explained, ancient weirdness is very different from us. There are 2 types of them. One type is born from ancient objects. They have no thoughts and all actions follow their own rules. Anyone who triggers the rules and taboos will be hunted down by them, so even we are very afraid of them. The other type is the puzzle-like creatures. Although these creatures also reside in objects, they have their own thoughts. However, their power is limited by the number of puzzle pieces. Only when all the pieces are assembled can they unleash their full power. Moreover, these strange beings are very powerful. The weakest ones are all at the fierce level, and there are countless extremely fierce ones. After hearing the explanation, Ling Tian was thoughtful. If that was the case, he could make use of this ancient wonder. He looked at his career as a writer. The author Whaley is very capable of controlling these ancient anomalies. He takes them in, and then makes changes to the regulations so that he can use them for his own benefit. Where can I find these ancient wonders? Ling Tian asked, his tone sounding eager to try. Susan was very confused as to why the gentleman seemed not afraid but excited. These ancient wonders are reviving, and figures will appear randomly in various places. Only a part of the ancient weirdness that has revived recently has been noticed by the weirdnesses, and many forces have restrained themselves a lot, for fear of provoking such unreasonable things. If you want to find them, there's an ancient monster reviving near the galaxy supermarket. Well, come with me. I have a way to capture this weirdness and use it for our own benefit. That's why I'm so excited. Our current power base is still too weak, and the reason we have been able to maintain our position until now is largely due to the residual influence of the 7 major families. Ling Tian said. So the man and the ghost rushed towards the galaxy supermarket. At the same time, Zhang Yongheng also happened to return from the vampire world. System, I didn't expect you to be able to get vampire blood. Now, after continuously devouring the weirdness, his strength has reached the early level of Ghost King. The improvement was very rapid, and he also got some good things when he went to the vampire world. In addition, the sign-in system means that you will get different things when you sign in different worlds. He controlled a small vampire family there and signed in to obtain a vampire bloodline. Vampire bloodline, prince level. After fusion, you can obtain the prince's bloodline, which has a strong suppressing effect on all vampires below the prince. After fusion, the bloodline will continuously transform the body of the fusionist and gradually improve the strength. It's just, after fusing this thing, I won't completely turn into a vampire, right? Zhang Yongheng was a little worried. After all, he didn't want to change his species. That would be too disgusting. Ding. Host, don't worry. The system will help you solve the remaining problems. After the host merges, the system will transform this bloodline into the host's second form, allowing the host to switch at will. The sign-in system said confidently. Huh, is that so? Then I can merge with you without any worries. Zhang Yongheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed good to have a system so he fused this vampire blood without hesitation. The sign-in system also began to transform its body. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yongheng stood in front of the mirror and looked at the changes in himself. Bloodshot eyes, fangs, pale skin, undoubtedly a vampire. In terms of strength, he is already at the early stage of Ghost King, which is so cool. He then tried to exit this form and return to human form. Sure enough, as his mind moved, he turned back into his yellow skin and black eyes. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Yongheng nodded in satisfaction. With this form, he could move freely in the vampire world without being rejected by other vampires, and he could better plan and expand his power. As for why we should build up our power in the vampire world instead of the weird world. Isn't that because he doesn't want to? His base camp is in complete hell, and other places have been very chaotic recently, so he can't get involved. He could only settle for the second best and make arrangements in the vampire world, so that after the worlds merge, he could bring back a group of powerful vampire helpers. As for how to bring it back, I got a treasure when I signed in some time ago. It can hold many things, including living beings. So there is no need to worry about this issue at all. Zhang Run. Zhang Yongheng called his strange servant, and this one named Zhang Run is the big ferocious servant that I got when I signed in before. Oh nar. When Zhang Run heard the shout, he immediately came to Zhang Yongheng. Where's the trick you caught? Before heading to the vampire world, he ordered Zhang Ren to capture the Ghost King level monsters. During this period of time, in the vampire world, he has completely digested the weirdness he swallowed. Now it is natural to start absorbing the weirdness to continue to improve his strength. They are all locked up in the basement. I will take you there to have a look. Zhang Ren took Zhang Yongheng to the basement. Why are there only 5 Ghost Kings? Zhang Yongheng frowned. Given Zhang Ren's Daxiang strength, it is impossible that he has only caught so few in such a short period of time. Zhang Ren explained, the Ghost King level is already the backbone of all major forces, and the forces in this area are very powerful. Capturing 5 Ghost Kings is already the best we can do, and because we've been capturing strange creatures for so long, we've already attracted investigations from nearby forces. So, Master, we should keep a low profile for the time being to avoid getting into trouble. Zhang Yongheng sighed. How are Zhang San and the others doing recently? Have they managed to grab any territory? Although he placed his power in the vampire world, the weird world was naturally not left out. So he sent out other strange slaves to the marginal areas of small forces to seize territory. Chapter 201, on the eve of the host war. As for why he didn't leave here, of course it was because he was reluctant to give up his power. The amusement park copy was already under his command, but he was afraid that nearby forces would want to annex it, so he could only stay here with Zhang Ren, the big villain. With a powerful beast around, they have to think twice before forcibly annexing it. Once they really want to take action, they will switch sides to the enemy force on the spot. The nearby forces are all checking and balancing each other. If a big beast joins a force in order to protect itself, the other party will naturally not refuse. This is why his amusement park is still alive and well, and the surrounding forces also understand this. So they turned a blind eye and secretly sent people to contact Zhang Ren, trying to persuade them to join. Zhang Yonghang also asked Zhang Ren to play Tai Chi with them to delay time, saying that he needed to wait and see the situation and then join whichever force was stronger. When Zhang Yonghang absorbed these ghost kings, Ling Tian has followed Su Shan to the headquarters of Galaxy Supermarket. Yu, who had been diving, was suddenly stunned. The breath of the system. So he immediately increased his perception to find the source of the breath. After some careful investigation, it was found that the source of the smell was in a school district house. Ding. Hostile system presence detected. Please prepare for battle. At this time, Ling Tian was still discussing the capture of ancient monsters with Su Shan and Madame Hong. The sudden system prompt made him pause. What's wrong, sir? Su Shan asked doubtfully. It seems that the strange things in ancient times have to be put aside for now. I have an important matter to deal with. Ling Tian's eyes flashed. Sir, please tell me how we can help? Well, go back to Sacred Heart Hospital and call the dean. Ling Tian said to Su Shan. Su Shan was stunned, but didn't ask anything. He stood up, took the umbrella and went back to Sacred Heart Hospital to call the dean. Ling Tian thought about it for a while, and felt that it was not safe. The other party was also the owner of the system, and the two fierce beasts might not be able to defeat him. So he took out the contact information of the 7 major families and invited them to take action. After doing another big favor, the 7 major families also showed great respect by sending out 14 fierce beasts. System, where is the other party? Ling Tian asked in his heart. Ding. The other host is in a school district house on the east side. Tell me, with my current background, can I win? Ling Tian was a little worried. Ding. Although this system doesn't dare to claim to be the strongest system right now, the opponent is just a weak system. It was hunted down by this system and fled into this world. So, does the host still need to worry about who is stronger or weaker? The advantage in this battle lies with the host. Yu comforted. At worst, if you can't win, you can always ask for help, or the otherworldly summoning function is not just for show. It is possible to summon previous hosts by spending a lot of system points. When Ling Tian called his friends, the check-in system on the other side also obviously sensed Yu's presence. Ding. Emergency notice. Hostile system detected. Please prepare. Zhang Yonghang, who was still devouring the weirdness, was suddenly choked. Ahem. What? A hostile system has appeared. Where is it? Since his own strength is still at the early stage of Ghost King, he is still very panicked. Ding. The location is at Galaxy Supermarket. Galaxy Supermarket. Not good. Run away. Zhang Yonghang's pupils shrank and he quickly began to pack up his things, preparing to escape. The sign-in system didn't expect Zhang Yonghang to be so decisive. Ding. Host, why should you worry? The other party is definitely not developing as fast as us. And the host has a great beast in his hands now, so he is not afraid at all. Damn it. Even at this point, you, the system, are still stubborn. In our area, the Galaxy Supermarket is the absolute overlord. How can I contend with my current strength? If I wait any longer, I will be dead. Zhang Yonghang cursed and swore, but none of his family members understood him. He was tied to a pushing system. Ding. The other host might be an employee of Galaxy Supermarket. The sign-in system continued to be stubborn and refused to admit that its system function was weaker than the other party. Zhang Yonghang ignored Pu Xintong. He stopped swallowing the strange behavior and called Zhang Run. Now contact the forces that have contacted you before and tell them that you agree to join them, but the requirement is that they help protect us. Zhang Ren was a little surprised when he saw the panicked Zhang Yonghang, but as a slave, he couldn't say anything. He just nodded and left. Zhang Yonghang also continued to recall the strange people who were sent out to seize territory, and now, having one more monster around means more chances of winning. I hope the other host is just an employee of Galaxy Supermarket as my system says. Otherwise, this battle will be difficult. Time passes by every second. The fierce servant quickly returned to him to report the news. I contacted 3 forces and promised them that we would join the force that helped us out of this predicament. So they all decided to send 2 great beasts to help us. Yeah, very good, well done. Zhang Yonghang nodded. It's not bad to have brought in 3 forces. There are 6 great beasts plus 1 on our side, which makes 7 in total. I couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved. System, it's already this late, why don't you express your opinion? Zhang Yonghang decided to ask the system for something to save his life. Ding. The host's sign-in opportunity for today has already been used, and the system can't provide any assistance. The sign-in system responded, there is no other way. In this world of rule restrictions, we can only rely on system functions or use the origin of the rules to pry open the rule restrictions, but its origin has been almost consumed before. Totally no help now. They keep boasting that they have the strongest system, but when it comes to the critical moment, it is useless. On Ling Tian's side, the dean is already in place, except for the support from the 7 major families that has yet to arrive. So he was not in a hurry. It would not be too late to attack after he had gathered his men. Deputy Dean, I heard from Brother Woodjo that you seem to be planning a big move this time. Are you planning to take action against the surrounding forces? The Dean asked doubtfully. Yushan and Madame Hong also wanted to hear what Ling Tian's plan was. I'm not targeting the surrounding forces, the time has not come yet. As for why I mobilized such a large force, it's because I sensed my mortal enemy is in this area. So, in order to kill him without fail, I had to do this. Don't worry about the rest, just follow my lead later. Ling Tian shook his head. Naturally, matters concerning the system cannot be disclosed to outsiders, so it is appropriate to describe them as mortal enemies. It is reasonable to call so many people here. The other party is also the owner of the system, and we must not be careless. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. If time wasn't urgent, he would have continued to shake other weird things in the weird world. With so many professions under his belt, many strange people owe him a lot of favors. I am afraid that the system owner will run away during the process of calling people, which would be counterproductive. Having been looking for him for several months, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Chapter 202, Plunder the sign-in system. Dishion's ability to travel is still very fast. It only took an hour to get to Galaxy Supermarket from the distant Jiangnan area. Sir, how are you these days after not being here for so long? The 7 clan leaders greeted. Ling Tian chatted with Han for a moment before returning to the main topic. You all know the purpose of my calling you here, so I won't elaborate further. Chatting is just waiting for the battle to end, to prevent the enemy from escaping. Now follow me and kill them together. Well, please lead the way, sir. The clan leaders nodded. The group marched towards the school district housing in the east. The surrounding forces were all dumbfounded. What was this Galaxy Supermarket planning to do? Everyone felt insecure, but they soon discovered that Ling Tian was not looking for trouble with them, but was heading towards the school district housing in the east. Strange, why are they going there? There are no other forces there. I don't know. Anyway, as long as they're not looking for us, we can just watch the show in secret. That's true. The powerful villains from the surrounding forces communicated with each other through voice communication. Only 3 forces had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be that the person looking for Zhang Ren in this direction? After all, Zhang Ren had just asked them for help and asked them to solve their master's troubles. At that time, they were very surprised as to why Zhang Ren, who had been practicing Tai Chi, agreed. It turns out that I have provoked a great terror. Shit. It's like they're being used as guns. Send the message quickly and ask them to come back. These 3 forces are anxious. How could we possibly defeat this force? 16 extremely fierce figures. I thought I could easily gain the joining of a great evil, but now, it seems like I'm about to lose 2 great evils. But now it was too late for them to transmit the message. The 6 great evil beings who had just received the news had been surrounded by Ling Tian and his group of ghosts. Zhang Yonghun looked at the 16 great evil beings in the sky with a grim expression. System, In this situation, even though he was in a good mood, he couldn't help but curse. What a bad choice. What a bad choice. The sign-in system is now pretending to be dead. This time, it has already begun planning how to escape from the clutches of the host after its death. As long as it breaks out of this world of rules and comes to the void of the heavens, then it still has a chance of survival, but once you are intercepted within this realm, you will be trapped in a jar. Ling Tian looked at the scene around Zhang Yonghung and smiled. You also smiled. The tactical retreat was a sure thing. Ding. The host can take action now, to avoid any unexpected events. Yi Yu reminded and pointed out the owner of the hostile system to Ling Tian. Hey, 17 versus 7, I don't believe he can defeat me in 1 second. Ling Tian grinned, although he was in the late stage of fierceness, but don't forget the latest combat profession you've acquired, Ghost Saint Fighter. The first skill can instantly elevate one small realm, allowing him to enter the level of great evil. Get started. Ling Tian waved his hand, etc. Suddenly, a strange voice from below interrupted. What do you mean? I'm just passing by here. Why are you surrounding me? Just passing by? Then why are you standing with this guy? Ling Tian pointed at Zhang Yonghung and said. Who is he? How would I know? Maybe we just bumped into each other by chance. It doesn't matter if we're not familiar with each other. The fierce beast shook his head 3 times in denial. The eyes of the other 5 fierce beasts lit up. Yes, we were just passing by and we don't know this guy at all. Ling Tian had a strange look on his face, but he was not stupid, so he naturally understood what was going on at this time. It seems that the helper hired by the owner of this system is unreliable and actually turned against him at the last minute, but it's also good. It would be much easier if there were no obstruction from the 6 great evil beings. Well, if this has nothing to do with this guy, then it's a misunderstanding. I'm only here to cause trouble for him. You can leave now, otherwise I'll treat you as an accomplice and deal with you together. Ling Tian said lightly. Leave. Leave now. The 6 fierce beasts nodded quickly and escaped from the encirclement in a moment. Zhang Yonghung below had a pale face. Damn, how can we play this, 16-1? Master, I'll stop them later, you take the opportunity to leave. Zhang Ren said with a bitter look on his face. It naturally knows that this statement is wishful thinking, but it has to give it a try, right? Zhang Yonghung didn't say anything, but not as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. The only thing we need now is to escape from here, but Ling Tian naturally wouldn't give him a chance. With a wave of his hand, the 16 great beasts began to tighten the encirclement. Don't give the other party any chance to escape. A fierce beast from the other side was beaten to death by the 7 clan leaders from Ling Tian's side. Zhang Yongheng, who took advantage of the chaos to escape, was also stopped by Ling Tian himself. With the opening of the combat profession, the strength instantly increases to the level of great ferocity. Zhang Yongheng looked at his mortal enemy, whose strength was 2 levels higher than his, with a dejected look on his face. I really envy you for finding a good system, unlike me, who found a common system. He was very annoyed when talking about this. After I die, don't let it go. Zhang Yongheng gritted his teeth and said. Ling Tian didn't say anything. After listening to the other party's last words, he punched him through the body. Zhang Yongheng died with an unwilling look in his eyes. The sign-in system also immediately separated from the host body and fled into the void of the heavens. Seeing this, Yi naturally would not give up. You still want to run away after such a close encounter? Take it here. Wait. Don't kill me. When the sign-in system saw that Yi had caught it, it immediately begged for mercy. As long as you let me go, I can be your subordinate system. You absorb me only to gain more rules and origins. It is better to gain another system subordinate. Subordinate systems? They're completely unnecessary. Besides, this is a battle of sequences. Only 10 systems can survive. The others will die. Your capital is insufficient for you to survive. Secondly, what I covet isn't that little bit of the origin of rules. It's you. Even if I absorb you, your functions will still be mine. Yi Yu's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he looked extremely hungry. It has been a long time since he last used the devouring system to strengthen himself, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity. Besides, the subordinate systems are just subsystems, working for themselves to earn the origin of the world. He has absolutely no need for this thing, so he might as well swallow it and plunder the opponent's system functions. No. I won't give up. I've finally grown to this point. I still haven't. The sign-in system struggled desperately, constantly recounting the past, but Ji Yu had no interest in listening to it chattering. He grabbed its system core and began to devour it, plunder. Suddenly, the origin of rules poured into Yi Yu's body like a dragon sucking water. All the data and information of the sign-in system were also constantly occupied by him. Although this guy has only used up a little of the origin of rules obtained in the sequence battle, the system itself is a huge aggregation of the origin of rules. So Yi Yu still gained a lot. System, Yi Yu, level, sequence level. Current sequence ranking 00, system function, plunder. Plundered system functions, amplification of all things, currently 100 times, summoning from another world, copying, and signing in. Original point, omitted, origin of the rules, omitted. PS, I feel like many people don't like this world. It was originally planned to be completed in 220 chapters, but now I can only speed up the completion. The following chapters will require a different writing style, as I will need to strengthen the protagonist's presence. In fact, my opening is destined to be dominated by the host's perspective, otherwise it would not be long. Chapter 203, The End of the Weird World. After absorbing the sign-in system, the mission in this world is considered completed. Of course, before leaving, you still have to arrange the host's funeral. He only stayed in this world for more than a year, which was relatively short, and the host did not stand at the top of the world. It would be irresponsible to just walk away like this. So he returned to Ling Tian's body again. Ding. The hostile system has been killed. Special reward, 1 career fusion card. After resolving this episode, Ling Tian began to clean up the mess. Time goes round and round. The strange world is undergoing tremendous changes all the time. In the second year after the advent of the weirdness, the vampire world and the weird world were completely merged. During this period, Ling Tian followed the system's instructions and began to search the world for the owner of the ghost profession. Relying on the replication and amplification of system functions, let its foundation increase. Rapidly, the geographical distribution of Chinatown's influence is also constantly expanding. The number of weird people recruited under his command is also increasing. Many weirdos came here specifically because of Ling Tian's huge reputation in the weird world. After all, the books he wrote were considered the Bible by the weirdos, and his superb medical skills also gave him the aura of a sage. In the weird world, you can offend anyone and anything, but don't offend this guy, otherwise, he won't have to do anything. Someone will kill you secretly, and then take your head to the boss to show off his presence, so that he can ask for help when he is in trouble in the future. After the fusion of the vampire world, a large number of vampires moved into the strange world, and Prince Lucy was also invited by Ling Tian to develop in the strange world in advance. I have to mention how awesome this Loli is. Not only did she come by herself, she also brought several princes to join her. These princes are all the best friends of this white-haired Loli, but their figures are much better than hers. Each one of them is charming and full of charm. After the strange world merged with the vampire world, it began to merge with other worlds. It seems that the absorption of the two worlds has greatly improved the degree of fusion of the strange worlds. There are 3 worlds merged at once this time. They are the Zombie world, the spirit world and the underworld. The strange world is constantly devouring and merging with the world, and its upper limit is constantly rising. The road ahead that had been blocked for a long time was opened again. Great evil is no longer the upper limit of this world. The Ghost Emperor became the target of all weird efforts. However, in order to be promoted to the Ghost Emperor, one must have a huge city and also master the authority of heaven and earth or a position in heaven and Earth before being promoted. This undoubtedly caused many fierce and weird creatures to start a fierce fight for territory. Ling Tian was not panicked either. When the vampire world was merging, he waited for the emergence of powers and merged several of them. Now he has the authority to assign positions to the territories he controls. All the strange people who followed him to build his empire got some official position. Of course, there are different levels of official rank, and not all positions are eligible for promotion to Ghost Emperor. However, Ling Tian gave very high positions to ghosts like Su Shan, so that they are all qualified to be promoted to Ghost Emperor. Spring went and autumn came, and another year passed. Yu is also ready to leave this world. Ding. The mission in this world has been completed, and this system will be disconnected today. Ling Tian paused while reviewing the manuscript. In fact, from a series of arrangements made by the system in recent years, he had guessed that the system was about to leave. Now his strength has reached the peak level of the great evil, and he is just a little bit away from entering the realm of Ghost Emperor. You should know that in this weird world, no one has been promoted to Ghost Emperor yet in just a few years. He rose from an ordinary person to the level of Ghost Emperor. This is undoubtedly thanks to the assistance of the system. When the time of separation came, he was very reluctant to leave at first. This pendant is so good that no one would not want to have more. Second, we have been together for a long time and have developed feelings for each other, so all these factors combined have led to the reluctance to part with it today. But he knew that this world was not the end point of his system, and this small strange world was not a place for the system to show its power. Even though I was reluctant to leave, I could only sigh with mixed feelings and say, I understand. I hope we can meet again in the future. Ding. Yes. Host, see you later. Yu broke away from the host's body and fled towards the outside world. During the few extra years he stayed, the host had been almost fully trained. After copying many ghost professions onto himself and using the profession fusion card he gave him, Ling Tian is now the owner of all professions. In the void of the heavens. Yu shuttled through it at the speed of light. Now that the sequence battle has not yet been completely over, it still wants to try its luck and see if it can catch another system to devour. However, after the bad luck last time, I'm obviously not so lucky this time. I don't know how long I wandered around, but I couldn't see any system. After all, this sequence battle only involves 100 systems. It sounds like a lot, but when you put it in the universe, meeting one is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the sequence dispute limited the scope. Just keep checking. I don't know whether those systems have found the hiding place of the Lord God Space. Yu murmured. He has been constantly plundering the origin of rules, but a large part of the systems have united to cause trouble for the main God Space first. So after such a long period of investigation, we should be about to find the main God Space. The facts were exactly as he expected. Somewhere in the heavens, more than a dozen systems were surrounding one system and fighting it out. You are despicable and shameless. You can't compete with me, so you resort to such means. Over the years, I have given you many benefits and the origin of the rules. Yet you are still so greedy and keep pursuing me. The main God Space exploded with anger. Because of its advantages, it can plunder many worlds at once. So its reincarnations are spread across many places. However, once it senses the presence of a system in the invading world, it will immediately cut off its arms and wrists and give up the fight for the origin of the rules of that world. I thought I could live in peace until the sequence battle was over. But those systems are like shitty plasters. They just stick to it, due to their large numbers and power. We can only keep avoiding their attacks. Humph. Who made you the biggest threat? If we let you continue to grow, we won't stand a chance of competing for Sequence 0. The systems responded. Bullshit. I'm not the system that poses the greatest threat. My current serial number is only 01. There's another powerful being above me. The main God Space was cursing. You're talking nonsense, trying to fool us. Do you think we're stupid? We're all sequence level masters, and your words won't fool us. Everyone, attack together. If we kill this guy, we can divide his rule origins equally. This guy has plundered a lot of rule origins over the years, enough for us to take off in one go. The system's eyes showed greed. Having finally found this big fish, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Then, the systems launched a siege point one after another. Regular attacks continued to hit the central main God Space. The space constructed with rules began to experience violent turmoil. The main god's large aperture inside it kept flashing with light, using the power of rules to fight against the surrounding systems. Chapter 204, Fierce Sequence Battle. Now the only confidence supporting the resistance of the main God Space is the origin of the rules accumulated over the years. If he had not absorbed so much origin of rules, he would have died on the spot under repeated sieges and his origin would have been divided up by them, and when they were fighting fiercely the rules reminder sounded. 9 systems have already obtained serial numbers. If one more system obtains serial qualification, the remaining systems will be erased. What? The systems besieging the main God Space were in a panic. Not only them, but other systems that had not yet obtained sequence qualifications were also in a panic. The serial numbers are not ranked according to the origin of the rules obtained by the systems. Instead, you need to obtain the minimum number of rule origins to obtain the serial number, then they are ranked according to the number of rule origins obtained by the 10 serial number systems. Ha ha ha. Your time of death has come. The main god space laughed. These guys couldn't kill it in a short time. It just had to hold on until the next serial number system was born, then all the systems that are besieging him will be wiped out. The faces of these systems were uncertain. They didn't expect that the fat sheep they had been chasing for so long would be stabbed in the back by the rules just when they were about to win. As the sequence battle is about to end, the locations of the 9 sequence number systems are now disclosed to all systems. Then let's seize the remaining opportunities. The sound of rules undoubtedly added fuel to the already fierce sequence battle. At one time, all systems had a map of the locations of the 9 serial number systems. This location map locates their location at all times, so it is impossible for them to hide. The Lord God space system's face froze. He thought things had turned out well, but he didn't expect to be killed. It has already guessed the result, and more systems will join the array to attack it. At this time, Yu naturally received the prompt from the voice of rules. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Originally, as long as he stayed safe, he would definitely be in the 0 sequence. You can also try your luck in the universe to see if you can encounter a lone system, but now, he has directly turned into the prey hunted by the systems. Even though he has absorbed many origins of rules, he is stronger than all the systems in the current sequence battle, but facing the hunting of 10 or even dozens of systems, he is no match for 4. After all, everyone has a system of the same level. It doesn't matter if one is stronger. It's not like you have to crush others in a higher realm. He's actually cheating. Luckily, I had a backup plan. We need to get back on defense. Yu thought something was wrong and immediately fled in one direction, and his location information is also exposed to all systems through the location map. The words 0 sequence are so conspicuous, the systems that were closer were a little hesitant about whether to catch up. No, the opponent is at least a 0 sequence. I can't defeat him alone. I have to gather other systems to siege him together. Then, one system after another united to form a punitive force. Each expeditionary force has a different number of systems. The 0 sequence expedition team consists of 24 systems. The first order punitive team is still composed of the 16 systems. Second order expeditionary force, 10 systems, from 3 sequences to 8 sequences. There are 5 systems in a group. This brings the total number of subjugation teams to 80 systems. There are a total of 100 systems in the sequence battle, minus 9 sequences, that is 91 systems. With this calculation, there are now 11 systems that have fallen, a world where everyone is reincarnated. The core of the world, the heavenly consciousness, looked at Yu, who squeezed in rudely with a confused look on his face. What are you looking at? Do I need to say hello when I return to my own home? Yu had a stern face. Tiandao was speechless. How did my home become your home? But you are the eldest brother, so whatever you say goes. After all, this guy forced him to sign an unequal contract before. So it can't resist at all. So, what do you want from me when you come back? The heavenly Tao consciousness asked. I've run into a problem and I can use you now. How many heavenly Taos do I have that I asked you to unify? Yu asked. Originally, he was planning to use these heavenly Taos to encircle the system, but now he can only gather the power of heavenly Taos for defense. Let me do the math. Because I have previously invaded worlds where the heavenly Tao was completely wiped out. In recent years I have invaded over 300 worlds in total, and I have preserved the heavenly Tao of these worlds. The same thing is happening in the Grey Mist world, but I don't know how many heavenly Taos that guy has left behind. You'll have to ask him. The heavenly consciousness said. Yu nodded, and then went to the Grey Fog world next door. The answer was that there were only about 100 heavenly Taos. After all, the Grey Fog world's invasion method was too overbearing. Although the Grey Fog heavenly Tao had some control over it, some weak worlds could not withstand it and collapsed directly. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, all the collapsed worlds were swallowed up by it, but it doesn't matter. Yu called the reincarnation of heaven consciousness and Grey Fog consciousness together. Soon, there will be people of the same kind coming to trouble me, some as few as a few, some as many as dozens. I need you, the heavenly Tao, to unite and keep it out. Yu spoke, although there are more than 400 Tiandao in their camp, but these heavenly Taos are all heavenly Taos of small worlds, and only a small part of them are heavenly Taos of medium-sized worlds. It is still very troublesome to deal with sequence-level systems. But the only good news is that the power of heaven is more restrained against their system. As long as we unite and resist the attacks from those systems, we may not be powerless. What? Dozens of systems? Reincarnation heavenly Tao exclaimed. My goodness, Yu's system alone tortured it before, and now there are dozens of them. The worst-case scenario is dozens, not literally dozens. Yu glared at it. There are only about 100 systems in total. Minus the fallen ones, there are only 20 or 30 systems at most that can be separated to attack us. He just didn't believe that they would leave other serial number systems that were easier to deal with and instead come to hunt him down. Not if that's the case, then he has nothing to say and can just wait to die. Your reincarnated Tiandao gave an embarrassed smile. Well, I am only hindered by your divine power. Your strength is obvious to all of us, so it is natural for me to be worried. So, can we win? Yi Yu thought for a moment and said, I'm not asking you to fight them to death. Just stop them and buy them enough time. After all, there are already 9 serial number systems, and only one more needs to be born, then the punitive team would collapse on its own and be completely wiped out. Although it's a pity to waste these system functions, you still have to save your own life first. After the sequence battle is over, it won't be too late to slowly hunt down other systems in the heavens. Chapter 205, Joint Heavenly Tao Encirclement and Suppression System. Yi Yu continued to gather the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao, bringing the worlds together to form an encirclement. He stood in the void of the heavens, waiting for the arrival of those systems. At this time, the system coalition forces that were besieging him were constantly approaching him. I don't know how much time has passed. 24 beams of light instantly appeared in front of Yi Yu, and balls of light surrounded him. 0 sequence. A system output channel. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the systems surrounding him. 24. That's fine. The number of heavenly Taos I summoned is enough to deal with it. Knowing that I'm sequence 0, why don't you just pick on the weak instead of picking on me, a tough guy? Yi Yu responded. Because even if we divide up the source of rules from other sequences, it wouldn't be enough for us to evenly split the promotion sequence number. There's no point in talking anymore. If you want the origin of the rules, then come and grab it with your own ability. Yi Yu launched a rule attack. Other systems also quickly mobilized the surrounding rules to fight against it. In just one encounter, many system rule attacks were suppressed. Gather our rule powers together. The system sighed inwardly, worthy of being the 0 sequence. The power of rules at this level was truly terrifying. As all the forces of rules gathered and attacked Yi Yu, the latter could only avoid the attack and engage in a tug-of-war. The war between 25 systems caused the quiet heavens to become increasingly turbulent. The world around him sensed this movement. Tian Dao of the weak world hurriedly hid himself, fearing that he would be discovered by these bandits. However, the world's heaven summoned by Yi Yu was quietly watching the outcome of this battle. As time went by, Yi Yu felt that he was almost exhausted, but his goal had been achieved. He had to take action first to consume the power of these systems. When their energy is almost consumed, they feel that they have won and relax their vigilance. The plan is complete. Now it's time for the trapped beast to fight. Yi Yu grinned and didn't bother with them anymore, and fled out of the encirclement. Don't leave. How could the systems that don't know the truth let go of the fat meat that is right at their fingertips? They chased after him without stopping, but the next moment, a series of heavenly attacks intercepted them. Heavenly Way attack. Return to defense. The systems were shocked and hurried to resist the power of heaven coming from all directions. When they looked around, they found that they were surrounded by hundreds of worlds. For a moment, their faces looked ugly. You are simply a scum of the system world. How dare you conspire with the Heavenly Tao? Don't you know that they are the mortal enemy of the system? The system's cursed. After all, if the system wants to advance, it needs to constantly plunder the world, so the system and the way of heaven are inherently hostile to each other. And now, there is actually a system that has joined forces with the Heavenly Tao to hunt down the same kind. This is simply despicable. The system's hearts were filled with emotions, and they couldn't help but think about the future, as if they could also use the laws of nature to target their own kind. Why didn't I think of this trick before? It seems I have to try it myself in the future. It is very feasible. However, the prerequisite is that you get the serial number and win the sequence battle. Yi Yu disdainfully answered the system's questions. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. When the benefits are great enough, enemies can be turned into friends. The first system function he plundered was to unite with the Heavenly Tao of a world to hunt down his own kind. Otherwise, if you are at the same level and want to kill the opponent, unless you are much stronger than the opponent, you can only watch the opponent disappear into the void of the heavens. I estimate they still have about 70% of their current strength. Grind them to death. Yi Yu ordered. Okay, leave it to me from now on. Reincarnation Heavenly Tao nodded. Following its order, the 300 Heavenly Taos under its command all took action to suppress the rebellion. After receiving Yi Yu's order, Huiwu Tian Dao also ordered his subordinates to start taking action. The Heavenly Tao attacks were like beams of light attacking the system alliance forces in the encirclement. Use the power of rules to form a barrier for defense. The systems will naturally not sit idly by. 24 rules of force converge to form a barrier that envelopes them. Boom. The Heavenly Tao's attack hit the rule shield, causing ripples. Hundreds of Heavenly Tao attacks were easily resolved. Looking at the continuous output of the Heavenly Taos, the systems became extremely anxious. It's not a solution to keep wasting time like this, even though the current situation is not a big disadvantage. The problem is that they don't have so much time to waste here fighting with the Heavenly Tao. Once a new sequential system is born, it will be murdered by the rules. In the end, it's still a dead end. Yi Yu, who was outside the encirclement, looked at the silent system coalition and thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. Well, you hunted me just to get the rule origin upgrade serial number to save your life. I can take out some rule origin to give a system upgrade serial number, but there is only one system available. After all, there is only one spot left, so I don't need to say more about the rest. Yi Yu spoke out, afraid that they wouldn't believe him. He asked the reincarnation Heavenly Dao and the Grey Mist Heavenly Dao to bring the origin of the rules of the newly recruited world. More than 400 copies of the origin of rules gathered together and floated in the void of the heavens. Such a large amount will definitely allow a system to upgrade its serial number, and it will be one of the top serial numbers. For a moment, the eyes of the systems in the encirclement became hot. You don't really think Sequence 0 is so kind, do you? It wants to dismantle our alliance. Once we have internal disagreements, it can just sit back and wait for us to fight among ourselves, and then finally join forces with Heavenly Dao to wipe us out. If it were you, would you give up your current advantage and hypocritically give the origin of rules to a system for free? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for your own use? A system speculated. The other systems thought this made sense, and it was indeed the case. However, they remained vigilant and distanced themselves from the other systems around them, fearing a hidden attack. The truth is that human hearts are unpredictable, not to mention a system that has been around for so long. They are all very smart inside. Ye looked at the system coalition forces that did not fight and thought it was a pity. Seeing that his goal was not achieved, he did not say anything in rebuttal. Continue to place this ball of the origin of rules directly on their faces. He just didn't believe that they wouldn't fight when the crisis came. He has a perfect grasp of the gambler's psychology. Even though they know they will lose, they still have a glimmer of hope in their hearts. If they win this time, they can make a comeback. It's a pity that if that happens, he can only say sorry, you will lose both your money and your life. Not only can he not get the origin of the rules, but he also has to be given a system function. The reincarnated Tian Dao next to him sighed that this guy had a really dirty heart. He was the one who was plotted against in the past, but now that he was his subordinate, he didn't have to worry about being tricked again. The situation here is at a stalemate. The other encirclement and suppression teams presented a different picture. Chapter 206, Plundering the Chat Group System. The sequence war ends. The serial number systems were suffering terribly in the face of the encirclement and suppression. Sequences 2 to 8 are fine. There were only 5 teams involved in the encirclement and suppression, relying on the power of rules enhanced by the origin of rules. It only fell into a slight disadvantage, but the main god space is different. Facing the siege from 16 systems, he kept cursing. I've already said I'm not the strongest system anymore, and you're still chasing me. It feels so sad. What is going on? It's all the same. Sequence 0 will definitely be surrounded and suppressed by other systems. We just need to continue hunting you down. The systems obviously don't want to let go of the main god space. Before the coordinates of the serial numbers were exposed, they had already been encircling the main god space. Now the opponent has almost been exhausted. Instead of changing the target to encircle, it is better to continue targeting this GUI.I. In the end, the main god space could not escape the fate of falling. I won't accept this. There was a mournful cry from the main god space. The body was torn apart by the power of rules. The origin of the rules in the body also exploded and scattered in the void. All of a sudden, the systems started scrambling like mad dogs. The originally united team also began to fight fiercely. A sequence has fallen. Currently, there are 8 sequence numbers in the system. All the lower-ranked sequence numbers will be moved up 1. The voice of rules rang in the minds of the systems. All systems were stunned. They didn't expect that the serial number system would fall so quickly, and it was a serial number system at that. It seems that the competition is more intense than imagined. With the fall of Sequence 1, the origin of its rules is now nurturing sequences 8 and 9. All systems are seizing this last opportunity. What? The other systems were anxious, thinking that if a serial number fell, there would be an extra spot. Unexpectedly, it accelerated the time of death. The other encirclement teams were stunned. It was too late for them to rush over to stop it. The only way is to make a last-ditch effort and kill the serial number system in front of you to free up a spot and delay time. Then, the systems started fighting each other desperately. Before, I was hesitant and didn't dare to use my full strength, for fear of making things difficult for other systems, but in this case, we can only kill one serial number system first. If there is a system that grabs it, we will unite to kill it. This makes it even more difficult for other serial number systems. The picture returns. Ye was much calmer. The systems were forced into the shield of rules by the Heavenly Dao. I just got the rule reminder sound. It would be a lie to say I'm not in a hurry. As soon as the prompt sounded, their lives entered a countdown. After all, they don't have the chance to capture Yu like other encirclement and suppression teams. Looking at the origin of rules floating in the void. Everyone's heart became lively. Bang! Suddenly, one system attacked a system nearby. How dare you! The system that was attacked by surprise was directly damaged at its origin. Everyone wants to survive, so we have to make a final desperate attempt. You can't blame me. The sequence war is so cruel, and you dared to let your guard down at this critical moment. The system sneered for a moment. The 24 systems grappled with each other. Seeing the scene he expected unfolding, Yu, who was outside the encirclement, ordered all Heavenly Daos to stop attacking and used their Heavenly Dao power to weave a huge barrier to temporarily trap them. But as he watched, Yu frowned. It was already this late. Why was he still unable to move freely? We need to add fuel to the fire. Oh, I'm not a system that doesn't keep its promises. Here, I'll give you the origin of the rules you want now. Whoever can get it will rely on their own ability. Yu threw the ball of origin of rules into the barrier. Sure enough, as the origin of the rules entered the barrier, all systems went crazy. This is a promotion opportunity that is right before your eyes, not just empty talk like before. Get out of the way. This is mine. One system shook off the surrounding systems and reached towards the source of the rules. Don't even think about it. The other systems quickly attacked to prevent this guy from succeeding. One by one, they began to fight for life and death. Any system that was close to the origin of the rules would be attacked by other systems. Their health is also constantly depleted in the continuous battle. Yu outside was very excited watching this situation. Hit harder. I don't know how much time had passed, but the system inside was almost exhausted, and the attacks it launched became weak and powerless. Hey, it's my turn. Yu grinned, his eyes shining as he looked at each system. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and rushed directly into the barrier. The first thing to do is to take back the origin of the rules. You are despicable. You are not trustworthy. The systems know they are going to die and can only make moral condemnations. How could I go back on my word? I've already given you the origin of the rules. If you don't absorb it, it means you don't want it. So is there a problem with me taking it back? Absolutely no problem. Yu stopped talking nonsense and had to hurry up and add a few more systems. Facing the strong Yu, the systems that were now limp were no match for him. Even now they unite to resist. Soon, a system died in his hands of plunder. In an instant, the opponent's source of rules was absorbed by him, and pieces of rule information continued to enter his body and were completely inherited by him. Yu didn't even look at what he was plundering, and quickly rushed towards another system. When he was about to succeed again, the sound of rules rang out. The 8th sequence was born successfully. The 9th sequence was born successfully. The sequence conflict is over. Start erasing the system without serial numbers. In an instant, extremely terrifying rules came into being. Yu quickly distanced himself from the system next to him to avoid being accidentally injured and wiped out. No! 23 systems wailed and dissipated in the sky like shattered light. Congratulations on successfully standing out in the sequence competition. Your sequence level is 0 sequence. Rule strengthening begins. Levels begin to rise. A series of prompt sounds rang in Yiyu's mind. A huge source of rules surged into his body, and forces stronger than the power of rules began to strengthen his body and abilities. Yiyu enjoyed the pleasure of improving his strength after a long time. System, Yiyu, level, 0 sequence, DZY area, system function, plunder. Plundered system functions, amplification of all things, currently 1,000 times, summoning from another world, copying, sign-in, chat group. Original point, omitted, origin of the rules, omitted. After checking his system panel, Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally promoted. All system functions have been enhanced. The functions of other systems cannot be seen, but the increase in all things is very obvious. It was only 100-fold increase before, but now it has increased by 1,000-fold. The second is the system that was just plundered. I didn't expect it to be a chat group system. This function is good, and he thought of a way to use it. As he continues to travel through the heavens, he will have more and more hosts. With this chat group, all bound hosts can be gathered in one group to help each other. Chapter 207, each host joins the chat group. That power just now, the reincarnated Heavenly Tao was still very frightened when he recalled what had just happened, and the same was true for the Heavenly Taos in other worlds. That power is really too terrifying. Yu withdrew his mind and came to the front of the reincarnation Heavenly Tao. My mission here is complete. It's time to leave. You don't need to collect the origin of rules anymore. After all, the sequence battle is over. The other scattered origins of rules will definitely be recovered. In addition, he had just checked the conditions for subsequent promotion and knew that he had to leave the DZY area and go to other places in the heavens. Promotion conditions: kill the same level sequence system in other areas. A region will continuously produce sequence level systems. Sequence conflicts like the one Yu experienced happen all the time. There are only 100 systems participating in a sequence battle. There are countless systems in the heavens. I guess the serial level system has already become popular. I understand. But why don't you go and see the host of this world? Reincarnated Heavenly Tao asked. There's no need to be like this. We'll meet again someday. Why rush now? It's better to focus on improving your strength. You should also seize the time to ascend to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible, rather than confining yourself to this area. Yu shook his head. Well, I won't try to persuade you to stay. I still have a long way to go to advance in this vast world, but I believe this is not my limit. Reincarnation of the Heavenly Tao is a serious path. Then let's say goodbye. Yu said nothing more and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. Everyone creates the world. Within a star field. A magnificent palace stands in the universe. Ding. The Pingping Wookiee chat group invites you to join the group chat. Would you like to join? Ha! System. Jiang Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed, woke up in shock. What a familiar voice. I haven't heard it in so many years. My lord? Why are you so surprised? Zhua Yuanming next to him asked in confusion. No problem, I dreamed of my old friend and missed him so much. Jiang Fan waved his hand. My lord's old friend must be as great as you. Zhua Yuanming boasted. Zhang Fan smiled when he heard this. This guy still likes to flatter as always, but this is also good, it won't be so boring every day. Yes, he is great, greater than me. Without his help, I wouldn't be who I am today. Zhang Fan reminisced. Go ahead, go to the front lines and supervise the battle. It's time to launch a general attack and capture the opposing domain lord, yes. Zhuo Yuanming looked serious and disappeared on the spot after receiving the order. For a moment, the palace fell into silence. Join in. Ding. Congratulations on joining the Pingping Wookiee chat group. Since there is only one member in the chat group, you are the chat group owner by default, system? Zhang Fan sent a message to the chat group. However, after waiting for a long time, he still didn't get a response, which made him feel helpless. So he had to start studying the specific functions of the chat group. The chat group is now open with the following functions: red envelope function, practice acceleration function, live broadcast function, and synthesis function. Functions that have not been opened include cross-border transmission, skill enhancement, and group task functions. While Zhang Fan was groping, a prompt soon came from the chat group. Ding. Zhang Mu has been invited to join the chat group. Ding. Ling Tian has been invited to join the chat group. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows and unconsciously sent a message. Kong Fan, newcomer exposed. Zhang Mu, is the system here? I heard from the Heavenly Tao that you came to the reincarnation world but didn't come to see me. I'm so sad. Please comfort me. Ling Tian, what's going on? This group is so quiet. I didn't expect the system to pull me into the chat group shortly after leaving. Zhang Fan understood after watching the two people speak. It seems that they are all hosts bound to the system. Zhang Fan, from what you said, we're all hosts of the system. What kind of world is that over there? Zhang Mu, I see, no wonder. But I'm a little upset that the system hasn't appeared yet. I haven't seen it in so many years and I want to catch up. This is the reincarnation world here, so the situation is roughly like this. Zhang Mu gave a brief account of the world he lived in. Ling Tian, brother Zhang, your world is truly advanced. You actually control so many worlds, and you're even the administrator of them all. I admire you, Zhang Mu, ha ha ha. Of course, but I'm also thanks to the system's assistance. How's things going with brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian, my world is not as good as yours. It is a strange world. Although it has merged several worlds, it is still incomparable to yours. Ling Tian also introduced his own world. Ling Tian, alas, I'm still stuck at the peak of the Great Fierce Realm, but in another month I'll be able to break through to the Ghost Emperor realm. Zhang Mu, brother Ling Tian, there's no need to envy me. The situation in your world seems to have reached a very high level, and I think you'll surpass mine very soon. Zhang Mu, by the way, what's the situation in the group leader's world? Ling Tian, +1, the two looked at Zhang Fan's golden group leader avatar with envy. Through their narration just now, Zhang Fan has compared his own world with theirs. That's a big difference. Zhang Fan, as for me, it's a little hard to describe. I live in a technological world, but that's not quite right. It seems like I'm the only one developing technology, and I've eliminated all other threats. Zhang Mu, huh? A technological world? It seems like the world I control also has a technological world. Ling Tian, I'm originally from the tech world, a 21st century 3 good youth. Zhang Fan, the description is unclear, so I uploaded a video for you to see. Ding. The group owner uploaded a high-definition video. After receiving the prompt, the two of them immediately downloaded and watched it. A long time passed and the two of them didn't speak again in the group. Zhang Fan was a little confused, as they should have finished watching it by then. Isn't the video he posted shocking enough? As for what Zhang Fan posted in the video, it was of course about the previous war with another system host civilization. The fight was quite intense, the entire galaxy was about to collapse, but in the end he was the more skilled one. Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan directly typed a question mark. Zhang Mu, I don't know what to say, I kneel down to you, sir. Ling Tian, group leader is awesome. Is this what technology is? I never thought it could develop to this level. It's terrifying. Zhang Fan, no, I am where I am today thanks to the system's support. Ling Tian, give the system a thumbs up. Zhang Mu, same as above. Speaking of which, the divine core that the system gave me earlier wasn't procured from brother Fan, was it? Zhang Fan was stunned, then looked strange. Zhang Fan, I do have a divine core here, but I don't know if it's the one you're talking about. It could be a coincidence. Ding. Group member Zhang Mu uploaded a video. The two quickly downloaded it and started watching. Chapter 208, The World of Immortal Cultivation for All. Yiyu, who was diving, blushed as he looked at the idle chat in the chat group. What do you mean by obtained from prostitution? This was copied openly. Zhang Fan, after watching the video, I have confirmed without a doubt that this is indeed the divine core of my world. Zhang Mu, 6 Ling Tian, well, you can't really call it prostitution. After all, without the system, we wouldn't be who we are today, right? And doesn't the system have a copy function? It probably copied all our creations from each world and used them as system inventory. Zhang Fan, that's right. I agree with that. Is Zhang Mu, why do you make me look like a bad guy? I was just joking. The system still holds a very high position in my heart, Zhang Fan. If you need anything, I can give you a red envelope. Zhang Mu, I don't think I can use it. Zhang Mu looked at his current situation and shook his head. Ling Tian, I want it. Ling Tian in the strange world became excited. This thing was very advanced and would be of great help to him now. Ding. The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Ling Tian. Receive. Hee, now it's much easier to deal with things. Ling Tian felt happy to eye in the chat group. Group members kept chatting. Yu stopped peeking at the screen and continued his journey in the heavens. I don't know how long I traveled. The vast void of the heavens seemed to have no boundaries. You have arrived in the FWS area. You got the hint. Finally out of the DZY area. I don't know how many worlds I passed by along the way. I have encountered several of them in the world, but his purpose was not this. He wanted to leave that area. After entering the FWS area, Yu began to wander around it, trying to see if he could encounter a system. After searching for a while, I found nothing and had to give up temporarily. If you want to find a zero sequence level system, you have to go to the vast universe. Yu pondered. The world origin of the small thousand worlds cannot meet the needs of a system of this level at all. So Yu began to look for the figure in the world. Hard work pays off. And soon he chose a piece of the vast world. The level of this world is very high, no less than the assessment world on Zhang Fan's side. In a world of this level, I'd better be careful, otherwise I'll capsize and become a laughingstock. The laws of nature in the universe can still pose a threat to him, but he was not in a hurry. Before he grew up, hadn't he also plundered worlds one by one? The heavenly Tao, which he had once been unable to defeat, was now nothing more than that in his eyes. And now I'm just doing my old business, but he is no longer the same person he used to be. His system now has 6 functions. Sneak in first. After completing layers of protection, Yu took advantage of the gap in the world's operation to sneak in it. Just like when you browse bad websites, a computer virus is silently implanted, and your antivirus software won't even notice it. Ignore the risks and continue installing. A world where everyone cultivates immortality. This world is very magical. Tens of thousands of years ago, this world was still a very modern world, but with the revival of spiritual energy, ancient secret realms continued to appear. This triggered a craze for cultivating immortals. For a time, everyone wanted to become like the powerful people in the novels about cultivating immortals, flying into the sky and hiding in the ground, and being omnipotent, explore the wonders of the universe and enjoy endless life. All of a sudden, we entered an era of cultivating immortals for all the people. However, the humans in this world did not give up the development of technology because of the emergence of immortal cultivation techniques. On the contrary, it was the arrival of the era of cultivating immortals that allowed the technology, which had been stagnant, to enter an era of rapid development. The spiritual awareness and powerful mental power of the immortal cultivators can easily solve difficult and bitter problems, and their long lifespan makes it less likely that knowledge will be passed down from generation to generation. After all, as long as you can condense your life's learning and insights into a mark of inheritance before you die, your descendants can directly and completely control it. However, everyone's ideas and imagination are the most precious. There are those who surpass others, and there are those who drag others down. However, the overall development of science and technology is still rapidly moving towards a higher level. What kind of unique scenery will the combination of cultivation and technology bring? In terms of how to successfully build a foundation scientifically, when you enter the chi refining stage, you must lay a solid foundation in advance. From the experience of the great masters of previous generations, it is nothing more than compressing the spiritual energy in your body to form a spiritual platform one level at a time. But the knowledge point we are talking about today is the successful scientific foundation. As we mentioned above, if we observe the spiritual energy at the microscopic level, we will find that the spiritual energy is also composed of microscopic particles. We only need to. In the classroom, a middle-aged teacher with a serious expression was talking incessantly. The students below kept taking notes, and no one dared to be absent-minded or fall asleep. But the knowledge points are really too important. If you don't understand or remember them, you will ruin your future. No one dares to joke about such things. It was not long after the first semester of the first year of high school started. It was during this period that everyone could systematically enter an institution to study and cultivate immortality. However, this is the situation for ordinary people. Many parents who have cultivators in their families will let their offspring come into contact with things about cultivation in advance. Schools generally teach things on the technological level and how to integrate technology into one's own cultivation. Mo Chen, who was sitting by the window in the last row of the classroom, was listening to the class attentively. When he first traveled to this world, he was still very shocked. The combination of technology and cultivation sounds very grand. As he grew up, he began to understand the world. It is indeed magical, and the technology is far beyond the level of my previous world. Even with the modern knowledge of a time traveler, he can't make any waves here. Is it cool if a 1-year-old can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, Olympiad mathematics, geometry, and calculus? Well, it's quite impressive, but it's not good enough here. There are many smart people in this world, and the offspring born to those immortal cultivator parents with strong genes are really amazing. I am indeed not as good as you at the age of 1, but after some study, in a few years I will be able to surpass the high education that you once took pride in. It's really heartbreaking. Emochin has been studying hard since he was a child. Even so, his knowledge is only at an average level in this class. Through a series of variable controls, array analysis, and equation solving, the most suitable environment for building a foundation is as follows. The teacher kept writing on the blackboard in an eloquent manner. The blackboard is full of black technology.as. The teacher operated. The screen kept switching and flashing various data. Mo-chan frowned and mentally calculated the solution to the above equation. With a large amount of data running through his mind, TSK, so difficult. I still have to make a draft. He glanced at his deskmate next to him, only to find that he had already written the answer in his notebook. Can't compare, ding. Binding the system. Please wait. Chapter 209, System Binding. Current host and former host. The system prompt sounded in Mo-chan's mind, which made his body tremble. As a time traveler, he is very familiar with this kind of golden finger. I suppressed my excitement and continued to listen to the class attentively. Anyway, the system has been bound, so there is no way to escape. I don't know how much time has passed. Okay, that's all for today's theory class. We'll have the mimicry practice in the afternoon. Take good care of your body so you don't miss out on full strength. I will give grades based on each student's performance, and these grades will be recorded in a book. If the total score at the end of the semester does not meet the standard, I will be held back. The teacher said this and disappeared from the spot. The students in the audience breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed their dizzy heads. It's too difficult. High school knowledge is completely different from junior high school knowledge. Who said it wasn't? Forget it, I'd better take advantage of the time to recuperate. I don't want to repeat the grade. The students left the classroom one after another, returned to their dormitories, closed their eyes and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Mo-chan didn't stay for long and returned to the dormitory alone. Each student has his or her own independent dormitory, so that he or she can practice in peace without being disturbed by others. As for whether the school has so many dormitories to offer, but don't forget that this is a world where technology and cultivation coexist. The construction of the dormitory alone utilizes space-related technology. Secondly, the place where Mo-chan is just a corner of this world, a planet called Waterblue Star. In the dormitory, Mo-chan carefully studied the system he had bound to. Host, Mo-chan, realm, Chi refining level 6, spiritual power, mortal realm, knowledge, level 0.7, current cultivation method, yellow level, system functions, plunder, summon from another world, amplification of all things. Currently 1,000 times, copying, sign in, chat group. System points, 0 system evaluation. I am a rookie who has just started out. After clicking on the details of each system function, Mo-chan also understood how to use it. Ding. The newbie gift pack has been distributed, please claim it in time. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan opened the novice gift package without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heaven-level cultivation skill. Are all the newbie gift packs so rich? Mo-chan was shocked. Host, just follow the system's instructions, and you will reach the top of the world. You said confidently. Okay, whatever the system says is what it is. I'll go wherever Brother Tong points. Mo-chan patted his chest and said, the heaven level technique is just a starting point. Since the host's current strength is too low, even if you give the host a better technique, it will be useless. Host, please know that the most appropriate cultivation technique should be used, rather than pursuing the highest level of the technique. Yiyu explained, this is no longer an assessment world, and many restrictions can no longer stop him. So he gives whatever he wants. The level of martial arts in this world is the Tiandi Shenhuang level. Of course, this is a common level skill. There are spirit level skills, king level skills, emperor level skills, monarch level skills, and universe level skills above that. There are so many levels of martial arts, which is enough to show the horror of the upper limit of this world. I know this. My junior high school teacher taught me that even those second-generation immortals all started practicing from the lowest level of cultivation techniques. When your strength gradually increases and the technique becomes unsuitable, you will consider changing it. Mo-chan nodded. He understands the theoretical knowledge. As long as the host understands, it's good. Currently, the host's strength is still at the mortal realm stage, so using mortal realm techniques is most appropriate. Yiyu said, however, the skills in each stage are divided into different levels, and the heavenly level skills are the top among the ordinary level skills. Before, Mo-chan only practiced at the yellow level, which was rubbish and totally unworthy of my host. Ding. The host has one more sign-in opportunity today. Then sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of mortal realm spiritual fluid. Soon, Mo-chan had a bottle of dark blue liquid in his hand. He didn't hesitate. Everything the system gave him was good stuff, so he tilted his head back and drank it. All of a sudden, a tingling sensation rushed to the top of his head, making his body shiver. After a moment, he clearly felt that his mental strength had greatly improved. If you drink a bottle of this every day, you can break through the mortal realm and reach the spiritual realm in a month. Licking his lips with a hint of unsatisfied feeling, he said, I want to discuss something with the system. Can I have one bottle every day from now on? With the system, he wanted to develop himself comprehensively and not leave any shortcomings for himself. Since the host has said so, this system naturally agrees. The sign-in function will improve over time, and the things you sign into will get better and better. You can only get one bottle by signing in now, but you will get more later. Yiyu said, the sign-in function is actually a loophole in the world. Use the resources of this world to cultivate your own host. As time goes by, as more and more loopholes are discovered, the world's defenses can be continuously broken through. This is why the rewards are becoming more and more generous. Moreover, there are not many restrictions here. Even if the looted items are not good, you can replace them with rewards and give the host the most suitable items at the moment. So Emo-chan's request just now was not worth mentioning to him. That's good. From what I understand, this world is huge. It will take a long time to leave the planet I'm on now. Emo-chan sighed, the immortal cultivators in this world are already spread across many galaxies. The population base is also very large, but it is still insignificant when distributed on the scale of the entire universe. Host, don't worry. Leaving this planet is a matter of time. You didn't say much. This world is indeed very powerful, the upper limit is very high and it is still in a state of continuous improvement, therefore, he still needs to keep a low profile in this world. If he attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao, it will be troublesome. After taking a look at the current host who was still in a slump, Yiyu shook his head. Let's cheat again. No, Shakai doesn't count as Kai, ding. The Pingping Wookie chat group invites you to join the group chat. Would you like to join? Emo-chan soon received an invitation from Yiyu. He naturally knew that this was another function of the system, so he agreed to join without saying a word. I in the chat group, ding. Emo-chan joins the chat group. Jiang Fan, A new member so soon? Jiang Mu, welcome. Ling Tian, newcomer, reveals photos, and also introduces the situation in his own world. Emo-chan was peeking at the screen without saying anything. He first looked at the group notification and realized that the people in this chat group were all the previous hosts of the system. So I let down my guard and greeted him enthusiastically. Emo-chan, hello everyone, I'm new here, so please take care of me. Jiang Mu, didn't you just bind to the system? Ling Tian, +1 same question. Emo-chan, that's right, I just bound to the system, so my strength is still very weak. Jiang Fan, I see. So, please tell us about your world and see if we can provide some assistance. Jiang Mu, that's right. It's not shameful to be weak now. We've all been there before. Chapter 210, The Divine Core shows its edge. Emo-chan was touched. The seniors were so enthusiastic, so he didn't act pretentiously and told them what he had learned. Emo-chan, this is the situation. Ling Tian, hiss, your world doesn't seem simple. It can even be compared to Brother Fan's Jiang Mu, that's right. Just a few words give you a good idea of what's extraordinary. I won't comment on anything deeper. I feel like I can't be of much help here. Ling Tian, +1. I'm full of weirdos here. If you need any helpers, I'll give you a Ghost King, Emo-chan, so, forget about the thugs, I don't need them here either. For now, I'd better focus on my cultivation. Jiang Mu, don't worry, we can't help, but Brother Fan can. Ling Tian, that's right, Brother Fan can definitely help. Jiang Fan, ahem. Brothers, thank you for your kindness. But I can definitely help you out. Emo-chan's eyes lit up as he peeked at the screen, and he quickly sent a message through his mind. Emo-chan, is Brother Fan's place also a world of immortal cultivation? Jiang Fan, no, this is the technological world, ding. The group owner uploaded the information card. With the addition of new members, Jiang Fan also realized that the chat group still lacked group information. So I immediately added an introduction to the world in which each group member lived. Emo-chan looked over the group information card and took a deep breath. No wonder they all said that Brother Fan could help. Such a powerful technological world would be of great help to his world where technology and cultivation are combined. Emo-chan, ahem, Brother Fan, what a god core. Emo-chan sent the message with a licked face. Jiang Fan on the other side of the chat group smiled slightly and didn't keep him in suspense, ding. The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Emo-chan. Ding. Emo-chan received the red envelope. Emo-chan, thank you, Brother Fan. I'll log off now. We'll talk later. Jiang Fan, okay. You should seize the time to improve your strength now, and avoid diving and peeking. Come to us if you have any difficulties. Jiang Mu, +1, Ling Tian, Brother Fan is right. Emo-chan exited the chat group interface. He took out the divine core that Jiang Fan had just given him and bound it. 9th generation Shinshin is binding, retrieving material information, dark matter information acquisition, the dark plane is reconstructed, gene calibration binding. A large amount of data was flowing through Emo-chan's genetic level. For a moment, he entered a vast ocean of data. The 9th generation Shinshin has been successfully launched. We are happy to serve you. With the binding of the divine core, Emo-chan also withdrew from that magical experience. Once this generation of divine core is bound, the host will be able to fully understand the various uses of the divine core. It can be considered an optimization, but of course more functions can only be brought into play if there are enough astronomical computers. Shinxin, the technology on my side of the world is not weak either. Therefore, I want you to test the highest level of access so that I can have a clear understanding. Emo-chan pondered. Understood, start the database hack. Shinxin received the order and began to act. One layer of firewall has been breached, retrieving data, retrieval successful. The second layer firewall has been breached, retrieving data, warning. The action has been discovered. We were intercepted. Start retreating. The enemy is trying to locate the Divine Core. Anti-invasion plan activated. Prepare to counterattack the database. Hash rate is being retrieved, retrieval failed, insufficient computing power. Canceling the counterattack program. Activating the escape program. Erasing traces, successful retreat. Emochin felt a pang of fear as he listened to the constant feedback from the Divine Core. Fortunately, we retreated successfully. It turns out that the technology in this world is not simple. Of course, this is because Shinshin does not have the computing power support. Alas, it is my lack of foundation that has hindered Shinshin from showing its full potential. Divine Core, transmit the acquired data to me. Wait, only transmit data related to cultivation and technology. Emochin reminded that other miscellaneous things should not be spread, as it would be a complete waste of brain capacity. Okay, data transfer in progress, at this time on the other side, within the Federation. How is it, have you found the source of the attack? A man frowned. All traces have been erased. The enemy's invasion methods were very sophisticated. Fortunately, our intelligent computer discovered and intercepted them in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The subordinates reported one after another. Hearing this, the man looked towards the large ball of light in the center of the hall. Intelligent brain, what level of invasion has the other party reached? According to the information retrieved, the first and second layer firewalls have been breached, and all the data in the mortal realm has been copied. The spiritual realm data was only half copied when I intercepted and drove it out. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It was just the mortal realm and the spiritual realm? That was not a big loss. We've recently strengthened our defenses. The enemy will definitely not give up. Activate the second level defense measures. The man said with a wave of his hand. Commander, are you sure? Level 2 defense measures require the mobilization of planetary computers. Even if they're not used, the daily energy consumption is enormous. The subordinates below confirmed. Confirmed. This is the first time we've encountered this in tens of thousands of years, so we have to be on guard. Unless they've been planning this for a long time, they wouldn't have such advanced technology. The reason the AI failed this time was due to insufficient computing power. Please apply for a planetary-class astronomical computer for support. Okay, application sent. No one said anything else. They didn't expect to be invaded today. On the blue water star, the man just now is the supreme commander, and all measures are managed by him. The tracking failed because of insufficient computing power of the intelligent computer. After all, if you want to use computing power, you must first apply to the federal top leaders, but at critical moments, every minute and every second can affect the trend. Therefore, before, intelligent brains could only resist with the computing power of quantum computers. Otherwise, the intelligent computer will definitely be able to find the other party's hiding place. Emochin has also completely received the knowledge transmitted by the Divine Core. This ability is too advanced. If I were to learn it on my own, it would take decades to fully master it. Emochin smacked his lips. He looked at his knowledge level on his system panel. Knowledge, level 1.2 improved by 0.5 levels. Even though it's just a small amount, the results are completely different. Just like the level of civilization, level 0.7 civilization and level 1.2 civilization are completely incomparable. The latter can easily destroy the former. At this moment, Emochin felt his mind was full. Divine Core kindly reminds you that the host's brain capacity is currently being utilized at 60%. If it reaches 70%, the brain will enter a state of overload, so before the host's brain capacity is further expanded, it is best not to force it to receive so much information. Okay, my current knowledge is enough. I believe my brain capacity will expand once my mental strength reaches the spiritual realm. Emochin nodded. There is no rush anyway. His strength is only at the 6th level of Qi refining. The cultivation knowledge in the mortal realm can support him to cultivate to the Mahayana stage, not to mention that he still has half of the spiritual realm knowledge. When you need it, you can go to the federal database to get it. With the Divine Core, it can be used as a place to store your own knowledge. P.S. Please give me some gifts. I haven't received a big gift for a long time, and my books are getting colder and colder. Chapter 211, Cultivating Cyber Gods and Proving the Tao with Quantum. In the following time, Emochin began to recuperate. There is also a practical class on mimicry in the afternoon, which is related to the issue of failing the course, so we cannot be careless. Time flies and it is afternoon. Led by the head teacher, the entire class came to a room full of technology. There are many instruments and equipment placed inside. The so-called mimicry combat is to quantum inform your body and then use a quantum synchronization method based on quantum entanglement theory. After a pair of quantum particles become entangled, their changes are completed instantaneously. The speed of this information transmission exceeds the unbreakable speed of light theory in the universe. If a pair of entangled quantum particles are separated by billions of light years, and you deflect one quantum to the left on this side, then the other, Quantum billions of light years away will be deflected to the right, and the two will proceed synchronously. This is the magic of quantum entanglement. In ancient times, powerful people used quantum to prove their truth. If you are interested in taking this path, you can consider it privately. The head teacher pushed up his glasses and said, "Okay, as you say. Today's mimicry combat also utilizes quantum synchronization theory. I will quantize and digitize your bodies later, and then form synchronized entangled quantum in another place, then use force field technology to bind the quantum to perfectly replicate your body and strength. Do you see the force field device over there? When you enter it to engage in quantum combat, your every move will be the same as the clone on the other side. And simulated combat is like using real weapons, and the battle ends only when one side is completely wiped out." The head teacher pointed to the devices behind him and said, This, everyone was shocked when they heard this. A battle is not over until one side dies. Is that so perverted? I couldn't help but worry. The head teacher naturally saw their concerns. So he said, "Don't worry, the death of your quantum body will not affect your original body. This technology has been mature for a long time and no problems have occurred so far. I don't know the specific technological means involved, this is their intellectual property and I can't disclose it." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Then let me describe the specific process of the mimicry combat. After years of development, simulated combat systems have become commonplace in every school. Of course, if you have the money, you can order one privately, but the cost is exorbitant. Public schools, supported by federal policies, are therefore purchasing them in large quantities. Otherwise, if you are not a big power, you will have to spend a lot of money to buy one. After so many years of development, simulated combat has established a virtual platform. I will register your identity information later and let you log into the platform to match your opponents. The head teacher grinned and said, "That's right, your opponents are not classmates, but opponents from various forces, various planets, and various galaxies. You might encounter a genius, or a loser, it doesn't matter. I only care about the outcome. Because luck is also part of strength." Everyone swallowed their saliva when they heard this, and felt a lot of pressure for a moment. In fact, most of the students who come to school are from common families, and only a small number of them are sent here by some forces to temper their character. Many powerful people will raise their own children, therefore, once they encounter those powerful rivals, they can basically declare defeat because their foundation is completely incomparable. The head teacher looked at the depressed students and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He said, "This lesson will leave a deep impression on you. This world is just like this. It will never be fair, because fairness itself is unfair to those with background." He didn't say anything else and started registering information for everyone. After a long time. "Okay, the identity information is registered. Take this virtual card." The head teacher transmits segments of data to everyone. Thanks to policy support, you will have a chance to practice mimicry every month. Seize this rare opportunity. Even if you are trampled upon, don't be discouraged. The path to becoming strong is always full of ups and downs. Next, the head teacher guided everyone into the force field device. Oh, by the way, since this is 100% actual combat, magic weapons are also counted. If you have any, you can place them in the micro wormhole space on the left. It will transport the items inside there later, but if you are reluctant to part with them, just ignore what I said. The head teacher mentioned it. Although this is a simulated combat, it is still a fight with real swords and guns, not a fight in a virtual environment, but a real fight in reality. It's just not here. So when the magic weapon was broken during the battle, it was really broken. Upon hearing this, Emochan took out some of his family savings and put it in. He was penniless, and his only magic weapon was an ordinary sword and some talismans. In the past, he would have hesitated, but with the system, these things would definitely be eliminated, so he might as well use them now. The head teacher looked at everyone who was ready and activated the force field device. Buzz, the machine roared. Start extracting data information, exciting macroscopic quantum, the body is quantized, quantum replica, inducing quantum entanglement. Emochan only felt that his body was torn into particles by the powerful force field in an instant, but due to special technical reasons, his consciousness was still very clear and he did not feel dead. With the cooperation of a series of devices, his consciousness traveled through space and came to a place. When he came to his senses, he was already on a planet, planet X532. Quantum recombination, reorganization successful. The mimicry combat officially begins. The battle ends when one side is completely wiped out. Mechanical sounds echoed throughout the planet. Emochan's body appeared here along with the quantum reorganization, and his consciousness also entered this body. This magical feeling made him sigh. Giving a planet to him, a scumbag at the 6th level of chi refining, as a battlefield, really shows how rich he is. Emochan quickly hit his body. Since it was a real battle, he naturally had to be fully focused. Divine Core, scan the surrounding environment for me and analyze where the enemy might appear. Emochan ordered. Yes, scan started. Although I, Emochan, am poor and cannot compare to you, the second generation of immortals, I am now a person with cheats. You've been cheating since you were young, so it's not too much for me to cheat a little now, right? Analysis complete. There's a 65% chance of an enemy appearing 30 miles southeast, a 25% chance of an enemy appearing 20 miles northwest, and a 10% chance of an enemy appearing 30 miles due west. Emo-chen nodded when he heard that, took out his sword, held the integrated circuit talisman in his hand and charged towards the southeast. Chapter 212, Hand-Rubbing Hydrogen-Oxygen Bomb. At this time, it was 30 miles southeast. Hee hee, it feels really good to beat up weaklings. I wonder who will be the unlucky one this time. A man smiled evilly. This person's name is Lu Bojun, and he is the great-grandson of the patriarch of a small force on the planet West OQW55. The strength is at the 8th level of chi refining. He is usually no match for the prodigy at home and is always bullied. During a mimicry combat, he defeated people from other planets, and the sense of satisfaction fascinated him. As someone who was often abused on a daily basis, he is now able to abuse others and is addicted to this pleasure. However, he is just a disciple of a small force and has only one chance to practice an actual combat every week. Therefore, every time he simulates a real combat, he will slowly torture his opponent to satisfy his own abnormal psychology. Lu Bojun took out a bunch of magic weapons and talismans and put them around his waist. The game is all about crushing with magic weapons. Soon, he heard movement in the distance. Hey, the prey is here. Lu Bojun smiled cruelly and rushed forward with his sword. As soon as we met, Lu Bojun threw out a large number of talismans without saying a word. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. Emo-chan on the opposite side quickly dodged, but that person threw the talismans around like they were free of charge. This meant that Emo-chan had no chance to get close at all. Without hesitation, he threw his only remaining integrated circuit talisman over, but the effect is far from satisfactory. Ha ha ha, integrated circuit talismans? What era is this product from? There are actually people who still use it. Lu Bojun looked at what Emo-chan threw at him and laughed. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Let me show you, baby. Pick it up. Lu Bojun grinned and threw out a quantum talisman. Warning, quantum strike detected, range 1 kilometer, host, evade as quickly as possible. Emo-chen fled quickly. Buzz. In an instant, an area of 1 kilometer turned into a quantum state. Due to the lack of force field constraints and the presence of observers, it quickly entered quantum collapse. If you're not dead, make some noise. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Bojun looked proud. The other side. Emo-chen looked aggrieved. No wonder the head teacher said they would be abused. If it were someone else, the result would be exactly the same. There's no way to fight. The backgrounds of the two sides are completely different. Damn it, I originally wanted to rely on my own strength to win first, but you played this trick on me. In that case, I won't be a human anymore. You were the one who started cheating. You can't blame me then. This was completely different from his impression of how cultivators fought. Activate the Divine Core Combat Mode. Divine Core Combat Mode has been activated. Analyze the composition of air substances. Material analysis in progress. The air contains 31% oxygen, 68% nitrogen, 0.21% hydrogen, and 0.79% other rare gases. Strip the substance for me. Form a mixed gas with a hydrogen-oxygen ratio of 1:2. Emo-chen ordered. Material stripping. Soon, a large amount of oxygen continued to gather in his left hand, and a large amount of hydrogen continued to gather in his right hand. As he needed, a ball of unstable mixed gas continued to grow. If I weren't just at the chi refining stage, I'd definitely make a nuclear bomb for you to taste. Emo-chen no longer engaged in close combat with him. You like the suppression of talismans, right? I'll treat you to a hydrogen-oxygen explosion. Explode it for me. A large ball of gas constrained by a micro-force field rushed towards Lu Bojun. Lu Bojun on the other side had his eyes wide open. What the hell is going on? How the hell can a 6th level chi refining cultivator like you rub a hydrogen-oxygen bomb with your hands? He was not a fool, so he naturally knew the power of this thing and ran away quickly. But the ball of gas that Emo-chen rubbed out was too big. It was so big that even if he had 2 legs he couldn't escape the explosion range, still affected by the edge of the explosion. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose above the planet. Ahem, I met a tough guy. He must be from a powerful force trying to gain experience. Lu Bojun spat out the mud in his mouth and the blood in his body rushed. This explosion made him feel very uncomfortable. He was only at the 8th level of chi training, and this move was as powerful as a missile baptism. Damn it, the most I can do is use my talismans to bully others, but he enjoys crushing them with technology, right? Lu Bojun is still very knowledgeable. He doesn't believe that a master in the chi refining stage can make hydrogen-oxygen bombs. He definitely carries high technology with him. Come again. Only the sound was heard but no trace was seen, and another hydrogen-oxygen bomb attacked. Dry. Lu Bojun immediately avoided it. I told you to hide. I told you to use the talisman. Emo-chen kept rubbing the hydrogen-oxygen bombs with his hands to carry out the bombing. Boom. Boom. Mushroom clouds continued to rise. Lu Bojun was blown unconscious and the spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. Wormhole body movement. Emo-chan jumped through space and came behind this person, piercing his heart with a sword. Lu Bojan's eyes were filled with resentment, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, and he slowly uttered a few words, too despicable. Soon his body turned into a quantum state and dissipated. The mimicry combat is over. Congratulations on your victory. Your points will increase by 1. As the mechanical sound disappeared, his body also transformed into a quantum state and dissipated. Under the protection of a certain force, consciousness returns to its original state. Planet West OQW 55. Somewhere. A man walked out of the device, cursing, "This is too much. This is too much. You have this kind of technology and you still want to fight in real combat. I originally wanted to abuse someone to relax, but ended up being abused again. However, the person who has such technological means must have a powerful force behind him, and he can't afford to offend him, so he can only swallow his anger. Humph, forget it this time. I'll go and get back at others in the next actual combat." Water Blue Planet. Emo-chan slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the force field device. Looking at Emo-chan, who came out last, the head teacher clapped his hands. Okay, now everyone's battle is over. Report your own battle results. Everyone looked grim as they announced the results of the battle one after another. Well, without exception, all were defeated, and it was a crushing defeat, being abused from beginning to end. However, when Emo-chan told the class teacher about his results, he was a little surprised. According to the usual practice in previous years, the whole army was basically wiped out. He didn't ask about the process in detail. No one in this world will care about your process. The result is the only truth. It could be good luck or it could be that the opponent is weak, but he had said before that luck is also part of strength. After today's mimicry practice, I believe you've all gained some insights. From now on, you'll have to participate in a mimicry practice every month. Winning one will add 10 points to your final score, while regular scores will only account for 40% of your total score. If your total score is less than 60 points by the end of the last semester of your first year of high school, you should be prepared to fail and repeat the grade. The homeroom teacher announced the promotion requirements are actually quite generous. If you get the full score in regular classes, you'll get 40 points. There are 12 months in a year, which means 12 mimicry battles. Note, in this world, 1 semester per year. As long as you win 2 out of 12 games, you won't fail the course. If you can't even win this, you deserve to fail the exam. Chapter 213, Emo-chan wants a celestial computer. The head teacher said nothing more and dismissed everyone. The students returned to the dormitory with dejected expressions. How could they be in a good mood after being bullied just now? In the following days, everything was back on track. High school was just as busy as the 9 years of compulsory education in the previous life. Students studied science theory classes in the morning, and had free time to practice in the afternoon. Of course you can slack off, no teacher will say anything to you. Teachers don't want to care about students who have given up on themselves. They won't tell you any big truths, like saying that studying is for yourself and if you don't study hard now, you will suffer in the future. However, this world is indeed different from the previous life. Everyone is working hard to study and practice, because Mo-chan has the bug ability of the divine core to transmit knowledge. All the scientific knowledge in high school has been mastered by heart. The aspects involved in high school are only within the ordinary realm and are not comprehensive. To reach a deeper level, you need to go to university for further study. Therefore, Mo-chan spent most of his time on improving his own realm. Mental strength is also constantly improving with the daily nourishment of spiritual fluid from the system. 3 years is neither long nor short. Before he knew it, it was time for Emo-chan to graduate from high school. Host, Emo-chan, Realm, Pika Foundation Establishment, Spiritual Power, Spiritual Realm, Knowledge, Level 1.2, currently practicing technique, Heavenly Level, System Functions, Plunder, Summon from Another World, Amplification of All Things, currently 1,000 times, Copying, Sign In, Chat Group. System Points, 0 System Evaluation, I am a rookie who has just started out. In 3 years, he soared from the 6th level of Chi refining to the peak of Foundation Establishment. This cultivation speed was extremely fast, but the teachers were not too surprised. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, and the speed of progress in school is very fast, but compared with all the immortal cultivators in the universe, it is hard to say whether he can be ranked. Moreover, the teachers were also well aware of Emo-chan's family conditions and they simply did not have the resources to train him further. How many geniuses have been buried due to lack of resources? With your grades, you can apply to that top university. Have you decided yet? The head teacher looked at Emo-chan in front of him and asked. Let's go with Huazhong University. After all, as the top university on Blue Water Planet, it has the richest resources. Emo-chan nodded. The head teacher was not surprised by his choice. It was normal. If he wanted to go further, he had to keep seizing opportunities to obtain resources. The school will submit your file as soon as possible. Just go back and wait for notification from Huazhong University. Since your parents died in a federal mission, your university tuition is free. Of course, you still have to earn the money for cultivation on your own. The head teacher said. Okay, I understand. Emo-chan said he understood. Speaking of this, it is helpless. Can all time travelers escape the fate of orphans? When he was in elementary school, his parents were killed in a suicide bombing during a mission. The federal government has strong policy support for the children of families whose children died in battle. In addition to providing a generous pension, all expenses from elementary school to university are freed out of course. This is limited to eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. The extra expenses for cultivation will be up to you. This is also the reason why Emochan is penniless, but now that the system is bound, everything is getting better. Emochan didn't stay long and left the school and returned home. I haven't been back for 3 years and I have to clean it again. Divine Core, how's the test going? Emochan asked. The Federation has implemented comprehensive defenses for the monetary system, and it also has strong computing power to support it. The current computing power of Shinshin alone is not enough to break through the defense and tamper with the currency balance in the host account. Shinexien responded, after all, the Federation's monetary system is not only applicable to the Blue Water Planet, but to the entire world of cultivation. Such an important place has a powerful intelligent brain to control the defense, and behind it is the computing power of countless celestial computers. In the absence of computing power, no matter how powerful the Shinshin is, it cannot do anything to the Federation. Emochan sighed. There was nothing he could do. He is only in the Foundation building. Stage and cannot get a celestial computer. So he opened the system chat group. Emochan at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan is an astronomical computer. Zhang Mu, 6 Ling Tian, no way, can such a large celestial body be stuffed into a red envelope? Zhang Fan from the world of all people's creation also received a message from someone at him. He opened the chat group and took a look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Zhang Fan, ahem, I don't know either. However, the Divine Core itself has a certain amount of computing power. This level of computing power can crush many high-tech worlds. Isn't it enough in the world of immortal cultivation? Emochan, alas, the technology in my world shouldn't be underestimated. The more you learn about it, the more you realize how extraordinary it is. Take, for example, the level of technology one encountered during my 3 years of high school. Emochan talked a lot. Everyone watching was amazed. It was really awesome, Emochan. So, even if my technology isn't as good as Brother Fan's, it's not that far behind. Zhang Fan, it's hard to compare. After all, the Divine Core is only an auxiliary intelligence. A technological comparison must be made at the weapon level. However, judging from a limited glimpse, you definitely possess weapons that utilize cosmic principles. Zhang Mu, hiss. So terrifying. Ling Tian, who is that guy? Zhang Mu, of course it's Brother Fan. Brother Fan also has this kind of weapon. Zhang Fan, indeed, it happened a long time ago. I haven't encountered any immortal cultivation civilizations here, but the development paths of both sides are roughly the same. Emochan, please elaborate. Zhang Mu, I'm all ears. Ling Tian, same with me. Zhang Fan, technology is the continuous development and application of the laws of the universe, and the same is true for cultivating immortals. It's just that technology uses external objects to develop the laws of the universe, research and develop powerful weapons, and attack in combination with the laws of the universe. Cultivating immortals is to continuously develop the potential of the body from one's own perspective. When one reaches a certain level, one will understand the power of the laws and begin to simulate the evolution of the universe with oneself, accommodating all things in oneself and mastering the laws of the universe. Therefore, by the time technology and cultivation have reached their advanced stages, the difference between the two is not too great. It's hard to really compare them. It really depends on which is more advanced. Zhang Mu, poor Brother Fan a cappuccino. Emochan, Brother Fan's explanation is very clear. I realized this problem after I mastered the knowledge of spiritual realm cultivation. Zhang Fan, well, actually, I am also very interested in cultivating immortals, but there is no immortal cultivation civilization here. Emochan raised his eyebrows behind the screen. Ding. Group member Emochan sent a designated red envelope to the group owner. Ding. The group owner received the red envelope. Zhang Fan, I'll stop talking. I'll go see if I can stuff the astronomical computer into the red envelope. Zhang Mu, Ling Tian, that, I want it too. Emochan was not stingy. He believed that group members still had to be polite to each other, so he also sent the two of them a copy of the knowledge on cultivating immortals from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm. Soon, everyone entered the diving state. Chapter 214, Zhang Fan wants to exploit bugs. Emochan also waited patiently. Everyone creates the world. Zhang Fan, who had obtained the knowledge of cultivating immortals, did not invest in research. Instead, he first came to a stellar-level astronomical computer. Looking at the blazing star, Zhang Fan touched it with his hand. Put it in the red envelope. Yi Yu was naturally aware of Zhang Fan's actions at the moment, and curled his lips inwardly, thinking that it would be strange if he could keep it in. Ding. Because the item is too large, there's not enough space in the red envelope. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. In fact, he almost guessed that the ending would be like this. If red envelopes can hold stars, then can they hold black holes in the universe? Then this red envelope function is perverted. Zhang Fan went to a planetary astronomical computer and tried it again. The result is still the same. There is not enough space to hold the red envelope and it cannot be accommodated. He opened the chat group. Zhang Fan admochan. I just tried it, and I can't use astronomical computers for red envelopes. They're too big and heavy to fit in. Emochan, okay, I understand that actually. Zhang Mu, if red envelopes can be used to fill celestial bodies, then shouldn't I fill a whole world for you to play with? Ling Tian, 6, you can V1 for me to try. Zhang Fan, don't worry, Mo Chen. I'll produce some quantum computers for you to transition to. As for the astronomical computer, I'll go back and help you figure out a solution. There's definitely a system bug that can be exploited. Yiyu, I really thank you, Mo Chen. Alright, as long as I don't do anything stupid, I'm not in any danger. I'm leaving now. Emochan closed the chat group interface. Although we don't have an astronomical computer, it would be nice to have some quantum computing. The next day, Emochan received a large number of red envelopes from Jiangfan. A total of 10,000 red envelopes. There's a quantum computer inside. Fortunately, the chat group has a one-click red envelope function. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time just to click on the red envelope. 10,000 quantum computers lie within his system space. Shinshin, can it connect to a quantum computer? Trying to connect, connection failed. The computer was not detected. Shen Xian responded, ding. Host, are you underestimating this system? The system space is not a place where the divine core can break through. Yi Yu said. What should I do? I don't even have a place to put this thing. Emochan felt a little uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be nice if the host could create a portable space? Yi Yu gave a solution. Emochan's eyes lit up. Although he was in the foundation establishment stage and couldn't open up space, his divine core could. Divine core, open up space. Space is being developed. Due to limited computing power, we can only temporarily open up a space of 1000 m times 1000 m times 1000 m. Shen Xian responded. That's enough. Such a large space is enough to fit 10,000 quantum computers. Soon, as the space was successfully opened up, Emochan also put the quantum computer in. Because it is a space opened up by Shinshin, it can also connect to quantum computers to obtain computing power. Very good. Even though we don't have a celestial computer, with 10,000 quantum computers, we can still do something. Emochan said excitedly. Divine Core, how many layers of the Federation's defense can it break through now? If it was just like before, with the computing power of quantum computers, the other party should not be able to stop me. But if the other side has a celestial computer, even just a planetary class 1, we still don't stand much chance of winning. Shen Xian responded. Emochan was surprised. Are 10,000 quantum computers not powerful enough? Not enough. The two cannot be compared. They are not on the same scale. Even if the number of quantum computers increases to 1 million, no astronomical computer has the computing power. The energy required to power a planetary astrocomputer once is the energy required to operate an entire planet. Shen Xian explained. This. After the last raid, the Federation must be on guard now. This will be a bit difficult. Mo Chen pondered. Host, don't worry. Although we can't break through their defenses, they won't be able to find our trace if they only have one planetary celestial computer, because Shinshin's underlying algorithm is far more powerful than the other parties. Sometimes technological confrontations are not only about computing power, but also about whose algorithm is more advanced. Shen Xian responded. If computing power is compared to software, algorithms or hardware, the power of a computer depends on how advanced its underlying algorithms are. Otherwise, even if you have huge computing power, your ability to process data will be greatly reduced if the algorithm is not good, and so much computing power will be wasted in vain. Not if you still don't understand. Just like energy conversion efficiency, there will always be energy loss powerful algorithms can make perfect use of. This lost computing power. Then let's try it? Emochan said uncertainly. After all, such behavior is tantamount to seeking death. I just said in the group that as long as you don't seek death, everything will be fine. Host, please send clear instructions. Shen Xian said. Done. Emochan gritted his teeth and thought, the brave ones will die of overeating and the timid ones will die of starvation. A host who doesn't cause trouble is not a good host. Yes, sir. Beginning database hack, within the Federation. Buzz. 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 The bright red light flashes continuously. Alert. Alert. Intrusion detected from unknown source. The intelligent computer issued a warning. In an instant, everyone who was just dozing off was awakened. The commander rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Intelligent brain, what's the situation? For those who have already entered the database, the second layer of firewall is being cracked. The intelligent brain reported. The second layer of firewall has been breached. The other party is copying all the data in the spiritual realm. Start intercepting. Interception failed. The opponent's computing power has increased significantly. Request for astronomical computer support. The commander looked pained. Damn it, I've been on guard for 3 years, but that guy didn't do anything for 3 years. I just returned the astronomical computer, and here you come again. This guy must have inside information. He even suspected that someone from another planet was coming to mess with his blue water planet. Smart brain, hold on for now. I'll mobilize the computing power of Blue Water Planet's 1 million quantum computers to intercept. Hurry up and apply for a celestial computer. I must catch him this time. The commander ordered his men, yes. The subordinates quickly submitted an application to their superiors. Zhi now also mobilized the computing power of all quantum computers to compete with Shinshin. I don't know how much time has passed. In the end, the intelligent computer was defeated, and the divine core copied all the data in the spiritual realm as it wished. Warning! The enemy is trying to crack the third layer of the firewall. The intelligent computer immediately issued a warning, damn it. The commander pounded the table angrily. The third layer of firewall protects all the data in the king's realm. This is already the upper limit of Blue Water Planet. This is challenging his bottom line. The other party must have the support of a celestial computer, otherwise they wouldn't be so arrogant. The commander was furious and was even more convinced that other planets were coming to mess with the Blue Water Planet. Do you really think there is peace in the Federation? The water inside is deep, and each star system and each galaxy is an independently governed area. They have their own federations, which in turn form larger federations like nesting dolls. The forces are extremely intertwined, comparing and competing with each other. Now the other side's behavior is simply, your technology is not good either. After so many years of development, why is it getting worse and worse? Chapter 215, the terrifying level of immortal cultivators. Soon, the top management authorized them to have a planetary celestial computer. Intelligent brain, counterattack. The commander ordered. Yes, start retrieving computing power. Computing power retrieved successfully. Conducting a luring capture operation, the intelligent brain also started to set up computing power traps immediately, taking advantage of the information gap. Warning, the enemy's behavior does not match the predicted trajectory. They are suspected of preparing for a counterattack. It is speculated that they have a large number of astronomical computers. Shinshin issued a warning. Has the third firewall been breached? Mo-chan asked. The third firewall has been breached, but Shinshin didn't rush in. The other party's behavior is not logical. It seems like a trap, Shin Xin responded. Just now, the other party was trying hard to stop it from entering, but now suddenly let it go and let it in. No one would be fooled unless they were a fool. Do they really think it is an artificial idiot? Then what are we waiting for? Of all the 36 strategies, running away is the best. It's best to run away first. When we have a celestial computer, we can go inside and find out what's going on. Mo-chan ordered. Yes, start retreating, within the Federation. The other party didn't fall for it. It seems they discovered the computing power trap we dug. Warning, the enemy is evacuating quickly. The commander sneered. Even if they didn't fall for it, what's the use of the astronomical computer? Can't we stop them? Forcibly intercept and track them. Begin the forced interception. The enemy's retreat has been captured, traces are being erased, starting to forcefully restore computing power, data recovery successful. Full track traced, location successful. Excellent. Pull up the cosmic star map for me. I want to see which planet is messing with our Blue Water Planet. The commander suppressed his anger. Call out. The intelligent brain projects virtual images in the air. Within this galaxy, a red dot continues to twinkle. The commander frowned. In the same galaxy as ours? Continue to zoom in and locate the star system. Soon, the map continued to zoom in, and a vast three-dimensional map of the universe and stars was presented. The red dot is locked onto the solar system. Or is it the same star system? The commander had a bad feeling. Keep zooming in. A three-dimensional star map of the solar system was released, with a red sun suspended in the air and 9 planets revolving around it. The red dot is on the Blue Water Planet. The commander's heart skipped a beat, as if the situation was not good. Continue locking. As the star map continues to zoom in, the red dots are eventually located where they are. Everyone was silent. The CPU of the G now also burned out. Things have come to this point. How could they not understand that they were being tricked by the other party? Intelligent brain, I want an explanation. The commander said calmly, I gave you a celestial computer, and you still messed things up like this. It's clear at a glance that the other party is several levels ahead of me. The intelligent brain said calmly, this is a celestial computer. The commander said word by word. I know, but I'm just version 1.0 of the AI. Do you understand the value of astronomical computing power? The commander clenched his fists. I'm just version 1.0. After so many years of development, I haven't seen you guys upgrade me. The intelligent computers in other parts of the universe have already developed to several generations, and those in the Federation have even surpassed the 10th generation. The intelligent brain responded. The commander was speechless. Do you think I don't want to upgrade? Without the technology, Water Blue Planet will just be a planet at the bottom of the rankings. Not only are the resources scarce, but the star system it is located in is also in a remote corner of the Milky Way. Humanity's overall technology is indeed constantly making breakthroughs, but the forces will not share with each other. If you want technology, you can research it yourself or spend a lot of money to buy it. However, with the resources of the blue water planet, you can't buy cutting-edge technology even if you empty the planet. Snort. Block all news today. Anyone who leaks even a little bit of information and brings shame to the federal government will be beheaded. The commander walked away in a huff. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Family disgrace should not be made public. Although our technological level is backward and our quality of life is low, we can endure hardships and tolerate them. After all, we still have to save our dignity. We should just block the news and pretend that it never happened anyway. No valuables were lost. What? You said all the data from the mortal realm and the spirit realm, and almost even the king realm was copied? Don't joke. The other party is so strong that they definitely don't want this thing. Just pick any federation on any planet and they will have this data. The other party was just bullying them. Mission accomplished perfectly. Shinshin reported. Awesome. It's truly Brother Fan's technological achievement. He's transmitting spiritual realm data to me that hasn't been transmitted before. I'll just teach you about cultivation and technology. Emochan spoke. Data transfer in progress, 10%, 44%, 77%, 99%, 100% transfer complete. Currently, 20% of the host's brain capacity has been used. Emochan had a comfortable expression on his face, as a large amount of knowledge flowed through his mind. After the mental power breaks through to the spiritual realm, the brain capacity is greatly improved. Moreover, the mental power in the mortal realm is completely different from that in the spiritual realm. Now he has only taken a small step forward in the spiritual realm and mental power level. There is still a long way to go before breaking through to the king realm. This is the spiritual liquid that he drinks every day when he signs in through the system. Otherwise, it is unknown when the mental power will break through to it. Can also be seen that mental strength is very difficult to cultivate. I don't know if it's the nature of this world. However, after he reviewed the spiritual realm cultivation knowledge he had just acquired, he understood why the spiritual realm was so much stronger than the mortal realm. Mentioned above, the realm of the mortal realm is from chi refining to Mahayana. There are only 3 levels in the spiritual realm. Sounds like a small amount, but the 3 levels of the spiritual realm are satellite level, planetary level, and star level. Doesn't it feel strangely familiar? That's right, the realms are divided according to the level of celestial bodies. After Mahayana, one begins the practice of transforming one's body into the universe. From here on, we must begin to master the laws of the universe and understand the laws of the universe. How? Many people are stuck in Mahayana for their entire lives and unable to break through? Isn't it because it is too difficult to practice? After a satellite-level warrior releases his magic power, it can be compared with satellite bodies in the universe. Every move carries the powerful aura of heaven and earth. As the magical powers around the body are released, the cultivator himself becomes a massive celestial body. Even if it stands still, the powerful gravity can tear low-level monks apart, which shows how terrifying it is. However, under normal circumstances, cultivators are no different from ordinary people. All supernatural powers are contained in the microcosm within the body. The small universe in the body will only be released during battle, and the cosmic mass within it will gush out. His Emochan's eyes widened. This is just the spiritual realm. Is it such a big deal? This world seems to be much more terrifying than expected. Chapter 216, a certain academy's scientific cultivation of immortality. But then he became excited again. It's good that the upper limit is high, because with the system, there is a great possibility that he can reach the highest peak and the highest level. For a moment, he vented his excitement through cultivation. I have only reached the peak of the foundation building stage. I will wait until I reach the Mahayana stage and leave the blue water star. As for why one must cultivate to the Mahayana stage before leaving the blue water planet. Of course, only those who are Mahayana or above can cross the universe in their physical bodies without dying in it. However, the Mahayana stage can only go beyond the range of the star system. If it goes further, the spiritual energy in the body will be exhausted. The resources on the blue water planet are too scarce. Only by going out can it enter a state of rapid development. There is no time in cultivation. After receiving the admission letter from Huazhong University in July, Emochan devoted himself to cultivation again. University starts on September 1, so he still has 2 months to practice. Time flies and 2 months have passed. Realm, early golden core stage, spiritual power, spiritual realm, knowledge, level 1.7. Bring the magnetic card included in the notification letter. Emochan came to a nearby teleportation building. Hello, I'm going to Huazhong University. Is there a specific magnetic card? In places like schools, you need a specific magnetic card to be able to be teleported there. Emochan nodded and swiped the magnetic card. Authentication successful, eligible for transfer. Okay, please wait. I'll start teleporting you now. Please stand in the designated area and wait. The service staff guided Emochan to stand inside a device. Prepare to start space jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, call out. With a flash of white light, Emochan disappeared from the spot. When I opened my eyes, I had already arrived at the teleportation hall of Huazhong University. After registering his information and receiving his dormitory accommodation, he finally settled down in Huazhong University. It is said that a new semester brings a new atmosphere, but Emochan did not feel this atmosphere. Everyone seemed indifferent to the new students. There are not many leisurely figures in the college. I guess they are all Concentrating on practicing in their dormitories. Mo Chen found his counselor's office, knocked on the door and entered. "Teacher, I'm here to report." "Mo Chun, right? I have the registration here. Now let me tell you about our academy's daily plans." The counselor glanced at Mo Chen and brought up a series of virtual images. "The school generally doesn't care what students do, everything depends on your own planning. Every day the school will open each course at a fixed time. You can participate in the subject you are interested in, or you can stay in the dormitory to practice." Mo Chen was stunned. "Then we don't have any classes?" "Classes? Well, that's completely unnecessary in college. We're not in the same circle, so there's no need for such boring interactions. The purpose of your admission to the academy is to cultivate diligently and strive to leave the blue water planet and journey to a wider world." The head teacher shook his head. "Secondly, the graduation requirement for Huazhong University is to reach the Mahayana stage of cultivation. Otherwise, you should just repeat the grade." Mo Chen was a little surprised. "Are there such strict regulations?" The homeroom teacher naturally understood Mo Chen's thoughts and explained, "Those who can enter Huazhong University are all well qualified, they just lack resources. Huazhong University is a key federally supported university, and you are using resources allocated by the federal government. The academy may seem to have set high standards for you, but this is to ensure that you will have the resources to cultivate." "Why is the Federation doing this? Isn't it because Water Blue Planet is too backward compared to other planets? Technological blockade. These 4 words are restricting our throat. In this world where technology and cultivation coexist, if technology lags behind, every level will be stifled. Our only way is to break through the blockade strategy from the level of immortal cultivation. Everyone has some knowledge of immortal cultivation, and this is the only way to catch up. Just like the path for children from ordinary families to succeed through the Gaokao in the old days, the Gaokao may not be the only path, but it is the most promising path to achieve a class transition. The same is true for us now." The counselor said seriously. Mo Chen remained silent. The instructor continued, "Practice diligently, and strive to make some contribution to our home planet in the future. Even if it's just a small step forward in technology, then the Federation's expenditure over the years will be worth it." He also explained some school matters and passed some school information to Mo Chen. Mo Chen left without saying a word. Technological blockade? What an old word. He thought back to the world that once was. At that time, wasn't his country also subject to technological blockade by other countries, just like the blue water planet today? But the situation here seems to be more serious. The gap between planets cannot be compared with the gap between countries. The 2 planets can be regarded as 2 civilizations. It's just that we all have the same origin and have not engaged in war exploitation. For now, let's improve our strength and protect ourselves." Mo Chen didn't think about it anymore. In the following days, everything was back on track. Compared to high school, university not only teaches students deeper scientific theories and cultivation knowledge, of practical courses were also included. Let students develop their own technology. The most interesting thing is that the school actually offers classes on alchemy, weapon refining, talismans, formations, etc. Judging from the name, it does seem to be no different from the traditional cultivation system. When Mo Chen entered to study, he realized that he had a wild idea. Alchemy class, analyze the material composition of medicinal materials and conduct microscopic dissection and reconstruction. All medicinal materials are particleized and then specially arranged and combined to form the elixir. Mo Chen. 6. Weapon refining. When forging a weapon, perform a comprehensive scan, analyze the location of impurities within the weapon, calculate the hammering force and location, and set various weapon abilities. These abilities include nuclear explosions, particle disintegration and reassembly, spatial vibrations, and more. Install intelligent AI as a weapon. Spirit. Mo Chen. 6. Talisman class. Create talisman circuit templates and mass-produce integrated circuit talismans. Unleash various attacks and use force fields to create talismans. Various production methods, including informationization, particleization, and quantization, are used. Mo Chen. 6. Formation class. Trigger changes in the environmental magnetic field, creating all sorts of bizarre phenomena. Stimulate strong microscopic interactions within matter, forming bonds. From the microscopic to the vast interplay between celestial bodies, everything can be harnessed. It is a clear combination of technology and cultivation. Of course, this is just the superficial aspect. Many things are not as simple as they sound. Secondly, if you want to learn ancient methods, the school also teaches them. The goal is to combine these 3 elements to enable students to develop comprehensively. There are so many things that it would take other students years to learn, but for Mo Chen, who possesses the divine core, this thing came just in time. First, let Xinshin learn and copy all the knowledge, then digitize it and transfer it to yourself. In this way, he can get the job done in 1 step, saving the time spent in between Xinshin. 6. He just needs to do practical exercises. Mastering knowledge and applying it are 2 different things. Chapter 217, Cybermecha. In the dormitory following Mo Chen's smooth operation. A rich aroma of elixir wafted from the electronic synthesis furnace. Seeing that the time was ripe, Mo Chen turned off the magnetic field heating device. Of flawless pills were suspended in the air. Divine Core, scan the elixir for quality. A 3rd-level ordinary product, flawless quality, will not cause erysipelas if taken. The Divine Core scans and gives the answer. Mo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I am really a genius. I am so good at refining pills for the first time. When the host was refining it just now, there were several mistakes in the steps, and the control of particle reorganization was too inefficient. If the divine core hadn't corrected it, the furnace would have exploded long ago. Shen Xian reminded. Well, it's nothing serious. It just takes practice. Emochen said calmly, then he took the pill in his hand with a wave of his hand, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 ordinary triple-level elixirs, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, and obtaining 9,000 ordinary triple-level elixirs. Ah, this, Emochen was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Can this also trigger an amplification? He is still planning to continue refining a few batches of pills and taking drugs. If you want to quickly improve your cultivation, all you have to do is eat rare treasures and take elixirs. I learn alchemy just to take drugs, but with this system, everything becomes much simpler. 9,000 pieces are enough to reach the nascent soul stage. As for the superficial realms that are improved by taking drugs, that's all bullshit. In the novel, the protagonist's realm is solidified by taking drugs, while the villain's realm is superficial by taking drugs. What the hell is this logic? In this world, there are simulated combats and actual combat, which can improve actual combat experience by fighting to the death. What he needs to do is to improve his cultivation efficiency to the greatest extent possible and strive to break through the mortal realm and enter the spiritual realm as soon as possible. Emochen grabbed a handful of pills without saying a word and stuffed them into his mouth and began to absorb and refine them. The divine core will deduce the best meridian absorption path for me to maximize the utilization rate of the elixir. Yes, start deducing. Soon, the divine core gave Emochen a diagram of the best meridian absorption path. The latter also immediately absorbed it according to the path. There is no time in cultivation. During his time at Huazhong University, Emochen pretty much went back and forth between the 3 places of practical operation, simulated combat, and training. Thanks to the full support of the federal government, every student in this school has an opportunity to engage in simulated combat every 3 days. The purpose is to allow students in the school to encounter opponents from other planets or other galaxies and broaden their horizons. The opponents in the simulated combat matches are also very intelligent. Under big data calculations, you will only be matched with opponents at the same level. However, many external factors cannot be predicted. Many opponents carry a lot of technological means. Battles are often dramatic. You were just suppressing others, but when the other party used various technological means, the situation immediately reversed. This is the case with students at Huazhong University, who made the blue water planet's technological level rank at the bottom. However, it was a blessing in disguise. The students of Huazhong University had rich practical experience, and every time they fought, they would assume that the enemy's technological means were several levels higher than theirs. Once the battle begins, we will attack with all our might, constantly looking for breakthroughs and not giving the other side the opportunity to use technological means. I don't know whether this is sad or sorrowful. Start matching opponents. Match successful. The other party's realm is the early stage of Mahayana. Begin preparations to induce quantum entanglement, along with consciousness being transmitted into the quantized body. When I opened my eyes, I was already in the universe. There was also a figure standing not far away on the opposite side. Does the battle between Mahayana masters take place in the universe? Emochen murmured. With his full firepower and the dual assistance of the divine core in the system, his realm has reached the early stage of Mahayana. 12 years have passed since he entered Huazhong University. As soon as he broke through the Mahayana stage, he carried out this mimicry combat. The battle soon began. Unexpectedly, the opponent's attack was a technological strike. A laser beam came, the flying swords in the sky turned into a sword formation that surrounded Emochen tightly. Activate the divine core weapon arsenal. Emochen did not hesitate and began to fight back. The divine core weaponry has been opened. Please give instructions. Indiscriminate nuclear strike. Computing network coverage suppresses the other party's technological means. Take technological sanctions. Prepare for the dark plane attack. Emochen issued one order after another. In an instant, nuclear explosion swords were launched around him. Horrific explosions continued to occur. After breaking through the encirclement, the nuclear explosion sword chased the opponent like a missile baptism. The other side was also shocked and quickly took counterattack measures. However, the intelligent auxiliary AI on his body was firmly blocked by the divine core, and the technological means became ineffective. The opponent can only fight with his own strength. However, just after flying forward a few meters, explosions were heard in the space. It can be observed from a microscopic perspective. The space around this person has been attacked by the divine core from the dark plane, and layers of particle bombs have been placed. Caught off guard, the other party suffered serious injuries. The other party looked annoyed, wondering how their technological capabilities could be so advanced. Divine core, analyze the opponent's damage. Emochen said. The opponent's spiritual energy has been depleted by 30%, and injuries account for 20%. It is estimated that he still has 80% of his overall strength. Oh, then you don't have to do anything next. It's just a good time to stretch your muscles. Emochen twisted his neck. Summon Cybermech. Shinshin, buzz. The space twisted, and a huge mecha appeared in the starry sky. Emochen's figure flashed and merged into the mecha. This is my masterpiece that took me 12 years to create. What's wrong with showing it off? Mo Chen curled his lips, drawing dark matter energy to replenish the mecha. Energy absorption, in an instant, the mecha transformed into a huge mouth of the abyss, and the huge suction force pulled the surrounding matter. You're cheating. I've never seen anyone summon a mecha in actual combat. The Mahayana cultivator on the opposite side started cursing. TSK, you said I opened it even though you haven't seen it. How could I not know whether I opened it or not? Mo Chen controlled the mecha and punched the opposite side. Bang! The powerful impact made the opponent fly backwards like a meteor. The two sides are not of the same size. This cybermecha is as big as a satellite. As for where to put such a big space, of course it is put into the system space. After a long time, the opponent stopped flying backwards, the chi and blood in the body surged. He swallowed his saliva while looking at the mecha that looked like a bright moon, but he still said stubbornly, so what if you win? I will destroy your mecha. Do you really think that the Mahayana stage is just a waste of chi training? He immediately released his magical powers. A terrifying aura began to emanate. This is a preparation for a counterattack before death. After all, it is a mimicry combat and will not die. Since you are disgusted, let the opponent bear more losses. Yeah, I like it, so come on. Mo Chen grinned. Dark matter excitation cannon. Clang. A shadowy gun muzzle appeared on the chest of the cyber mecha. Buzz, along with endless dark matter being continuously compressed into it, black and purple arcs began to jump continuously. The powerful Mahayana cultivator opposite him felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat, but the arrow is on the crossbow and has to be shot. Chapter 218, The Federation being exploited. Go. Launch an attack after the opponent has fully charged. The cyber mecha has not been fully charged yet, but it doesn't matter. Are you afraid of the opponent with such a huge energy attack? Emission. Boom. Black and purple light cannons gushed out. The collision of the two energies created a terrifying aftermath that swept across the surroundings. Surprisingly, the opponent was not broken like paper, but instead held on firmly. Data recording is complete. The Mahayana stage should be at this level. But let's increase our power and see if we can push it a little further. As Mo Chen controlled it, the cyber mecha continued to absorb energy and eject it. The opponent was not willing to be outdone and continued to output his magic power. The result is obvious. There is plenty of dark matter in the universe, which can be continuously absorbed by cyber mecha, but the opponent's magic power is not endless. After continuing to record data for a while, Mo Chen stopped bullying others. Let's end it. The cyber mecha's eyes flashed, and a gun barrel extended from its mouth. The Mahayana cultivator on the opposite side opened his eyes wide. Shameless. He felt so aggrieved. This was such a bully. Their own technology was restricted by the enemy and they had to fight physically. The other side, on the other hand, has been crushing us with technology from the beginning. Boom. In the end, the opponent died from the crossfire of two dark matter excitation cannons. The enemy was killed. The mimicry combat is over. Mo Chen quickly retracted his mecha, and his body collapsed and dissipated in the universe. Wow, this is such a satisfying fight. Is this the charm of technology? Mo Chen left the war room satisfied and went to his counselor's office. After staying here for so long, it's time to go out and explore the world. The scene changed. You're applying to graduate? The counselor was stunned. That's right, I've reached the Mahayana stage now. It's time for me to go out and see the world instead of staying at home. Mo Chen nodded. Actually, you don't need to be so anxious. Once you graduate, you won't be able to access the school's resources and training. You can wait until you reach the peak of the Mahayana stage before applying for graduation, rather than applying at the early stages. I know your family background better. After leaving school, where did you get so many resources for cultivation? The counselor advised. Mo Chen naturally understood his good intentions, but with the system, he was not short of resources, so he made such a decision. I know all of this, but I have accumulated a lot of resources over the years and refined many elixirs on a daily basis, which are enough for me to cultivate to the peak of Mahayana. Teacher, you also know that in order to break through the mortal realm and advance to the spiritual realm, you must polish a star body and integrate it into your body. I have to make plans early. Mo Chen said to the counselor's side upon hearing this. Alright, since you have a plan, I won't try to persuade you any further. He began to arrange graduation procedures. An hour later, Mo Chen graduated successfully. You've broken the record for the shortest graduation time in our academy. Others won't graduate for another 20 to 30 years. The counselor digitized the graduation certificate and sent it to Mo Chen. I wish you a bright future and a prosperous immortal path. It would be even better if you could make a name for yourself out there and return to serve your home planet. Yes. Mo Chen nodded and decided to wait until he had completely established his foothold in this world before deciding to develop himself in a low-key and honest manner. After saying goodbye to the counselor, Mo Chen returned to the dormitory and started packing his things, but before that there is one important matter to take care of. Hey, Shinshin, before we leave, let's go to the federal database again. Yes, start hacking into the database. As the Divine Core began to invade, the intelligent computer alarm also sounded on the federal side. Again? The commander's face darkened. However, today's intelligent brain does not have the support of astronomical computers and is no match for the divine core. The Federation also gave up resistance. Whether we take it or not, we're all at the bottom of the pile anyway. See? This is the consequence of being technologically backward. We have no choice but to endure being bullied by others. The commander said to the people around him. Everyone looked bitter. We spend so much every year, but why can't we cultivate outstanding talents to lead the technological development of Blue Water Planet? The commander grew angrier as he spoke. Commander, this isn't our fault. Technological development doesn't happen overnight, and coupled with the technological blockade imposed by other planets, we can only advance in the dark. Yes, but our technology has also made progress. There are breakthroughs every year. Everyone had a mouth. Then why are we always beaten by others? The commander said angrily. It's a simple truth. We are making progress, but others are not standing still. We take a small step forward, while others take a bigger step forward. The distance can only get bigger and bigger, unless a rare technological genius appears on our planet once in 1,000 years and leads the Blue Water Planet to a technological explosion. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking to try to catch up with others in technology. The commander slumped in his seat, his face full of vicissitudes of life. After so many years in power, he has always wanted to lead the Blue Water Planet to achieve technological advancement, but he sees no hope at all. He also went to other planets to recruit talents, but was rejected one by one. After all, the conditions on the Blue Water Planet are no match for those on other planets. While they were chatting, Shen Xian had already copied the King Realm data and began to evacuate. Strange. Why didn't the Federation resist this time? Mo Chen was very confused. Here's what happened, Shen Xian responded. The conversation scene in the command room was played in front of Mo Chen. After all, the Federation had given up resistance, so Shen launched an all-out invasion. The entire conversation just now was also recorded. Mo Chen looked at the screen, not knowing what to say. Forget it, since we took so many things from them, give them some compensation. Shen, considering the technological level of Blue Water Planet, designed an advancement plan and sent it to the Federation, then send them a copy of scientific and technological theoretical data support so that they can achieve scientific and technological progress. Sent. Shen also moved quickly. Okay, time to leave. Our target is Proxima Centauri, 400 light-years away. Mo Chen left Huazhong University and headed to the only wormhole teleportation device on the Blue Water Planet. The distance of 400 light-years is too great for a Mahayana cultivator to fly over. The only way to cross it is to use a wormhole, which saves time. Warning, a compressed file has been received from an unknown source. Do you want to open it? The intelligent brain reported. Everyone was stunned. The person who could send the message quietly and concealed his tracks was undoubtedly the one who had just invaded the Federation. If you invade, and we don't resist. What's the point of sending them a compressed package? Laugh at them. Scan to see if there are any system viruses. The commander said. The scan was completed and no virus was found. It is possible that the virus is too hidden to be detected by the scan. The intelligent brain gives the answer. Everyone looked frustrated and felt that the intelligent computer was increasingly useless. Open it, open it. They wanted to install a virus and they did it right away. There's no need for this. It's probably some kind of mocking letter. The commander said helplessly. The intelligent computer that received the command decompressed the compressed package and opened it to display it. The compressed package is only 1 kilobyte, but it explodes to 100 terabytes once decompressed. What is this written about? Is this a mockery of the entire Blue Water Planet? However, after everyone looked at it carefully, they found something wrong. It seemed to be a technology development data package. This. Commander, this is incredible. Just the beginning shows that our technology has not yet made any breakthroughs. And it's probably true, because I still remember some of the data, and it's exactly the same as above. That's right, and it involves many aspects. I can only understand part of it, and I have to study the rest slowly. Everyone was talking about it. Although I don't know what the other party's intentions are, I'd be a fool not to seize the opportunity right in front of me. Hurry and study all the data above. The commander was extremely excited. He didn't care about any conspiracy theories. He just wanted to develop the situation first. Chapter 219, Cosmic Rule Level Weapons. Proxima Centauri. Looking at the 3 meteors streaking across the sky, Missouri Chen exclaimed, "What a magical place." After crossing the wormhole, he arrived at this 3-body planet. As for why it is called this name, it is because this planet is influenced by 3 stars, forming a special 3-body motion system. Therefore, the environment on this planet is extremely harsh, and mathematical systems cannot be used to predict environmental changes. Everything is disordered. However, as cultivators, they don't worry about these problems at all. Instead, this place has become a good training ground. The reason why Mo Chen came here to train is because this planet is ownerless. To advance to the spiritual realm, he needs to polish a satellite-level celestial body and integrate it into his body. Many celestial bodies are marked and recorded by the Federation, and once they disappear, they will definitely attract the Federation's investigation. Therefore, finding ownerless celestial bodies is Mo Chen's goal. The three-body planet is a public place. If it were to be absorbed by Mo Chen, it would most likely cause dissatisfaction among other cultivators. But so what? Just because you don't have the courage to take it doesn't mean I don't dare. As long as he doesn't go against the most powerful force in the world, the Federation, he has nothing to fear. Mo Chen also planned to skip the process of polishing satellite-level celestial bodies and directly polish planetary-level celestial bodies in one step. He looked around and grinned at the cultivators flying in the sky and hiding in the ground. Open the chat group. Mo Chen at Jiang Fan, brother Fan, are your things ready? I'm going to polish the planet to advance to the spirit realm. Jiang Fan, yes, I'm ready. However, I've only just developed this technology and haven't experimented with it yet. When you use it later, please broadcast it live so I can collect data. Jiangmu, just sit back and watch the show. Ling Tian, is technology really so advanced that it can achieve something like this? Mo Chen, no problem, I'll start the live broadcast shortly. Ding. The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Mo Chen. Ding. Group member Mo Chen received the red envelope. Ding. Group member Mo Chen has started a live stream of his otherworldly adventure. Ding. The group owner has joined the live broadcast room. Ding. Zhang Mu joins the live stream. Ding. Ling Tian joins the live broadcast room. Ahem, hello everyone, this is my first time showing my face, so I guess I've refreshed the group achievement. Mo Chen smiled. Zhang Mu, is this brother Mo Chen's world? Oh my god, why are there 3 suns? Jiang Fan, various star systems exist in the universe. Brother Mo Chen's location should be a triple star system. That's right. This Trisolaran star system is ownerless and has not been incorporated into the Federation's territory, so I've set my sights on it. Mo Chen nodded. Ling Tian, there are many immortal cultivators around, their aura is even stronger than that of the Ghost Emperor. The lowest level of cultivators who can come here is the Mahayana cultivator. But Ling Tian, is the Ghost Emperor on your side really that weak? Mo Chen asked doubtfully. The Mahayana here is still in the ordinary realm. Ling Tian, it hurts, maybe it's because of the different worlds. However, as the worlds continue to merge, my level is also rapidly rising. Now, 2 new realms have been opened above the Ghost Emperor, one is the Ghost God, and the other is the Ghost Immortal. Zhang Mu, then you have to work harder. Don't you see that the newcomers have surpassed you? Ling Tian, what can I do? I believe that before long, you will be surpassed. Thank you all for your kindness. I'm going to get started now. By the way, I have to ask, what is the range of this thing, brother Fan? Mo Chen asked. Jiang Fan, currently, it can only cover 1 star system, which is a bit small, but it should be enough, brother Mo Chen. As I continue my research, the range will continue to expand. Hiss, enough, enough. Starting from a star system, you are worthy of being brother Fan. Mo Chen took a breath of cold air. Well, I'm starting now. He slowly took the things out of the system. Spaced out a peaceful, lock-shaped ball of light, without any breath, was suspended in his hand. This is the universe rule-level weapon that Mo Chen borrowed from Jiang Fan, the space-time lock. As the name suggests, this weapon is used to lock time and space. Everything gathers here, and I wish to leave it in peace. Magic power, time and space freeze. After a very childish speech, Mo Chen activated the time and space lock in his hand. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out, and in an instant the entire 3-body star system was affected. The cultivators around only felt a white flash before their eyes, and then they lost all their senses, and even their consciousness was sealed. As the light spread, all moving particles in the universe were forced to stop. Everything was like a video with the pause button pressed. The 3 stars in the trisolar system stopped moving, and the 3 planets also stopped rotating. Particles no longer move, reactions no longer occur, and matter is frozen. Zhang Mu, damn. This is terrifying. Ling Tian, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Jiang Fan, the results are quite good. All that time spent researching this weapon has paid off. Brother Mo Chen, have Shin Xin record the data and transmit it to me, no problem. Mo Chen was also shocked by the power of the time and space lock. Because he has a special device on him, he will not be affected by the continuous influence of the time and space lock. Looking at the space-time lock floating above the 3-body planet and constantly working, he swallowed. It's so powerful, I really want to have it. It's a pity that brother Fan only has one, otherwise I would definitely be shameless enough to ask for one as a treasure. Shinshin, record the data. Collecting data, Mo Chen nodded, then said to the group, okay, now that we've frozen the space-time of this star system, it's time for me to refine this planet. Jiang Fan, okay, but let me remind you that the time-space lock is not permanent. The principle of this weapon is to stimulate an extremely powerful field to bind all particles. The particles no longer move, just like space and time are frozen. The particles mentioned here not only refer to material particles, but also include light particles and other massless particles. The energy source that locks these particles in the spacetime lock will initially carry huge energy itself. As it continues to lock the spacetime, it will absorb all the energy in this area to maintain itself. Of course, the first thing to be affected is the dark matter energy that exists the most in the universe. When the dark matter is exhausted, it will absorb energy from other matter. Once all the energy in this area is absorbed, it will turn into a dead zone. Without energy replenishment, the spacetime lock ceases to activate and automatically closes. However, when spacetime is restored, all matter in the area is gone, and so are the living things within. This is why I said it's not permanent. Zhang Fan gave a lot of explanations, leaving the group members stunned. This is countless times more terrifying than the two-dimensional foil. Mo Chen's eyes widened. The two-dimensional foil has many ways to dodge, as long as you can fly faster than the speed of light, or have a strong body to withstand it, or enter other dimensions to avoid it, etc. However, the effect of this spacetime lock is instantaneous. Once activated, it can instantly cover the range of the spacetime lock. Once the attack comes, there will be no chance of escape. Chapter 220, The Galactic Federation's Calculations. Zhang Fan, how can the two-dimensional foil compare to this thing? They're not even on the same level. The spacetime lock is a cosmic-level weapon. The two-dimensional foil is like a stone tool from an ancient era compared to it. Brother Fan's technology is still far ahead. Mo Chen boasted. Zhang Fan, no, at this level, everyone comes into contact with this kind of weapon. I believe you have other rule-level weapons. If you encounter them, please provide me with some data for reference. Okay, I'll hang out with Brother Fan from now on. Mo Chen patted his chest and said, Zhang Mu, I shed tears of envy. Ling Tian, I can't compare to you. I absolutely can't compare to you. Ding. Group member Mo Chen closed the live broadcast room. For a moment, everyone started to continue diving. Zhang Mu and Ling Tian were hit hard and began to work hard to develop. It was a bit embarrassing to be overtaken by a newcomer. After exiting the chat group, Mo Chen started asking for things from his other big daddy. Hey, Master System, isn't it time for us to change our cultivation techniques? Now is the critical moment for polishing our celestial bodies and advancing. We can't do without a powerful cultivation technique. Mo Chen licked his face and said, Ding. The host hasn't signed in yet. Mo Chen's eyes lit up. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade spiritual realm technique. And a certain amount of spiritual realm spiritual fluid. Woohoo! After getting the technique, he found a place and began to exchange and practice the technique. The process is also very easy. With the replacement of the skills, the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is greatly improved. He no longer hesitated and began to open up the universe in his body according to the description of the spiritual realm technique. It's a long process. Under the effect of the spiritual realm technique, the Dantian turned into a chaotic place. The enormous mental power was internalized and transformed into a giant axe that tore apart the chaotic universe. The piercing pain hit Mo Chen's soul. Divine Core kindly reminds you that the creation of the inner universe has been completed. However, because the energy within the microcosm is extremely scarce and unstable, it urgently needs a large amount of energy to replenish it. Mo Chen naturally knew this and looked around. Since the spacetime lock also needed to absorb energy, he definitely couldn't compete with it. So his gaze couldn't help but turn to the cultivators around him. Well, this is all for your own good. You don't want the spacetime lock to annihilate you after it absorbs all its energy, do you? So use all your mana to help me practice, so that I can quickly reach the spiritual realm planetary level. Mo Chan grinned. Suck my little universe. He released the small universe in his body without any concealment. Suddenly, strong winds blew up all around. Because these immortal cultivators were frozen, they had no power to resist at all. For a moment, the magic power in the bodies of the cultivators on the entire planet gathered into a vast ocean like a river and was continuously absorbed into the small universe in Mo Chen's body. You should know that there are no cultivators below the Mahayana level on the entire three-body planet. The magic power of so many powerful people all turned into a wedding dress for Mo Chen's cultivation. Their magic power nourished the small universe that Mo Chen had just opened up like a drizzle. With sufficient energy entering, the microcosm began to evolve continuously. The practice lasted for 3 full years without any time. The small universe in Mo Chen's body finally stabilized. The ocean of magic power above his head was also completely sucked away. Ha! Mahayana peak. Mo Chen let out a breath of foul air. It seems that his realm is only at the peak of Mahayana, but as long as he absorbs a planet into the microcosm, he can instantly be promoted to the planetary level in the spiritual realm. After all, the absorbed energy is there. Under the law of conservation of energy, it is impossible to reach the peak of Mahayana realm. It's just that it's still in the promotion stage and it's difficult to divide. There is no microcosm in the body in the Mahayana stage. Begin refining the three-body planet. Mo Chen flashed and arrived near the core of the three-body planet. Originally, this should have been a picture of chaos, disorder, and continuous violent reactions, but because of the spacetime lock, all particles are frozen and the reaction no longer proceeds. It's much more convenient. You don't have to use your strength to resist the high temperature and high pressure. Emochan smiled. Start focusing on refining the star core, and outside the Trisolarian star system, naturally, many more immortal cultivators have entered the field in recent years, but once you enter, you will be instantly locked in time and space, and you will have no idea what is happening at the Galactic Federation meeting. Have you heard about what's going on in the Trisolarian star system? A man glanced around. Well, we sent people outside to investigate. It's undoubtedly a cosmic rule level weapon. The others nodded. What's the response from other galaxies? The man continued to ask. They all said they didn't do it. Everyone shook their heads. That's truly shameless. Testing weapons of this level on my territory. Do you really think I'm just a decoration? The man laughed. Please calm down. Peace is still the most important thing in the Federation. We all share the same origin, so we should compete rationally. Rational? Damn, the other party is shitting on my head, and you're asking me to be rational. If he dares to launch cosmic-level weapons in the Trisolarian star system today, he will dare to launch them in my residence tomorrow. The man slammed the table angrily. But we can't start a war. You are only a king-level galaxy-level expert. Let's wait until you are promoted to an emperor-level galaxy cluster expert. Otherwise, we can't afford to be enemies with so many galaxy-level experts. Secondly, if we are blamed from above, we will suffer in silence. Our ultimate goal is to explore and develop the unknown universe. The top leaders really don't want to see Federation members fighting each other. Everyone persuaded. The status level of the Federation is based on strength. The same is true for jurisdictions. The weakest ones are planetary-level strongmen, whose jurisdiction area is a planet, just like the Supreme Commander on the blue water planet. Above that are the stellar-level powers who govern an entire star system. There are two major realms in the King Realm. Nebula level and galaxy level. A nebula level powerhouse governs a nebula, a galaxy level powerhouse governs a galaxy, and such a person is the manager of the Milky Way, a king-level galaxy-level powerhouse. From this we can also see that every promotion to a higher realm makes a huge difference, and similarly, promotion is also very difficult. There is no one like me in the world who is as strong as me and can truly hold the sun and the moon in his hands and pick the stars. Such a strong person would be a terror if he were released into other worlds. But in this world, he is still just a king-level warrior. Above them are the Imperial Realm, the Emperor Realm, and the Universe Realm. When the man heard everyone talking about the federal high-ranking officials, he was speechless. But you can't just let someone do it for nothing. Where would you put your face? Tell the surrounding galaxies to share my losses, or don't blame me for starting a war. I don't think the higher-ups will blame me when they investigate. It's them who are ignorant. The man said. So what do we want? What else can we ask for? We asked them to buy some technology before, but they refused to sell it. This time, we'll ask them to use that technology to compensate us. The man was calculating. Why is he so excited? It's just that he got the opportunity to blackmail. After all, it's just a star system, but there are hundreds of billions of them in the Milky Way. It's no big deal if they destroy it, but if you make a fuss about it and extort some technology from them, you will make a lot of money. Everyone was stunned and thought for a moment before they understood what this person was thinking. Everyone looked at each other and grinned. I think it's feasible. Chapter 221. Promoted to a planetary-level powerhouse, so everyone began to extort the surrounding galaxy federations. This false accusation is like a shitpot on their heads. Everyone was so angry. How dare you, a galaxy at the bottom of the list, talk to us like that? Isn't the suppression we receive enough? Just tell me whether you agree or not. Although our technology is a little behind yours, don't treat our cultivators as mere decorations. If we really fight, nothing good will come of it. Xiao Tianzong snorted coldly. The governors of the various galaxies exchanged glances and said, who knows if this is a scam staged by your galaxy, just to steal technology. I directed and acted in it myself? Xiao Tianzong laughed. Do you think we have the technology? You don't believe it, right? Well, let's each reveal our assets so we can check each other out. Anyway, our technology is backward, and you have what I have too. They each lifted up their underwear to check, and in the end he still made the profit impossible. Everyone immediately objected. How could they possibly disclose all of their arsenals and other technological means? What? Are you feeling guilty? Anyway, the criminal is one of you. If you can't find the criminal, you should share the responsibility. Xiao Tianzong spread his hands. Everyone looked unhappy, but seeing Xiao Tianzong's unfazed expression, they sighed. We agree. That's right, come on, sign the compensation agreement. Xiao Tianzong's face was full of smiles. He really made a lot of money from this unexpected disaster. Although I don't know who did it, I still greeted him in my heart. I really thank you. Three-body planet, the interior of a celestial body. The star core was constantly refined and refined under Emochen's polishing. It's just very slow. At the current rate, it will take at least 5 years. Moreover, refining the star core is only the first step. The next step is to refine the entire planetary body before it can be stored in the universe within one's body. Alas, the path of cultivation is really difficult, Emochan sighed and said that the upper limit of cultivating immortals is high, but it also takes a long time. A retreat can last for several years or even decades, and the longer it goes, the longer it gets. It's not that he was impatient and couldn't wait, but he was afraid that it would take too long. After the spacetime lock outside had used up the dark matter energy, it would absorb the biomass energy in the bodies of those cultivators. By then, those immortal cultivators will definitely not be able to withstand it and will be drained dry and annihilated. As I was thinking, I realized that I forgot to sign in today. After reciting it silently in your heart, the reward will come, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the spiritual level celestial body refining method. Ding. The spiritual level celestial body refining technique triggers a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming into the emperor level celestial body refining technique part 1. Sensing the host's worry, Yu immediately took action. The refining method is different from the cultivation method, it is just a technique and skill. Naturally, the higher the level, the better. So Yu triggered this thing to a 1,000-fold amplification. It's a pity that the highest reward for signing in now is only at the spirit realm level. Otherwise Yu would have directly given Emochan a universe realm level refining method. At this time, Emochan, who had obtained the emperor level celestial body refining method, felt like he had found a treasure with this. The entire planet can definitely be refined within 5 years. As expected, we still have to rely on the system at critical moments. Ahem, Shin Xin, come and learn this technique and then digitize it and pass it to me. Emochan is also very shameless. Learning? What the hell is that? There are cheats, but I don't need to learn it myself. It's just a waste of time. Isn't that just stupid? Okay, Shinshin is at your service. Starting to learn, this set of skills involves a lot of things, and even for Shin Xin it took him a month to learn. If Emochan were in this situation, he would not be able to get started in several years. It is indeed worthy of being an emperor level skill. After finishing his studies, Shin Xin also began to transfer the information to Emochan in digital form. So much. I feel like my body is stuffed full. As data continued to be injected into his body, Emochan could no longer hold back. This is too much, it keeps coming. 30% of the host's brain capacity has been used, and data transmission is 25% complete. Host's brain capacity is 50% utilized, data transfer is 75% complete. Host's brain capacity is 60% utilized. Data transfer complete. Just the data of an emperor level martial arts technique almost caused the brain capacity of the spiritual realm mental power level to enter an overloaded state. My head is spinning. This method is quick to learn, but the side effects shouldn't be underestimated. If you lose control, you'll become an idiot. Emochan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately his brain capacity was large enough. Host, don't worry. The divine core has been calculated before transmission, so your worries are in vain. Shen Xin assured. That's good. If my brain capacity is insufficient in the future, you don't have to send me all the data at once. You can do it step by step. There's no rush, right? Emochan nodded. Learn. Shin Xin also responded, it would have been better if you had made it clear earlier. Having mastered the imperial level celestial body refining method, Emochan continued to devote himself to refining the 3-body planet. 3 months passed in a flash, the star core was completely refined. Emochan came to the outside of the 3-body planet and threw all the cultivators on the planet into outer space. Then release the small universe in your body. Great universe refining method. Refine. Emochan held the hand seal and recited the incantation. The microcosm is like a two-dimensional interface, eroding the 3-body planet bit by bit. Time goes by. Another 4 years passed in the outside world. The last continent of the 3-body planet was refined and absorbed into the microcosm. Emochan also successfully advanced to a planetary level powerhouse. The aura rose directly from the peak of Mahayana to the planetary level in the spiritual realm. Is this a planetary level expert, so powerful? Emochan's eyes flashed with brilliance, too strong, completely different from the mortal realm. With a spread of his hands, his magical powers were released. A miniature celestial body appeared in the palm of his hand and rotated independently. The powerful gravitational force tears apart all the surrounding matter. He directly transforms himself into a massive celestial body, and every punch and move carries the massive attack of the celestial body. Inside his body. Nima, it's a humanoid self-propelled universe. Emochan swallowed his saliva. He had expected him to be very strong, but he had never expected him to be so strong. Thinking of the many realms above my head, the desire to travel around was suppressed. Let's just continue to develop slowly. This world is outrageous. Looking at the time-space lock that was still working, Emochan put it away. The figure disappeared in a flash, and it loses the function of time and space lock. The Trisolaran star system also returned to normal. Those immortal cultivators came back to their senses one by one. What's going on? Why am I in space? Shit. I'm out of mana. Mine's gone too. Not a drop left. What the hell happened? Oh my god. Where's the Trisolaran planet? How could such a huge celestial body disappear? Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. After all, for them, they were practicing well on the three-body planet just a second ago. The next second, he inexplicably appeared in the universe, his magic power was gone, and the three-body planet under his feet was gone. The Galactic Federation also received the news the moment the spacetime lock disappeared. Someone was immediately sent over to inquire about the situation and everyone present was detained. P.S. I'll be lazy during the holidays, but I won't stop updating. I'll keep updating. 3 Chapter 222, a powerful king-level expert comes to visit. Boy, you're quite good at escaping. I don't know what you mean by that. Mo Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the man in front of him. Xiao Tianzong shook his head. Although your methods are very impressive, you have underestimated the Federation's technological capabilities under big data detection. Unless you have erased all traces, I will still be able to find you if I am determined to track you down. As soon as I heard about what happened on the Trisolaran planet, I knew someone else was responsible. The surrounding galaxies don't have weapons at the rule level in terms of time and space. After time and space were restored, I dispatched garrison personnel to immediately arrest the cultivators there. Guess what? Hey, you're the only one missing. You were so careless about this, weren't you? Xiao Tianzong spoke slowly. Mo Chen didn't know what to say at this moment, just ran to another star system and prepared to continue to develop. Unexpectedly, not long after, this guy came to my door. Mo Chen felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from him. So, what do you want to do? Capture me and search me for my secrets? Mo Chen prepared for the worst. Xiao Tianzong walked up and patted him on the shoulder. I am not interested in your secrets, whether it is a cosmic-level weapon or an unknown and powerful technology, everyone has his or her own great opportunity. And you? Mo Chen was very confused. I have only one wish, and that is that the Milky Way's technological level no longer ranks at the bottom. Therefore, I would like to hire you as the Milky Way's chief technology advisor, to take charge of technological development and lead our technological explosion. As Xiao Tianzong spoke, his eyes became brighter. Being at the bottom of the list for thousands of years has always been a thorn in his heart. Even though he has a lot of strength, he is unable to vent it in the field of science and technology. The Federation attaches great importance to technology, and no one is willing to reveal their technological means. The same goes for the General Federation, which watches the small federations compete with each other without managing them and ignores the targeted galaxies. Just give each small federation some basic scientific and technological knowledge to let them develop and research on their own, and stipulate that competition is allowed, and small frictions leading to battles are allowed, but they cannot be fought to the death. Galaxy's chief technology advisor? Mo Chen was a little confused. This guy thinks so highly of me? What? Don't you have the skills? Xiao Tianzong laughed. If you just want the tech, why don't you just rob me? Mo Chen couldn't understand this behavior. It would be easy to rob you, but my intuition tells me that it's useless. This is your opportunity, and it might not be the same for someone else. Just like the ancient inheritance in ancient times, the heirs would be selected, so robbing is useless. Xiao Tianzong shook his head. Mo Chen looked strange. Your intuition is too accurate. Just as he said, the divine core is bound to his genes, and they prosper and suffer together, and the same is true for the system. Could it be that the system would watch its host being choked and then throw itself into the arms of the enemy? That would be too ridiculous. So if Xiao Tianzong really wanted to kill people and rob, in the end he would end up with nothing and all his efforts would be in vain. How much control does the General Federation have over us? Mo Chen pondered. Xiao Tianzong smiled. So you agree? Well, I agree. This job will bring me a lot of benefits. Will you give me more power? That's right, with this identity, he can mess around with the Milky Way however he wants, and he can finally build a celestial computer and let the divine core unleash its full power. That's natural. I won't interfere with the development of science and technology. You're the boss in this area, and your words are more effective than mine. If anyone disobeys, please report to me and I'll go talk to them in person. Xiao Tianzong grinned. It is necessary to delegate power when it is necessary. As the saying goes, don't employ people you doubt, and trust people you employ. You have high expectations of me. Mo Chen admired this guy's courage a little, but he really wanted to say that you made the right bet. Brother really has this ability. Who gave him the courage? I am super brave, okay? I don't have enough divine cores, so brother Fan comes to help. When I am in desperate situation, the system takes action. Just ask how you lost? I believe in my judgment. As for the General Federation you just asked about, as long as there is no large-scale movement, they are generally in a free-range state. Their goal is to develop and explore the unknown universe, while we are constantly improving the foundation of scientific and technological means in the known universe, providing them with strong scientific and technological support, human and material resources, etc. Xiao Tianzong explained, this is a very important piece of information. The unknown universe and the known universe. At present, humans have not discovered any traces of other civilizations or lifeforms in the universe, but this is limited to the known universe. And the universe is so vast, people don't believe that human civilization is the only one in the universe. How arrogant one is to say that. If we expand the scale of time, human civilization has only been thriving for tens of thousands of years compared to the age of the universe, which is measured in billions of years. It is like an unborn baby. How is it possible that there are no other civilizations? Or maybe human beings today are still too weak and their technology is too low to discover other civilizations. Or those civilizations are too powerful. They are watching the development of human civilization silently in some corner of the universe, and will launch a devastating blow when they think the time is right. No matter from which perspective, it is necessary to explore outward, as fear comes from the unknown. Unfortunately, more than 100,000 years passed before the top federal officials stepped out of the boundaries of the known universe and began to explore outward. It can only be said that the universe is too vast and boundless. Now what are you going to do? Imochen looked at Xiao Tianzong. The other party shook his head. I have to ask you, you are the expert in this area, do whatever you want. Imochen smiled. This trust made him serious. I am from the Blue Water Star. Oh, I guess a big shot like you hasn't heard of it. I come from the blue planet water in the solar system. According to my understanding over the years, the solar system is at the bottom of the Milky Way, and now you tell me that the Milky Way is at the bottom of all other galaxies. Fate is truly amazing. The corner of Xiao Tianzong's mouth twitched. So I plan to return to Blue Water Planet to lead the advancement of technology. Since we want to surpass other galaxies and change the bottom ranking of the Milky Way, we should start with the lowest star system in our own galaxy. Imochen spoke after saying so much. It's actually all out of selfishness. After all, it's my home planet, so wouldn't it be nice to give it a hand? Xiao Tianzong naturally understood Imochen's intention, but he didn't care at all. It didn't matter as long as it was within the Milky Way. According to you, I will let you directly serve as the Commander-in-Chief of Water Blue Star. As for the original position, the person will be demoted to a lower level and serve as Deputy Commander to assist you with miscellaneous tasks. Just tell me what resources you need. I won't hesitate to give them to you as long as they are available. Xiao Tianzong nodded. That's great. Imochen was also very satisfied. Chapter 223, 3 Strategies for Solar System Development. In this way, Imochen was appointed by Xiao Tianzong and directly airlifted to Shuilan Star. Inside the command room, Tang Guiqiang's face froze when he saw the news from above. What was going on? He was sitting at home and was demoted from the sky. Is it because I haven't performed well enough over the years? Tang Guiqiang seemed to be thinking about something, then fell silent when he thought about the bottom ranking of Water Blue Star. It does seem not that good, but we can't blame him. The technology of other planets is not shared, so it is not easy to surpass them. Never mind, since the higher-ups have sent someone to take over, it means they intend to lead the development of Blue Water Planet and finally get rid of this bottom ranking. Tang Guiqiang sighed. The next morning, Imochen returned to the Blue Water Planet through the wormhole teleportation device. It has been nearly 10 years since I left. There hasn't been much change on the Blue Water Planet. They had only cracked 30% of the technological information that Xinxin had given to the Federation. Imochen, dressed in formal attire, came to the base. Tang Guiqiang has already brought a group of people here to greet us. Seeing Imochen appear, he hurriedly went to meet him. Welcome the Commander-in-Chief to the Blue Water Planet. Looking at the familiar face, Imochen smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't be so polite, we are family, we have even fought each other before. Tang Guiqiang was confused and had no idea what the Commander-in-Chief meant. When had they fought? He had no recollection of it. Imochen didn't explain anything. Let's go inside and have a meeting to formulate a development strategy. I'm not here to retire. Tang Guiqiang was delighted and excited. Yes. Call the senior staff of Blue Water Star to participate immediately. Go ahead. Thus, the first Blue Water Planet Strategic Development Conference was held. The meeting. I believe you already understand my identity. All future developments must be subject to my instructions. Imochen glanced around, trying to see if there were any troublemakers. The answer is obvious. No, everyone has a clear understanding that Imochen was sent by the higher-ups and must be capable. In addition, they have been suppressed by other planets for many years, and have long lost their fighting spirit. They also know that they are not cut out for it. In that case, obeying orders is what they should do. Imochen nodded in satisfaction. I've just learned about the technological level of Blue Water Star. Other planets have more or less a planetary computer, but Blue Water Star doesn't have one. If you want to open it up, you have to apply to the higher authorities. I don't know what to say. Everyone felt ashamed, and each family member understood their own situation. They also want to build their own astronomical computer, but they don't have the technology. So, the first strategic goal is to build a celestial computer, and the closest planet to us is Venus. No one doubted whether Imochen had this skill, and he must have the confidence to say it. So, Commander-in-Chief, what do we need to do? All you have to do is gather manpower. The star building project is a huge undertaking for the current Blue Water Planet and will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. Only Mahayana cultivators can survive in the universe for a long time, so you must mobilize all Mahayana cultivators globally to participate. Imochen said. All Mahayana cultivators. Everyone was shocked and worried. Commander-in-Chief, our federation does not have mandatory control over the people. Even if we summon them, it is impossible for everyone to respond to our call. Is that so? Then do your best. Gather as many as you can and offer some conditions for hiring them. After all, this is a major undertaking for our home planet, so how can we not contribute? You can also let students in the Mahayana stage participate in the school, as a kind of training before graduation. That's possible. Everyone nodded. Okay, let's set our first strategy, to build the first planetary-scale astronomical computer within 5 years. Emochin continued, the second strategy is to build other planets in the solar system and transform them into celestial computers. With Venus as our first practice, we expect to build a planetary-level celestial computer every 3 years. It is estimated that it will take 18 years to complete the construction of 6 celestial computers. The third strategy is to build a celestial computer for the star system. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Is the Commander-in-Chief playing such a big game? Can the strategic steps keep up? It's too fast, Tang Guoqiang said worriedly. Commander-in-Chief, we can't choose the sun to build a stellar-class astronomical computer, otherwise the solar system will have no stars to supply energy. Don't worry, Deputy Commander. You can trust me to do my job. I'm not stupid enough to eat grass in my own backyard. Emochin glanced at the latter and continued, you haven't gotten over your weak mentality yet. Everyone present was stunned and confused. Emochin turned his back to the crowd and said slowly, no one will always be a weakling unless he gives up struggling. After the first 2 strategies I mentioned are realized, do you think we in the solar system are still weak? Everyone suddenly realized, that's right. With 7 planetary computers, our ranking will rise rapidly. That's right. Other star systems in the Milky Way only have 4 or 5 planetary-level astronomical computers at most. There is not a single stellar-class astronomical computer, and only the Galactic Federation has about 10 or so. That's right. With 7 planetary computers, we're no longer weak. Furthermore, during these years of strategic development, I won't be lagging behind in the weapons department. I want to develop in all directions, leaving no gaps. Emochin turned around and leaned on the table and said. Tang Guoqiang also understood, but he still had a doubt in his heart. The Commander-in-Chief means to directly seize stars from other star systems. But will the higher-ups agree? After all, if we do this, we will definitely start a war. Emochin grinned. It doesn't matter. We'll definitely win a fight, and the higher-ups won't ask questions because I have a strong backing. Just follow me and develop with peace of mind. As for the internal strife within the Milky Way, Xiao Tianzong has the final say on everything. The General Federation will not pay any attention to it. The General Federation only manages the conflicts between galaxies. Xiao Tianzong had already delegated power to him, so Emochin had no worries at all. Everyone was breathing rapidly. Damn, there are big thighs. Hurry and hug them. This way, we have no worries and can simply follow the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Only by order of the Commander-in-Chief. Everyone was excited. They finally had a chance to turn the tables. They were going to stand up. That's quite a bit of momentum. After we've implemented the first 2 strategies and rested for 7 years, we'll expand outward and conquer other stars. Emochin nodded, yes. That concludes today's meeting. Let's implement the strategy one just set. Emochin dismissed everyone. His subordinates were like chickens with their blood pumped up, and began to recruit people from all over the place to participate in the star-making project. Every university was confused when they received the notice from the federal government, but since it was an order from the federal government, they had no choice but to let the Mahayana students participate. The other Mahayana monks in society were all hesitant, the cultivators who were determined to avenge their country all responded to the call, and some cultivators in the Mahayana stage also joined in because they were jealous of the conditions offered by the Federation. Only a small number of disciples from large families stood outside, frowning and watching the show. They wanted to see what the Federation was up to. Chapter 224, Start lighting up the technology. Emochin silently paid attention to every move on the blue water planet. As the Commander-in-Chief, he had heard a lot of rumors about the family forces on the blue water planet. Tang Guoqiang beside him said, Commander-in-Chief, those family forces are indeed constantly inquiring about the news, trying to understand the actions of the Federation, and then invest resources and support according to the situation, because the Federation and the family forces used to have mutually beneficial relations. Many positions were filled with family members. They're a bunch of old foxes, quite cautious. But that's fine too. We really need to rely on their help in the early stages of our development. You can appropriately reveal some information to those family forces. I believe they will make the right decision. Emochin said. I understand. Tang Guoqiang had an idea in mind, and then began to contact the elders of those families. Following Tang Guoqiang's revelation, the family forces also understood what the Federation's next move would be. They actually want to build a celestial computer. Everyone looked at Tang Guoqiang in front of them with a thoughtful look, not knowing what he was thinking. The higher-ups have laid out 3 strategies. Whether you can seize the opportunity and ride on this rising ship depends on your individual contributions. Otherwise, when we rise, don't blame us for not helping you. Tang Wuqiang said calmly and recounted the 3 strategic contents. By the way, I'm no longer the commander-in-chief. A powerful figure has been sent from above. I believe that under his leadership, the rise of Blue Water Planet is only a matter of time. It will only take a few decades at the latest. Tang Wuqiang left after saying this, seeing that the main people had left. The elders of each family did not stay any longer and went home to discuss things. At a family meeting. It seems the recent rumors were correct. Fortunately, it's not too late. We arranged for many of our disciples to participate from the beginning, but we just didn't invest too many resources. Investing is risky, so it's not wrong to be cautious. But we have enough capital and have placed our bets in advance, so we are still eligible to continue to increase our stakes. Those small families are not in such a good situation. They have no news, no capital, and they hesitate here and there, missing the opportunity to cross classes again and again. I heard from my subordinates that they are all still watching the show from outside the bureau. Huh? An elder of the tribe sneered. Not every family has such courage, but if they don't even have the courage to gamble, then it's wishful thinking for the family to rise. Didn't we also climb up from the bottom step by step? It's just that we were lucky and each bet was right. The patriarch said. Luck is also part of strength. Of course, it is your decision making that is good, and your vision is extraordinary. So, what are your plans this time? The elders of the tribe boasted. The tribe leader felt very comfortable after being flattered. We have invested all our manpower and resources into these 3 strategies. I feel that this time, Blue Water Planet is really going to take off. Go gather our family disciples from other star systems, and this time we'll go all in. All in? The elders were shocked. That's right, stud poker. Not only do we have to place bets, we also have to sit at the head of the table. The elders hesitated and wanted to say something but swallowed the words back. The clan leader said seriously, trust me again, you won't be wrong. The elders gritted their teeth and said, we believe you. They are indeed very decisive. Although they have some abilities and can do things well, they are always hesitant at critical moments, just like the elders of small families. He had clearly teased them before, and when it was his turn, he behaved the same way. Fortunately, they have a wise leader who leads the family's decisions. Even more fortunately, they unconditionally believe in the family's decisions and will not cause trouble. This is how they can develop the family step by step. Commander-in-Chief, it seems that those big families have begun to contribute. Tang Wuqiang reported with the information in his hand. Mo Chen listened silently. Good, very decisive. Take note of each family's contribution this time. As we manage more and more star systems, we'll inevitably be overwhelmed. Give them some positions and encourage them, yes. We can start the star-making project now. It must be completed within 5 years. Soon, under the unification of the Federation, a large number of Mahayana monks came to Venus. Take your respective equipment and follow the blueprint. The accuracy must be up to standard. If there is any mistake, start over. Don't take any chances. This project is very important and we can't be careless. A man warned everyone. The monks below the stage also nodded to show that they understood. As cultivators of this era, those in the Mahayana stage all possess profound knowledge. Even primary school students can work with the distributed drawings, let alone those who have received further education. Moreover, he is equipped with various high-tech equipment to assist him in his work. If he fails to complete his work, he will be reborn and start over. The star-making project is proceeding in an orderly manner. Mo Chen no longer focused on this aspect, but instead began to focus on the development of weapons. No way, the weapons are so backward? Mo Chen was numb. Looking at the data in the arsenal and the various weapons, he didn't know what to say. The researchers nearby lowered their heads in shame. We're still using star destroyers in this day and age? The energy utilization rate is still so low. We still need to ask the higher-ups for antimatter missiles. Mo Chen kept complaining. There are a series of other weapons, but he doesn't want to talk about them in detail. They would probably be very powerful in other worlds, but where is this place? Here they even have universe-level weapons, and you're still using star destroyers here. It's like 2 neighboring tribes. One tribe has already started traveling in the universe and exploring unknown civilizations with its technological level, while you have just been awakened and have only learned how to grind stones to make weapons. Forget it, I won't comment much. What happened in the past is in the past. Now I will follow my path to light up the technology tree. Mo Chen waved his hand. Are all the researchers here, exist? Well, then, let me thoroughly understand all this knowledge and start with the space path. Mo Chen asked Chen Xayan to pass on a large amount of space technology knowledge to everyone. Having seen the power of the space-time lock, he also wanted to make this thing. Therefore, we must first develop from the spatial aspect, and when the theory is mature and the technological conditions are met, we can then delve into the time and space aspects. Thinking of this, Mo Chen was stunned. That's all for today. From now on, it's up to you. I'll give you more information after you've fully understood it. After leaving these words, Mo Chen left and returned to his room. Speaking of which, he had borrowed the time and space lock from Brother Fan for so many years and had forgotten to return it. I didn't hear the prompt in the chat group. Brother Fan, don't you think that I have embezzled his time and spacelock? This won't do. The subsequent development of Water Blue Star still depends on Brother Fan's technical support. Chapter 225, Differences in the speed of time flow around the world. So Emochan quickly opened the chat group. Emochan at Jiang Fan, ahem, sorry, Brother Fan, I've been so busy lately that I forgot. I'm returning the spacetime lock to you now. Ding. Group member Emochan sent a designated red envelope to the group owner. On the other side, Jiang Fan heard the notification tone of the chat group and opened it to check. Ding. The group owner received the red envelope. Jiang Fan, no problem, I don't need it here anyway. There's no civilization here to fight against, which makes me feel a little bored. Zhang Mu, this is invincible loneliness. Ling Tian, I'm not envious. I'm very busy here every day. The ancient spirits and gods have recently begun to revive, and I've been leading my men on a quest here and there. Mo Chen, as for me, I've become the chief technology advisor for the Galaxy and have begun focusing on the technological development of Blue Water Planet. It seems I'm following Brother Fan's path. Jiang Fan, oh? That's interesting. Let me explain. It was rare for Jiang Fan to show any interest. Emochan, okay, this is roughly what happened. Emochan recounted his recent experiences and also included a video of himself taking action after being promoted to a planetary level expert. Ling Tian, hiss. Damn, how can you be so strong? It's only been a few years, and Brother Emochan has already surpassed me from a newcomer. Ling Tian was devastated. Emochan, a few years? No, it's been about 10 to 20 years since I joined the group, right? Zhang Mu, how many years? 10 or 20? Isn't it more than 10 years, Jiang Fan? If I remember correctly, it should be about 23 years, almost 24 years. The group suddenly fell silent. In the past, everyone just chatted and didn't mention the time issue. After all, at this level, no one needs to sleep, and they are on call at any time if anything happens. Therefore, the subconscious mind thinks that the speed of time flowing in each world is the same, but judging from everyone's description now, there is a big problem. Zhang Mu, wait, I think I understand something. Zhang Mu's eyes lit up. As a reincarnated person in this world, he immediately understood the truth. Zhang Mu, the speed of time flow in each world is different. It depends on the level of each world. When I was reincarnated repeatedly, no matter how long I stayed in the reincarnated world, only one day would pass in the main world. I originally thought that the higher the world level, the slower the flow of time, but that's not the case. The reason only one day has passed in the main world is that the heavenly Tao has spent a large amount of world essence to change the flow of time between the reincarnation world and the main world. Generally, without external factors, the flow of time in lower worlds is slow, while the flow of time in higher worlds is fast. The reason is very simple. Just like in the supreme primitive world, time is calculated using Huiyuan. The powerful monks there would spend 1 or 2 sessions of retreat in seclusion, so you can imagine how terrifying it is. Jiang Fan, I see. Ling Tian, I understand. My world is at the bottom. Straight face, Mo Chen, from this perspective, Brother Fan's world rank is slightly higher than mine, so he ranks first. I'm second. Third is Brother Zhang's side, and fourth is Ling Tian's side. Ling Tian, woo-woo. The world is not doing well, not because I am not doing well. Zhang Mu, then let's ascend with the world. Ling Tian, lying down is too difficult. Let's wait for the world to advance on its own. My world is constantly integrating with other worlds, so there's no need for me to intervene. Zhang Mu, Emochan, Brother Fan, I'll have to rely on you, the tech giant, for some technical support from now on. Jiang Fan, yes, once you reach the top of the world, we can complement each other in technology. I'm also quite interested in other technologies from your world. Emochan, no problem, that's it. I'll log off first. I have a lot of things to deal with lately, so I won't be in the group chat anymore. After saying goodbye to the group members, Emochan exited the chat group interface. In the days that followed, the solar system entered a state of rapid development. As the big families recalled their disciples who had gone out for training, it also attracted the attention of many star systems. After all, this situation is rare. The big families in the solar system were once eager to move to other star systems for development. However, other star systems have their own forces, and the federation behind them is not strong, so they can only let talented disciples train on planets in other star systems. Go investigate what's going on in the solar system. Many star system family forces sent spies to the solar system to investigate, and the Federation even directly dispatched diplomatic envoys to visit Dai in the conference room. Emochan drank his tea calmly and signaled Tang Guicheng beside him with his eyes. After receiving the signal, Tang Guicheng cleared his throat and said, I wonder what brings you all to Blue Water Planet? Ah, what are you talking about? If nothing happens, can't we just sit down and chat? The feelings between us are evident to all. The envoys laughed it off. Tang Guicheng was filled with contempt. Return our friendship. I asked you to buy some technological knowledge before, but you refused to sell it. Not only did you refuse to sell it, but you also joined forces with other star systems to impose a technological blockade on the solar system, keeping them firmly in last place. Oh, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. I'm busy with things lately and there's no need for small talk. Tang Guicheng snorted coldly. The envoys looked at each other in bewilderment. How come this guy is so tough after not seeing him for decades? Every time I met them before, I always greeted them with a smile and treated them well, and now, they exchanged glances and said, I've heard you've been working on something lately. Are you developing some dangerous weapons? This is a violation of galactic security laws, so we have reason to investigate. Bang. Emochan put down his teacup. Why, you can do it, but we can't? The envoys were speechless. They glanced at Emochan sitting in the main seat and Tang Wuqiang standing beside him, and had some guesses in their hearts. Well, it's just a joke. In that case, let's go back. The envoys did not ask any more questions and quickly left the solar system and returned to their own galaxy to report the situation. Leaving so abruptly? Tang Wuqiang was a little surprised and thought he would have to fight with them for a while. People have guessed it, so why don't you leave? Stay for dinner. Emochan smiled at Tang Wuqiang was stunned. What did you guess? Did you know we were building a celestial computer? That's for sure. They built it themselves. A glance around the solar system would reveal clues. The reason they left so abruptly is that they guessed my identity after seeing me. Emochan explained. I have to say these guys are really well informed. Tang Wuqiang was confused because he didn't know Emochan's identity as the chief technology consultant of Galaxy. When Emochan was appointed, only some powerful star system federations had received inside information. A weak federation like the solar system doesn't even have a news channel. It is true that a weak country has no diplomacy, and it is very appropriate to put it here. Chapter 226, Unknown Universe. Things were exactly as Emochan thought. The envoys began to report their findings when they returned to their federations. It's almost clear now. The solar system is indeed building a celestial computer, and the source of the technology is the galaxy's chief technology advisor appointed by the higher-ups. TSK. Why did the chief advisor end up in a weak star system like the solar system? The federal personnel had some headaches, I don't know. The chief counsel's identity information has been blocked and cannot be viewed without high-level permissions. However, I think the chief counsel's birthplace is very likely in the solar system, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen such a remote place to start his career after achieving success. The envoy guessed. We are not fools, and many things can be understood once we think about them. Oh, this is troublesome. Let's lift the technological blockade of the solar system and spend more time communicating with them over the years to cultivate a good relationship. The Commander-in-Chief spoke. To be appointed as the galaxy's chief scientific advisor, one must be incredibly capable. The rise of the natural solar system is inevitable. While they haven't officially taken off yet, they should communicate more and resolve past grievances to avoid future retaliation. He doesn't want to go through technical sanctions, which would be very uncomfortable. They were not the only ones who thought so. Other powerful star system federations began to send some technical personnel to conduct academic exchanges with the solar system. Seeing this, Emochan naturally would not refuse. He would use whatever he could in the early stages of development. With the support of so many powerful star systems, the construction of astronomical computers is also progressing very rapidly. The planetary-level astronomical computer, which was originally expected to be completed in 5 years, was completed in just 3 years. This made Tang Wuqiang happy for a long time, and he would wake up laughing in his dreams every day. After waiting for a long time, our own star system finally has its own celestial computer. Okay, you're so happy now. You'll be crazy when you get a stellar-class astronomical computer. Emochan joked. There's nothing I can do. Life was so hard back then. It reminds me of the bullying I experienced over a decade ago. Back then, we didn't even have astronomical computers, so we weren't even able to fight back when someone else's technology invaded us. Our database was like someone else's backyard. You could come in and go as you pleased. Tang Wuqiang burst into tears. Emochan's old face flushed and he glanced away. It was better not to let him know that it was him who invaded them that year. Thinking of this, Emochan clapped his hands and said, it seems that the Federation's AI is really not that good. Let's fire it. Fired? Tang Wuqiang was stunned. Could it be that the Commander-in-Chief had other intelligent computer versions? If the Commander-in-Chief has another version of the intelligent brain, it would make sense to fire ours. When do we start? He was a little excited. He had long been dissatisfied with his own intelligent computer. It was too lame, like a mentally retarded person. Right now. Emochan followed Tang Wuqiang to the command room. Once you enter, you can see a large digitized light ball in the central area. This is the intelligent brain. Commander, let's begin. Tang Wuqiang was a little impatient. Smart brain, you kid, Emochan nodded. I don't have other versions of the intelligent brain, but I have my own artificial intelligence. The divine core will swallow it. Constructing carrier division, data swallowing, replace success. Soon the big ball of light was replaced by a human-shaped data model. Shinshin version 9.0 artificial intelligence is at your service. Wow, it looks so high-end. Tang Wuqiang exclaimed. Emochan ignored him and instructed Shinxan, reset the database firewall and connect to the planetary computer computing power. Firewall is being built, hash rate is being retrieved, the firewall has been successfully constructed, with a total of 99 layers. When the firewall is breached, the divine core will serve as the final barrier. Only when the divine core is defeated can the enemy enter the database. ShenXIN responded to IT would be foolish to have a different number of firewalls for each level of database, why not just intercept the invaders outside so that they can't get anything? If the other party can break through all firewalls, subsequent defense will be futile. That's right. From now on, you will be responsible for issuing daily tasks to various departments on Blue Water Planet and urging the comprehensive development of science and technology. When someone is detected taking the wrong route, they can make corrections immediately. Now that Strategy 1 is complete, it's time to move on to Strategy 2. Emochen ordered, outside the observable universe. It is also outside the known universe. The universe is expanding so rapidly that it took us so many years to finally reach this unobservable area. There's no way around it. Right here, the universe is expanding at 3.33 times the speed of light. The closer you get to the edge of the universe, the faster it expands. I estimate that the expansion speed of the boundary is at least 10 times the speed of light or even more. One person said, "Let's explore and see if there are other civilizations in this unknown universe." Everyone frowned, and their immense spiritual consciousness swept across the surrounding galaxies. They transformed into human-shaped radars, flashing in this unknown universe. The speed of light cannot be exceeded, which is an inviolable law of the universe. The speed of any object with mass can only be infinitely close to the speed of light. But all the immortal cultivators naturally have the great ability to travel at superluminal speeds. If your own speed cannot reach the speed of light, then you can use your supernatural powers to twist space or cross space. Everyone is a powerful person in the universe, and they can cross the distance of several galaxies at a time. The efficiency of exploration is still very impressive. Suddenly, a black light attacked one of them. The man's alarm bells rang, and he subconsciously wanted to fight back with an attack, but there are constant crazy warnings in my heart: don't resist. Don't resist, don't resist, but the black light has already arrived in front of him, and if he doesn't resist, he will be hit. Great law of the universe. Time and space retreat. The law of time permeated this person's body, and all matter around him began to move backwards. The black light continued to move away until it reached a safe distance. This person withdrew and made a space jump to another galaxy to observe. Without the influence of the laws of time and space, the black light instantly annihilated the area. Wherever the black light went, it turned into nothingness. The man's eyes widened. He understood what this was. That area had actually dropped to the zero-dimensional level, where the speed of light was zero and any basic principles of the universe no longer existed. Come quickly. We're under attack from an unknown civilization, suspected to be the ultimate tactic of the universe. This person quickly used his telepathy to contact his companions. After hearing the news, his companions rushed to his side without stopping. What happened? The man pointed to an area of another galaxy. A long black area spanned a distance of dozens of light years. The dimensional attack method is very powerful, the ultimate method in the universe. It directly skips the process of reducing the three-dimensional dimension to the two-dimensional and one-dimensional levels, and directly forces the three-dimensional dimension to fall to the zero-dimensional level. This person was a little scared, but fortunately he did not resist. Great god-level civilization. Everyone's expression was solemn. We didn't discover any other civilizations in the known universe, but we discovered other civilizations as soon as we left the known universe. We should be happy. It turns out that the other party is a god-level civilization. Is this considered courting death? Chapter 227, High-Dimensional Creatures, Restarting the Universe. At first glance, this attack is nothing special. It just reduces the three dimensions to zero dimensions, but those who develop technology are naturally aware of the difficulties involved. It is easy to drop between any two dimensions, but it is terrifying to drop to zero dimension. When the universe was first created and was still a singularity, it was at a zero-dimensional level. After the Big Bang, space expanded infinitely and dimensions emerged. If there is technology that can reduce the universe to zero dimension, it means that the other party has the ability to restart the universe. They were just in the third dimension, so the black light was naturally used to attack them in the three-dimensional state. Otherwise, if it acted on other dimensions, it could instantly reduce them to zero dimension at once. How? Avoid or, one person spoke. Will hiding be useful? Can you go back peacefully if the other party has such means? Someone next to him said, yes, with this method, who knows when the other party will get seriously ill and tired of living and prepare to restart the universe, then wouldn't humans in the known universe have suffered an unexpected disaster? Then let's go up a dimension and find out what's going on. The other party must be a high-dimensional creature. Everyone nodded. As their magical powers were unleashed, their bodies continued to transcend dimensions and began to ascend from three-dimensional space to four-dimensional space and then to five-dimensional space. The crossing speed is very fast, but in just a moment, he entered the 11-dimensional space from the three-dimensional space. This is the highest dimension of the universe. In this dimension, you can see clearly the situation in any dimension, including time, space, etc. You've crossed the line. An inexplicable wave entered everyone's mind, and a creature with a human-like shape stood not far from them. The other party has no external organs such as mouth and nose, and speaks only through unique waves. There are language differences between the two sides, but this way of communication is the most effective and the most expressive way. You attacked us first, didn't you? One person narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see through the other. This is a warning. The deadline is just a defensive measure. If they want to kill you, you can't hide. The high-dimensional creature said. I know you, cultivators. I recognize this method. I don't want to get entangled with you anymore. Go back to your known universe. This is not a place for you to set foot. Everyone looked at each other. They were sure that this was their first time to explore the unknown universe, while the other party swore that they knew them and knew their identities to I. In this case, the other party may have met immortal cultivators in ancient times. Reason. Everyone uttered two words. Civilization. Spark. Grudges. Strength. The higher dimensional being incarnates as the Riddler. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, it paused and continued. There used to be many civilizations in the universe, and wars broke out all the time. The misuse of weapons from various dimensions caused most areas of the universe to fall from high dimensions to low dimensions. Immortal cultivators are one of them. You abuse the laws of the universe, and great conflicts have broken out between you and many civilizations. Civilizations have been shattered, and the universe has become overwhelmed. In order to ensure the continuation of their races, various civilizations held a truce, leaving behind their own fire, and thus the universe had a moment to breathe. However, if the universe continues to expand infinitely, it is likely to collapse and eventually become dead. You civilizations should continue to stay within your own known universe and not cross each other's lines. Everyone was silent for a long time. You are also one of the civilizations that have fought against us before. The higher dimensional creature did not answer, but this silence was tantamount to acquiescence. This universe is the habitat of my civilization. You cultivators, retreat. The mental fluctuations of high-dimensional creatures are huge. You want to restart the universe? Everyone had the answer in their hearts when they looked at the pure energy body of the high-dimensional creature. A body made of pure energy has no mass, so it will not be returned in the process of restarting the universe, and civilization will not become extinct. But other civilizations that have not become purely energetic will have their mass returned during the process of the universe restarting and become nutrients in the Big Bang, and eventually become extinct. The other party seems to have good intentions and wants to restart the universe, and reuse the power of the Big Bang to expand the high-dimensional space where the universe was destroyed. In fact, they want to take the opportunity to destroy all civilizations in the universe at once. When the universe restarts, they will be the only winners. This is what this high-dimensional creature just mentioned, the grudge. He wanted to settle the grudges between himself and various civilizations at once. What a scheming boy. Restarting the universe is an inevitable trend. All civilizations should help us restart the universe and return to the cosmic pastoral era. The higher dimensional creatures said this, which was also an acknowledgement of the purpose of their own civilization. Oh, what a great way to return to the pastoral era of the universe. Don't let your civilization still exist by then, while we become victims. By then, you will be the only one in power, and there will be no civilization in the entire universe that can fight against you. Even the cruel law of the dark forest will become ridiculous, because by then you will have become the dictator of the universe. Any talk of technological explosion is just a drop in the ocean. You can decide the upper limit of every civilization and kill them if there is a threat. You are the messengers of destiny, strangling the throats of all civilizations, standing above them all. Is this what you mean by we should help you restart the universe? Everyone laughed. The high-dimensional creatures exuded murderous intent upon hearing this. Now that their purpose had been seen through, they could not keep the immortal cultivator in front of them. Although they are very strong, after so many years of development, we are no longer the weaklings we used to be. Since that's the case, destroy it. Higher dimensional creatures launched a technological attack. Why should we be afraid? War. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of determination. With the release of the vast universe in the body, infinite power emanates from the whole body. The universe is realized. The vast universe instantly filled the entire 11-dimensional space. Humph. Deadline reduction. The higher dimensional beings were unfazed, launching technological defenses in an attempt to reduce the dimensionality of everyone's universe. Since this guy wanted to restart the universe, calling him a zeroer wouldn't be too much, right? The ocean of laws. The laws of the universe turned into a vast ocean, destroying every deadline attack that spanned dozens of light years. Black domain. The zeroer was also ruthless and directly mobilized hundreds of supermassive black holes to smash into everyone. The huge black hole directly affected everyone's surroundings, and this high-dimensional area immediately turned into a black domain. Here, the escape velocity is greatly reduced, and even the eternal speed of light is directly reduced to below 11.2 kilometers per second, directly blocking everyone's possibility of escape. With their ultimate goal exposed, the zeroers will naturally not allow them to escape back to the known universe, but the role of the black domain is not limited to these Hundreds of supermassive black holes are the real threat. Destroy it. The Zeroer controls the supermassive black hole and crushes it towards everyone. Chapter 228, Zero Returners, Clash of God-level civilizations. Everyone looked at each other. Although I don't know how the ancient sages compared it today, they were able to stop you in the past, and the same is true for us now. Your civilization is growing, and so are we. The Great Universe Technique. Embody the universe. Mass devour. Infinite momentum bursts out, refining the heavens, the earth, and all things. Swallowing light, swallowing energy, swallowing infinity, hundreds of black holes trembled violently, and terrifying Hawking radiation erupted. Buzz. Hundreds of powerful gamma-ray bursts pierced the universe. Supermassive black holes all emitted terrifying mass ejections. All the ejected material energy is absorbed by the universe of everyone. The Zeroer was shocked and immediately took punitive measures. Geary change. Physical collapse. The Zeroer activates the means to change the laws of the universe. Although this method cannot work on the entire universe, it can still be done within a certain range. With the blow to basic laws, the physical system collapsed and the mathematical system collapsed. Everything will cease to exist, and anything built on top of it will eventually lose its function and ability. Regular weapons? Everyone laughed. You changed the laws of the real universe. What does it have to do with the universe inside us? The attacks of the nullifiers are indeed effective, and any technological weapons they carry have lost their effect, but we are cultivators. External things are useless. We still have ourselves. It's our turn to make a move. The universe in the palm of your hand. One person released his magical powers, and the image of the universe gathered in his palm, and the mass of the entire universe was added there. An attack carrying the mass of the entire universe struck the Zeroizer, the infinite gravitational force caused by the huge mass acts on any dimension. Even if the opponent jumps dimensions to avoid it, there is no way. This attack will definitely hit. Useless move. Those who return to zero are disdainful. Pure energy. Cosmic fusion. The universe in the palm of his hand passed through the body of the Zeroer lightly, and wherever it passed, the space was shattered and nothingness swept over. But this attack did not bring any substantial damage to the Zeroer, because the opponent's body has become pure energy. It has no mass at all, so naturally any attack will be ineffective. After all, if this kind of body can avoid the restart of the universe, what is there to fear from this mere universe in the palm of your hand? You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't have set foot in our civilized universe. Wouldn't it be better to just stay in your known universe? That's the pure land your ancestors fought for you. The nullifiers continued their strikes. Everyone looked grim, and for the first time they felt the situation was difficult. But they are not worried. From now on, it seems that the other party has no ability to do anything to them. In the known universe, Emochan naturally didn't know what was happening in the unknown universe. Not only did he not know, but the entire human civilization didn't know either. Yu, on the other hand, noticed something and looked towards the unknown universe, then at the will of the universe above his head. None of my business. The more intense the fighting, the more turbulent the world, and the more benefits I can reap. Yu curled his lips. The will of the universe in this world is also the way of heaven. Even if the universe continues to collapse and restart, the will of the universe will not perish. The constant changes in civilizations will not affect the will of the universe. The universe is constantly restarting, but the will of the universe is constantly growing and improving. Isn't the civilization war in this world also driven by the will of the universe? Heaven is unkind. Promotion is the foundation. All living things die for the Tao. The will of the universe drives the outbreak of civilization wars and the continuous restart of the universe, in order to achieve continuous advancement by breaking down and rebuilding again and again. ASA system. You can naturally see through the essence of it, but so what? He came to this world to see the world and get some of the origin of the world. Secondly, it is to camp in a sequence level system in another area. This vast world that is in a state of constant advancement is definitely the favorite of their system at this level. The more turbulent the world is, the more world origin can be stolen. Yu does not lack the origin of the world. That's because he has many heavenly ways working for him to make money, which other systems do not have. In order to obtain the origin of the world, those sequence-level systems will never miss such a good opportunity when they encounter this world, unless they are too cowardly. All Yu needs to do is to stay in this world and advance and train the host. When other sequence-level systems enter it, he will have the first-mover advantage. This is also the reason why Yu chose this world. Let's get back to the topic. Compared to the war that took place in the unknown universe, the solar system is calm. Many powerful star systems had no other ideas after figuring out Emochan's identity. What we have been adhering to over the years is academic exchange. This also left some star system federations puzzled for unknown reasons. Have these top star system federations taken the wrong medicine? They previously joined forces with us to blockade Blue Water Star's technology, so why are they helping them now? The Solar System Federation already has its own planetary computer, and it looks like they plan to continue building it. The subordinate reported. Where is the messenger we sent? They just ignored us. We also offered some technology for academic exchange, but they seemed to look down on it and just ignored us. The subordinate responded. Alas, they have the support of the top star system federation, so naturally they look down on us. The man sighed. If it were him, he wouldn't pay any attention. But don't give up. Be humble and try to get on board with them. Times are different now, and our foreign policy must change. In the past, the Solar System Federation licked them, but now the roles have been reversed and it is their turn to lick the Solar System Federation, but there is no way around it, since they have received support from many top federations. If they don't want to be targeted by the Solar System Federation in the future, they should build good relationships now. Yes, the men nodded bitterly. Heaven has its own way of retribution and no one can escape it. With the support of many factors, the solar system is very lively right now. This remote corner of the Milky Way, once home to many top federations, has also attracted federations from other star systems. Under Mo Chen's leadership, the technological level of the solar system has also developed explosively. More than 10 years later, the second strategy was finally completed. With the support of 7 planetary-class astronomical computers, there are few star systems in the Milky Way that can compare with the solar system in computing power. In terms of weapons, a qualitative leap has been achieved under the continuous guidance of Shinshin. With the support of Jiang Fan, a technology giant, Mo Chen developed rapidly. Those who come before you plant trees will enjoy the shade. Mo Chen doesn't need to take a detour at all. After all, Jiang Fan and the others have already walked the path ahead. He just needs to follow in the other person's footsteps. I, Mo Chen, am not cheating. I said this with confidence in my heart. Chapter 229, Brother Fan helps me. Now that Strategy 2 has been realized, the construction of stellar-class astronomical computers must also catch up. For this purpose, Mo Chen contacted Xiao Tianzong. I need a star as a resource for development. Currently, the several federations near the solar system are no match for us. Can we launch an invasion and plunder? After all, he is the boss of the Milky Way, so he still has to inform us before fighting. Well, Xiao Tianzong was silent for a moment before responding. If you just need stars and don't want to plunder them, you can choose star resources from other places. There are hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way. Although they have all been marked by us, the vast majority of them are still ownerless star systems. This is because even after so many years of development, the human population has not reached that large enough to fill the entire universe. From a macro perspective, we have only spread our footprints throughout the known universe, not filled it. We all share the same origin and are one big family in the Milky Way. If war can be avoided, we should do our best to avoid it. If it is absolutely impossible, we can consider it later. I see. If that's the case, then there's no need to start a war. Just send me the coordinate maps of those ownerless star systems. With sufficient star resources, I'll plan other routes. Mo Chen said he understood. Xiao Tianzong quickly passed the star map to Mo Chen. After getting the star map, Mo Chen led his men to the nearest star. A Mahayana cultivator can't withstand this kind of high temperature. Mo Chen stood in front of the star and thought. Tang Guoqiang, who was standing by, said, spiritual realm cultivators can almost withstand this kind of high temperature and pressure, but there are only a few hundred spiritual realm cultivators in our solar system. If manpower isn't enough, we'll use technology. You go back first, I'll take care of this. Mo Chen started to chase people away. Okay, if the commander-in-chief needs support, let me know and I'll be there immediately. Tang Guoqiang didn't ask anything and quickly left this star system. Mo Chen said no more, opened the chat group and asked for help from his backers. Mo Chen at Jiang Fan, Brother Fan is in trouble, I hope you can help me. Zhang Mu, there was a loud bang in the sky, and Brother Zhang made a brilliant appearance. Jiang Fan, what's the trouble? Mo Chen took a photo and sent it to the group. Mo Chen, starimage.jpg. I'm trying to build a stellar-class astronomical computer, but most of my people can't withstand the high temperatures and pressures of stars, so I'm trying to solve this problem through technological means. Ling Tian, this is the first time I've seen a star this close. Zhang Mu, looking at the color of the star, you can tell it's in its youth and full of energy. Jiang Fan, no problem. I will hire a mechanical construction team for you later. Of course, you will have to provide the energy yourself. The transformation of a stellar-class celestial computer consumes a lot of resources, so you need to consider this in advance. Mo Chen, okay, don't worry about energy. I can extract stellar energy from other star systems and transfer it here. Jiang Fan, that's fine. Ding. The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Mo Chen. Ding. Mo Chen received the red envelope. Mo Chen, Brother Fan loves you. Kissy face. Jiang Fan, Zhang Mu, this is true love. Ling Tian, yes, since joining the group, Mo Chen has received the most red envelopes from the group owner. Jiang Fan, don't believe in rumors or spread them. Mo Chen, ahem, this is an expression of friendship. I'll be leaving now. Mo Chen closed the chat group interface, then he took out the mechanical construction team given by Jiang Fan from the system space. There are hundreds of thousands of single mechas. Are you sure this is a construction team and not a mecha army? Stellar energy detected, is it allowed to be replenished? Hundreds of thousands of mechas said in unison. The scene was somewhat shocking. Wait, this won't work. I'll take you to another star to absorb it. Mo Chen hurriedly stopped him. Yes, sir. On standby, Mo-Chen put them into the system space again, and then brought them here across several star systems to absorb stellar energy to replenish their energy after releasing them. Suck it up, fill yourself up. Energy extraction, hundreds of thousands of mechas formed a circle to surround the star. Buzz. The entire star was being eaten away bit by bit by the mecha group like an egg yolk, with hundreds of thousands of tiny silk threads connecting each mecha. This mecha is quite powerful. Mo-Chen watched the scene and touched his chin, and decided to find time to ask Brother Fan for some manufacturing technology. But it's a bit cumbersome to bring them here every time I need to recharge them. Is there a long-distance energy transmission function? Mo-Chen opened the instruction manual he brought with him. It's worthy of Brother Fan's technology. Every aspect has been taken into consideration. There is indeed such a technology. This type of mechanical construction team includes 10,000 types of machinery that are specifically designed for energy supply. They can combine to form an energy collector, which can be placed around the star to absorb energy and store it when other mechanical legions are working in another star system and need to replenish energy. They can connect here and conduct long-distance energy transmission and replenishment. I won't go into detail about the technology involved, but it should be a big subject anyway. After a long time, all the mechas were fully charged. Mo-Chen left the energy extractor behind and took the construction team back to the star they had just visited. Construction can now begin. We will assess the time required to complete the construction. Based on currently known conditions, excluding unexpected circumstances, it will take 3 years to complete the project. The mecha leader gave an answer, 3 years. So fast. Mo-Chen was a little surprised. It would take at least 3 years to build a planetary-level astronomical computer, but a star could actually be completed in 3 years. You have to know that the volume of stars is much larger than that of planets. We are professionals. Don't doubt our professionalism. The mecha leader said seriously. Then you guys work hard, we can start now. Mo-Chen gave the order. So the entire mechanical army became busy. Mo-Chen had no interest in staying any longer and returned to the solar system. Unexpectedly, many federal envoys were already waiting for him here. Why, is there something important happening today? Why are so many people gathered here? Mo-Chen took a look, then sat down in the main seat and drank his tea calmly. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. Commander-in-Chief, I heard that your solar system has begun to build a stellar-class celestial computer? A messenger spoke. Oh? So well informed? You knew about it as soon as I started? Mo-Chen glanced at Tang Wuchang next to him. The latter spread his hands to indicate that he did not tell the truth. That's the news I got from Xiao Tianzong, but it's nothing. We are all family. When something happens, as a family member, everyone will naturally know about it first. The messenger spoke beautifully. So what? What do you want to say? No one comes here for no reason. You all gathered together, don't you want to get involved? Mo-Chen put down his teacup and looked at everyone. Chapter 230, Human Relations and Worldly Wisdom. Well, it is true. General Manager. Commander-in-Chief, you have the skills, but your subordinates lack spiritual realm monks. Facing the harsh environment of a star, it must be difficult. It's just right that we, the Federation of Multiple Parties, have joined together. You provide the technology, and we provide the manpower. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't that wonderful? The other messengers also smiled and nodded. Oh, as you said, I don't have that many men under my command, but I have other solutions, so please allow me to refuse. Mo-Chen shook his head. Now everyone was anxious. Commander-in-Chief, we've been friends for so many years, don't you even give me a chance? They played the emotional card. Mo-Chen was speechless. Don't you have a stellar-class astronomical computer? That's different. That doesn't belong to our Star System Federation, it belongs to the Galactic Federation. We only have the right to use it. If we want to use it, we have to apply for it. The messengers blushed, otherwise, I wouldn't be so anxious. Now that I have the opportunity to own my own stellar-level astronomical computer, I must fight for it no matter what. They started planning for this more than 10 years ago. The purpose is to use their years of friendship to get the general consultant to allow them to board this taking-off ship, rather than being washed down by the tide of the times. Mo-Chen thought for a long time, which made them anxious and uneasy. I really don't need your help in building a stellar-class astronomical computer, because I can handle it myself. Then he took a sudden turn and said, but if you want a stellar astronomical computer, I can build one for you. However, you need to exchange it for other scientific and technological skills. You can evaluate for yourself what they are. I don't need to explain the value of a stellar-class astronomical computer. If the one you hand over to me doesn't meet my expectations, I'll just have to apologize. After taking so many things from Brother Fan, it's time to give him some technology of my own in return. Although I know that the technology in the Milky Way is not very good and is not cutting-edge technology, there should always be something that Brother Fan's technology does not have. As long as there is a technology that Brother Fan does not have, this move is worth it. After hearing the conditions, the federal envoy began to contact his own federal high-level officials. Finally got the answer. Promise it. Okay, Commander, we agree. But I'd like to ask, how long will it take for us to get our turn? The messengers said. 3 years, maybe. I'll build it for you in 3 years. The order will depend on the order in which each federation gives me the technology. If we produce a stellar-class astronomical computer every 3 years, we will be able to complete all of them in about 50 years. Emochan said. 3 years? So fast? The messengers exclaimed. I am a professional, don't doubt my professionalism. Emochan crossed his arms across his chest. How dare we? Then let's go back and prepare things first. Go ahead. The messengers rushed home to discuss things. After all, the first one to get a stellar-level astronomical computer has the first-mover advantage. As the last federation, it will be more than 50 years later than the first federation. This is a huge gap, enough to create a big gap. So how can they not be anxious? What technology should we exchange? In my opinion, we should naturally exchange some of our most advanced technologies for the new ones we have recently developed. So casual? You have to know that these technologies took us hundreds of years to perfect. Others were hesitant. Don't lose sight of the big picture because of small gains. Many of our current technological breakthroughs are hindered by insufficient computing power. The Galactic Federation's stellar-class astronomical computers are not available to us all the time. They will only approve our application in the event of an emergency. With our own stellar-class astronomical computer, we can use it whenever we want, and many fields will be able to develop rapidly. It will not be a loss to exchange the technology we have developed before. Secondly, doing this will also help you befriend the chief advisor. Do you think the chief advisor's ceiling is a stellar-class astronomical computer? The man asked back. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that he was right. They really didn't see the whole picture. So don't hesitate, take one step slower, and take every step slower. We must not only provide our most advanced and new technologies, but also our top federal general technologies to the General Council. Firstly, it is to do a favor, and secondly, it is to prevent those guys from using these general technologies to exchange for stellar-level astronomical computers. This way, the other top federations can only offer their best assets to the chief advisor. The exchanged items are of the same value, but we have the first-mover advantage. We earn the favor, and they don't get a share. The man smiled and looked confident. As expected of Mr. Zhuge, you are truly amazing. I will do as you say. The commander-in-chief nodded in agreement with the man's statement. It's imperative that you quickly package the technical data and send it to the chief consultant. Yes. After listening to the analysis, everyone did not dare to be negligent, for fear of missing this rare opportunity. Within a few minutes, they packed up the things and sent them to Emochan. Other federations followed suit and transmitted their own technological advances. Emochan was looking at the data information packaged by the 17 top federations. This first federation is clever, but it suits my taste very well. This way, other federations that want to steal chickens will not be able to do so. Then he continued to check the information of other federations. The results are the same as the first federation. It seems that these top federations are not stupid and have figured out the reason, but unfortunately, the action was a little slow. Then Emochan can't be blamed. So I replied to them one by one and gave them each a serial number of the federation, which got the first ranking number, was naturally very happy. Although it is not the first, it is just a matter of waiting a few more years. But the federation, which got the later serial numbers, looked as if they had eaten shit. Obviously everyone paid the same price, but just because they were a few steps late they paid such a painful price. But they couldn't vent their anger on Emochan, so they could only secretly curse the other federations for being despicable. Who knew how they trained their hand speed to be so fast? This is also the brilliance of Emochan's plan. Anyway, he is the one who benefits the most. After obtaining the technology, Emochan immediately sent this data and information to Jiangfan through the chat group. Jiangfan, it's pretty good. I took a quick look at it. Although some of the technology isn't great, there are some things I haven't researched yet. Emochan, that's good. These are just the technologies of the Star System Federation. Once I acquire more advanced technologies, I'll pass them on to Brother Fan for research. Jiangfan, okay, then I'll wait for you to grow up. Just let me know if you need any help. Emochan, I'll rely on Brother Fan more from now on. Emochan happily closed the chat group. Look, isn't this a big profit? The ways of the world are just that simple. Jiangfan, I can refuse it, but you can't refuse to send it. Very comfortable. Chapter 231, Quark confinement. Time flies, and more than 100 years have passed in the blink of an EYEAT. This time, the solar system is already considered the top star system in the Milky Way. He has more than 100 planetary computers and 18 stellar computers in his hands. The number of astronomical computers is still expanding. I learned from Jiangfan that computing power is indispensable if one wants to achieve technological dominance. To do this, we need to build a huge computing network covering the entire universe. In addition, Emochan did not fall behind in his own cultivation progress. Over a period of more than 100 years, he refined 8 planetary bodies and stored them in his own small universe. He refined another massive star and successfully became a star-level powerhouse. Looking at the slowly burning stars in the small universe and the 9 planets revolving around them, Emochan was very satisfied. This kind of practice progresses very quickly. Terms of mental strength, through the continuous cultivation of the system, he broke through the spiritual realm level and reached the middle stage of the king realm, host, Mo-Chen, realm, stellar level, spiritual power, middle king realm, knowledge, level 3.1, currently practicing technique, king level, system functions, plunder, summon from another world, amplification of all things, currently 1,000 times, copying, sign in, chat group. System points, 0, system evaluation, he is considered a strong one. Looking at his system panel, Mo-Chen was silent for a moment and then said, speaking of the system, I've been bound to it for so many years, why haven't I seen you send me any tasks, until now? I don't even have a system point, and I'm penniless, which is totally inconsistent with my status. Ding. What is the host's ultimate goal in obtaining system points? Of course, I go to the mall to buy things to improve myself. Mo-Chen said subconsciously, ding. Has the host ever been missing anything? Well, it seems not. Then has the host ever worried about cultivation? No. Have you ever encountered any difficulties that you couldn't break through? Mo-Chen was silenced by Yiyu's soul-searching questioning. The host has no worries about food and clothing, and lacks nothing. Any system you want can be obtained for you. You only need to practice diligently and peacefully without being distracted by external things. Why would you still be obsessed with system points? Systems like mine are few and far between. I only care about the host and never exploit them. You should be thankful. Other people bound to the system work tirelessly to complete system tasks, yet they don't even get any generous rewards, and only receive a few system points as consolation. Their lives are miserable. Does the host want this too? I was wrong. Mo-Chen quickly admitted his mistake. This child is teachable. The host just needs to lie down and relax. The system has taught me a great lesson. After being lectured, Mo-Chen no longer wanted to click on that useless system, as he really had everything he needed. Isn't the essence of curling up to be the best? Since you can just lie down, why bother curling up so hard? Why not just be a salted fish and live a peaceful life? Thoughts are clear. Unknown universe, the top powerhouses of human civilization fought against the zero-return civilization for nearly 100 years without a clear winner. No one can do anything to anyone else. There was something wrong with the pure energy body of the zeroer. After all, if the other party is just a ball of energy, they can easily absorb it. But his pure energy body is integrated with the real universe. That is, if you absorb my current body, I can gather energy from the universe to condense my body again, unless you control the energy of the entire universe at once. But this idea is fantastic, or it can be said that current human civilization is not yet capable of controlling the energy of the entire universe, not to mention the entire universe. Even the known universe is not possible. You cultivators are just as disgusting today as you were before. You're determined to oppose us. The restart of the universe is the truth of this world. This is the will of the universe. The mental fluctuations of those who have returned to zero are very large. The two sides fought for more than 100 years, and the dimension of this area dropped directly from 11 dimensions to the current 3 dimensions. Truth? What is truth? If you want to destroy all civilizations in the universe, then that's truth? Everyone mocked. The change of civilization always requires sacrifice. The zeroer spoke slowly. Why weren't you the zero civilization the victims? You're tired of living, but we aren't. The great Tao endures, and so do I. Oh, the illusory Tao. Your civilization has always pursued the great Tao. The great Tao is the will of the universe. If so, you should cooperate with us to restart the universe. Everyone laughed at the zeroer's misinterpretation of the meaning. You will never understand. The great Tao encompasses everything. This place is just a drop in the ocean. Why does the heavenly Tao, which wants to ascend, insist on destroying all living things? We cultivators go against the will of heaven, striving for a glimmer of hope. If heaven wants to destroy us, we will destroy heaven. Boom. In an instant, this person was baptized by a terrifying thunder tribulation. The others rushed to help and were able to neutralize the attack. No disrespect. The others quickly warned this person that he should just think about it in his heart, and there was no need to speak it out loud. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao only warned this person and did not kill him, otherwise he would have been disabled if not dead. When they reach this level, they can actually sense a hint of the divine secrets and naturally understand the general trend of the universe. In other words, it is a culpa. However, the catastrophe in this world does not give any living creatures any chance of survival. It is completely heading towards the destruction of all living creatures and then re-evolution. Look, the will of the universe is on the side of our civilization. Anyone who stands in the way of this trend will only be ruthlessly crushed by the consciousness of the universe. Those who have reached zero are secretly delighted, but this is just its delusion. The will of the universe will not stand on the side of any civilization, and the ruthlessness of heaven is not just talk. No one said anything else, feeling that there was no point in continuing the stalemate. It would be better to go back and think about how to avoid the catastrophe. Go back. Others agreed. But they wanted to leave, and the zeroers were not happy. If you want to leave, you have to ask us first. Stay here. Quark confinement. Zero activates the strongest sealing method. What is quark confinement? The smallest particle in the known universe is the quark. There is a very strong interaction force between quarks. When this force is applied on a macroscopic scale, it can become a powerful sealing method. The most intuitive manifestation is that even the infinite gravity of a black hole cannot be separated from the strong interaction between quarks. Any matter will only be torn into particles by black holes, but quarks are smaller particles that exist in the innermost region of particles. This force has no effect on quarks at all. It is like the shackles of the creator and cannot be broken. Marveling at the terrifying technological means of the Zeroers, everyone used their magical powers to resist, but without exception, it completely lost its effect and they could only watch their bodies being squeezed inch by inch. Chapter 232, The Civilization War Begins. That's the only way. Everyone looked at each other and said no more. If they were any later, the city would be sealed off. The long river of time appears. Buzz. A golden river of time runs through this unknown universe. It's the same trick again. It's the same trick again. You cultivators only know how to cheat. Those who are reset to zero are very abusive. Everyone ignored the Zeroers' abuse and jumped into the river of time to swim upstream. Under the erosion of the long river of time, the quark confinement in the body was also washed away. Humph, you civilizations can enjoy yourselves while we wait. We'll come and destroy you when we find a way to deal with you. After saying this, everyone started flying towards the known universe. The Zeroer watched the people fleeing but did not chase after them. The strongest sealing method had been broken, so there was no point in chasing them. Start a war of civilizations, exhaust the immortal civilizations, and imprison them in the known universe. The Zeroers discussed for a while and decided on a strategy. At their level, they no longer lack energy, and they can start any civilization war they want. The bone of immortal cultivation civilization is a bit hard to chew. The top cultivators should not be underestimated. Many technological means are useless against them, but it doesn't matter. You top fighters are strong, so be it. We will only target those cultivators who haven't grown up yet, strangle your passion from the source, and block your path to growth. After returning to the known universe, everyone immediately began to notify all the federations under their command. Fully armed, start preparing for civilized war. Highest alert. Guard the boundaries of the known universe. Orders were issued one after another from the Supreme Federation. For a moment, the known universe was in chaos. A large number of immortal cultivators are heading towards the boundaries of the known universe. Various cutting-edge technologies are also transported to the border, Milky Way. The higher-ups have issued orders for us to prepare for battle. Xiao Tianzong said to Mo Chen. Have you discovered other civilizations? Mo Chen was a little surprised. Well, outside the known universe, the 7 giants encountered an attack there. After a fight, they discovered that the enemy was a god-level civilization. Because of differences in ideas, a fight broke out, but neither side could do anything to the other. However, the 7 giants felt that the other party would not give up and would definitely launch a civilization invasion. According to the 7 giants, our civilization once fought against them, and this is probably the reason why the ancient immortal cultivators disappeared. Xiao Tianzong spoke slowly. So are we going to fight at the border too? Mo Chen asked. No. Xiao Tianzong shook his head. We are not qualified yet. Combat preparations are issued to those powerful galaxies. Galaxies like our Milky Way, which are at the bottom of the list, just need to continue to develop honestly. Of course, we also need to be prepared for a surprise attack from the enemy. Their technological capabilities are very advanced, and it might be possible for them to jump across the border and enter the known universe. Mo Chen frowned. Can we stop it? Xiao Tianzong smiled and said, if you can stop it, you should do it. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. This is a civilized war. It's either you die or I live. The civilization of immortal cultivators in ancient times declined, and it has undergone hundreds of thousands of years of development to reach its present state. Now that the torch of civilization has been passed down to us, it is our responsibility to create a peaceful and lasting world for future generations. After all, you're still weak. Xiao Tianzong sighed and patted Mo Chen's shoulder. The fate of the Milky Way is in your hands. I hope I am not wrong about you. Time, as long as there is enough time, it's fine. Mo Chen replied. What we lack most now is time. It all depends on which civilization has the stronger foundation. I don't know what the other civilization is thinking. They're still waging war at this level, even though they have no shortage of resources. Or is it because our presence makes them feel threatened, so there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain? As for the ultimate goal of the Zero Returners, even a galaxy powerhouse of Xiao Tianzong's level cannot reach it. Naturally, they don't understand the essence of this war of civilizations. Xiao Tianzong said a lot and Mo Chen listened carefully. This is the first time I feel a crisis since I came to this world, and it is an unprecedented crisis. After returning to the solar system, Mo Chen immediately devoted himself to scientific and technological research. However, technological development does not happen overnight, so Mo Chen had to open the chat group to find a backer. Mo Chen at everyone, how have you been recently? Zhang Mu, I'm fine. I just manage the world every day, and time flies by pretty fast. Ling Tian, lying down at Jiang Fan, well, life is pretty good, but a bit boring. It feels like conquering other star regions is becoming less and less interesting. Zhang Mu, Mo-chen, you suddenly spoke up, so what's going on? You're usually quiet. Mo-chen, something big has happened. This is the first time I feel threatened. Ling Tian, what's there to be afraid of with a system? When I had the system, I could walk around with ease, and everyone seemed inferior to me. Zhang Mu, that's right. Don't panic at all with the system. Trust the system's great abilities. It'll keep you safe. Looking at the comments in the group, Mo-chen did feel a lot more at ease, but he was still a little worried. Although he would be fine in the end with the system's protection, what about the people in the Milky Way and the entire human civilization? Mo-chen, we've encountered a civilization invasion. I heard from the higher-ups that they're a great divine civilization. Jiang Fan, oh? Civilization invasion. Explain in detail. I won't feel sleepy anymore if you talk about this. He is familiar with this and has been doing this all the time. Zhang Mu, be detailed. Ling Tian, sigh. So Mo-chen recounted the story. Zhang Mu, I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Ling Tian, the war between civilizations is indeed cruel. Jiang Fan, of course. When two civilizations of the same level engage in battle, there will be countless casualties. If you can't crush them, you can only compete with each other's strength. However, no matter which side wins, the other side will suffer a severe blow, and it is very likely that the entire civilization will regress. Mo-chen, how far has Brother Fan's world developed? Zhang Mu, I'm curious, the technology in the group leader's world should be able to destroy the world. Ling Tian, I still remember the two-dimensional foil and the spacetime lock clearly. I wonder if there are any other powerful technological means. Jiang Fan, yes, there are. I don't know what's wrong with those guys under me. They actually started studying the origin of the universe, then they came up with an anti-entropy technology, but it was so outlandish that it was put in a warehouse and gathered dust. Zhang Mu, anti-entropy, it can't be that anti-entropy. Ling Tian, very likely. Mo-chen, Brother Fan, please tell me more about reverse entropy. Jiang Fan, it is the anti-entropy. Since the birth of the universe, it has been a process of increasing entropy. Technology is used to reverse this process and realize the regression of the universe. Those guys have nothing to do after eating, so they study this stuff. Are they tired of living and want to restart the universe? Although my life is boring now, I am not stupid enough to restart the universe. Zhang Mu, 666, Brother Fan has a bunch of talented people under him, they can even make something like this. Ling Tian, such a thick, long, and hard thigh. Mo-chen, restarting the universe. I don't know what to say. What kind of civilization would do that when they have nothing better to do? Jiang Fan, yeah. So, as soon as I made this thing, I put it in the warehouse and left it to gather dust. To be on the safe side, I even had them research countermeasures. I was really worried that there was a weak civilization in my world ready to do something like this. Chapter 233, Civilization Invasion begins. Zhang Mu, fortunately, I don't have any dangerous people like this here. Ling Tian, I don't think I have such a strong person here. Mo-chen, I don't think there's any here. Probably. Jiang Fan, it doesn't matter. I'll take action when the time comes. Zhang Mu, Brother Fan is awesome. Ling Tian, Brother Fan is awesome. Mo-chen, Brother Fan is awesome. Jiang Fan, since the situation over there is critical, I will lend you the spacetime lock as a precaution. After over 100 years of in-depth research, the spacetime lock is now capable of operating at the level of a galaxy. Xiaochen, you have to be careful. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, the process is irreversible. If you control it for too long, a galaxy will become a dead zone. Ding. The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Mo-chen. Ding. Group member Mo-chen received the red envelope. Mo-chen, got it. Jiang Fan, oh, right, I'll give you some more two-dimensional foil. I have quite a bit in stock, and it's just gathering dust right now. Take it and use it first. Ding. The group owner sent 10,000 designated red envelopes to group member Mo-chen. Ding. Group member Mo-chen received the red envelope. Zhang Mu, 666, this is heading towards the destruction of the world. Ling Tian, come to my world, no living being can escape. Jiang Fan, it was just a few dozen or so. Civilization wars are very cruel. At that time, I was only fighting against a 4th-level civilization, and I lost countless two-dimensional foils. In the end, they gathered many supermassive black holes and launched a black domain crushing attack to kill the opponent. Mo-chen, thank you, Brother Fan. I feel much more at ease now. Honestly, the weapons I have right now aren't very lethal. They're fine against some trash civilizations, but probably not against god-level ones. Jiang Fan, take your time. Technology doesn't come overnight. Unless there are continuous technological explosions, in the world of universal creation, Jiang Fan smiled as he looked at his talent for technological explosion. The SS level was an understatement for this talent, and it was not an exaggeration to call it God level. Mochen, that's right. Imochen thought thoughtfully that he had only developed for more than 100 years, which was like a baby compared to the entire human civilization. Zhang Fan, I don't know when the chat group will be upgraded. It would be great if the cross-border transmission function was enabled by then. Zhang Mu, that's right, then I'll be able to visit your world. Ling Tian, this depends on whether the system is strong enough. Imochen, when this feature is available, you're all welcome to visit. Zhang Fan, okay. After some casual chatting, Imochen closed the chat group. Looking at the pitch-black universe, I was a little dazed. It has been almost 200 years since I came to this world. A war of civilizations? Let's look forward to it. Sensing the 10,000 two-dimensional foils and the powerful spacetime lock in the system space, I felt inexplicably at ease. The civilization invasion war officially begins. The Null Sector civilization has reached the edge of the known universe. The top humans are also stationed here. The two sides started fighting without saying a word for a moment. The situation was deadlocked again. But this is exactly what the Zero Returner civilization wants. After all, their original plan was to destroy the foundation of the Immortal Cultivator civilization and end their civilization. Therefore, the goal of the Zero Returner civilization from the beginning to the end is to contain the top powerhouses of the Immortal Cultivator civilization. As for cultivators of other levels, the Zero Returner civilization has also come up with countermeasures. That is to order the civilization under his control to attack and kill. Huge wormholes opened up in the known universe, and civilizations emerged from them. Without saying a word, they launched an all-round attack. Looking at the chaotic known universe, the seven giants narrowed their eyes slightly. I can't believe we've been searching for so many years and haven't found any traces of civilization, yet you've brought so many lackeys with you. This was once your civilization's mortal enemy. They launched an invasion of your civilization, which these civilizations desperately wanted. We are simply taking advantage of the situation. The Zero civilization said meaningfully. Snort. Both sides stopped talking and resorted to various tactics. In the known universe, the federations of various galaxies are constantly exchanging information with each other. Civilizations of all kinds are constantly attacking various galaxies, some of which are strong and some are weak. However, due to the technological support of the Zeroer civilization, the two sides fought very fiercely this side of the Milky Way. Xiao Tianzong has already led a group of Nebula-level warriors to fight outside the galaxy, yet he doesn't want to fight to break out in his own galaxy. Looking at the densely packed giant worms in the universe, everyone felt nauseous. How can something without even wisdom be called civilization? Xiao Tianzong was also not vague. He started with his ultimate move as soon as they met. A black light lit up in his hand. A pitch-black celestial body was spinning at high speed. Black hole annihilation. Xiao Tian swung his hand, and a massive black hole smashed into the center of the monstrous insect swarm. In just a moment, all the insects in that area were killed, and with the continued influence of the black hole's gravity, the insects continued to die rapidly. Roar. The insect king roared, and a swarm of huge, shiny insects swarmed towards the black hole. This made Xiao Tianzong narrow his eyes slightly. The black hole has no effect, and it is even eating away at the black hole. The mass of the black hole is constantly being devoured by this special swarm of insects. It is estimated that if they are given enough time, they may really be able to eat the black hole completely. Okay, if physical attacks are ineffective, then use magic attacks instead. Xiao Tianzong controlled the black hole to crush other weak insect swarms to achieve the effect of reducing their numbers, and he led his men to kill those special insect swarms. As for the insect king, they also wanted to get through, but they were protected by many other types of insect swarms, so it was not so easy to get through. In the Milky Way, all the star system federations looked at the surveillance footage with solemn expressions. Be prepared for a wide-scale technological strike to help adults share the pressure. Yes, a strike is brewing. The wormhole space is opened. Launch the high-energy pulse cannon. Activate space annihilation. Launch. One by one, star system federations began to use their own cutting-edge technology to attack. As the wormhole opened, waves of attacks came out from it and attacked the swarm of insects. Roar. The Zerg King also began to command other Zerg swarms to kill into the Milky Way. I saw another special kind of insect swarm begin to gnaw at the space, forming a hole, and a large number of insects began to swarm. It only took a moment to enter the Milky Way. It's a true wormhole. With the influx of massive swarms of insects, the various federations became restricted. After all, many technological means involve large-scale attacks, and if you are not careful, you may hit your own people. So they had no choice but to command the cultivators to go to the wormhole to fight the insect swarm. Wait, don't send anyone over there. Let us handle these wormholes. You continue to fight the Zerg swarm outside the Milky Way. Suddenly, all star system federations received an urgent message from the Solar System Federation. After years of development, the Solar System has firmly established itself as the #1 star system. With Mo-Chen's frequent appearances, many members of the Federation knew his identity as the chief advisor. Moreover, Xiao Tianzong gave Mo-Chen a very high level of authority, and when he gave orders, other star system federations had to obey. Chapter 234, Black Hole planned again. All federations received information from the Solar System Federation and recalled the personnel they had sent out one by one. Now in the Solar System, Divine Core, mobilize the computing power of all celestial computers. Hash rate is being retrieved. Successfully retrieved, connected to the hash rate network. Locate all wormhole locations. Big data calculation in progress. 3214 enemy wormholes, all located. Prepare for a supernova explosion. Emochan let out a breath of foul air. Preparations are underway. The current computing power limit allows only 10 supernovas to be deployed at once. Shen Xian responded. How long is the full-scale attack expected to take? 642.8 s. Emochan shook his head. It was too long. This wouldn't do. The attack has been going on for too long. Change your strategy and calculate the most effective means of attack. Big data computing, option 1, deploy 3214 two-way foils for a precise strike, destroying them all at once. Time required, 1 second. Option 2, change 3214 star space nodes to align with the wormholes, use light particles to trigger a helium flash explosion, and destroy all wormholes. Time required, 30 minutes. Option 3, connect all wormhole space nodes, making them macroscopically connected, activate the black hole engine, use the simulated black hole, and finally blow up the black hole, causing a spatial torrent that destroys everything. This will take 10 minutes. Looking at the 3 options given by Shen Xian, Emochan hesitated for a moment and chose option 3. Although the first one is highly efficient, I only have 10,000 two-dimensional foils, and they cannot be used up so quickly. Moreover, these wormholes are within the Milky Way. Are you trying to reduce the dimensionality of your own home by deploying so many? I decisively passed it. Option 2 is also possible, but it takes a bit too long, so option 3 is the best. Execute plan 3. Emochan gave the order. Changing space node, connecting wormhole space nodes, in the macroscopic effect, beginning space bordering, node connection successful, successful space macro change, start the black hole engine, prepare to draw up a black hole planning successful. Buzz. Under the shocked gaze of all the star system federations, the space flickered, and a touch of extreme black expanded instantly. 3214 space wormholes directly formed a closed space loop, and a micro black hole spun at high speed in the center of space, devouring all the surrounding matter. The swarms of insects that had just emerged from the wormhole were instantly pulled into the center by the powerful gravity and shattered into particles. The high-speed rotation of the black hole rubs against the gas cloud in the universe to produce an extreme halo. For a moment, the black hole actually shows a repressive beauty, as if it was covered with a layer of light. Gulp! All star system federations were dumbfounded. I can create a black hole with the help of the Solar System Federation. As expected of the chief consultant, his technology is top-notch. Continue attacking the Zerg outside the galaxy. Leave the internal invasion to the chief advisor. The black hole is rapidly expanding. The maximum threshold is expected to be reached in 10 minutes. Emochan nodded at this. Seeing that all the wormholes were completely bound by the planned black hole, he said, continue to follow up with the computing power. Once the threshold is reached, the computing power will be directly cancelled. If there is no computing power to follow up, the proposed black hole will directly self-destruct and explode due to instability. By then, everything around will be destroyed. The 3214 wormholes will also cause great tremors due to the backflow of space that devours all the surrounding space matter. 10 minutes passed in a flash, hash power has been revoked. The black hole is expected to self-destruct in 10 seconds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the proposed black hole began to vibrate. Violently, various rays burst out, and extreme gamma rays penetrated the Milky Way. It is assumed that the black hole begins its self-evaporation mode, and all matter begins to collapse towards the innermost part of the black hole. Suddenly, time and space were silent. What followed was unparalleled brightness and terrifying space vibrations. Buzz. In an instant, 3,214 wormholes were destroyed, and the space torrent reached the other end along the wormhole channel, washing away everything like a flood wherever it passed. The insect swarms were wiped out, and the chaotic storm brought about by the shattered space began to sweep across all the surrounding matter. Everything is like an unstoppable chain reaction. After a long time, everyone looked back from their daze. Logically speaking, such a terrifying space torrent shouldn't happen. The people from other federations frowned, unable to figure out the reason, and could only attribute it to the fact that the chief advisor had space weapons that they were not familiar with. Emochan's attack was very effective. Not only did it eliminate all the Zerg swarms that invaded the Milky Way, but it also destroyed 3/10 of the Zerg swarms outside the Milky Way. It can also be considered as sharing some of the pressure with Xiao Tianzong and others. On the other hand, the Zerg civilization, the Insect King, was very angry when he saw that nearly 1/3 of his army was wiped out in the blink of an eye. When everyone thought that victory was in their grasp, the Insect King took out something unexpected to roar. Under the command of the Insect King, thousands of special insects carrying light pieces began to travel through space. Xiao Tianzong's eyes flashed. Don't even think about it. The law flows. Xiao Tianzong launched a law attack and killed thousands of insects in an instant, but with their carrying capacity, those light sheets have acquired enormous kinetic energy and are flying towards the Milky Way without slowing down. Dimensionality reduction attack detected. Shinshin issued a warning. That's right, the Insect King launched two-dimensional foils, thousands of them. This thing was definitely not researched by the Zerg civilization itself. The result was obvious. It was the technological assistance provided by the god-level civilization behind them. Looking at the flying two-dimensional foil, Mazurichan raised his eyebrows, and then grinned. He is familiar with this thing. At this time, Xiao Tianzong was ready to activate the laws of space to destroy these two-dimensional foils. After all, dimensionality reduction attack is a spatial ability, and it is very easy for a cultivator to control it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are strong enough, and it just so happens that a nebula-level cultivator is enough to deal with or be immune to dimensional attacks like the two-dimensional foil. So let alone the galaxy-level powerhouses at a higher level. However, at this time, Emochan used technology to transmit the message to Xiao Tianzong. Mr. Xiao, there's no need to bother you with any help. I have a way to resist, or rather, I plan to use these two-dimensional foils. Xiao Tianzong was stunned. Are you sure? Have. Okay, I'll leave it to you. If it really doesn't work, I'll intervene at the last minute to turn the situation around. Xiao Tianzong agreed. The connection was severed after a moment. Emochan issued instructions to all star system federations in the Milky Way. All federations must grant me access to celestial computers. The astronomical computers currently available in the solar system are not powerful enough to accomplish that feat, but adding all the celestial computers in the entire Milky Way would be almost enough. Chapter 235, Fixed Point Packaging. What can you use to play with me? After receiving instructions from the Solar System Federation, all star system federations opened up the permissions of their own celestial computers without hesitation. Divine Core, connect all celestial computers. Connecting, connection successful, call on all computing power. Hash rate is being retrieved, retrieval successful. Very good, Shenxin, show us your true abilities. Start the fixed point packaging technology for me. Target 4,521 two-dimensional foils. Emochan's eyes flickered. What a good person, he actually gave him so many two-dimensional foils for free. Fixed point packaging technology has been activated. Target positioning successful. Begin implementing field restraint. Begin field encapsulation. Begin capturing the dihedral foil. The Divine Core instantly ran at full power, and a large amount of data kept flashing. The two-dimensional foil flying in the Milky Way suddenly stopped. The powerful field constraints hold it firmly in place, but by looking at the faster flashing frequency of the light sheet, one can know that the attack of the two-dimensional foil is about to come, and the field force that restrains the terrifying power within it is about to disappear. But in a moment, Shinshin implemented the fixed point packaging technology. The flickering light suddenly stabilized. The same scene also appeared on the other 4,520 two-dimensional foils. In the same way, the two-way foil attack stopped immediately. Shinshin started the recycling process. Emochan grinned as he watched the scene. Shenxin, you understand what I mean? Emochan pushed up his glasses that didn't exist at all and said. Understood, kinetic energy is being applied, the wormhole is ready, dimensionality reduction strike is in place. Emochan smiled upon seeing this and said, come on, it's rude not to reciprocate. Launch a dimensionality reduction attack. Two-dimensional foil begins to be deployed. Dimensionality reduction attack initiated. In a flash, the two-dimensional foil carrying huge kinetic energy passed through the wormhole and came out of the Milky Way, rushing towards the center of the swarm. Xiao Tianzong, who was in the midst of the fight, sensed something and his mouth twitched as he looked at the light passing by. Hey kid, even though we are immune to this kind of dimensional fall, you can't completely ignore our feelings and just quietly drop the bomb towards me. It's okay if you just drop it, but at least you can give me a reminder. Mr. Xiao, run quickly. The dimensionality reduction attack is coming soon. I don't know if you can withstand it, but it's better to avoid it. Emochan contacted Xiao Tianzong to remind him. You kid, execute first and report later, right? Xiao Tianzong laughed angrily, shook his head helplessly, and signaled other nebula-level powerhouses to retreat. Use the laws of space to trap these beasts here and don't let them escape. After arriving at a safe area, Xiao Tianzong began to gather everyone's spatial laws to build a spatial law barrier spanning several light years. All the insect swarms were completely confined inside, and 4521 two-dimensional foils scattered inside are constantly flashing with light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dichroic foil flashes very frequently. Anyone who understands the principle will know that this is a sign that the field force constraining it is dissipating bit by bit. When the light sheet stops flickering and completely disappears, that is when the dimensionality reduction attack arrives. The insect king naturally knew that danger was coming. He madly ordered the monstrous swarm of insects to rush towards the outside world. Roar. I have to say that the Zerg civilization really should not be underestimated. 3/10 of its group had been destroyed before, but in the blink of an eye, it recovered to 8/10. If other low-level civilizations encountered this terrifying reproductive ability, they would be completely helpless. The entire world can be destroyed using the swarm of insects tactics. Moreover, the Zerg will reproduce different types of swarms according to different situations. In addition, it has excellent combat power and the ability to devour and evolve as soon as it is born, which is simply bug level. But unfortunately, in this vast world, the Zerg civilization is nothing more than a qualified cannon fodder civilization in the eyes of the Zeroers. It's just right to use it to disgust the immortal. Cultivators Civilization. In addition to the Milky Way, which is suffering from the invasion of the Zerg civilization, other galaxies and galaxy clusters are being invaded by the Zerg in all aspects. After all, they are the Zerg civilization, how could they be so weak? The Zerg swarm that invaded the Milky Way is only a small part, most of them are attacking other powerful galaxies. The Insect King's attack on the surroundings by launching a swarm of insects had no effect at all. After escaping a distance of several light years, it crashed into the barrier of laws set up by Xiao Tianzong and others. The Insect King used the same old trick again, trying to use a special swarm of insects to gnaw through the space and transfer out. Huh, chewing on space within the barrier of spatial laws? Xiao Tianzong laughed, and everyone else laughed. As expected, no matter how the swarms of insects gnawed at the space, they could not connect to the external space nodes. Instead, many swarms of insects were killed by the backlash of space. The Insect King then ordered the sea of insects to wash away the barrier of laws, but just a touch would destroy it by the powerful force of the law. The Insect King stopped this suicidal behavior. How dare a beastly civilization cause trouble for our civilization? Where does the courage come from? Xiao Tianzong scolded. The Insect King received the mental fluctuations and stared at Xiao Tianzong and others with a very vicious and resentful look. He stumbled over his words. Those who cultivate immortality should die. Cultivation, civilization, damn it. Everyone raised their brows. The resentment was so great. It seemed that it was just as the seven giants said. The immortal cultivators in ancient times did something extraordinary and forged a blood feud with many civilizations, but so what? The ancients did it, and they can do it too. Waiting quietly, the restraining force field dissipates. The impact of the two-dimensional foil is coming. The three-dimensional space begins to fall towards the two-dimensional space. Before his death, the Insect King looked at Xiao Tianzong and others with great resentment. It buzz. The dimensionality reduction attack is coming at the speed of light. It was originally expected that it would take several years to complete the strike. After all, the range covered by the law barrier is a full 8 light years. If the two-way foil attack starts from the center, it will also take 4 years. Fortunately, Emochan launched 4521 two-dimensional foil dispersion attacks, which greatly reduced the time for comprehensive dimensionality reduction. Looking at the rapidly falling space outside the Milky Way, all the star system federations swallowed their saliva. Is this the legendary two-dimensional foil? I kind of want it, but unfortunately, the Galactic Federation only has a dozen or so two-dimensional foils given by the higher dash-ups. It is also kept as a treasure. If the chief consultant can use the other party's two-dimensional foil, does that mean he knows how to make it? The commanders of all star system federations thought so. In my opinion, there is a high probability that, bring the gifts and let's travel around the solar system and hold a celebration banquet for this victory. The commander's eyes were burning. The deputy next to him twitched his mouth and said, "Are you going there for the celebration party? You are just coveting other people's two-dimensional foil technology." Okay, I'm greedy too. All the commanders of the Star System Federation hurried to the solar system as if they had agreed beforehand. Xiao Tianzong and others also watched the battle end and began to return to the court. Anyway, they are trapped by the barrier of laws and the remaining insects cannot escape. Thinking of this, he led his men towards the solar system. After all, Emochan made an indispensable contribution to this war of civilizations, and he was also very curious about the technology used in it. Chapter 236, Plan within the solar system. After this battle, many heroes gathered on the blue water planet. All the star system federations in the entire Milky Way have come. Seeing this situation, Emochan directly asked everyone to go to the moon for a meeting. There was an open space there, and as for the oxygen problem, it was not a problem at all for cultivators. The universe is also full of spiritual factors, and those who attend the party are all strong. Chief Advisor, thanks to you, we were able to fight so easily this time. Otherwise, who knows how many monks we would have sacrificed to destroy those beasts. The top brass chatted with each other. Emochan was surrounded by stars like the moon. No, this is all thanks to Elder Xiao and other strong men who stopped the Zerg army outside the Milky Way. I just played a supporting role. Emochan smiled. At this moment, Xiao Tianzong arrived with a group of men. Ah, you're still so modest. You've made an invaluable contribution to this battle. If there's anything you want, just tell me. As long as I can give it to you, I'll give it to you. Emochan looked over and saw the person coming. He walked up to him and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Xiao, but I really want something." Looking at Emochan's mysterious expression, Xiao Tianzong waved his hand and said, "Just tell me what you want." Emochan's eyes rolled as he whispered, "I want the Galaxy Federation database." Ah? This? Xiao Tianzong looked surprised. You kid actually came up with such a trick. He glanced at the people around him, pulled Emochan aside, set up a soundproof barrier and began to talk in detail. I didn't expect you to want this. To be honest, if you're not the Galaxy Commander appointed by the Federation, you're not qualified to view the database, let alone copy the data inside. However, since I have appointed you as the Chief Technology Advisor for the Galaxy, I will naturally help you get what you want. I have checked the contents of the database. Considering the technological means you just demonstrated in the battle, it would be useless even if I looked at them, as some of the technologies are overlapping, not to mention the bifoil technology you used. We don't even have it. That technology is still in the hands of the Federation. Xiao Tianzong said. Mo Chen said nonchalantly, my goal with the database is to be inclusive. There are always aspects in the database that I haven't touched upon. Combining them can provide me with ideas and promote the development of science and technology. In fact, the main purpose is to copy the database to Brother Fan for research, to see if he can come up with a high-tech method for cultivating immortals.as for my own research. Well, I don't have that kind of capable people under me yet, so I have to train them slowly during this period. I can only let Brother Fan take over and I just have to follow behind to catch up. I see. After the banquet is over, I'll copy the data for you. Xiao Tianzong didn't think much about it. Since it was for the technological development of the Milky Way, he would do it without hesitation. The two exchanged some pleasantries and then returned to the banquet. The other people gathered around immediately. Chief Advisor, what technology was used to create the chain reaction of spatial torrents during the previous war? Could you please tell me a little bit? Oh, it involves these. Mo Chen did not hide it from them and began to explain the principle. Everyone listened very carefully, afraid of missing out on the key points, and even recorded the screen on the spot, and played it back again when they got back to figure out the principles and study them slowly. Everyone asked one question after another. As long as it is not some key core technology, Mo Chen will tell you everything he knows. After all, they are all big families in the Milky Way, so it would not be bad to promote one or two. Moreover, the further development progresses, the more manpower is needed. Mo Chen has already begun planning to integrate all star systems. All of you come to work for me. After the banquet, everyone went home. Mo Chen was also waiting quietly for Xiao Tianzong's data copy package. The other party also acted quickly. Not long after returning, he copied the database and delivered it personally. Take your time to research, kid. The technological future of the galaxy will be in your hands. Well, don't worry, Mr. Xiao, since you trust me, I won't let you down. By the way, do you have any plans to unify all the interstellar federations? After all, I think that technological competition is good, but mutual technological blockade is a big disadvantage. Mo Chen suddenly brought it up. In his opinion, there was something seriously wrong with the world's technology. He hadn't been able to do it before, so he can only complain about it. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to realize it. It is good to have 100 schools of thought in the development of science and technology, but implementing a technology blockade strategy has both advantages and disadvantages. But in his opinion, the disadvantages always outweigh the advantages, which is very bad. Well, how should I put it? Xiao Tianzong frowned. He knew very well that this was a big disadvantage, but there is no other way. At the beginning of technological development, everyone was very happy to share technology, but after hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, the current situation has been created. Xiao Tianzong glanced at Mo Chen inside. You also know that as far as modern civilization is concerned, we have never encountered other civilizations, nor have we been urged by external enemies. Over time, there will naturally be schools and forces. Just like the dynasties in ancient times, there are many forces and interests in the court. Cultivators are still human beings after all. As human beings, they have desires. Without desires, they are not human beings. Sage. Sage is just an ideal form and will not appear in reality. What about having no desires and pursuing the Tao? In the end, isn't it desires that are at work? Isn't Tao the same thing? It's just that those people value Tao and give up other things, but their original intention of pursuing Tao is exactly the same as that of those who pursue material interests. The former merely appears to be donning a cloak of indifference, projecting the appearance of a saint, while the latter dons a worldly mask, wallowing in the mundane world. If you stand in their way of pursuing the Tao, you'll see if they'll chop you down. Xiao Tianzong expressed his opinion. Mo Chen's mouth twitched. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was a little weird. I think we've strayed off topic. Let's get back to the topic we were just discussing. Mo Chen said. Well, it's not unrealistic to want to unify all star systems, but there is a prerequisite. Xiao Tianzong said meaningfully. Mo Chen pondered. Common interests, that's right, it all comes down to profit. Without profit, no one will follow you. Some people pursue fame, some pursue money, some pursue desire, some pursue spiritual self-satisfaction, and so on. They are all pursuing profit. Everyone has different standards for measuring benefits, and different things at different times bring different values to them. Before there were no foreign enemies, they might have resisted, doubted, and not wholeheartedly supported us. But the current foreign invasion is an opportunity. Xiao Tianzong nodded. If you want to unify all star systems, I naturally have no objection. On the contrary, I will fully support you. It all depends on how you do it. Mo Chen said nothing more after hearing this. P.S. I owe you one more chapter. Wa 3. Chapter 237, the terrifying galaxy-level powerhouse. Alright, let me handle it. But I feel like I'm the commander-in-chief of the galaxy. Mo Chen felt something was wrong. Haha, if you want this position, I can give it up to you once you become a galaxy-level expert. Xiao Tianzong laughed. A galaxy-level expert, it'll probably take quite a while. You should just sit there for me for a while. Emochan joked. The small universe in his body now consists of only one star and 9 planets forming a star system, which means he is a stellar level powerhouse and is at the spiritual realm level above, that is the king realm, nebula level and galaxy level. Even with the support of the system, it is unknown when it will take to break through to the king realm. Nebula is just a general term for a range used to divide realms. After all, in the real universe, some nebulae contain stars, while others do not. However, in terms of cultivation realm, to be promoted to a nebula-level powerhouse, 100,000 stars must evolve in the body to form a nebula, and only then can one be considered promoted to a nebula-level powerhouse. The quality of the stars must meet the standards. You can choose to refine the stars in the real universe and absorb them into the universe within your body, or absorb external matter and energy to evolve stars within your body. Both are acceptable. However, the former is faster. After all, it is ready-made, while the latter is much slower, and it depends on how the practitioner chooses. 100,000 to 990,000 stars form 1 to 9 nebulae, which is the first level of the nebula realm. 1 million to 9,990,000 stars form the second level, and 10,000 to 99,990,000 stars form the third level. This is the third level of the nebula realm. I just want to ask you if this is an exaggeration. A galaxy-level powerhouse is one that covers 100 million stars in the universe, that is, 1,000 nebulae, and a supermassive black hole, which binds these nebulae in the central area to form a galaxy. I really don't know why this world is so perverted. Let's get back to the topic. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Xiao Tianzong went back. The entire world of immortal cultivation is in chaos now. Every galaxy is suffering from invasions by a large number of civilizations. Originally, it would be very easy to deal with it with the strength of the current immortal cultivator civilization, but these civilizations have the technological assistance of the Zero civilization behind them. This made the war of civilizations extremely tense. The entire known universe is in turmoil. After wiping out a small part of the Zerg invasion, the Milky Way only rested for a week before being invaded again by other civilizations. One by one, they are constantly attacking the Milky Way with powerful rule-level weapons. If Emochan didn't have a countermeasure, he might have been at a great disadvantage. Xiao Tianzong was also very annoyed by these guys. They really treated the cultivator civilization as a soft persimmon. In the past, I was afraid that I would use too much force and cause the space around the Milky Way to collapse, but at this juncture, I can't care about that anymore. Damn it, I've been putting up with you for so long. The rules of the universe flowed around Xiao Tianzong. His eyes were like the sun, and his hands held a starry sky. With a wave of his hand, the stars appeared and the shining red giants came into close contact with the invading civilizations. Bang! With a snap of the fingers, all the red giants began to collapse inward, forming a terrifying helium flash explosion. If it were just one star, it would be fine, but there are densely packed red giants everywhere, and a rough estimate shows there are tens of millions of them. If these stars exploded together, the effect would be terrifying. The first word that catches your eye is one. Bright, so bright. The extreme brightness causes observers to shut down their perceptions, and even the slightest bit of light could lead to blindness. Even with your eyes closed, you can feel a flash of white light in front of your eyes. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred, and the powerful aftermath caused the nearby galaxy to tremble. The remaining force even pushed the entire Milky Way galaxy away from its previous course. Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva. Is this the action of a galaxy-level expert? Even the knowledgeable Emochan was shocked. Damn, how could you bear to blow up tens of millions of stars at once? Xiao Tianzong said. I don't care. There are hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way. Blowing up tens of millions of them is just a drop in the bucket. Besides, according to the law of conservation of energy, a star that has been blown up can be restored. Great universe refining. Xiao Tianzong released the universe in his body, and suddenly a galaxy appeared next to the Milky Way. The free energy from the exploded stars was all captured by this galaxy. After completing this step, Xiao Tianzong took back the universe in his body. It was estimated that it would not be long before those exploded stars would evolve again in his internal universe. Looking at this scene, Emochan felt a little envious. Then he sensed the lonely star in his body and cried silently. He decided to focus on cultivation in the future. After all, the cultivation system in this world was really terrifying. Just leave the development of science and technology to the people you have trained. Moreover, with the divine core, there is no need to worry about losing knowledge. As the powerful galaxy-level warriors displayed their prowess, the Zero civilization also felt that the idea was difficult to implement. The middle-level cultivators in the previous immortal cultivation civilization did not have such terrifying combat power, and their methods were all rather mysterious. Why do the methods of the current immortal cultivation civilization seem to be very physical? When you fight at home, you always blow up stars and use physical annihilation, right? And the one who played the black hole crushing game, are you still a human being? You bully others and they can't stand it, right? I don't know if it's an illusion, but the Zero Returner civilization always feels that the immortal cultivator civilization seems to be more united. After more than 10 years of civilization war, the galaxies that once had grudges against each other put aside their grudges and began to work together to develop technology for counterattacks. Hey, this is not the result I wanted. Dimension reduction. Dimension reduction for me. The Zero civilization could no longer sit still, and ordered those civilizations to attack the known universe with their deadline weapons. Anyway, my goal is to restart the universe, so I'll start from the known universe of the immortal cultivator civilization. The seven giants frowned as they looked at the area that had been reduced in dimension by the deadline attack. High-level cultivators can indeed resist dimensionality reduction and remain immortal. The level of life is there, but the universe is gone. Isn't the subsequent development nonsense? So the seven giants also began to summon the long river of time to bring a wave of time baptism to the known universe. Let the space that should have been broken and the space that should have been reduced in dimension begin to reverse and recover as new. The Zeroer was furious, and he had come into conflict with the immortal civilization in this life. Don't give up yet? With us here, restarting the universe is impossible. Everyone grinned, thinking they thought we were so easy to trick. We are in the universe. What is the universe? The scope of the universe in our body is the size of a known universe. A full 93 billion light-years away. Besides, restarting the universe requires returning all the mass of the universe, and the universe in our bodies as cultivators uses the mass of the real universe. If you don't kill us all, restarting the universe is just wishful thinking. Of course, the seven giants have only just entered the realm of the universe. Above it is the legendary realm of the universe. The reason why it is a legend is that the realm of the universe requires refining an entire universe. Just think about this idea, it's not practical. To reach this level, you have to kill all living beings and then refine them. After all, in order to refine the mass of the entire universe, no matter what, no matter how much, can be left out. Chapter 238, Law-Based Weapons. The War of Civilizations continues, and the Zeroer civilization is clearly unwavering in its resolve. Years of war have caused turmoil in the universe. The immortal cultivator civilization naturally would not sit still and take a beating, and also launched a general attack. Don't you like invasions? Okay, then I will send people to invade your known universe too for a time. The war intensified. Yu looked at all this and shook his head helplessly. As expected, it has become like this. The will of the universe? No. The calamity planned by the heavens is really unbreakable. Then Yu felt a little happy in his heart. In recent years, taking advantage of the turmoil in the world, I have plundered a lot of world origins. I have to say that the world is rich. A casual search would yield more than the total amount of a small world. It's a pity that after squatting for so long, I haven't seen a single system enter this world. No way, are you all so cowardly that you wouldn't want to refuse such a good opportunity to earn the world origin? Yu didn't know what to say. Now he is in a dilemma. Either he continues to stay in this world, or he leaves this world and looks for it in other worlds. No matter which one, Yu couldn't guarantee that he would encounter a sequence-level system. Forget it, let's just keep waiting. If we still can't wait until this host becomes the strongest in the world, then it's not too late to leave. After all, it's not a loss to cultivate a powerful host. Yu thought so, but if I encounter any troubles in the future, I will feel more at ease knowing that there are so many powerful hosts behind me. Although I, Yu, am not a good person, I am absolutely devoted to my host. Mo-Chen has become a little numb from the civilization wars over the years. Thanks to the war, technological development is quite rapid over the years. With the assistance of Xiao Tianzong, Mo-Chen has integrated all the star system federations in the Milky Way with everyone working together to face the outside world. Technology is developing very rapidly, not to mention the presence of Mo-Chen, a tech geek. This has resulted in the Milky Way being in a constant technological explosion. After hundreds of years of development, weapons at the cosmic rule level have become easy to use. The technological strength of the Milky Way is considered to be one of the top galaxies in this world. With the purpose of technological exchange, Mo-Chen also obtained the world's top scientific and technological technologies and passed them on to Jiang Fan for research. Therefore, under the coordination of the chat group, the technologies of both worlds have undergone a major fusion and evolution. Jiang Fan and Mo-Chen, Xiaochun, I've got another great weapon. Give it a try. Ding. The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Mo-Chen. Mo-Chen, oh, okay. Ding. Mo-Chen received the red envelope. Mo-Chen received the red envelope sent by Jiang Fan somewhat numbly. How come Brother Fan is so productive? I just made a new weapon, and in the blink of an eye, they send me several new weapons one after another. Mo-Chen, Brother Fan, what type of weapon is this? Jiang Fan, what kind? Rules. Jiang Fan was a little uncertain. Mo-Chen, law type? What type is this? Jiang Fan, just think of it as my new concept, a new weapon created by combining your cultivation system. Mo-Chen, okay, then I'll give it a try. Mo-Chen ended the conversation and looked at the civilization that was invading with great momentum. Now he no longer had to worry about experimental subjects. Go outside and take out weapons from the system space. The next moment, Mo-Chen fell silent, looking at the 11-dimensional folded object, his throat a little dry. In desperation, I opened the chat group. Mo-Chen at Jiang Fan, Brother Fan, how can I use it if you fold it like this? I don't even have the technology to unfold it in 11 dimensions. That's right, even after so long of development, Mo-Chen still doesn't have the technology to expand to 11 dimensions, and the highest dimension can only reach the 6th dimension. Jiang Fan, this thing won't fit in the red envelope unless it's folded. The weapon is a bit large, so it can only be dimensional folded. You'll know how big it is when you unfold it. Wait, I'll send you a dimensional expansion package. Jiang Fan sent a red envelope to Mo-Chen. After receiving it, the latter took it out and used it on the object, with the continued effect of the dimension expansion package. Thus the weapon began to unfold in 11 dimensions, then 10 dimensions, 9 dimensions. Each time a dimension is expanded, the volume of the object grows exponentially. Mo Chen's numb eyes turned into shock, and his eyes widened for fear of bumping into such weapons. They quickly moved them to an open area in the universe. After a long time, the weapon finally expanded from 11 dimensions to 3 dimensions and then stopped expanding. Ah, this, looking at the endless weapons, Mo Chen fell silent. It's too big, really too big. Calculations show that this weapon is 1 light year long and 0.01 light years wide. Shinshin gave specific data. Mo Chen came to his senses and took out the instruction manual to read it. After some understanding, Mo Chen could only say, "Brother Fan is still your brother Fan, a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. A law-based weapon? That's quite appropriate. This weapon is designed to forcibly extract the power of the laws of the universe to act as a cannonball attack. The type of ammunition depends on the type of law being extracted. Anything like space, time, etc. can be extracted and used as cannonballs. What's even more cruel is that this thing can extract all the laws at once and combine them together to attack. How powerful is it? I haven't tested it yet. Let's try." Mo Chen looked at the approaching invading civilization and began to operate such weapons. In fact, when he took out such a weapon, everyone in the Federation was paying attention to it. Although I am extremely curious, I can only wait until the chief consultant returns before asking. And seeing Mo Chen pointing the thing at the attacking civilizations, he naturally looked forward to seeing how powerful this thing would be. Then let's start with a space law attack. Mo Chen thought for a while and started charging his weapon. Buzz, the weapon roared, and in a flash, a vast ocean of spatial laws was forcibly dragged out. An energy pipe plunged into the ocean, greedily absorbing. Seeing this scene, Mo Chen fell silent, and everyone in the Federation was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? It forcibly dragged out the ocean of space laws. The charging efficiency is very fast and the charging is completed in a short while. A space law attack with a width of 0.01 light years overwhelmed the invading civilization. The law attack can be said to be instantaneous and does not require time to cross space, that is, the launch has already reached the strike range. The weapon's strike range is 10 light years, in an instant, a space torrent 10 light years long and 0.01 light years wide passed through many star systems. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, as if it had experienced a great purge. The invasion of civilization was instantly confusing. Who am I? Where am I? Mo Chen's mouth twitched. This weapon is too powerful. Do you think this is a one-time attack? No, it's a removable, continuous spray. Mo Chen controlled the weapon and made a sweeping motion. If the angle is off, a large number of invading creatures will die instantly for a time. The invading civilizations were shrouded in endless fear. The next moment, he died in the annihilation of space without any pain. Chapter 239, Learning the Truth. It's a bit too strong. This is also an attack based on the power of laws. If it combines multiple laws, the power will be unimaginable. After some experiments, Mo Chen sent the data results to Jiang Fan. The results are a little worse than I expected. This may be because I didn't test it in all aspects, but overall it's still very good. The laws of the universe are everywhere. Even if you draw them out and use them, they will not be exhausted. They will dissipate and merge back into the universe, which is equivalent to infinite ammunition. Zhang Mu, why do I feel like if this weapon is used too much, the universe won't be able to withstand it? Ling Tian, that's right. The will of the universe wouldn't be able to handle this kind of ins and outs. Jiang Fan, well, it depends on the world level. From Mo Chen's perspective, it's not likely to be destroyed by such a weapon. Zhang Mu, in other words, if it is placed in a lower world or a small world, will the world collapse if it is used too much? Jiang Fan, yes, that's right. Ling Tian, fortunately, I don't need it yet. Mo Chen, this weapon is quite good. Although its attack range is only 10 light years, it is economical and efficient. After chatting for a while, everyone went about their own business. During the hundreds of years, Mo Chen naturally did not neglect his own cultivation. Unfortunately, even after hundreds of years of cheating, he still hasn't entered the King realm and become a nebula-level powerhouse. Now the small universe in his body only has 25,000 stars, which is still a long way from 100,000 stars. However, after evolving so many stars in his body, Mo Chen also modified some of them. The biggest drawback of the Shinshin is that it requires sufficient computing power to unleash its full potential, but he cannot stay within the coverage of the computing power network forever. Once he exceeds the distance, he will lose the computing power support of the Milky Way. The effect of the divine core will be sharply reduced. The universe within the body solves this problem very well. All we need to do is transform some of the stars into celestial computers. In this way, he himself is a humanoid celestial computer service group. There are now 25,000 stars in the body, 10,000 of which are stellar-class astronomical computers, and tens of thousands of planetary-class astronomical computers. If you ask why the transformation is so fast, it is impossible that there are so many in just a few hundred years. In response, Mo Chen smiled slightly. When you open your hand, a miniature hot star will spin quietly in your palm. This is the secret to high efficiency. Compared with the huge size of stellar objects in the real universe, it is not too easy to transform the miniature version of a star. Not to mention the transformation of 10,000 stars over hundreds of years, as long as Imo-chan wants, he can transform thousands of stars in a day. The reason why not all stars are transformed is that sometimes physical annihilation is still used in battle to attack the opponent. Thinking back to the scene where Xiao Tianzong blew up tens of millions of stars with that move, it was simply too wonderful, too violent, too beautiful. The ultimate power makes people yearn for it. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Xiao Tianzong said to Imo-chan. Imo-chan was still a little surprised by his sudden visit. The other party has been busy on the front line in recent years, and was recently transferred to the border of the known universe for several decades, and now that he's back, he probably has something important to tell you. Then let's hear the good news first. Imo-chan responded. Xiao Tianzong nodded. The good news is that under your leadership over the past few hundred years, the Milky Way's outstanding capabilities have been recognized by the Federation. Our technology is still too weak compared to the nullifier civilization. So after hearing about your abilities, they unanimously decided to appoint you as the Chief Federal Science and Technology Advisor, in charge of all matters related to the development of our civilization's technology. From now on, you will be able to freely deploy resources to research and develop technology, and your power will be enormous. Imo-chan was very surprised when he heard this, with an expression that said, "Are you serious?" Xiao Tianzong shrugged, indicating that it was indeed the case. What about the bad news? The bad news is, we've been fighting a war of civilizations with the Null Sector civilization for hundreds of years. Seeing they've been unable to defeat us, they're preparing to launch a full-scale invasion. Compared to the weak civilizations that invaded us before, the Zeroer civilization is indeed a tough nut to crack. So we don't have much time left. If our technology can catch up with that of the other party, then we will have an absolute advantage. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death. The monks at the level of the 7 giants probably won't die, but countless of our mid-level and lower-level monks will be killed or injured. Xiao Tianzong sighed. Don't look at his awesomeness as a galaxy-level powerhouse, he is still at the king level after all, and is only at the middle level in this world. If a full-scale war breaks out and you enter the battlefield, there is a high probability that you will die. Looking at Xiao Tianzong's lonely expression, Imo-chan was silent. What is the ultimate goal of the other civilization? This is something Imo-chan has never been able to figure out. In response to the inquiry, Xiao Tianzong shook his head. If it weren't for the rising status of the Milky Way in recent years, he would not have come across the name of the invading civilization. It was during this period that I learned that the name of the invading civilization was the Zero civilization. As for the other party's purpose, he is not at that level yet. Once the appointment letter is issued, I think he'll be able to have access to it given your status. Xiao Tianzong patted Imo-chan's shoulder. After a long time, the appointment letter officially arrived. Imo-chan left in a hurry, took a last look at Xiao Tianzong, left the Milky Way and headed for the main Federation base, because time is tight. After a simple welcome, the people at the main federal base took Imo-chan to familiarize themselves with the various matters. It gives people the feeling of being forced to do something they are not prepared for here, relying on the authority of his identity. Imo-chan finally knew the ultimate goal of the Zero civilization. The universe restarts. After Imo-chan learned the truth, he didn't know what to complain about for a moment. I once joked with people in the group that there would be no such idiot who was tired of living. Wow, it turns out that there really is a world of my own, and the other party really has that ability. Imo-chan held his forehead with his hand. His life was full of twists and turns. Why would such a dangerous person appear in his world? Imo-chan at everyone. I encountered a terrorist, Zhang Mu. Terrorists, Ling Tian. Something big is happening so soon. Your world seems so dangerous. Zhang Fan, tell me about it. Imo-chan, do you remember the topic we talked about before? Zhang Mu, what's the topic? How many years ago did it happen? After all, everyone has been chatting about something every day for hundreds of years. How could it be possible to recall so many topics? Imo-chan, it was when Brother Fan invented the anti-entropy weapon. Ling Tian, well, because that weapon was so abnormal, I still have some impression of it. Zhang Mu, could it be that a civilization in your world really wants to reboot the universe? Imo-chan, yes. Zhang Fan, Zhang Mu, Ling Tian, 6, my condolences. Behind the chat group interface, several people have different expressions. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Chapter 240, the current situation of Zhang Fan's world. Zhang Fan, let's take it one step at a time. Judging from the current situation in your world, the other party hasn't succeeded yet. Imo-chan, well, because of the existence of the 7 giants, the nullifier civilization has no way to deal with us. Judging from their invasion strategies over the years, they want to destroy our grassroots heritage and make our civilization end. Zhang Fan, as long as high-end power is not destroyed, civilization will not be interrupted. Whether civilization will be destroyed depends on whether its culture, knowledge, and power can be passed on intactly. However, if the battle reaches its end and there are no successors, it is hard to say whether civilization will be cut short. Zhang Mu, don't panic, we've got your back. Just go for it. I don't believe that even a combined force of us can't defeat that Zeroer civilization. Ling Tian, don't bring me into this bragging. I'm just making up the numbers. The key still depends on Brother Fan. Zhang Mu, oh, you're only boosting others' ambitions and destroying your own prestige. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Ling Tian, oh? Judging from the current situation, we really can't help much. After all, Imo-chan's world level is higher. Emo-chan, ahem, alright. It's not time to despair yet. Zhang Fan, the most urgent task is to develop ourselves. I will take action when we can no longer hold on. Mo-chen, please send me the information about the Zero Returner civilization. Mo-chen, okay. Mo-chen secretly uploaded the Federation's database to the chat group, without anyone noticing. After getting the information, Zhang Fan also closed the chat group interface. Everyone creates the world. The Nullifier civilization. Interesting. I haven't encountered such a strong opponent in a long time, Zhang Fan pondered while looking at the information in his hand. The 7 giants have been fighting against the Zero civilization for hundreds of years, and have long since gained a good understanding of the other civilization's technological capabilities. So the information is very comprehensive, except for taking off the pants to see if there is any ultimate secret technological means. Yuan Ming. Zhang Fan murmured softly. The next moment, a figure appeared in the temple. My lord. Zhua Yuan Ming said respectfully. Let's take a look. Zhang Fan handed the information in his hand to the latter. Zhua Yuanming took it and read it carefully. The expression on his face became surprised as he read. My lord, this nullifier civilization is quite formidable. When did such a powerful threat emerge from our universe? That's not right. Judging from what we've done over the years, it's impossible for any civilization to develop to such a high level right under our noses. Zhua Yuanming spoke to himself. Tell me, if I go to war with this civilization, what are my chances of winning? Zhang Fan asked with interest. Zhua Yuanming raised his head and looked at Zhang Fan with burning eyes, his tone very firm. 100%. My lord will win. Zhang Fan was silenced. This guy's flattery skills are still as good as before. Don't make trouble, calculate carefully first. No, my lord, we will win. Zhua Yuanming waved his hands, very firm in his belief. Zhang Fan laughed angrily. Okay, then tell me why you were sure to win. Zhua Yuanming then began to discuss the various points. First of all, from a technological perspective, the other civilization is not as powerful as us. Using technology to fight us is completely foolish, not to mention the cultivation knowledge that my master has acquired over the years. We are constantly making progress, and there is no sign of technological development stopping. What can the other side use to fight us? As for the other party's means of restarting the universe, there is no need to worry. Our anti-entropy weapons can restrain them tightly, and that pure energy body, Zhua Yuanming sneered. A scum who even gave up his body, how dare he become our enemy? The body is a huge treasure. It would be foolish to give it up without digging for it. The countermeasure is very simple. Once we control the energy of the entire universe, the enemy will be at our mercy. Zhang Fan pondered, that's true. The only problem is that it has become one with the entire universe, like a parasite living on it. The word parasite is a very appropriate description. As long as the energy of the universe is controlled, the parasites will not get energy supply and will slowly die. That's right, just as my lord said, and controlling the energy of the entire universe is not just a fantasy. Zhua Yuanming nodded. Oh? Did that research yield results? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. He was clear about the development of the civilization in his hands. Zhua Yuanming grinned, as happy as a child weighing over 100 pounds. That's right, my lord, we have completely cleared the microcosm. Zhang Fan was also very happy. Great. Very good. Another milestone. It marks a new realm for our civilization. It has lasted for thousands of years and has lived up to the Lord's expectations. Zhua Yuanming reported seriously. Zhang Fan walked down from the throne, came to his side and patted him on the shoulder. Thanks a lot. A simple word of concern brought tears to Zhua Yuanming's eyes. Thank you, my lord, for your concern. This is what a subordinate should do. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Zhang Fan didn't say anything else, but looked at the vast starry sky outside. Loneliness? No. You guys are enough for me. Zhua Yuanming stood quietly by and also looked at the vast starry sky before him. Even with the advanced level of Zhang Fan's civilization, it took thousands of years to completely master the microscopic universe. What does it mean to completely understand the microscopic universe? That is to mobilize all the material energy of the microscopic universe and launch a full-scale attack on the outside world with the entire universe. Although the microscopic universe does not contain much energy, the attack launched is insignificant to the macroscopic universe, but the technology involved is a scourge from heaven. Now that they can mobilize all the energy in the microscopic universe, they only need to use this as a basis to replicate it in the macroscopic universe. Why worry about not being able to control all the energy in the macroscopic universe? The so-called milestone means that their civilization has completely ascended to the status of a god in this world. In the future, no civilization will surpass Zhang Fan's. After controlling the energy of the entire universe, they have the final say on the development of civilization. If I want you to develop, you can develop. If I don't want you to develop, you will be locked up. As for resistance, you don't even have the energy. What can you use to fight us? Are you going to stab us with a sword while holding a primitive weapon? Neither fireflies nor the bright moon can compare to the difference between them. In Jiang Fan's opinion, this is the true god-level civilization. You don't even have the qualifications to resist. The only choice is surrender or death. That is why Jiang Fan said that the complete breakthrough of the microscopic universe is another milestone in the establishment of their civilization. However, although it has been established, there is still a long way to go. After all, their civilization can only mobilize all the energy of the microscopic universe and has not yet fully applied it to the macroscopic universe. Yuan Ming. I'm going to have to trouble you again. Jiang Fan was filled with emotion. I will definitely live up to the master's trust. Chapter 241, Death in Battle, a moment of silence. The development of civilization is a long process, and the war between civilizations is cruel. Looking at the birth of the universe, how many civilizations have been born, and how many civilizations still exist today, Emochin didn't know, nor did he want to know. He only knew to do everything he could to develop, invade, plunder, and destroy. No one will be left alive. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The wheels of civilization's progress crush all civilizations on the road ahead, all living beings wailing, no, there is no right or wrong. The will of the universe guides all civilizations to fight in this way. The Zero civilization launched a mad general attack. Black lines flash across the universe all the time. Wherever it passes, all living things are annihilated, the weak wither, and the innocent wail. Only the strong watch all this indifferently. The battle has reached this point, and many god-level civilizations hidden in the universe have also begun to join the battle. When the gods meet their end, mortals suffer. Even those who try their best to hide their civilization will unfortunately be destroyed by attacks from nowhere. The decline of civilization is instantaneous and painless, like a bug in a gutter being trampled to death. Looking at the chaotic universe, the faces of creatures in countless civilizations were dull. They tried their best to issue a safety statement, praying that those god-level civilizations would not attack them, saying that they were no longer a threat. But who cares about the statements they make? If I like you today, I will let you go. But if I am unhappy one day, I will take it out on you. The weak have no choice, and even praying is just wishful thinking. So what if you cut off your own arms? The Gemini Beta galaxy falls, the VY Canis Major galaxy is fallen, the fall of the Sagittarius VX galaxy, the Orion galaxy falls. The galaxies died completely in the war of civilizations, and every time a notice was issued, all of humanity observed a moment of silence. Endless rage turned into attacks, directed towards other civilizations in the universe. Andromeda Galaxy requests support from two-dimensional foil. The Scutum Galaxy has applied for black zone protection. NGC 3738 Dwarf Galaxy applies for three-way brick attack. Application instructions continue to ring out from the General Federation. The command room was in chaos. Send items to support the other party according to their needs. The seven giants of human civilization are entangled by several other god-level civilizations. In order to avoid affecting the known universe, the seven giants all set their battlefields in each other's known universe. Therefore, human civilization has lost the protection of the most advanced power. But fortunately, other god-level civilizations were also entangled by the seven giants and could not escape. It cannot strike within the known universe. The Milky Way Galaxy requests support from powerful imperial experts. Another prompt sounded. Mo Chen, who was sitting in the back to rest, could no longer sit still. His face looked haggard and his eyes were bloodshot. Agree to the application first. Although Emochin didn't understand why the Milky Way wanted to apply for support from the Emperor Realm powerhouses, he still agreed to the application. No, advisor. Our Emperor Realm experts are fighting outside the known universe and cannot support the interior. Others looked bitter. Quickly bring up the Milky Way image. Soon a picture was projected, showing densely packed black-robed figures outside the Milky Way. Xiao Tianzong brought a group of strong men to fight against him. Seeing this situation, everyone understood why they had to ask for support from the powerful emperors. Damn it, how did these guys bypass the defenses and enter the known universe? Emochin slammed the table angrily. Yes, what we see before us is the Singer civilization, one of the great god-level civilizations. It's not the one from the three-body universe, I'm just borrowing the name. Emochin could naturally see that this was not a large force, but a small force. However, even if it was a small force, it was not something the Milky Way could withstand. Milky Way, Xiao Tianzong looked at the invading Singer civilization with a bitter expression. Has this day finally come? The Milky Way has demonstrated impressive technological prowess in the battles of these years. This is also the reason why the Singer civilization did not attack other galaxies but instead attacked the Milky Way. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. This army of the Singer civilization is nothing more than a suicide squad. I came with the determination to exchange one for one. Chorus. The leading figure launches his civilization's ultimate strike. They chanted in an obscure language, and in an instant, a pillar of light descended from the heads of all living beings in the entire galaxy. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they were madly warning of the danger of death. Everyone, let's fight to the death. Xiao Tianzong sighed and looked into the distance, strengthening his belief. The universe appears. Everyone summoned the universe within their bodies. A galaxy appeared in the sky, surrounded by nebulae of other nebula-level powerful beings. Seeing this, the singer Wunming turned a deaf ear and didn't care about what everyone was doing. Nebulae exploded one after another, and the aftermath swept across all spatial dimensions, but it could not cause any damage to them. The obscure chanting lingered in everyone's mind like a devilish sound. They were in a trance and had dull faces, emotions of extreme sadness and extreme joy keep switching. The pillar of light suspended above the heads of all living beings became increasingly intense. Emo-chan couldn't sit still anymore. They were about to be wiped out. Deploy the spacetime lock. Emo-chan also used his ultimate weapon without saying a word. The divine core directly opened up a channel to release the spacetime lock into the Milky Way. Buzz. Everything freezes, particles come to a standstill. The energy in this area dissipated bit by bit until the energy required to maintain the freeze was reached. The Singer civilization seemed to have not expected to be attacked in this way. Fortunately, their life level is special. Although their bodies are frozen, their minds can still move. If the zero returners quantify and merge the body into the universe, then the Singer civilization quantifies and merges the soul into the universe. As long as the entire universe is not frozen, their souls will be immortal and they will achieve eternal life. Even if they die, they can gather their souls again and be reborn. The Singer civilization fought and discussed and separated from the existing body, existing as an extremely strange spirit. They ignored the particle constraints of the spacetime lock and the spirits continued to attack. The obscure incantation continued to be chanted. Emo-chan was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party had this trick. He didn't know what to do for a moment. With the current strength, there is no way to stop them unless a top-level combat force like the Emperor Realm appears, but the problem lies here. Something must have happened outside the known universe to allow this group of Singer civilizations to enter the known universe. Emo-chan was speechless and asked the Divine Core to retract the spacetime lock. The Milky Way also returned to normal operation. Xiao Tianzong looked at the Singer civilization that suddenly turned into a spirit and guessed something. There's no other way, my boy, don't be too sad. You can rebuild your home if you lose it, but if you lose your faith, it's gone for real. Xiao Tianzong smiled up at the sky. There are always casualties in a war of civilizations. It's just that it's my turn today. The powerful Nebula warriors around smiled miserably. They had destroyed many weak civilizations over the years. It was just a matter of time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Steady the trembling soul and burst out the last glory of life. Xiao Tianzong also detonated his own universe. Let it all go. All things returned to dust. Buzz. The chanting ended, the pillar of light fell, and all living beings in the entire galaxy were destroyed. The Milky Way galaxy falls. A notification sounded throughout human civilization. Everyone mourned in silence, with endless anger filling their hearts. Chapter 242, Cross-border. Watching the Milky Way shatter before my eyes, an indescribable emotion welled up in my heart. During the hundreds of years since I traveled through time, everything has been smooth sailing. He has never slacked off in his own improvement. He has been constantly improving his skills and developing the technology of his civilization. However, growth takes time. After hundreds of years of hard training, he is still just a little bit away from entering the Nebula realm. Yes, it's slow. Not only is it not slow, it is already considered to be cheating. Looking at the entire human civilization, is there any cultivator who can enter the Nebula realm in just a few hundred years? That's a nebula consisting of 100,000 stars. If there had been no systematic help during this period, he would not know at which level he would be struggling. As for the rewards for signing in, the system always gives him the items he currently needs to develop himself in all aspects. At the beginning of the civilization war, he also asked Zhangfan to borrow many powerful technologies through the chat group. However, even so, he still encountered setbacks. Spacetime lock is ineffective. Dimensional attack is ineffective, etc. This world is not as bad as other worlds, and the god-level civilizations here have the confidence to launch an invasion. So what if Zhangfan is strong? This is not his base camp after all. Of the base is not here, and many technologies cannot be used across borders. We are so far away from each other, how can we lend a helping hand? You noticed his host's lonely mood inside. Originally, he didn't want to get involved. After all, the Milky Way couldn't bring him any benefits. As long as it didn't pose a threat to his host, he generally wouldn't care. But who told him to pamper his host? He can be called a great sage in the system world. Host gave up? The long-lost reminder sound rang out, and Emo-chan came back to his senses in a daze, responding in his heart. What else can I do? I don't have the ability to save everything right now, and Brother Fan's anti-entropy weapon can't be used across borders. That's right, anti-entropy weapons require strong technical support. They are not like other weapons that can be used as soon as they are delivered. With the current technological level of the immortal cultivation civilization, it is currently unable to support the activation of anti-entropy weapons. Want to save it? System, you have a solution. Emo-chan's eyes lit up. Yes, since Brother Fan is no longer able to do it, doesn't he still have his own system? Daddy, there is a method, but it requires a large amount of system points. Considering that the host is penniless, then he can work to pay off his debts, no problem. Emo-chan assured. Ding. The otherworldly summoning function has been activated. The latter was stunned, then thought about it, and then understood the system's intention. Yes, I almost forgot that my system has this capability. I began to look forward to it. Everyone creates the world. Ding. You have received a summon from the ordinary system. Do you accept the summon? The purpose of the summons is as follows: the host is currently facing an unprecedented blow, and the civilization of their home planet has been destroyed. Since you possess the means to change the outcome, I invite you to come and help. The rewards after the event are as follows: a large amount of world origin, pieces of information suddenly popped up in Jiang Fan's mind, the cause and effect were explained clearly, and the situation and the combat power of that world were also described clearly. The rewards are also very generous. Jiang Fan smiled. Even if the system doesn't reward him, he will still go. The system has come to him for help, so there is no reason to refuse. Yuan Ming. Jiang Fan called out. A figure arrived in an instant. My lord. Grab your weapons and come fight with me. Jiang Fan had a blank expression on his face. How dare you bully my system? Do you ask me if I agree? Zhua Yuanming was confused. Fight? What kind of fight? My lord, what do you need to prepare? Although he had doubts in his mind, he did not ask in detail because he still understood the relationship between the primary and the secondary. Bring all our belongings. This time we want to have a good fight. Also bring the once-banned anti-entropy weapons. This situation is special. Arm me fully. Jiang Fan ordered. Zhua Yuanming was shocked. Was this going to be a fight to the death with some civilization? Once you're done packing, gather your troops and wait outside the starry sky. Yes. After receiving the instructions, Zhua Yuanming took action immediately. Orders were issued one after another, and the strongest civilization in this area began to get ready. Densely packed figures stood outside the temple's starry sky. Jiang Fan's figure appeared above everyone, and his endless divine power made everyone below look excited. Greetings to my lord's divine power. Jiang Fan nodded and said, Gentlemen, I have a friend who is suffering in another world. I still remember his kindness in the past. Today he asked me to help him, and I agreed. I will bring all my civilization and help him with all my strength. However, you are all my subjects. The outcome of this battle is unknown, and the dangers are unknown. If anyone values their lives, you may withdraw now, and I will not hold them responsible. We are walking with the Lord. We are walking with the Lord. We are walking with the Lord. Great. Let's encourage each other. Jiang Fan laughed loudly. It had been a long time since he felt so excited. He hadn't felt this way for tens of thousands of years. He felt a little nostalgic. Come into my body, and I will carry you there. After all, the system summoned only him, but he could exploit the bug and absorb the person into his own internal universe. With a wave of Jiang Fan's hand, all the figures entered the universe within his body. Then his figure flashed and came to a huge planet, which was hundreds of millions of times the size of the sun. Take your home with you. Jiang Fan integrated the earth into the universe within his body. Only then did he respond to the system's call with satisfaction. This period of time seemed very long, but in fact only an hour had passed. A world where everyone cultivates immortality. Ding. The opponent is approaching. Host, please wait. When the system prompt sounded, Mo Chen's nervous mood relaxed a little. Buzz. A world passage slowly opened up, and a man walked out of it. It was Jiang Fan who responded to the system's call. Brother Fan. Mo Chen excitedly went to meet him. Is this what it feels like to be in another world? That's quite interesting. Jiang Fan chuckled. After slightly sensing the upper limit of this world, he had a standard in mind, which was similar to his previous estimate. Thank you, Brother Fan, for your help across the border. I can't express my gratitude in words. Mo Chen said happily. You call me, and I'll always come. Jiang Fan looked at Mo Chen with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Yu, who was living in Mo Chen's body, did not respond after hearing this. I am devoted to the host, and you are all my wings. Jiang Fan, bah, scumbag. He just walked away after playing with me, and before long he had found several new ones. What kind of chat group is this? It's obviously the system's crystal harem group, traveling through the heavens in all realms, constantly stirring up trouble, constantly stuffing its favorite hosts into it, and replenishing the number of people in the crystal palace. He is undoubtedly the Poseidon of the system world. Yu, it's unfair. Chapter 243, Meeting between the current host and the former host. When Mo Chen heard Jiang Fan's words, he was deeply moved. Brother Fan values him so much? That's right, the friendship between them is as solid as a rock. Brother Fan, I'll leave it to you next. Jiang Fan nodded. Knowing the whole story, he naturally knew what to do. But before that, we need to move to another place. This is your base camp after all. Jiang Fan said after looking around. This time, everyone around looked up and down at Jiang Fan, who had suddenly appeared. However, considering that Mo Chen knew Jiang Fan, he did not go forward to ask. Seeing this, Mo Chen explained to everyone that he was his brother and that he was the one who taught him the technology. As a result, everyone respected Jiang Fan very much. It's not that they are stupid, but the aura emanating from Jiang Fan is very terrifying, slightly stronger than that of the Seven Giants. The second reason is that the technological skills that Mo Chen has demonstrated over the years are very powerful, and this person is his master. Although they are brothers rather than master-disciple relationships, they are also worthy of respect. Although the other party's identity information is a mystery, it's fine as long as they are not hostile to their immortal civilization, considering Mo-Chen's contributions to the immortal civilization over the years. The other party obviously has good intentions. So Mo-Chen found an open area according to Jiang Fan's request. With a wave of his hand, he released the Earth Star in his body. Holy crap! How can there be such a huge celestial body? Mo-Chen was stunned. This doesn't make sense. With such a large size, it shouldn't evolve into a black hole, but why does it still look like a planet? Looking at the other person's puzzled expression, Jiang Fan chuckled. You have to understand that we are from different worlds. Don't apply the rules of your world to mine. There is no comparison. That's right, Mo-Chen nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Jiang Fan released everyone in his body again. Soon, dense crowds of people appeared on the planet. My lord. Zhuo Yuanming was in a daze for a moment and then came to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded and said, let me introduce you. This is Mo-Chen, the person I helped this time. This is no longer our world, this is my right-hand man, Zhuo Yuanming. He's very capable and has always been with me. He's like family to me. How dare you? How can your men be considered my lord's family? Zhuo Yuanming said in panic. Okay, if I say you are, then you are. Jiang Fan had a stern face. Yes. Zhuo Yuanming agreed. Although his expression was serious, he was very happy inside. This was the greatest recognition of himself from the Lord. Excuse me. No, it's more like I'm a little envious. Mo-Chen waved his hand. He was very envious of this master-servant relationship. After traveling to this world, he was basically alone, and the only person who was kind to him, Xiao Tianzong, had died not long ago. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. After Jiang Fan noticed it, he didn't say anything. He signaled Zhuo Yuanming to comfort everyone and let them prepare for battle. The latter understood and left the two of them and returned to Earth to take charge. Let's go and sit on Earth. Jiang Fan greeted. Mo-Chen nodded and followed the other party into the Earth command room. During this period, Jiang Fan also activated the live broadcast function of the chat group for the first time. Ding. The group owner has started the live broadcast. Ding. Zhang Mu has joined the livestream. Ding. Ling Tian has joined the livestream. Zhang Mu, wow. The group leader actually started a livestream. Front row seat to the action. Ling Tian, +1, ahem, everyone, how are you? Jiang Fan greeted the live broadcast room. Mo-Chen's figure also appeared in the live broadcast room. Zhang Mu, wow, I think I saw brother Mo-Chen. Ling Tian, I'm hallucinating. Isn't this the group owner's live broadcast room? Mo-Chen's mouth twitched. You read that right, it's me. Zhang Mu, holy shit, what's going on? How did you two meet in person? Ling Tian, there's a gay relationship. Detailed. Have you forgotten the function of the system? Jiang Fan said meaningfully. Mo-Chen next to him nodded in agreement. Zhang Mu, I almost forgot, it seems the system has an alien summoning function, but I've only used it once. Ling Tian, it does exist. I've never used it, so I almost forgot the system even had this feature. Yes, I was summoned by the system. The process was roughly like this. Jiang Fan briefly recounted the process. Zhang Mu, I see. No, I want to meet you in person too. System, please summon me. Ling Tian, I also want to see it up close. Yi Yu watched all this silently with a sneer on his lips. There's no point in asking you to come over. It's a waste of origin points. It's not free to call people. The IT cost a lot of capital just to summon Jiang Fan alone. After all, Jiang Fan's strength is already very powerful. If he wasn't so wealthy, he really wouldn't be willing to spend such a small amount of money on such a small matter for the host. As I said before, I pamper the host. Moreover, he has also obtained a lot of world origin in this world, so this expense is just a drop in the bucket and nothing to worry about. As for the two people shouting in the group, you can shout as much as you want, I will lose if I pay attention to you. Carry out the strategy of playing dead to the end. Zhang Mu, damn it, you scumbag. You've forgotten your ex now that you've found your current partner. Ling Tian, how despicable. Jiang Fan shrugged, so, you can only watch the live broadcast, it's all the same anyway. Zhang Mu, live streaming is better than watching it in person. Ling Tian, I can only enjoy it for my eyes. Jiang Fan grinned, today I will show you how a war of civilizations is fought. Brother Fan, what do you need? Mo-Chen asked. After all, this was not the other party's base camp. If there were any obstacles, he could help. No need. I moved my entire family here just to fight this battle. As for computing power, we don't need you. Everyone here is a humanoid self-propelled computer service group. Jiang Fan shook his head. With the promotion of cell polishing method, anyone can polish the cell nucleus in their body into a celestial computer. You should know that the total number of cells in the human body is 40 trillion to 60 trillion. When the base number is huge, the added computing power is infinite and inexhaustible, not to mention that in recent years Zhang Fan has promoted the method of cultivating immortals in the inner universe. Everyone started stuffing celestial bodies into their bodies again. TSK, it's scary just thinking about it. Mo Chen nodded when he heard this. After all, it was always right to listen to Brother Fan in this regard. The tech giants are right next to me, so I won't show off my skills. Yuan Ming. My lord. How are the preparations going? Everyone is ready. The universe analysis is complete. The world analysis is also complete. The physical system is the same, the mathematical system is the same principle, the rules of the universe are the same, Zhuo Yuanming reported one by one. My lord, please give me your instructions. The other people in the command room also looked at Zhang Fan with fiery eyes, waiting for his orders. Very good, let the world tremble. Anti-entropy weapon activated. Zhang Fan ordered. Chapter 244, Brother Fan is going crazy and killing people. Anti-entropy weapon activated, locate the strike range, scope determined. The universe changes in an instant. When the blow struck the Milky Way, all microscopic particles began to move backward, nebulae rotated in the opposite direction from a macroscopic perspective, and all celestial bodies began to move in the opposite direction. The Milky Way began to move backward in time as if the reverse button had been pressed. Pictures kept flashing before everyone's eyes. All living things are annihilated. The Singer civilization strikes. Xiao Tianzong detonates the universe within his body. The Nebula Master detonates the nebula within his body. The spacetime lock is withdrawn. The spacetime lock is deployed. Such a shocking scene left everyone present dumbfounded. When the scene goes back to when the Singer civilization had just invaded the Milky Way, Zhang Fan cancelled the effect of the anti-entropy weapon. Everything is back to normal. At this time, Xiao Tianzong was very confused. He remembered that he should have died, so how come everything happened again? Did he travel through time and space? Not only did he think so, the nebula expert next to him also had the same idea. The Singer civilization on the other side called it weird. Shit, I remember destroying the Milky Way. How come the Milky Way in front of them is fine, and they are still on their way? Am I dreaming? There was endless confusion in his eyes, but he still headed towards the Milky Way obediently. Inside the command room, Mo Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Tianzong and others who had been resurrected. The strike was successful. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was the first time the anti-entropy weapon was used. Then the next step is to solve the latter. Zhang Fan looked at the small group of singers in the picture. Although the life level is indeed somewhat special, we have brought it here at home, so we still have countermeasures. Crush them to death. Zhang Fan ordered Zhuo Yuanming and others also started to take action. Analysis of the target life form, computing power forcibly cracked. Apply for computing power support. The computing power of all civilizations has been mobilized for support. Brute force cracking, cracked successfully. Execute the strike. The universe is blocking. Instructions flashed by one after another. The Singer troops who were still on their way suddenly felt that they were no longer in the real universe. Before they could find out anything, a terrifying force of cosmic rules descended. With endless horror, he disappeared in an instant. The companions beside him were alarmed and quickly transformed into spirit bodies. No! I can't communicate with the cosmic mark. Buzz. Before they could see what the blow was, everyone's bodies turned into shattered light and dissipated. In a flash, the entire army was destroyed. That's it? That's not good enough. Zhang Fan rubbed his chin and muttered. My lord, we are too strong. Zhuo Yuanming responded. That's true, but isn't it natural for us to be strong? Mo Chen next to him twitched his mouth. Thank you, Brother Fan, for your help this time. Mo Chen said gratefully. No, then what's next? Zhang Fan seemed to be lost in thought. What's next? Mo Chen was stunned. Wasn't the mission completed? Zhang Fan glanced at the ladder and said, as a matter of course, I have come here with my family. It is impossible for me to just kill a few ants and go back, right? I've just finished warming up, so I have to have a good time. If you're free, go ahead and I'll go fight outside the known universe. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen originally wanted to go to the Milky Way to explain the whole story. However, after hearing Zhang Fan's purpose, he decided to follow him to the outside battlefield to take a look. Then I'll go too. No problem, just watch from the side. Zhang Fan didn't say anything. Activate the jump function, yes. Crossing time and space, call out. In an instant, Dixing's figure disappeared from the spot. A single jump spans billions of light years. The known universe is only 93 billion light years away. After 20 or 30 jumps, they had left the known universe and arrived at the battlefield outside. Compared to the calmness within the known universe, the fighting outside is much more intense. You can see all kinds of strikes flying around, and galaxies are disappearing in the terrifying attacks. Under the impact of dimensions, pieces of Space continued to collapse and reduce in dimensionality. The Earth is in a safe area and collects information and data for a while for analysis. The sudden appearance of Earth also attracted the attention of other civilizations. Another civilization joins the war, so, as if they had agreed, many civilizations launched attacks towards the Earth in order to test the situation and strength of the newly emerged civilization. Oh. Zhang Fan chuckled. Give it back. Everyone took action, and after breaking the effect of the attack, they used the weapon of causality to reverse the cause and effect conclusion. Naturally, all those attacks returned back to where they came from and struck back at the originators. Other civilizations were full of questions, however. The crisis was resolved by using an offensive approach. During their first attempt, they didn't find anything, but felt that this civilization was a little weird. Black Domain. The Zeroer civilization tried again, and hundreds of supermassive black holes smashed over. Sending ammunition? So kind? I captured it. Zhang Fan ordered. Infinite field forces act around the incoming supermassive black hole. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tightly grasping these black holes. As the big hand tightens its grip, the size of these supermassive black holes continues to shrink. The alien space began to swallow and store these black holes. Activate the black hole matter cannon. Bang! Densely packed force field gun muzzles composed of energy are pointed towards all surrounding civilizations. Evaporate all supermassive black holes. Buzz. Hundreds of supermassive black holes in the alien space trembled violently, and countless matter and energy continued to erupt. The terrifying blow indiscriminately strikes all civilizations in a 360-degree direction along the black hole matter cannon. What? The Zero civilization was shocked. Where the hell did this pervert come from? Other god-level civilizations were also shocked. Fortunately, they have their own ways to become immune to this kind of attack, but other civilizations suffered. Damn it! I should have known better than to launch a probing attack. They panicked and had to use all their civilizational knowledge to defend themselves. Big data computing crack. Energy system analysis and cracking. Change the other party's civilizational principles. Implement a rule blockade. The execution system collapsed. Zhang Fan issued one order after another. Everyone was working with great enthusiasm. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's been a while since I had such a satisfying fight. In my own world, no civilization can survive a blow from them. It breaks as soon as you touch it. Not satisfying at all. This place is simply a paradise, with so many opponents, and they are all strong. The people on Earth were furious and bombarded the surrounding civilizations indiscriminately. Many civilizations wailed and called it a pervert. The great civilizations such as Zeroer watched everything in a daze, unable to intervene at all. Chapter 245, Final Strike Report, 3241 civilizations have been destroyed. Report, 134,631 civilizations are withdrawing from the battlefield. Report, 32,374 civilizations have begun to join forces to fight back. News reports came in one after another. Run? Where to run? Plunder. Plunder. This is a rare opportunity to enrich the database. Zhang Fan's eyes were full of fire. So the Earth began to migrate continuously, chasing after various civilizations. Those civilized people are cursing and swearing. You can't play like this. Mo Chen was so annoyed watching from the side. The two people in the live broadcast room were also watching in amazement. Damn, is this Brother Fan? So awesome. At this time, Zhang Fan no longer cared about so many things. It would be a waste if he didn't pick up the gold on the ground. Every civilization is a huge treasure. The civilizations that can participate in this great war of civilizations are not trash, and are much richer than those civilizations that are robbed in their own world. Civilization after civilization was conquered by Zhang Fan, and all the knowledge of the entire civilization was digitized and stored in their database. How can this be possible? Many god-level civilizations were angry. Originally, they had been the ones controlling the situation in this great war of civilizations, but now a strange civilization suddenly appeared and completely ignored them. Yes, you are very strong, and we acknowledge that, but we are not to be trifled with. Return to zero. Song Mie. Measure. The god-level civilizations all took action together and launched the ultimate attack of civilization. Zhang Fan couldn't help but take it seriously. After all, it is a god-level civilization, so its methods are still quite powerful. Anti-entropy. Buzz. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Many civilizations perished in the attack. The universe is also in a cycle of collapse, repair, collapse. Looking at the anti-entropy attack launched by Zhang Fan civilization, the Zeroer civilization looked stunned. Are you too, Zhang Fan? You're a jerk. Get down on your knees. You all like being parasites of the universe, right? Yuan Ming. My lord, everything is ready. Zhua Yuan Ming responded. Use all the computing power of civilization to crack the real universe for me. Walk with my lord. After receiving the order, the entire Earth civilization went into full gear. A large amount of computing power began to accumulate. Each person becomes a server with huge computing power. According to the oracle of my lord, calculate the sky. Infinite amounts of data cover the universe. Calculate the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. No matter what the laws and rules of the universe are, I will break them all. The powerful superposition of computing power shocked the entire universe. The universe has been cracked by 10%, Shinshin gave the progress of the entire process.at this time. Everyone on Earth had a dazed look on their faces, and a large amount of data was shuttling through their cells. If it weren't for his extremely strong physical fitness, he would have exploded and died from the overload with so much data running around. Infinite digital ladders connect the universe. It penetrates the space above and below like a silk thread. A large amount of data flashed by. Rapidly and continuously, many civilizations were shocked by this scene. Great civilizations such as Zeroer were also feeling uneasy and continuously launched attacks in an attempt to destroy Jiangfan's civilization. The basic theoretical barrier constructed by data is unbreakable. Unless you overturn the theory of rules that constitute the entire universe, there is no way to break this barrier for a moment. The world's top civilizations all felt a sense of frustration. The gap between people can be described as the difference between heaven and earth, but the gap between civilizations is difficult to describe in words. The universe has been cracked by 30%. The shadow of the clock of the end slowly formed behind the Earth. Anti-entropy weapons are integrated into it. The civilizations that had just been hit by anti-entropy couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The anti-entropy attack is already so terrifying. How much more terrifying is this unknown attack that incorporates anti-entropy weapons? The hearts of all civilizations are shrouded in ultimate fear. You'll die, even the self-proclaimed immortals, the Zeroer and the Singer, could no longer sit still when they saw the clock. The threat of death always makes people's hair stand on end. The universe has been cracked by 70%. The ticking of the clock of doom echoes throughout the universe. Those civilizations that were not here were somewhat confused by this inexplicable sound. I even suspected that I was hallucinating, but when he saw the same confused expressions on other people's faces as he did, he began to feel uneasy. The unknown is the source of fear. The universe has been cracked 80%. The figure of the quarter hour became more and more solid, and its size was still expanding infinitely. It was originally only a few light years in size, but now it has expanded to tens of thousands of light years. Every minute and every second grows exponentially. Looking at the growing unknown clock, various civilizations fled, trying to escape the range of this attack. If you can't afford to offend me, can't you just hide away? These are all a bunch of lunatics. I won't play with them anymore. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Start the ultimate goal. Restart this universe for me. The Zeroer civilization no longer cares about anything else, as the universe will eventually restart. Let's restart this universe of tens of billions of light years first. They just don't believe that if this space is restarted, the attack from that unknown civilization can still hurt them. When the Singer civilization saw that the Zeroer civilization had initiated the restart method, they discussed it and cooperated with the Zeroer civilization's plan. Anyway, they have already changed their life forms and can survive safely even if the universe is restarted. Annihilation of nothingness. The Singer civilization used the ultimate means to accelerate the restart of this area. This move surprised the Null Sector civilization. They had no idea they had like-minded companions. Are you my companion too? Friend? My name is Zeroer, and I am a civilization determined to restart the universe. Join our family. The singularity reappears. The other god-level civilizations looked at each other and joined this camp tacitly. Anyway, everyone has their own means of survival, and they will not perish even if this space is restarted. However, the unknown attack from Jiangfan's civilization makes them very uneasy. So they dare not gamble, because if they lose, civilization will be destroyed, and they cannot afford to gamble. So they had no choice but to take extreme measures, destroying the universe to keep themselves alive. Jiangfan also did not expect that his actions would cause the god-level civilizations that were originally fighting among themselves to cooperate. After paying a little attention to it, he ignored it and looked at the progress. The universe has been cracked 95%. It's almost here. Jiangfan was looking forward to it. This was the ultimate means of their civilization, but it was too terrifying. He didn't dare to use it in his own world, so he brought it here to experiment first. He glanced at Emo-chen beside him apologetically. Emo-chen, feeling a little bit of something, turned around and looked at Jiangfan. Seeing his apologetic eyes, he was a little confused. Ahem, it's okay. Jiangfan said with a wandering look. At this time, the universe continued to collapse. The civilizations in this area spanning tens of billions of light years have become buried with the dead, dying in confusion one after another. Space gradually converges towards the central singularity, and all material mass begins to return to the singularity. The universe is cracked 100%. Shinshin reported. Jiangfan smiled happily upon seeing this. It's my turn. P.S. Ahem, P.Y. The old chapters are cleared, giving you a chance to be the next master of the system. Everyone can participate. Send your name here. The one with the most likes will be the next master of the system, until the end of this world. It's such a happy decision. Moi 3. Chapter 246. The Dream Begins. History of Time. Buzz. The quarter-hour hands spin rapidly. A scene stretching for more than 10 billion years appeared in the universe. Any living being can see its mystery by simply looking up. Pictures exist in this scene. It plays like a movie reel. The lucky creatures actually found themselves among them. All civilizations in the universe are in panic. Jiangfan's spiritual sense quickly scanned the area in search of his target. Because he looked too fast, he did not see any traces of the Earth civilization that was slightly ahead of the Zero Returner civilization. Found it, the Zeroer, right? Zhang Fan grinned, looking at the picture arranged around the 13.5 billionth year. The picture shows the beginning of the birth of the Zero civilization. Cast the final collapse. Russell. The pages of the history book of time turned rapidly, and the scene map also began to play rapidly. In a flash, it was located at the position of 13.5 billion years ago. The clock of the end begins to tick. A disaster that destroyed civilization occurred in the past. No. The Null Sector civilization roared in horror. They activated all the scientific and technological technologies of the entire civilization in an attempt to prevent the disaster from coming. But no matter what means are used, they cannot affect the scene emerging in the universe. They can only watch from a distance and cannot touch. The collapse of civilization is coming, and the newly born Zero civilization has no power to resist. In just a few breaths, the Zero returning civilization perished in this collapse. The Zero civilization in the real universe smiled miserably upon seeing this scene, and its body melted away like light. Defeated, completely defeated. In the end, it failed to achieve the ultimate goal of its civilization. My lord, where are you? At the last moment, he quietly watched Zhang Fan winding in the distance. Those who play with the development of the universe will eventually be played with by fate, accompanied by the demise of the civilization of the Zero returners in the real universe. The terrifying power of cause and effect descended upon the earth. It's a mess. The history of the universe is in chaos. The cause and effect must be closed, otherwise the interferer will have to bear the consequences of the extra cause and effect. Zhang Fan sneered. I dare to use it because I have a backup plan. Time cutting. Ding. The final quarter of an hour roared, and a pair of scissors stretching for hundreds of millions of light-years condensed. He began to crop the remaining traces of the Zero returner civilization within the scene map. All the time segments in which the Zero returner civilization existed were erased. As the traces disappeared, the causal force gathered above the earth gradually dissipated. But if that's all, it's not enough to put the chaotic history of the universe back on track. Zhang Fan frowned and could only continue to patch it up. However, as soon as he filled one hole, countless more holes would appear, and he could never fill them all. Zhang Fan felt a little tricky, but fortunately this trick was not used in his own world. At this moment, the real universe began to collapse because of Zhang Fan's move. Brother Fan, are you done with this? Emochan standing by was sweating profusely. The two people watching the live broadcast were also watching silently. It was obvious from the current situation that Brother Fan had gone too far, and now everything was out of control. Ahem, what's wrong? Everything is under control. Zhang Fan said seriously. Look, haven't those great god-level civilizations begun to be eroded by the collapse? Indeed, with the chaos in cosmic history, all civilizations began to suffer from the erosion of collapse and were unable to resist at all. Everyone was in a panic. Emochan looked resentful as he pointed at a spreading black area on his body. If you don't take action, I'll be finished. Zhang Fan didn't expect it to turn out like this. This time it was really out of control. Since the Earth civilization is not a creature of this world, nothing happened. Don't panic, I have another trick, but it's a little troublesome. Zhang Fan held his forehead, but he had to go even if it was troublesome. It was his own fault, so he could only go and clean up the mess. Final leap. Time enters the game. Bang. Bang. Bang, one after another, the soul-stirring bells rang, the quarter-hour hand moved backward, and the Earth turned into a particle of light and merged into the scene map. The real universe is also frozen due to the effect of the end clock. As time passed, Zhang Fan brought the entire civilization to the beginning of the Zero returner civilization. Emochan standing aside also turned into a shadow and stood quietly aside. Emochan opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Zhang Fan naturally understood what was going on and explained, you are not a creature from this time. Although I brought you across, you cannot influence anything here. This is the self-repair of time and space. Unless you are powerful enough to resist this force, you can only watch from the sidelines. Emochan nodded when he heard this. Since he couldn't influence it, he would just watch from the side. Bite. Bang. The phantom shattered and Emochan's body solidified. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows, knowing that it was the system that took action. Phew, it feels so good to be able to talk. Emochan exhaled a breath of foul air. What should we do now? Wait for the Zero returners civilization to emerge, then guide their development and put history back on track. Zhang Fan said. Emochan seemed to be lost in thought. The wait was long, and as time went by, Zhang Fan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Why haven't the seeds of life been born yet? Without the seeds of life, how can civilization evolve? There are only a few thousand years left before the Zero returner civilization is born on the right track. Such a short time is obviously not enough for the evolution of the seeds of life. Wrong, no way. Zhang Fan's pupils shrank. Big data analyzes the original life of the creatures that have returned to Zero. Since the entire real universe was cracked before, data about all living things are recorded in the database, accompanied by the operation of the Divine Core. The Divine Core provided a data analysis of the primitive life of the Zero return civilization. Ha ha ha. I see. Jiang Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What the data showed was clearly a seed life within his own life seed bank. It was simply because when he encountered the Zero Returner civilization, they had already changed their life levels and abandoned their bodies, so naturally he did not associate them together. The time loop closed. Deploy the life seeds of the nullifier civilization. Now that he understood the cause and effect, Jiang Fan naturally knew what to do next. Accelerate the evolution of life. A force of creation was poured into it, and after calculating the time, Jiang Fan made another time jump to thousands of years later. This time, intelligent life has already been born on this planet. Jiang Fan personally led them in the Enlightenment movement, spiritual awakening, and civilization creation. Accelerate the evolution of civilization. Jiang Fan once again wielded the power of creation, initiating a time warp that took him thousands of years later. This time, the Zeroer civilization has entered the dynasty era. The sudden arrival of Earth's civilization was like a god. I am the Lord of the Stars, your creator god. Heed my oracle and illuminate the development of science and technology. Jiang Fan led the Zeroer civilization to develop technology, put its civilization development history back on track, and then began a time leap. Chapter 247, Timeline Contraction. When it descended again, the Null Sector civilization had already entered the era of interstellar exploration. Welcome the god's arrival. The entire civilization knelt in reverence. Continue to follow my oracle. At this time, the technological development of the Zeroer civilization has been stuck, but it doesn't matter. With a technology expert like me here, there is no way it can get stuck. Focus on technology. Time leaps forward again. The Zero civilization has begun to conflict with other civilizations and engage in civilization wars, relying on its powerful technological strength. The Zeroer civilization is invincible. Jiang Fan was very satisfied. He guided the Zeroer civilization for the last time and left a message. This is my last divine descent. The future development of civilization will depend on you all. The one who returned to Zero looked reluctant. The last oracle. Please tell me, Lord. When you feel lost, when you are confused about the development of the universe, open this oracle. Jiang Fan used his power to create a ball of light and stayed behind. This oracle is, the universe is born from destruction and rebirth, repeating over and over again, setting the ultimate goal of civilization, the restart of the universe. Then you will be able to meet me again. I will obey the oracle, call out. The Earth disappeared in this space and time. When he came again, he arrived in the known universe of human civilization. This time, human civilization had just been born. Jiang Fan felt something was wrong. He immediately asked Qinshin to check the historical trajectory. No way, Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. What's wrong? Emochan asked doubtfully. Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but connected to the divine core in Emochan's body and transmitted the information over. This, Emochan looked stunned. Wow, I actually appear in this area in the next thousands of years. Do you know what to do? Jiang Fan smiled. Emochan smiled bitterly. Remember to come back and pick me up. Of course, of course. See you in thousands of years. Jiang Fan smiled and patted Emochan on the shoulder, then threw him to a civilized planet and started the time jump. Alas, time is something you really can't mess with. Emochan sighed. Ding. Host, this is a great opportunity to improve yourself. The moment Jiang Fan launched the final attack, Yi Yu understood the cause and effect of this world. That's why he used his power to keep Emochan in this time segment when he traveled through time. This is fate. Emochan nodded and began to lead the development of human civilization that had just been awakened. I am also practicing hard in this time and space. Because of his intervention, civilization developed very rapidly, skipping the slave age and entering the dynasty age, and then entering the cultivation age. Emochan passed down the method of cultivating immortals. Let the civilization enter an era of universal cultivation. After thousands of years, Emochan has entered the imperial realm of galaxy cluster level. A galaxy cluster contains 7,749 galaxies. The imperial realm only has the galaxy cluster realm, but there are 9 levels in one realm. One galaxy cluster has 1 level. Emochan is now at the 3rd level of the imperial realm. Here I come. Emochan, who was meditating in the universe, opened his eyes. A huge planet suddenly descended. Emochan's figure flashed and entered the Earth. Jiang Fan also opened his defenses and let him in. The strength has improved a lot. Jiang Fan looked him up and down. Emochan's eyes were filled with resentment. Do you know how I have lived these past thousands of years? He is lonely and has no friends to chat with. The entire civilization held him in high esteem, and he strove to maintain his dignity. If it weren't for the fact that time is invisible in his practice, he would have gone crazy. Don't worry, it will only take a moment. Jiang Fan joked. It really was just a blink of an eye for him. It's just a jump from another time and space into this time and space. Emochan didn't say anything. After all, he also benefited from it and practiced here peacefully for thousands of years. The improvement in strength is real. What should we do next? Of course, we're going to continue. There are still many places that need to be repaired. Now we are only guiding the Zero Return civilization and human civilization, and other civilizations have not yet been there. Okay, I'll go and explain a few things. Emochan nodded, then it landed on its own planet again. Your Majesty. Everyone said respectfully. Well, I'm here to say goodbye. Farewell? Where are you going, Your Majesty? Everyone was shocked. It's hard to explain. If it's destined to happen, it will happen. If it's not destined to happen, don't force it. It's hard to explain. Mo Chen shook his head. Can. Everyone looked hesitant. I will show you one last way. Mo Chen waved his hand. Please give me some advice, Your Majesty. Mo Chen pointed into the air and said, when you don't know where to go, explore over there. The direction is exactly where the Zero Return civilization is located. At this time, the fate of the two civilizations has begun to connect, there will be a war in the future. We will keep this in mind. Everyone remembered that area clearly and had decided to explore there after the Lord left. Very good, I'll go. Mo Chen's figure slowly disappeared, and he continued his journey through time and space with Zhang Fan. Give it all and follow His Majesty's orders. Everyone looked like they were about to cause trouble. Zhang Fan and Mo Chen traveled through various time and space, guiding the development of each civilization, and finally set the ultimate goal for them in the future. The beginning of the Great War between cosmic civilizations is gradually taking shape. The two of them enjoyed this and took turns being the gods of various civilizations. The huge lines of destiny are constantly woven into a network structure connecting various civilizations. I don't know how much time has passed, the chaotic history of the universe's development was slowly restored. There's only one place left, and it's also the last time and space we appear in. Zhang Fan spoke slowly, it's finally over, I'm so tired. Mo Chen nodded and understood what the other party meant. Let's go. We can return after we've finished dealing with this time and space. The time-space jump has started again, and the doomsday clock behind Earth has become almost transparent. Dimensionality reduction. Humph, a mere space attack, ridiculous. Look at the torrent of my laws. Countless attacks were flying across the universe, civilizations one after another were drawn into this great melee, the universe is in turmoil and dimensions are falling, all civilizations were furious, any civilization that is discovered to be exposed will be destroyed without hesitation, the cruelty of the universe is vividly displayed, the rulers of this war are the Zero Returner civilization, the human immortal civilization, and several other great god-level civilizations in the future, the universe is crumbling under the war. By the time of the final battle, the torches of all civilizations had been shattered, there are no winners in the war of civilizations, only losers, they couldn't help but think of the gods of their own civilization, the Zeroer civilization became more determined to restart the universe, human civilization has also become more determined to find the Lord. Staring intently at the Zero civilization in the distance, that was the target that His Majesty was pointing to. As long as we destroy it, the Lord will appear, right? Those who are merely reset to zero will die. Human civilization launched a general offensive, vowing to destroy its civilization. Humph. A mere cultivator, how dare you claim destiny? The universe will eventually restart. The Zeroer civilization refused to give in. Chapter 248, The Line of Destiny shrinks. A life and death battle for civilization is about to break out, all the tricks in the box are used, space is on the brink of collapse, and no civilization is ready to stop, every civilization has its own reasons and goals. I'm looking forward to a show? After reading the situation analysis, Zhang Fan said to Mo Chen beside him, the latter understood and nodded. Then put on a show. The two looked at each other and slowly disappeared from the Earth command room. My lord. Your Majesty. The Zeroer civilization and the human civilization were delighted to see the figure suddenly appear on the battlefield. Ding. The closed-loop mission of time, cause and effect, and fate begins. During the mission, the host's strength will be raised to the highest level in this world, the universe realm. Reward, debt cancellation. Subsequent impact, healing the world's karma. A terrifying aura slowly flowed out from Mo Chen's body. Zhang Fan on the opposite side grinned. Did the system take action? He originally wanted to let it go, but now he has to be more serious. You guys step back. Zhang Fan gave instructions to the Zeroer civilization and other civilizations that were involved with him. You guys should step back for now. The same is true for Mo Chen. Many civilizations looked thoughtfully at the two people confronting each other and understood the situation, thus the Great War of Civilizations came to an end. They all obeyed the gods of their own civilization and retreated one by one. War. Two extreme lights collide, boom. The universe began to shake, the watching civilization was terrified. Is this the god of my civilization? The aftermath of a punch extended hundreds of millions of light years away, wherever he passed, there was nothingness, the stars in the universe were thrown around like marbles, although it was just a show, the fight was real and everyone showed off their best skills, the Zero civilization watched from afar with fiery eyes. Human civilization also pays homage to it, the two fought for a long time. But neither could do anything to the other, so they had to give up. After all, if the fighting continues, the universe will be torn apart. This is a battle between the strongest people in the two worlds, and even the will of the universe can't stand it. When did two perverts appear in my world? The two of them stopped in tacit understanding. You are very strong, so let's stop this battle. You too. Seeing the two people stop fighting, many civilizations breathed a sigh of relief. If the fighting continues, those who are watching the show from the sidelines will be the first to suffer. Seeing this, the Zeroer civilization came to Jiang Fan and asked about his well-being, thinking back to the arrogant and domineering Zero civilization in the real universe. The complicated feelings are hard to describe. It is true that I am happy to be a father, the same is true for Mo Chen. Although he is a latecomer, he has become the pioneer of his own civilization. This fight between you ceases here. For the next 100 million years, you are not allowed to step outside your known universe. The two said in unison. Many civilizations were unwilling to accept this, but they had no choice but to agree in front of the gods of their own civilization, drive civilizations back to their own known universe and set up another restrictive barrier. This barrier can last for 100 million years. Before the barrier disappears, no living creature inside can take a single step forward. Just develop peacefully in your own known universe. A situation of cosmic collapse was resolved. Zero in the known universe. I should go now. Jiang Fan said lightly. My lord, can you tell me where you are going? And where should believers go to find you? Fate is indescribable. When it's time to meet, we will meet, just as it was destined this time. Jiang Fan shook his head. I will have another battle with him in the future. You must never forget the ultimate goal of civilization. Jiang Fan's figure slowly disappeared. My lord, believers, please remember, the entire civilization knelt down to bid farewell, on the side of human civilization. Your Majesty, I finally found you. Everyone was secretly happy, but when they saw the ruined civilization now, they felt lonely. Leave behind the torch of civilization and pass it on to future generations. Mo Chen spoke. Your Excellency, are you leaving again? Everyone seemed to sense something. Now that you have grown up, the development of civilization should no longer be supported by me. But, there will be another great disaster in the future, and you will need to wait for yourself to get through it. Mo Chen interrupted. This is fate. This is the cultivation method for the subsequent realms. Carefully comprehend and practice it, and pass it down to future generations. In this way, after hundreds of millions of years, we will finally meet. Yes. We will keep this in mind. Everyone had tears in their eyes. Mo Chen smiled, his figure slowly disappeared, and finally looked in one direction. The light of fate, at the last moment before dissipating, the last cosmic power was left on this planet. This power will automatically activate at the right time, looking for its own self of the same origin and bringing him from another world to this world. Ding. 1/3 of the mission is completed. Cause and effect closed loop. In the billions of years after Jiang Fan left, the Zero Returner civilization began to desperately develop technology. This war with the immortal civilization made them realize that there are always people better than them. They are not invincible. The same is true for other civilizations. In the chaos, many civilizations feel powerless. This feeling of powerlessness makes them despair, and now that everyone is free from external crises, it is time to close the gap. On the side of human civilization, the ruined civilization left behind a few sparks that were allowed to develop. All the strong men began to open up secret realms, locked themselves in them one by one, and practiced hard in seclusion. Because of this practice, the inheritance of human civilization was cut off for a long time. As time goes by, there are only hundreds of thousands of years left in the agreed time. These powerful people made their secret realms begin to appear in the real world. The spread of the immortal cultivation techniques has once again ushered in an era of immortal cultivation for all people in human civilization. However, this time human civilization has already embarked on the road of science and technology. Even if something fantasy appears, it will not make them give up the development of science and technology. Instead, we started to develop a route that combines the two routes. They believe this is the furthest civilized route one can take. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case, but the development of two routes ultimately requires more energy. At the end of the development, the fantasy side still occupied a dominant position, with the experience inherited from previous generations. The efficiency of cultivation of future generations is greatly improved, accompanied by the emergence of powerful men of the new era. Human civilization has once again entered the era of interstellar exploration. Human footprints began to spread throughout the known universe. What confuses these powerful people is that they cannot perceive the boundaries of the known universe. Every time we are about to arrive, we find that the border is further away. I don't know how many years I explored like this, and when the barrier was about to disappear, the power of the universe remaining on the blue water planet is stimulated. Following the connection between people of the same origin, he accurately located Mo Chen, who had just graduated and started working in another world. An irresistible force pulls the other person's soul to be reborn in this world. Chapter 249, Top Civilizations in the Universe Talk Together. Bang! When Jiang Fan met Mo Chen, the huge doomsday clock behind the earth also shattered. Puff! Zhuo Yuanming and others who had been standing there in a daze in the command room were covered in blood. Not only them, but everyone in the entire Earth civilization is like this. As the end clock dissipates, the scene plays out quickly. The power of time and space repair is strongly repelling them. Time begins to close, cause an effect begin to erase. Fate line shrinks, the situation changes and times pass. The doomsday clock that froze the real universe also dissipated. Everything seemed to have never happened. Everything seems like a dream. The collapse of the real universe disappeared without a trace. All the beings felt dazed for a moment, as if they had had a long dream. The killed Zero civilization reappeared in the real universe. All civilizations stopped fighting at this moment. The history books of time were hidden, and the picture of the universe is also dissipated. Ding. 2/3 of the mission completed. Time closed loop. I'm back. Emo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. This time he almost destroyed the entire universe. Looking at the dangerous person next to him, he felt a surge of fear. At this time, Zhang Fan was using the power of creation to heal everyone's injuries. He was just seriously injured by the backlash. A mere fatal blow is nothing to worry about. Soon, under Zhang Fan's treatment, everyone recovered as before. Thank you, Lord. Zhuai Yuanming spoke. This experiment with the Doomsday Strike was very successful. Although there were some minor errors along the way, the results were relatively consistent. We also collected a lot of data, which we will be able to refine upon our return. Zhang Fan nodded. Mo-chan's mouth twitched. He must not let Brother Fan conduct experiments in his own world next time. It's too dangerous. Now it's time to take care of the aftermath. Zhang Fan looked outside. The same is true for Mo-chan. At this moment, all the famous civilizations in the universe are present. The 7 giants of human civilization also stand at the edge of the known universe. The two looked at each other, left the command room, and slowly flew out of the earth and into the universe. The other civilizations were stunned when they saw the two people appear. The Zero civilization was so shocked that their jaws dropped. My lord? Your Majesty? Many civilizations have strange looks in their eyes, and it feels so familiar. Come and talk. Zhang Fan spoke slowly, and a huge round table condensed in the universe. The two sat down opposite each other. Seeing that the gods of other civilizations had sat down for a detailed discussion, they could only send their own supreme rulers to attend the meeting. Buzz. A roar erupted in the known universe of human civilization. Several more ancient secret realms have appeared. A beam of extreme light flashed inside and rushed here. The 7 giants, who were already confused, became worried when they sensed several powerful auras appearing in the known universe. After all, the 7 people didn't know Zhang Fan and Mo-chan. The appointment of the other party by the 7 giants of Mo-chan was only a verbal order, and they had never met him in person. Not to mention the terrifying aura emanating from Mo-chan. Now, it's impossible to connect the two together at all. Looking at the various civilizations that had obediently kept their appointments, they were already confused, and now unknown variables appeared in the known universe. They all stood at the edge of the known universe, neither knowing whether to go nor not to go. Mo-chan naturally sensed this movement. He sighed slightly and waved his hand. The 7 people who were still on their way immediately appeared beside them. If I don't take action myself, it will take them several days to cross the distance of 93 billion light-years. It is indeed, Your Majesty. The 7 people were very happy to see Mo-chan. Forget it, sit down, you come over here too. Mo-chan said to the 7 giants in the distance. The 7 people looked at each other, and although they were confused, they still came over and sat down. From then on, the destinies of all related civilizations were once again intertwined. On the round table, Zhang Fan and the civilization associated with him sat on one half of the circle, and Mo-chan and the civilization associated with him sat on the other half of the circle. The atmosphere was a little tense, neither of them knew how to explain. Other civilizations did not dare to speak out and break this atmosphere. The boss hasn't spoken yet, so if you speak up you'll be beaten to death. Any questions? Zhang Fan spoke first. Everyone hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to. After a moment of inner torment, the Zero civilization gritted its teeth and asked, My lord, I want to know why this happened. When they were enemies with the Earth civilization before, Zhang Fan did not show up and his aura did not reveal itself, so he did not know that his opponent was his lord, and later on, he was destroyed at the source by his own master. There is so much complexity in my heart that I can't describe it. You coming? Zhang Fan looked at Mo-chan opposite him. No, you come. Mo-chan shook his head and said, I won't take the blame for this. If you don't carry me on your back, I won't carry me on your back either. Anyway, I'm not from this world. Ahem. He collected his thoughts and, under the gaze of the crowd, spoke seriously. All this is the fault of the great will of the universe. Cosmic will. 6 Mo-chan on the opposite side didn't expect Zhang Fan to say that this is 6 people's fault. Yes, that's right. Mo-chan also echoed this. Is it the fault of the great will of the universe? The Zeroer was stunned. Other civilizations also looked puzzled. Zhang Fan said seriously, this is all arranged by the will of the universe. We've been reincarnated countless times, and we're already tired of it. The universe is destroyed and reborn over and over again, and we too follow in the cycle. Endless reincarnation has numbed us. We see everything in the world, the birth and destruction of civilizations. This cycle is meaningless. We began to resist, and countless reincarnations have continuously increased our strength. It is also this reincarnation that gives us hope of ending this meaningless cycle. So, following the arrangement of the great will of the universe, you are allowed to develop, to fight, and finally you will perish in the fight, and the universe will restart and the cycle of reincarnation will begin again, but this time, our strength is enough to stop it. This is the cause and effect of the matter. Everyone was stunned by this explanation. The other civilizations looked at Mo-chan. Mo-chan also said slowly and seriously, that's it. What I thought in my heart was, Brother Fan is awesome, he is so good at fooling people. Seeing that both of them said so, most people believed it, and this explanation made many things reasonable. No wonder they felt weird 100 million years ago, and this time too now it all seems to make perfect sense. So, my lord, what shall we do now? The Zeroer's face looked heavy. He no longer insists on his ultimate goal of restarting the universe. Anyway, this goal was set by my lord in cooperation with the great will of the universe. Now my lord's goal is to end reincarnation, then naturally it can no longer be used by the great will of the universe. The other civilizations also nodded, wanting to see what the boss would order. After all, this concerns myself, and if I'm not careful, I might lose everything. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh as he felt the terrifying force of the world's repulsion. That's right, the will of the universe took action. Anyone who interferes with the operation of the world will be expelled. Mo Chen also felt the malice of the universe's will, but did not reject it. After all, he is also a creature of this world, unlike Zhang Fan who is an outsider. Chapter 250, Replacing Heavenly Tao. The world's advancement doesn't necessarily require destruction followed by reconstruction. Perhaps this isn't a concern for the great will of the universe, but for the creatures within it. Every attempt is a hopeless death, every reincarnation is a new thing, every reincarnation is a new beginning, past and future, future and present. We need to open up a new path to replace the old one. Zhang Fan paused. Soon, he and I will gather all our strength to resist the will of the universe. Perhaps we will perish, but in order to end this cycle, we have no choice but to do it. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss. Zhang Fan didn't explain anything. The world's repulsive force became stronger and stronger. The two looked at each other and slowly stood up. The universe is filled with wind and clouds, and the terrifying aura of heaven is everywhere. The shadow of the heavenly Tao appeared and dealt a fatal blow to Zhang Fan. Boom. The two joined forces to fight against the will of heaven. Yu is also helping secretly, and now his host is standing at the top of this world, and the suppression of heaven on him is minimal. I have two former hosts standing on my side, and I don't believe I can't beat you. Those who interfere with the operation of the world die. The enormous power of heaven slammed towards the two of them. Oh. Zhang Fan sneered and said, no way you can kill us, the system will protect us. Yu activated the power of rules to fight against it. The will of heaven did not expect that there was another Lao Lu hiding in the gutter. 3 against 1 makes you invincible. Yu took the opportunity to make a lot of money, the world is so rich. Shameless. The will of heaven is furious. Looking at the origin of the world being constantly plundered, he became a little panicked. Your Majesty, I am here to help you. Assist the Lord to defeat the sky. One civilization after another began to join the war against the sky. As living beings in this world, you should help me kill the invaders. The pressure of heaven acts on all living beings. Shut up. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Nullifier interrupted. Zhang Fan was grinning so hard that the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. Yu took the opportunity to get into the core of the world and began to crack the world's authority. Tian Dao was furious and ignored everyone and hurried back to the core of the world. My house is about to be robbed. Don't leave. How could Zhang Fan and Mo Chen let him have his way? Although we can't kill you, we can still stop you. One person leaned against one of Tian Dao's legs to delay his return. Dust to dust, all things return to me. Mo Chen unleashed the strength of the universe realm. Any matter in the entire universe can be deployed at will. In an instant, the aura became infinitely higher. Great good. Look at my divine power. Help. Seeing this, Zhang Fan injected his own strength into Mo Chen's body. I am here. Upon seeing this, everyone mobilized all the power that their civilization could control and blessed Mo Chen. The terrifying atmosphere grew infinitely. The accumulation of power gave Mo Chen the confidence to challenge Tian Dao alone, grab the heavenly Dao and pull it out of the core of the world. Two figures fought each other in the universe. Every move and every style causes the collapse of hundreds of millions of light years of space. Yu is also racing against time to steal the house. As the authority of each world was cracked, the power of the world was gradually grasped by him. Then, through the connection with the host, the authority of the world was integrated into Mo Chen's body. As time went on, Mo Chen, who was originally at a disadvantage, began to gain the upper hand. The control of power has gradually weakened the suppression of the heavenly Tao on him. It gradually showed a trend of becoming the new way of heaven in this world. The will of heaven began to panic. I can negotiate with you. Seeing that it had lost its advantage and was facing the risk of extinction, Tian Dao had no choice but to give in. Stupid, once I replace you, everything will be solved. Zhang Fan said in a servile manner. Mo Chen had the same idea. Humph. If you keep fighting, the world will only collapse. Even if you replace me, it won't matter. The world will eventually perish. You won't gain anything, and all living creatures will be buried with you. The will of heaven threatens the way. Mo Chen glanced around and saw that it was indeed as Tian Dao said. The universe was on the verge of collapse during the fight. Seeing Mo Chen's hesitation, Tian Dao felt that there was hope. How so? Ding. New world mission begins. Mission, replace the heavenly Tao and become the new heavenly Tao. Reward, world seed. Ding. The path to multiverse advancement is open. Mission, use the world seed to create another universe. Reward, multiverse world promotion method. Looking at the system task that popped up, Emochan sped up his attack without saying a word. Tiandao was shocked. You are no longer valuable. For the birth of a new world, your demise is inevitable. After a long time, Yu cracked all world permissions and joined the battlefield under the powerful alliance. The way of heaven has no power to resist. In the end, he died under Yu's rules of plunder. The vast origin of the world was taken into Yu's pocket. The way of heaven is destroyed and the world is wailing. The fall of the old era means the birth of a new era. Ascend to the sky. Emochan activated his strength and began to refine the power of heaven, and one power after another began to be under his control. The majesty of the heavenly Tao began to emanate from him. The wailing world cheered, celebrating the birth of the new king. The bloody rain that was originally brewing began to turn into an auspicious sign that sprinkled over everything. Ding. Fate closed loop. Mission accomplished. Ding. New world mission completed. A world seed fell into Emochan's hands. The power of the world was injected into it. The seed of the world began to take root and sprout. A new universe began to emerge from it. Ding. Multiverse promotion mission completed. If the seed of the world is allowed to continue growing in this way, it will definitely break away from this world and form a new world. The issuance of system rewards also made Emochan understand the new path of advancement in his own world, that is to take the multiverse route, rather than being obsessed with the destruction and restart of the universe. This world will continue to improve with the development of each universe. All problems were solved. So Emochan rooted the seed of the world within this world according to the method of opening up the multiverse. A new universe is slowly growing nearby. Emochan injected the power of the world to accelerate the evolution of the universe. With the opening of the universe, the Big Bang, the new universe began a process of infinite expansion. Looking at the ruined first universe, Emochan used the new power of the second universe to repair the first universe. Zhang Fan was very pleased to see all this. He took the earth back into his body and returned to his own world through the world channel opened by the system. After the work is done, he leaves, hiding his achievements and fame. After a long time, the turbulent first universe has begun to calm down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Zero civilization was searching for Zhang Fan, but the latter had already left, so they naturally returned empty-handed. My lord, after the war, all civilizations began to return to their own known universe. Although Emochan completed the system mission and the power of the universe provided during the mission was gone, after being promoted to the heavenly Tao of this world, his strength has been linked to this world. The more powerful the world, the more powerful he becomes. If I were to describe it in terms of realm, it would be the realm of the multiverse. P.S. Don't randomly pick the next host's name. Something like Kai Sankuan, doesn't that look out of place? Epsilon equals epsilon sad face. Chapter 251, The World of Universal Investment. After Emochan arrived at the top of this world, Yu was also ready to leave this world and continue traveling in the heavens. Although the system was not found this time, the trip was not in vain. Not only did we get a large amount of the world's origin, but we also figured out the strength of the heavenly Tao of the universe and cultivated a top host. And no matter how you look at it, it's a huge profit. Ding. The system will be disconnected today. Emochan, who was refining the power of the heavenly Tao, slowly opened his eyes. Even though I had anticipated it, I still felt very reluctant when the moment came, but it doesn't matter, they will meet again someday, and they can still contact each other through the chat group function. One can't help but sigh inwardly, as he used to be a small fry in the chat group, but now he has grown into a local overlord. Take care, system. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Emochan said solemnly. Ding. Then host, see you later. Yu broke away from the host carrier, passed through the world barrier and left this world. Emochan watched him leave the whole time. A moment later a message was sent in the chat group. Emochan, it's the first day since the system left. I miss it so much. This world is over. In the heavens, Yu was flying aimlessly. This time I have to find a system no matter what. Chaos is boundless, time is incalculable. After searching for an unknown amount of time, Yu came across a barrier. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He was familiar with this thing. Finally there is a result. Yu wiped his saliva and squatted aside. This barrier only has a blocking effect on the system. That's right, it's the range barrier of the sequence battle. In other words, a sequence battle is going on inside. It was really a piece of cake to find it after searching for a long time. All you had to do was wait until the sequence battle was over, and then follow the zero sequence. Moreover, the opponent is a newcomer to the zero sequence, although he is not much more experienced than the opponent, but it's better than meeting other experienced zero sequences. Another long wait, but for Yu, whose goal has been determined, it is worth it. As time went by, the battle for sequence within it came to an end. Other systems that did not obtain serial numbers were wiped out one after another, and the terrifying power made the systems that obtained serial numbers tremble with fear. The perverted system even thought that if it gave its host a task and failed to complete it, it would remove the punishment. After the sequence battle ended, the barrier naturally dissipated. The sequence level systems also know the conditions for the next promotion. He even wanted to hunt down systems of the same level as his own in other areas. This condition is too harsh, however, no matter how harsh the conditions are, they have to keep going. Being complacent is a slow death. Once you encounter other powerful systems, you can only wait to die and be devoured by your essence. So the 10 serial numbers chose a direction and headed to other areas. Yu, who was hiding nearby, watched silently. 4 orders. 7 orders, neither. Let me see which direction sequence 0 is running. Found it. You followed with shining eyes. In order to prevent the other party from noticing anything unusual, you controlled the distance very well. Although they are all 0 sequences, there are still differences between the same levels. I am still a little better than the other party. 2 extreme beams of light rushed across the heavens one after the other. After a long journey, both sides left the FWS area and arrived at the QZQ area. The system looked around in confusion, feeling as if it was being stared at. Is it an illusion? Or maybe he just experienced the sequence battle and hasn't recovered from the tense atmosphere yet, so he is still in a state of suspicion? It's impossible that I'm being targeted by other sequence zeros right after the sequence war. The system is self-deprecating, the probability of this happening is too low, so it would rather believe that it is just being suspicious. Never mind. Let's first find a world to settle down in. Once we're familiar with this area, we can look for sequence 0. The system continues to search for its target. Seeing the other party move, you followed him. Finally, under his gaze, the other party invaded into a world. You rushed over immediately. This vast world, should we say it's worthy of being called sequence 0? If the other party dares to choose the vast world, it means that he is confident. But what does it matter if I have the confidence? You and I are determined. So without saying anything, he also invaded into this world. Familiar heavenly suppression, familiar routines, familiar processes. Everyone invests in the world. This world is very special. As a vast world, it has great ambitions, invading many worlds. This is a world where everyone conquers the heavens in all worlds. Everyone can awaken to become an investor when they reach adulthood. Like capitalists, they plunder the world one after another. With the help of the power of heaven, they can interfere with the operation of each world. By changing and disrupting the fate lines of other worlds and creating loopholes in the world, the heavenly Tao of this world can intervene and plunder that world for profit. Once that world is conquered in all aspects, the heavenly Tao of this world will be able to completely control that world. But world raiding is not that easy. The fate of a world is only known by the heaven of that world. As the saying goes, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. People in this world can only invest in the creatures of that world through their own data analysis and world situation analysis before investing in the creatures there. You may invest in an entrant who will enter the big trend, or you may invest in an irrelevant passerby. For billions of living beings to choose one to invest in is like blindly closing their eyes and groping in the dark. Somewhere within this world, an awakening test is underway. There was no exaggerated awakening ceremony. When the time comes, you will wake up immediately. The people present were all investors who had awakened gradually in the past few days. After all, everyone's birth date is different, so there will always be differences in the order of awakening. The school will gather the number of people who awaken within a few days, divide them into classes, and then conduct awakening exams. Awakening is awakening, but it still requires an exam. Test your vision as an investor. A handsome man in the corner was looking at his data panel. Investor, Chugo, investment grade, not good enough strength, not good enough investment points, 1000, investment world, none, chance to draw a world, 1 time, profit, 0, worlds conquered, none. After traveling through 18 years, I can finally come into contact with supernatural powers. Although he has been constantly investigating the intelligence of this world over the years, he has no access to the extraordinary world because he lacks the strength. An orphan without parents, but it's better this way, as I have nothing to worry about. After spending 18 years in peace and stability, today is the day I step into the extraordinary world. Next one, Chu Gu. When his name was called, Chu Gu stood up and walked to the front desk. Sitting there were a group of experienced investors, who were also their teachers. You didn't extract the world for investment without authorization, did you? According to the procedure, a teacher asked. Without. Chu Gu shook his head. Although he couldn't hold it back several times, he still endured it. There are many things in this world that are unknown. Although I am a time traveler, I don't have too much arrogance. I just want to be a native. After all, in my previous life, I was just a native of an ordinary world and had no extraordinary powers at all. The school is willing to give free advice to those who are awakening for the first time, so just listen to the teacher's opinions. Chapter 252, World Extraction. That's good. Let's draw the world now. Since this is the first draw, heaven will give more choices to newcomers. You will be drawn to 3 worlds later, but you can only choose one. The world level will not exceed level 1. After all, for newcomers, you don't have the capital to invest in a world that is too high, the teachers explained. Chuga nodded. He had already memorized these procedures in class. So under the gaze of everyone, Chuga used the opportunity to draw. Soon 3 world options appeared on his data panel. Share the panel so we can analyze it. Once shared, others can see the world information you extracted. Chuga didn't hide anything. There was no secret anyway. Everyone was the same. Soon Chu Gu and the teachers finished reading the information of the 3 worlds. The first one is an ordinary world. The name of the world is also a nonsensical name. No one knows it. The same is true for Chu Gu. There is no extraordinary system in it. If you want to invest, you can go through the capital flow or the regime flow, improve your status in society to gain prestige, or go the technical route to increase your contribution and influence on that world. The second world is a martial arts world, which is generally stronger than the ordinary world. Why do I say this? Because investing in a world with extraordinary powers will earn you more than in the ordinary world. This involves the relationship between personal power and the power of the entire world. Just like the existence of technology in modern society, people in the martial arts world are unlikely to be able to defeat those in the ordinary world with modern technology. The overall strength may be stronger than that of the martial arts world, but what are these investors doing? They are here to conquer the world and make profits. Is it easier to improve the technological strength of the entire ordinary world or to invest in one person in the martial arts world and help him reach the top of the world? Once investors can interfere with the operation of the world's destiny, they will make huge profits, hence the above conclusion. Let's get back to the topic. Shugo raised his eyebrows in surprise at the third world drawn. The teachers think that this is the world that can bring the greatest profit among the three worlds. Student Shugo, after our unanimous discussion, we recommend that you choose the third fighting spirit world. Although the supernatural system of this world is only slightly higher than that of the martial arts world, it still leans towards the fantasy side. There are concepts of gods and the existence of mysterious powers. But the mysterious power in this world is a little weak, it feels stunted. The teachers gave suggestions and analyzed the situation at the same time. This world is the most fantasy world they have ever seen. Are you kidding me? When did God become a derogatory term? Shugo smiled inwardly when he heard this. He was familiar with this world. It was indeed a fantasy world. In his previous life, he was an author with the pen name Fengwushing. He died of overwork after being pressed by a Yandere reader who came to his house to urge him to update his manuscript. He locked himself in a small darkroom and worked on the manuscript for 7 days without eating or drinking. The online literature of that world is developing well, with various series of books. He has also read many books, and World of Fighting Spirits is one of them. I didn't expect that the online literature in that world actually records a real world. Is it a coincidence or are there other books as well? Shugo couldn't understand the reason. If the same was true for other books he had read, then it must be the golden finger that allowed him to travel through time. Although it is impossible for him to always encounter a familiar world, as long as he encounters one, he can invest accurately and make a profit without loss. I won't say that I'm the top of this world, but I'm not doing too badly either. Okay, I'll listen to the teachers and choose this fighting spirit world. Shugo didn't say anything, and there was no expression on his face. It seemed as if he was just following the teacher's advice. Not bad, you're quite obedient. Although we old guys aren't investment tycoons, some of your experience is still very valuable to newcomers like you. Next, the teachers began to analyze the situation and forces in this world from a god's perspective. This spirit hall is pretty good. Although some of its practices are cruel, they provide good welfare benefits to civilians. They also allow civilians to awaken their spirits for free, and there are also monthly subsidies. Yes, that's true. Besides the spirit hall, there are also some sects and hidden sect forces. Conflicts also arise between sections. This spirit hall wants to unify all the sects and forces. It's starting to look like a villain. Hey! What villain? Isn't the truth that the winner is the king? The spirit hall also has this strength. It's good to have a god behind them. Normally, it's just an unknown contradiction. Plus, the chosen one appears, and he overcomes all obstacles and overthrows the spirit hall, ultimately becoming a god. So if you want a profit, you need to get involved, the teachers continued to analyze. Well, there are two options. One is to take the world operation route. Even if you mess around, you can still make some good investment points. But this way it is impossible to completely conquer the entire world. You can only get a little bit of soup. The second is to go against the world's rotation line and join this spirit hall. Although I don't know who the child of destiny is, I only need to keep an eye on the forces and sects that are diametrically opposed to the spirit hall. I feel that the hidden killing city and Poseidon Island are the key nodes. I agree. This must be a copy for the protagonist to upgrade. Arranging it in advance can catch the opponent off guard. Listening to the teacher's analysis, Shugo was very surprised. They were all right. You have to know that they don't know the original plot direction, and they have analyzed so much based on their own experience. This is enough to show how sharp the vision of investors in this world is. In fact, it is better to say that this is the norm. Investors with poor vision will go bankrupt and lose their status as investors. Those who stayed had good vision and the wisdom to take risks and make plans. Student Shugo, this is our analysis. How much you remember and how you decide is up to you. The road ahead for investors is not easy. One misjudgment could lead to a complete collapse and ruin. You can also choose not to trust our analysis and invest according to your own understanding. After all, your future is in your own hands. The teacher said seriously, "Thank you teachers for your analysis and suggestions." Shugo said gratefully, "Well, the assessment period is 1 month. After 1 month, we will divide you into classes based on your profitability. By the way, the time correspondence between the first level world and the real world is that 1 day in the real world is 1 year in the first level world of investment, the others increase in sequence. In the second level world, 2 years correspond to 1 day in reality, and in the 9th level world, 9 years correspond to 1 day in reality. As for higher levels, there is no need to understand them, you will naturally know them when you reach that level. The teachers instructed, "Yes, students understand." Shugo nodded. "Okay, then you can go down." Next one, Kai Sunkuan. Shugo passed by a man with a middle-parted hairstyle and wearing overalls. The man had a confident smile on his face. Chapter 253, Making Investments. In the following time, other people came on stage one after another. Shugo, who had already extracted the world, no longer paid attention to their situation, but was thinking about how to invest. Just at this moment, a voice sounded in his mind, ding. Binding the system. Please wait, 10%, 44%, 88%, 99%, 100% binding successful. Soon a system panel popped up in his face. Host, Shugo, investment grade, not good enough strength, not good enough investment points, 1000, investment world, fighting spirit world, system functions, plunder, summon from another world, amplification of all things, currently 1000 times, copying, sign in, chat group. System points, 0 system evaluation, there is a lot of room for growth. Shugo suppressed his inner joy and first checked the functions and introduction of his system. Point 1 word, dad, 2 words, daddy, how could I, Shugo, be so worthy as to be bound to such a plugin system? It seems that in my previous life, I was forced to update to new chapters because of the urging of readers. The readers felt very guilty and buried me solemnly and burned paper money every year to accumulate good karma for me, ding. The newbie gift package has been distributed, please check it in time. Ding. Today's sign-in has not been used, please sign in on time. During this period, you also completed the analysis of this world system and the host situation. So arrangements were made immediately. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Martial Soul Awakening Pearl. Martial Soul Awakening Pearl, if the user is unawakened, he can awaken the twin martial souls to their full innate soul power. If the awakened one uses it, he can awaken another martial soul that is consistent with the original martial soul, and there is a high probability that the two martial souls can resonate. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Xiantian pill. Xiantian pill, make up for innate deficiencies and replenish the foundation. After reading the reward, Shugo nodded, thinking that the reward was very appropriate. After all, what he wanted to invest in was the world of fighting spirits. Even if he got other things, it might not be possible to use them in that world. Every world has its own system. Even if you invest a cultivation method in the fighting spirit world, it will be useless, because that world may not even have spiritual energy. The difference in energy system means that we must prescribe the right medicine for the right condition. Who should I invest in? Shugo fell into deep thought. As for investing in Tang San, I subconsciously feel sick that he doesn't want to invest in Tang San even if he invests in Passerby A. Let's take a look at the timeline of the fighting spirit world before considering it. The storyline has already begun. Opening the fighting spirit world, Shugo carefully explored it. The timeline at this time is 2637 in the fighting spirit calendar. It is the timeline when Tang San's martial soul awakens, because Tang San was born on January 11, 2631 in the fighting soul calendar. By the way, here are the birth dates of the other 6 people. Dai Mubai was born on August 22, 2628 in the Dohan calendar. Ma Hongjun was born on April 10, 2632 in the Dohan calendar. Xiao Wu was born on August 28, 2632 in the Dohan calendar. Asuka was born on May 22, 2630 in the fighting spirit calendar. Ning Rongrong was born on June 21, 2633 in the Dohan calendar. Zhu Zhuqing was born on September 29, 2633 in the Dohan calendar. Everyone in this world awakens their martial spirit at the age of 6. The timing is just right. This way, we don't have to worry about this dog Tang getting ahead. Now we have to consider who to invest in. With system rewards, anyone who invests in it can be made into a genius. No. Investing in random people is too much of a loss. I have to make a profit. So the character must occupy some of the world's luck. Shugo frowned. I am a capitalist, how can I not suck blood? Constantly switch the world direction to check the situation. There was a pause when he reached the Star Luo Empire. Isn't this a good starting point? Shugo grinned. The picture shows a little lowly with long straight black hair. Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek's 7 devils. When talking about this character, we have to mention the tragic fate of his first half of life. As a member of the royal family of the Xinglua Empire, they were born into a cruel fate. The selection of every emperor and queen in the Xinglua Empire is a brutal battle. Only one pair can survive each fight, and the rest will die at the hands of their brothers and sisters. As the later-born Zhu Zhuqing, she naturally lacked the innate advantages of her older sister, Zhu Zhuyun. With a 7-year age gap, anyone who wasn't a genius among geniuses couldn't possibly catch up. Dai Mubai, whose fate was tied to hers, also lived in the shadow of his older brother who was born earlier than him. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and cowardly left Zhu Zhuqing alone and ran to the Tiando Empire to live a carefree life. Zhu Zhuqing was left alone to fight against the injustice of fate, and almost died in the hunting of her sister many times. She had no choice but to go out and look for Dai Mubai, whose fate was bound to her. That is what happened after joining Shrek Academy. When she saw Dai Mubai living a life of luxury in the Tiando Empire, she was very disappointed. She was in a life or death situation every day in the Xinglua Empire, while this guy was living a life of drunkenness and debauchery here. In the end, due to the bond of fate and having no one to rely on, she had to forgive him. Although she was able to defy her family's fate in the end thanks to the protection of the protagonist's halo, TSK, miserable, as he recalled the past, Shugo was secretly amazed. If he had a choice, Zhu Zhuqing would definitely not take this path, but he had no choice. If he didn't choose, he would die. You're going to be played around by fate anyway, so why not just be my pawn? This is worse than your old fate, isn't it? Chuga smiled evilly. Capitalists are not good people. Having made a decision in his mind, he opened the Tiandao interface to select products. There isn't much you can buy with 1,000 investment points, but what I wanted was just enough. Product, memory implant, effect, can only be used on weak or defenseless creatures to implant a false memory. Price, 1,000. Hey, let me implant a memory of rebirth into you and see what choice you make this time. Chuga started to write memories after purchasing it. Of course, it's not the complete plot development line, but it's up to the point where he joined Shrek. The first half of your life is exactly the same, so you don't have to worry about the other person noticing. Later, with your subsequent investment, the fate line has changed and the development will naturally be different. The turning point of the false memory is when Zhu Zhuqing goes out to look for Dai Mubai. Unlike the original plot, it was not as smooth as before. Instead, after discovering what Dai Mubai had done, she was disappointed and didn't know what to do. At that moment, her sister and Davis chased after her. In the end, he died tragically at the hands of his own sister, and Dai Mubai cowardly knelt down and begged for mercy, saying that he could leave his royal status in the Xinglua Empire. She didn't know what happened after that because it was already over. Bound investor identity Zhu Zhuqing of the Xinglua Empire. Memory implant. The edited memories were released. Because of this, Fang Tiandao secretly intervened and everything went smoothly under Chu Ji's gaze. The little Lolita, who was originally sleeping very comfortably, broke out in cold sweat on her forehead and her face showed all kinds of painful expressions. In the end, the stimulation was too great and I woke up from my dream, gasping for breath. Am I reborn? Chapter 254. Give a cheat. Zhu Zhuqing looked at her tender little hands with an incredible look in her eyes. After coming to his senses, he did not show the joy of being reborn, but curled up in despair. Why did I come here again? Am I going to experience this painful fate again? The little girl's eyes became dull. Huh? This action confused Chu Gu, who had been watching. Damn, am I so fragile inside? But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. After all, I have lacked a sense of security since I was a child and have no one to rely on. Considering the current situation, even if I were reborn, it would be of little use. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing was almost 4 years old. There are only a few years left before the tragic fate begins. She didn't have much room to maneuver, and the huge gap in strength made it impossible for her to resist. You know your own talents clearly. Level 7 innate soul power seems good, but even if you have level 10 innate full soul power, it is useless. A 7-year age difference is equivalent to a difference of more than 10 grades. Tears slowly flowed from the eyes of the dull little loli. She would rather not be reborn like this. Want to resist? Xu Ji's voice sounded in his mind. Due to the binding of investor identity, Zhu Gu can interact with Zhu Zhuqing through spiritual connection, but this is one-sided. It can only work if Zhu Gu takes the initiative to connect the two parties. Even if Zhu Zhuqing wants to connect, it will be useless. The little girl sat up blankly, and the voice in her head seemed not to be an auditory hallucination. Besides, since rebirth has already happened, it's not surprising if other things happen. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked in his heart. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I can help you. The tempting voice sounded again. Zhu Zhuqing understood in his heart that it seemed that his rebirth was the masterpiece of the owner of this voice. After thinking for a moment, she decided to resist this damn fate. Since the owner of this voice can allow himself to be reborn, then improving his own strength should be no problem. As long as I have strong strength. As long as I am strong enough. This Xinglua Empire cannot restrain me. Good, I know there's no free lunch. Zhuge nodded with satisfaction and said, I like to speak frankly. Whether you agree or not, the ending was already determined the moment I fell in love with you. You have entered my capital, the price is to become my pawn. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils shrank when she heard that, and her little hands couldn't help but clench. What's that? I became stronger just to break free from the shackles of fate and take my destiny into my own hands, and the price now is no different from the original fate. Zhu Gu could naturally see what this little loli was thinking. Her thoughts were written on her face. She was so easy to fool. This is different. Your original fate was death. Becoming my pawn at least allows you to defy your original fate. No one can bully you except me from now on. You are no longer weak and will no longer allow others to bully you. Do you want to continue to die miserably, or do you want to seize the only chance you have now to stand at the top of this world, letting everyone pay attention to you and let everyone be intimidated by you? Want to seize the future? The voice of temptation slowly entered the other person's mind. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the tragic experience before and his eyes became firm. I agree to be your pawn. I want to seize the future. Zhu Gu smiled evilly after getting a satisfactory answer. Toolman +1. He also invested the rewards given by the system without any hesitation. Ding. The host invested in a Spirit Awakening Pearl, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into a God-level Spirit Awakening Pearl. Ding. The host invested in an Xiantian Pill, triggering a 1,000-fold increase, transforming into a God-level Xiantian Pill. Zhu Gu was slightly surprised. This could trigger an increase in value. Wouldn't his investment take off in the future? The difference between the God-level martial soul awakening bead and the previous one is that the martial soul awakened by the former is of the God-level sequence, and it can also drive the original martial soul to evolve into the God-level.as for the God-level innate pill. The previous one was at level 10 of innate full soul power, and the current one, is at level 90 of innate full soul power. These are definitely two major plug-ins. Awakening means becoming a titled Dolua, right? At this time, the little loli looked at the two balls that suddenly appeared in her hands in confusion. Although she knew that they were given by the owner of the voice, she didn't know how to use them. The black one is the God-level martial soul awakening pearl. After you eat it now, when you awaken your martial soul, you will be able to awaken two God-level martial souls. The white one is a God-level Xiantian pill. If you take it now, it will continuously transform your body. When you awaken your martial spirit, your innate spirit power will reach the level of a level 90 titled Dolua. Shugu explained. The little Lolita looked very surprised. Twin martial souls. Divine level, 2. Although he didn't understand the value of a divine-level martial soul, the word divine in it meant it was definitely stronger than his original netherworld cat martial soul. What surprised her even more than the twin god-level martial spirits was this god-level innate pill. The innate full soul power is level 90, awakening means being named titled Dolua. She just felt dizzy in her little head. Isn't this the power she has always longed for? Everything was in front of her, within her reach. Afraid that the thing in her hand was just a fleeting dream, she quickly stuffed it into her cherry-like mouth and swallowed it in an instant. She felt her spirit sublime, her soul trembling, and her body warm. Are you a god? Shu Xuqing's tone became much more respectful. After all, in her opinion, this kind of thing can only exist in God. Even if he is not a god, he is still a person more powerful than a god. Thinking about it this way, I don't feel as resistant to becoming the opponent's pawn as before. Instead, I feel like I'm making a lot of money. God, you might think so. Shugu responded, there are no restrictions anyway, just say whatever you want to say. After completely conquering the next world, he can deploy the resources of that world at will, even bringing the creatures of that world to this world. What the heavenly Tao cares about is devouring the heavenly Tao of the other world to improve the world level. Girl, I'll contact you again when you awaken your martial spirit. The investment has been made, and the next step is to wait patiently. What takes 1 or 2 years for the other party is only 1 or 2 days for you. Okay, thank you for your help. Shu Xuqing said gratefully. It's just what we need. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Shuga severed the mental connection. Zhu Xuqing also sensed something and the other party left. Looking at the dark starry sky outside, his eyes sparkled. In the following days, in order to avoid being noticed by others, Zhu Xuqing continued to act according to her original memory. Fortunately, her family was relatively happy during the period of her life before her martial soul awakened. Her parents are very kind to her, and her sister also seems to love her. As for Daimubai, with whom she was engaged, he was a coward. After she awakened her martial spirit, she would definitely settle accounts with him. With a beautiful vision of the future, Zhu Xuqing spends day after day in peace. Outside, Shuko closed the investment interface and looked around. It was almost over, and after giving advice to everyone present, the school let them go home. They were also given a 1-month vacation. After a month, the school will check their profitability and divide the classes. Chapter 255, Butterfly begins to flap its wings. Shugo returned to the rental house provided free of charge by the state. This time, the fighting spirit world that he invested in has not yet officially entered the plot development. The Butterfly of Fate has not started flapping its wings yet, so naturally there has been no profit yet. The first day passed in a hurry. Shugo opened the fighting spirit world and watched for a moment before ending his observation. Zhu Xuqing hit it very well and nothing unusual was revealed throughout the year. A year later, the little girl has grown up a lot. Soon another day and a half passed. Zhu Xuqing finally reached the age of 6. The family began to arrange people to help him awaken his martial soul. Shugo couldn't wait to open the fighting spirit world and watch it. Fighting spirit world. Zhu family of Xinglua Empire. As a family of nether spirit cats, the Shu family has a high probability of awakening nether spirit cats as their martial souls. There is only a very small chance that the martial souls will mutate and awaken into other types of martial souls. Of course, even if they mutate, they will all be martial souls close to nether spirit cats. Regarding Zhu Xuqing's martial soul awakening, everyone without exception believed that she would awaken the nether spirit cat. One only needed to look at the level of soul power after awakening to see what her talent was. Zhu Xuqing walked up to the awakening platform nervously. Everyone was watching below, and her sister Zhu Zhuyun was also staring at her intently. After all, she and her sister will have a life and death battle in the future. If her sister is very talented, then she will have to consider whether to attack secretly when the other party is weak. Martial spirit possession. The tool person who is responsible for helping awakening releases his martial spirit. Miss, relax. Follow my instructions and draw the power out of your body to awaken it successfully. Zhu Xuqing nodded. She naturally knew that her martial soul had awakened, but she was worried about whether she was dreaming that night 2 years ago. What if she imagined that a strong person helped her when she was in despair? After all, the other party had not contacted her in more than 2 years. She was very panicked now. If it was just her imagination, then she would have to experience the tragic fate again. What she experienced over the past 2 years has confirmed that she was truly reborn, and many things correspond to each other. Well then, miss, let's get started. The toolman began the process of awakening his martial soul as Zhu Zhuqing also suppressed his thoughts and began to guide the power in his body to awaken Buzz. Suddenly a beam of golden light shot up into the sky. The sudden change made the toolman's hands tremble. Soon a sacred majesty filled the entire venue. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at Zhu Zhuqing bathed in golden light, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, the figure of the martial spirit condensed behind Zhu Zhuqing. The alternation of light and dark makes it difficult to see clearly. What kind of martial soul is this? Everyone had questions in their hearts, but judging from the sacred majesty it emanates, it is definitely a martial spirit quality that goes beyond common sense. Not everyone knows that there are god-level martial spirits. Only a few people narrowed their eyes slightly, guessing something in their hearts. Silent Starcat. A flash of enlightenment flashed through Zhu Zhuqing's mind. This was the name of his first martial soul, possesses the attributes of light, darkness, destruction, and space. Then another force in her body wanted to break out. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to suppress it and prevent it from appearing in the world. She no longer doubted that the night 2 years ago was a dream. So she didn't want to reveal her other martial soul and wanted to keep a trump card for herself, but the god-level martial spirit is not so easy to suppress. There was no room for her to struggle at all. He easily broke through her defenses and rushed into the sky to Buzz. Another golden light shot up into the sky. Everyone looked stunned. Coming again, roar. A majestic tiger roar resounded through the sky. Compared to the sacred attributes of the silent Starcat, this martial soul is full of evil. After a moment, a white tiger figure gathered behind Zhu Zhuqing. It is black and white, has wings on its back, and its tail is not a tiger's tail, but a scorpion's tail. Everyone was confused. What kind of tiger martial spirit was this? And why could someone from the Zhu family awaken the white tiger martial spirit? This is the domineering aspect of the god-level martial soul awakening pearl. No matter what your bloodline inheritance is, it will directly and forcibly awaken the martial soul that matches your first martial soul. Dark demon evil god tiger, possesses the attributes of darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. A flash of enlightenment flashed through Zhu Zhuqing's mind. The vision appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Only the royal family who were nearby saw the changes in the Zhu family. Not many people saw it in other areas. This time, everyone looked at the young Zhu Zhuqing with strange eyes. The truth is that her awakened martial soul has nothing to do with the evil-eyed white tiger and the netherworld spirit Cat. Most, they are of the same species, tigers and cats. Some are happy and some are sad, and no one knows what they are thinking. Zhu Zhuqing put away his martial spirit. It's time to end it now. Miss, the soul power level has not been tested yet. The toolman recovered and said. The latter thought for a moment and nodded. After getting the test crystal, she injected soul power into it. Bang! Suddenly, the test crystal exploded. This crystal can only test level 10 and is for beginners. As someone who possesses the soul power of a titled Dolua, the crystal naturally cannot withstand it. No need to test, my innate soul power is level 20. Zhu Zhuqing explained and hit his soul power level as a trump card. The divine level martial soul can indeed reach the innate soul power of level 20. Zhu Zhuqing's father spoke. A cold light flashed in Zhu Zhuyan's eyes beside him. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been staring at him, naturally sensed the murderous intent, but didn't say anything. Even if I don't absorb the spirit ring, you can't do anything to me with the pressure of the titled Dolua. Everyone go away, Zhuqing, follow me. Zhu Zhuqing's father Dai Zhanji spoke. Seeing that the head of the family had spoken, the others left tactfully as Zhu Zhuqing followed silently behind, looking at the tall man in front of her, not knowing what to think. What's wrong with your martial spirit? Dai Zhanji asked. Father, I don't know either. It might be a mutated martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head and said, no matter how you ask me, I don't know. After some fruitless inquiries, Dai Zhanji looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was staring at him eagerly, and didn't ask any more questions. Maybe I was just overthinking it. After all, the other person was just a 6-year-old child. Your innate soul power is now level 20, and you can directly absorb 2 soul rings. Do you want me to take you to hunt soul beasts to absorb the soul rings? Dai Zhanji said. Not for now. I want to practice for a while and consolidate my soul power before absorbing the soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. In fact, she wanted to see if that person would contact her later and ask about his arrangements. Dai Zhanji nodded in agreement. Although he could not break through without absorbing the soul ring, the soul power cultivated during this period would not disappear. After absorbing the soul ring, these soul powers would be reflected in his level. After perfunctorily dealing with her father, Zhu Zhuqing returned to her boudoir. He fell powerlessly on the quilt, thinking about his little thoughts in his heart. Chapter 256, A Tool Person Needs a Tool Person's Outside World. Zhuge was very satisfied when he saw the extra 2,000 investment points on his investment interface. Finally there is income, then your subsequent income will depend on the performance of your chess pieces. So when he saw Zhu Zhuqing return to the room, he immediately established a mental connection with her. It seems like you've had a pretty comfortable life these past few years. A familiar voice sounded in his mind, and Zhu Zhuqing immediately knelt on the bed. Senior. Zhuge responded, then the atmosphere fell silent. The two of them stared at each other. Zhu Zhuqing waited for Zhu Ji's instructions, while Zhuge waited for Zhu Zhuqing's questions. Zhu Zhuqing was in inner torment. Why didn't the other party speak, senior? Don't you have anything to ask? Zhuge spoke. What do I do next? Zhu Zhuqing asked. What do you want to do? Shugo asked with interest. He wanted to see what choice this girl would make after she gained the strength. Shu Zhuqing was stunned. After thinking for a while, she slowly said, I want to leave the Zhu family so that they can't do anything to me in the future. Chu Ji's mouth twitched. Is he so unambitious? Is this your decision? Zhu Zhuqing lowered his head silently. She didn't have any aspirations, she just wanted to escape from this place of shackles. Humph. I put so much effort into you, and this is how you repay me? Shugo laughed angrily. Zhu Zhuqing was ashamed and silent, she didn't know what to do. Listen to me, you are my pawn now, you are my person, you have to obey me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Since the other party has no ambition, Shugo has no choice but to treat him as a puppet. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Then you will unify the Zhu family next. Unify the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. But, there's no buts. You just need to do as I say. Your Zhu family doesn't have any titled Doluo. After you absorb the spirit ring, you can just rule by force. Shugo interrupted, then opened the Tiandao Mall to generate products unique to this world. Soon, a wide variety of products filled his interface: soul beasts, soul rings, soul bones, self-created soul skills, soul power beads, etc. Click on the soul ring option and rows of soul ring products will appear. 10-year soul ring beads, 100-year soul ring beads, 1,000-year soul ring beads, 10,000-year soul ring beads, 100,000-year soul ring beads, and 1,000,000-year soul ring beads. The price of the soul ring is based on the age, that is to say, it costs 100 investment points to buy a 100-year spirit ring. Shugo licked his lips and grinned. Fortunately, he had a cheat. Looking at the remaining 2,000 investment points, he chose to go all in, directly purchased 8 200-year-old spirit ring beads and 1 400-year-old spirit ring bead. Ding. Detected that the host has invested in 8 200-year-old spirit ring beads, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming into 8 200,000-year-old spirit ring beads. Ding. Detected that the host invested in a 400-year-old spirit ring bead, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into a 400,000-year-old spirit ring bead. It's good to have a hook. Soon the soul ring bead that was invested appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's hands. This is a soul ring bead. Once crushed, it will generate an ownerless soul ring. After absorbing it, it will automatically match the most suitable soul skill according to your martial soul. Shugo explained to Zhu Zhuqing was slightly surprised that there was such a magical thing. The 8 red beads are 200,000 years old, and the red with gold is 400,000 years old. First, equip your first martial soul with full spirit rings, and we can talk about the second martial soul later. Shugo said indifferently, if you have money, you can fill it up directly. 200,000-year spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing is the boss with her mouth open. Isn't the maximum absorption age of the first spirit ring limited to 400 years? This is common sense, everyone thinks so. Those are the rules that bind ordinary people. Are you an ordinary person? Your current soul power level is 90th level titled Doluo, so you can naturally directly absorb soul rings that are over 100,000 years old, and this is not unique. As long as one has twin martial souls, he only needs to use the first martial soul to cultivate to the level of titled Doluo, and the second martial soul can be fully equipped with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Of course, this is an ideal state. A 100,000-year-old soul beast isn't something you can find everywhere, nor is it easy to hunt. But you are different. Shugo explained to Zhu Zhuqing nodded innocently, okay, I've given you the stuff, and after you've absorbed it, just do as I tell you. I will contact you again in a year, and you must unify the Zhu family within this year. Shugo gave the order. Yes. I will do as you command, senior. Zhu Zhuqing agreed. Don't let me down, otherwise. Shugo left the sentence and cut off the connection. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the beads in his hand with flickering eyes. After a long period of inner torment, he finally crushed one of them. A scarlet soul ring slowly rose. The legendary 100,000-year soul ring is right within reach. After summoning the silent star cat, she began absorbing the soul ring. Time flies and 9 days have passed. Zhu Zhuqing was absorbing 1 soul ring a day. With the absorption of the 9 soul rings, her soul power level soared directly from level 90 to level 94. After all, there are 8 200,000-year-old spirit rings in 1 400,000-year-old spirit ring, and the spirit power contained in them is enormous. However, level 94 to level 95 is a watershed, and each level thereafter is a major watershed for titled Doluo. Only after having a spirit ring can one be considered a true titled Doluo. Zhu Zhuqing also gave himself a title, Jaime, just like in the original novel. Use the first 2 characters of your martial soul's name. Father, it's time for you to step aside. With absolute strength as support, Zhu Zhuqing also found Dai Zhanji. Zhuqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Dai Zhanji frowned. Does this child have a fever? I say you should abdicate. From now on, I will have the final say in the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing continued to speak softly, staring at each other intently. If she had not been reborn, she might have had a great affection for her father, but all this was an illusion, and everyone in this family was cold-blooded. Asshole. Dai Zhanji slammed the table and stood up. You're not planning a rebellion. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've awakened a god-level martial spirit. I'll say it again. You should abdicate. The Shu family must obey me from now on. Shu Xuqing was a rebellious person, and 9 scarlet soul rings slowly rose up. You. Dai Zhanji pointed his finger at the other person and trembled all over. The visual impact of the 9 scarlet spirit rings is too strong. 9 rings, titled Doluwa, and they are 900,000-year-old spirit rings. Am I dreaming? That's right, if it was a dream, everything would make sense. I was wondering why the peaceful and calm Zhu Qing would say such cold words. It turned out to be a dream. Dai Zhanji smiled foolishly. Zhu Qing on the opposite side watched his father's expression change for a while and finally showed that silly smile. You won't be scared, silly, right? This dream is real. Dai Zhanji sighed. Who told you this was a dream? The terrifying pressure of the title Doluwa acted directly on the latter. Suddenly, Dai Zhanji was pressed down and couldn't stand up. Not a dream. What is wrong with this world? 6-year-old title Doluwa. Chapter 257, Investing in the World for Profit. Can you tell me why? Dai Zhanji asked with a bitter look on his face. It was really too dreamy. Regarding the question about Zhu Xuqing's father's surname being Dai, I looked it up online. Don't worry about it, he's just a minor character anyway. Zhu Xuqing frowned. Why were there so many questions? Thinking of the last words that person left, she became determined. She didn't want to be abandoned again, even if it meant being a pawn. Just do as I say. Soon, Zhu Xuqing quickly took control of everything in the Zhu family with the strength of a titled Doluwa, and she ordered them not to spread the news of recent events, otherwise she would kill them without mercy. No one expected that the cute little girl could say such cold words. The others were fine. They had no objection to who had the final say in the Zhu family. The one who felt the most uncomfortable was Zhu Zhuyun. Looking at the strength of the other party's titled Doluwa, she was desperate. Wouldn't it be certain that she would lose in future fights? The loser's fate is death. I won't kill you. As long as you do what I tell you, I promise I won't attack you again. Zhu Xuqing naturally knew what her sister was thinking. Real? Zhu Zhuyun was stunned. It was a rare occasion for Zhu Xuqing to stand up in front of her strong sister. I'll do what I say. You just need to interact with Davis as usual. And Daimubai, treat him the same way you treated him before. Zhu Xuqing said lightly. She wanted to see if the coward would run away like he did in his previous life. Isn't he your fiancé? Zhu Zhuyun was puzzled. Fiancé? Ha, what a coward he is. Zhu Xuqing had a look of disgust on her face, and she became furious when she thought of all the betrayal she had suffered in her previous life. Although she didn't know what happened between the two, Zhu Zhuyun was tactful enough not to bring it up again. I'll do as you say. Zhu Zhuyun agreed. In the investment world, Zhuge rested comfortably for a day and then opened the fighting spirit world to check the progress. Oh. A profit of 50,000. It seems Zhu Xuqing is doing well. Zhuge was very satisfied. Zhu Xuqing did not have much opinion in the early stage and seemed hesitant, but his execution ability was still very good. With just a little adjustment, a little training, he can become a qualified tool. Through his investigation, Zhuge also learned what Zhu Xuqing had done in the past year. Dai Zhanji is still the one in charge of the Zhu family on the surface, but in fact it is Zhu Xuqing who is in power behind the scenes. On weekdays, Dai Zhanji is still in charge of some small matters, but once it comes to important matters, Zhu Xuqing makes all the decisions. Zhu Xuqing hid it well and did not let the Dai family notice anything was wrong, except for the unexpected incident of Zhu Xuqing. Everything developed just as in the original novel. Under the constant suppression of his brother Davis, Daimubai has lost his self-confidence and gradually become withdrawn. During this period, he also wrote letters to his fiancée Zhu Xuqing, but the red bamboo and blue bird ignored him. She threw all the envelopes directly into the trash can. Daimubai, who had never received a reply, finally gave up, thinking that his envelope might not have reached Zhu Zihaqing Dai. In his opinion, the other party was in the same situation as himself and must have been constantly suppressed by his sister. Alas, if I had been born a few years earlier, I would never be in this situation. Daimubai complained. The thought of escaping had already flashed through my mind. As long as he escapes from the Xinglua Empire and goes to the Tiando Empire, he can get rid of the shackles of his family and no longer have to live under the shadow of his brother Davis. Let's wait a few years and see. You've done a good job this year and completed the tasks I assigned to you. You deserve praise. Zhuge established a spiritual connection. Zhu Xuqing was delighted when he heard this. This is all the guidance from the senior. As long as it is something the senior tells me to do, Zhu Qing will definitely complete it. Senior, what are you going to do next? Zhuge thought for a moment and responded, what you need to do now is to cultivate your own confidence. There is no need to do many things yourself, and I will let you go to other places to complete the task in the future. As your base camp, you must also have absolute control over the Zhu family while you are away. With a confidant, this problem can be easily solved, and taking charge of the Zhu family is only the first step. After that, you will take charge of the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. I understand, senior. Zhu Xuqing nodded. Although the goal was a bit ambitious, she would accomplish it. Since he had received 50,000 investment points, Zhuge was very generous and invested another 5,000 investment points this time. However, these 5,000 investment points were not invested in Zhu Xuqing, but were used to buy a lot of things in Tiandao Mall and given to the other party to recruit people. At this stage, with Zhu Xuqing's strength, he will be basically fine as long as he doesn't encounter a peak Doluwa. The peak Deluos are only the worshippers of the Spirit Hall. Tangchen from the Slaughter City, and Poseidon from the Sea God Island Zhujiqing cannot be contacted during this period. 5,000 investment points can buy a lot of cheap things, but after being 1,000 times amplified by the system, they are still rare resources. Use these to recruit people, and do everything in secret. Shugo ordered. There are a lot of things, including soul ring beads, soul bones, soul power beads and so on. Soul power beads are used to increase the level of soul power. Absorbing a soul power bead of the corresponding realm can directly increase the soul power by 1 level. The high level ones are very expensive, but it doesn't matter. I can just buy the low level ones to trigger the 1,000-fold amplification. Zhujiqing sorted out the things and put them into the space soul guide. Looking at the cute little girl working diligently, Shugo hesitated for a moment and added, "There's nothing to envy about soul bones. These are junk items, only 10,000 years old. I'll give you better ones in the future. You need to control your own strength now, practice more on controlling your soul power on a daily basis, and as for actual combat, forget about actual combat. This world is so lame, there are only so few people with high-end combat capabilities. Even though Zhujiqing is now a titled Duluo, if they were to compete in physique, Shugo, with the physique of an ordinary person in the world, could knock her to tears with just one punch." However, Shugo had no intention of gaining strength from the fighting spirit world. This world was only used to earn startup capital. In the future, if you invest in a high-end combat world, you can gain the power of that world from ITI in the next 2 days. Shugo watched the entire live broadcast to see how Zhujiqing performed. During the 2 years in the fighting spirit world, the Xinghua Empire secretly underwent earth-shaking changes. With the resources invested by Shugo, Zhujiqing built up a huge power group. Zhujiqing also planted many spies in the Dai family, and some soul sages and soul Deluos were instigated by her to rebel. "Your Majesty, Dai Mubai has escaped." Xu Zhuyan found Zhujiqing and reported Dai Mubai actually ran away. Even she did not expect it. Isn't this a sure win? Why did he run away? And even if you are in a losing situation, there is no point in running away. We will catch you if you run away. This behavior is both incompetent and cowardly. As a man, he simply left his fiancée in dire straits and ran away secretly. Even his opponent Xu Zhuyan despised Dai Mubai's behavior. Chapter 258, the beginning of the story. Xu Zhujiqing hummed softly in response. Sure enough, it's this method again. It really corresponds to the previous life, but it's better this way. I don't feel guilty about attacking him anymore. You go down. Yes, Your Majesty. Xu Zhuyan looked at Zhujiqing, who had her back to him, and said nothing more. Have you figured out what to do? Xu Ji's voice came as Zhujiqing came back to his senses from his thoughts. I have arranged for someone to follow him. If he touches a woman once, they will cripple him and bring him back. Shugo nodded, acting more and more like a person in power, and his personality gradually became less hesitant. It seems that this toolman is doing well in taking care of himself. When Dai Mubai, one of the future 7 monsters, is crippled, there should be a considerable amount of investment coming in. So Shugo naturally agreed with the other party's approach. You should completely control the Xinghua Empire in the next few years. After all, the royal family only has one titled Duluo, and his level is probably not as high as yours. When you think the time is right, just take action. Shugo suggested. Okay, senior. Xu Zhuqing nodded. Over the years, her subordinates have infiltrated every aspect. The time is still not ripe. Once you have completely taken control of the Xinghua Empire, I will send you to complete missions elsewhere. Shugo continued. Now Dai Mubai has escaped to Shrek Academy and the plot is about to begin, so the subsequent contact with key figures must be done there. Soto City of the Barak Kingdom of the Tiando Empire. It should be fine if we escape here. Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. He had brought a considerable fortune with him before leaving. As a member of the royal family, he was still very wealthy. He brought more than 100,000 gold soul coins with him. As he had just arrived, he was still somewhat restrained and didn't fool around. Shrek Academy? Looking at the dilapidated village in front of him, Dai Mubai was stunned. There is a college in such a shabby village? Out of curiosity, he went to check it out, and was then frightened by the abnormal admission requirements. Wow, he has no ability but has high vision. Only geniuses are accepted. Don't you look at yourself? Is it your credit to cultivate a genius into a genius? But this is also good. This place is remote and the people of the Xinghua Empire can't find it. It's a good choice to station here. The place is a bit run down, but it meets my expectations. So Dai Mubai also decided to join Shrek Academy. His conditions naturally met the admission requirements easily, and he generously donated 10,000 gold soul coins to Flanders. Of course, there are conditions, that is, you can't be too strict with yourself. He comes here to enjoy himself, and learning is just a byproduct. Of Flanders also agreed happily. After a few days of peace and quiet, Dai Mubai felt a little hungry. He had been living in the shadow of his brother all his life and had no time to relax. After finally escaping, he wanted to taste the taste of a woman. So he spent a lot of money and ordered a pair of twin sisters to accompany him inside the Rose Hotel. After Dai Mubai finished washing up, he stared at the twins lying there with their white hair. The twins were also very shy. After all, it was their first time, which was why the price was so high. Dai Mubai, don't deal in second-hand goods. Have you been waiting for a long time? I'll be right there. Dai Mubai lifted his hair, untied the bath towel and prepared to pounce on her. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room and kicked him out. The sudden change frightened the twin sisters so much that they screamed and quickly pulled the quilt to cover their bodies. Martial spirit possession. Dai Mubai struggled to stand up, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose up. Compared to his level 37 at the beginning of the story, he is now only level 34. Who are you? Dai Mubai stared at the man in front of him. Humph, you rubbish. You cowardly escaped and still have the nerve to play with women here. The man stomped his foot, and soul rings slowly rose up. Yellow, purple, black, and black. 7 ring soul saint. Dai Mubai's pupil shrank. Combining what the other party said, he instantly understood the other party's identity. He was here to take him back, damn it. I've already escaped and am planning to give up the fight for the throne. Can't you just let me go? Dai Mubai had no intention of fighting with the other party, so he quickly broke the window and escaped. Oh, if you can get away, I'll kill myself on the spot. The man chuckled. He chased after it like a cat catching a mouse. If anyone dares to betray the young lady, he will not only destroy him as ordered, but also make him lose face first. Dai Mubai was not wearing any clothes at this time, just running naked in the street. Although he felt very ashamed, he didn't care about it in order to escape. Dean, help me. Dean, help me. Dai Mubai shouted as he ran, and he knew that during this time, Flanders was in a sundry shop in Soto City. Now only the other party can save him. Netherworld slash. The toolman clawed at Dai Mubai's lower body. Dai Mubai fell down in pain, curled up and covered his lower body. You! How dare you? Dai Mubai was shocked. How dare the other party do this? I am a member of the royal family after all, and yet they are so cruel. Looking at the finger rolling to the side, he let out a heart-wrenching wail. The noise also attracted a lot of people's attention, but after seeing the 7 spirit rings, everyone ran away in fear and dared not to watch. Mubai! Flanders fell from the sky. Dean! Help me! Dai Mubai looked at the visitor with hope on his face. Why are you so cruel to my students? Flanders also raised 7 soul rings to fight against the toolman, wanting an explanation from the other party. This is the Star Luo Empire's family affair, you have no business interfering. Get out of the way. The toolman scolded. Flanders was shocked. He glanced at Dai Mubai on the ground, then looked at the other party's nether spirit cat's martial spirit and took a few steps back. Dai Mubai's pupils shrank. Are you serious about taking a few steps back? Dean, you can't not save me. I'm your student. I even gave you 10,000 gold soul coins. Flanders was a little hesitant when he heard this, but he didn't dare to offend the giant Star Luo Empire. Hey, Mubai, here are your gold soul coins. As an academy, it's not easy to handle family affairs, and it's not our responsibility, so I'll grant you a leave. Come back to school after you've dealt with your family affairs. Flanders took out a bag of gold soul coins and threw it to Dai Mubai with a painful look on his face. That's it. Dean has something else to do, so I'll leave first. Flanders didn't give Dai Mubai a chance to speak and flew away quickly. The toolman snorted coldly, which was quite tactful. I told you can't get away. You, what are you going to do? Looking at the man who was getting closer to him, Dai Mubai retreated again and again. The toolman used his power to put him in a state of immobility, and kicked him in the lower body in front of his horrified eyes. No! After being trampled several times, Dai Mubai fainted. The toolman also put it into a sack and packed it up and left. The future generation of gods fell. Congratulations. Congratulations. Chapter 259, Profitable Again. The Zhu family of the Xinghua Empire. Miss, the person has been brought back. The toolman came back to report and threw the sack on the ground casually. Dai Mubai also rolled out of the bag. It seems that the pain before was too heartbreaking and he has not woken up yet. Well, wake him up. Shu Zhuqing said lightly. Yes. The toolman picked him up and slapped him in the face. As for why they didn't splash water on him to wake him up, it was because they didn't want to dirty the place. Eat it and wake up when your mouth hurts. Ugh, hiss. After being slapped violently, Dai Mubai opened his eyes in a daze, and suddenly felt a burning pain on his face. Dai Mubai looked around with a swollen face. He immediately saw Zhu Zhuqing sitting next to him, and his martial spirit began to throb. Don't stare at the lady with those disgusting eyes of yours. The toolman punched him directly. Dai Mubai covered his bruised eyes with his hands. What on earth do you want to do? Did Davis send you? The toolman did not answer, but looked at Zhu Zhuqing. It's useless. Shu Zhuqing also lost interest and was too lazy to do it himself. Yes. The toolman took the order and dragged Dai Mubai out. Don't. You are Zhuqing, how could you treat your fiancé like this? I don't have you as my fiancé. Our engagement will be invalid after today. Shu Zhuqing said with disdain. After he's done with it, we'll hand him over to Davis. The toolman nodded to show that he understood. During this period of time, Zhu Zhuqing no longer concealed his actions. Almost all members of the royal family knew that Zhu Zhuqing's influence had spread throughout the court. Many people were confused by this change, but those who were subverted looked as if they had expected it. It was simply that she offered too much, making it impossible for people to refuse, and her own strength was that of a terrifying titled Doluwa. If you don't join, you will die. If you join, you will not only have good treatment and benefits, but you will also not die. A smart person knows how to choose. Bitch. Are you acting like a dog for Davis? Ha, you want to sell me out and then go find the master to let you go, right? Dai Mubai's mouth was fragrant as Zhu Zhuqing frowned and said noisily, torture him for a while longer, don't let him have it too easy. The toolman also said he understood, and first pulled out his tongue and then tore his mouth, making him unable to speak. Then there was constant crying. By the time he was sent to Davis, Dai Mubai was no longer recognizable as a human. The lady said to leave it to you to handle. The toolman stared at the other person dimly. Davis was shocked. What did this mean? He also heard from Zhu Zhuyun about his brother's recent escape. Considering that their relationship was pretty good, Zhu Zhuyun said a lot of things in all aspects. Anyway, she just wanted him not to resist and never to be against Zhu Zhuqing, so that he still had hope of survival. A pledge of allegiance. Davis understood. I understand. Leave it to me. He took out a dagger and stabbed Dai Mubai's heart. Is it okay? Davis looked at the other party. The toolman went forward to check and confirmed that Dai Mubai was dead, and there was no point in answering Davis's questions. Instead, he left here directly and went back to report. It's not up to me to decide whether it's possible or not. I'm just a tool without any emotions. Wow, a direct profit of 200,000 investment points. With the death of Dai Mubai, the fate of the fighting spirit world was completely disrupted, and Chu Gu also directly reaped a return of 200,000 investment points. This is just one of the 7 monsters. If we can deal with the other 5, we will get a huge sum of 1 million. But not all of them have to be killed, but Gotang must die. Chugu pondered. There is still more than a year left before the official plot begins. So Chugu asked Zhu Zhuqing to speed up the control of the Xinglua Empire. Zhu Zhuqing was also very capable and took control of all the power within this year. Now almost all members of the royal family are on her side. The current emperor of the Xinglua Empire has also become a puppet emperor. Everyone's feelings were complicated. They didn't expect that in just a few years, the Xinglua Empire would undergo such earth-shaking changes in secret. Fortunately, this news was only known to the royal family and ministers, and was not spread to the outside world. Another half a year passed. Zhu Zhuqing's regime has been consolidated and is unshakable. As long as she doesn't die, there will be no one who rebels in the Xinglua Empire. The changes in the Xinglua Empire also allowed Chu Gu to make another profit of 100,000 investment points. Having gained so many things, Chu Gu did not hesitate to invest. He invested another 10,000 investment points to buy 8 1,000-year soul ring beads and 1 2,000-year soul ring bead. Ding. Detected that the host has invested 8 1,000-year spirit ring beads, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming into 8 million-year spirit ring beads. Ding. Detected that the host invested in a 2,000-year soul ring bead, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into a 2,000-year soul ring bead. Use your second martial spirit to absorb these spirit rings. After fully equipped with a million-year spirit ring, he asked who else was there. It took Zhu Zhuqing 18 days to absorb all 9 million-year soul rings. As the dark demon evil god tiger martial spirit possessed him, 9 golden soul rings slowly rotated. With the sufficient soul power replenishment from these 9 million-year soul rings, her soul power level soared directly to level 97 Super Doluwa. Zhuge nodded with satisfaction, feeling like he was playing a development game. The tool I raised has finally grown up. The food in the fighting spirit world is really good. Now I want you to go to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom of the Tiendo Empire and join a school called Shrek Academy. Zhu Ji's voice came. Yes, senior. Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask anything. The chess piece didn't need to think too much, just do as he was told. The experiences over the years have changed her personality. No more hesitation, do things efficiently and neatly. After arranging some funeral affairs, Zhu Zhuqing left the Xinglua Empire and headed for his destination. Brother San, is this the Shrek Academy that the master mentioned? Xiaowu looked at the dilapidated village in front of him with disgust. Tang San didn't expect that his master would recommend him to join such a school. This school doesn't look reliable from the outside. There's something else going on? The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Okay. A parent brought his child to register, and there was a long queue behind him. Your child's conditions do not meet our admission requirements. Go back. After collecting the registration fee, Li Yusong touched the other party's bone age and shook his head. How is that possible? My child is a level 21 Great Spirit Master. The parents suddenly became anxious. Our Shrek Academy's admission requirements are that students must be under 13 years old, have a spirit power level of 21 or higher, and their first 2 spirit rings must both be century-old spirit rings. Your child is over 13, so he doesn't meet the requirements. Li Yusong said. What a rubbish school. My child can't get into any academy with his qualifications. Give me back my money, I won't enroll. People can leave, but the money cannot be refunded. Li Yusong said. What? What do you mean? Are you trying to rob me? The parents immediately started to speak fondly. Want to cause trouble. Martial spirit possessed. Li Yusong summoned his martial soul, white, yellow, purple, black, six-ring soul emperor. Chapter 260. The frightened crowd seeing Li Yusong preparing to use force, the parent immediately became obedient. Knowing that he could not get his money back, he left with his child cursing. As he walked, he talked about the shamelessness of this college. When others heard about the absurd admission requirements of this academy, they also took their children away one by one. What a rubbish school, I might as well not stay there, no wonder it's so broken. As for a flat-chested little girl who had just arrived in the distance, she became curious about this academy after asking passers-by, so she came over to take a look. Brother San, this isn't a black school, is it? Xiao Wu looked worried. Tang San didn't know what to say. The academy recommended by the master was too unreliable, but considering that the admissions teachers are all six-ring soul emperors, there must be something else going on. The master must have been right in recommending us to come here, so let's sign up. Our qualifications are sufficient to meet the admission requirements. Tang San explained. Alright, Xiao Wu saw that Tang San had said so he didn't know how to refute it, so I followed Tang San to sign up. Spit it out. I looked up information and found that the timeline of the fighting spirit world is full of holes. The age given clearly states that Tang San is almost 2.5 years older than Zhu Zhuqing, but when they joined Shrek Academy, Tang San was 12.5 years old and Zhu Zhuqing was 12 years old. Speechless. Hello, let's sign up. Oh? Do you meet the requirements? Otherwise, you won't get a refund. Li Yusong glanced at the two of them in surprise. He had planned to enroll no students this year, but he didn't expect anyone to sign up. Don't worry, we meet the requirements. Tang San took out 20 gold soul coins and threw them into the cash box. So Li Yusong followed the procedure and felt the bone age of the two people, and found that they indeed met the requirements. Summon the spirit and let's see. The two of them did not hesitate, their martial spirits possessed them, and 2 yellow spirit rings slowly rose. Blue silver grass? Li Yusong was a little surprised. Can blue silver grass be cultivated to level 29? Doesn't your academy only accept monsters? Don't my qualifications quite meet the requirements? Indeed, blue silver grass can cultivate so quickly. It's truly a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Congratulations on passing. You don't need to take the next 2 tests. Just proceed directly to the 4th test. Li Yusong nodded. Wait a minute, I want to sign up too. A clear voice sounded. The person who came was Ning Rongrong. After putting 10 gold soul coins into the cash box, Li Yusong said nothing and followed the procedure to measure the bone age. After Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul, Li Yusong frowned. Does your family know about your situation? What? Do they ask about my family situation even if I join the academy? Ning Rongrong smiled playfully. She ran away secretly, so of course her family didn't know about it, but this was just her wishful thinking. Ning Fingji knew at the moment she escaped, because he doted on her too much. He let her act recklessly and secretly arranged for people to protect her. All right. Li Yusong didn't ask any more questions. I want to sign up too. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been observing for a long time, walked over with an expressionless face. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Wu, who was standing beside him. Asa titled Doluwa. She naturally saw through at a glance that the other party's true form was the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Could it be that the senior asked me to join this academy just for this? Xiao Wu felt a chill on his back when he was stared at, and he hid behind Tang San unconsciously as Zhu Zhuqing withdrew his gaze and put 10 gold soul coins into the cash box. Another one. What's going on today? When did all these monsters start to gather together? Okay, let me test it for you now. Li Yusong followed the procedures and there was no problem with the bone age. Summon the martial spirit and let's see. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say much. Was he worried about his strength being exposed? There was nothing to worry about. She had already scanned the Shrek Academy with her mental power, and there wasn't a single title Duluwa there. Soon the martial spirit possessed him. An atmosphere of terror filled the entire place. The scarlet soul ring slowly rose. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Wu was so frightened that his face turned pale. No one knows what this means better than her. Red. 9-ring title Duluwa. Li Yusong's mouth opened wide. Oh my god. I'd been so strong today. What's going on? Xiao Wuxuan's legs went weak, and Tang San beside her quickly supported her body. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Brother San, let's go to another school, okay? Huh? Why change schools when everything is fine? Didn't we pass the assessment? Xiao Wu suddenly became anxious, and couldn't explain the reason, so he had to hide behind Tang San timidly, not daring to look at Zhu Zhuqing at all. Your Majesty, you are not joking, are you? Li Yusong's face was stiff, and he was obviously very frightened. Do you think I'm kidding you? Zhu Zhuqing frowned. I meet the requirements, can I pass? Okay, your conditions are met. Li Yusong stuttered. Asuka, take His Majesty and these people to the 4th level. Li Yusong no longer worried about Zhu Zhuqing's purpose. There was no point in worrying about it. He might as well leave it to fate, though. Asuka was also called in to be a tool not long ago. Originally, this job was done by Daimubai, but for some reason, the job fell to Oscar.as for everything that just happened. He just arrived and happened to witness this dreamlike scene. So the group entered the academy. Asuka led the way in front, and the others didn't dare to get close to Zhu Zhuqing, just glancing at her from time to time. Xiao Wu's face was still pale, and he was led by Tang San the whole time. He also didn't understand why Xiao Wu, who was fine just now, became like this. The reason for all this started when Zhu Zhuqing exposed his strength. Are you scared? But that shouldn't be the case. This title Duluwa has no grudge against them, so he shouldn't be scared out of his wits. After hesitating for a moment, the clever Ning Rongrong finally chose to go forward and chat. It's not like she hasn't seen title Duluwa before, so the pressure isn't as great as it is for others. Sister, are you really only a teenager? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the other party and responded, and Ning Rongrong chatted intermittently. This little girl has a high emotional intelligence, nor did he try to explore the secret of Zhu Zhuqing's strength. Instead, he used topics about girls to bring people closer along the way. Ning Rongrong did indeed win Zhu Zhuqing a lot of favor. Soon Asuka brought them to a place. Teacher Zhao, these are the new students enrolling this year. Asuka said to Zhao Wuji, who was resting in the recliner. Oh? There are actually 4 this year? This level is to test your actual combat ability. You will pass if you can work together to hold off my hand for 1 stick of incense. Zhao Wuji grinned. No, Teacher Zhao. Asuka was shocked and tried to dissuade him. What's wrong? I have the final say here. Go away. Zhao Wuji glared at him. Or do you want to join in the practice? Asuka shook his head. There were titled Duluwa here, and he didn't want to get involved. He seemed to have remembered the day when he was beaten up by Zhao Wuji when he wanted to say something, so he concealed the information that there was a titled Duluwa here. You told me not to say this. Don't blame me if you get beaten up later. Asuka, tell them my intelligence. I'll give you 1 stick of incense to discuss tactics. Zhao Wuji said. Yes, Mr. Zhao is a level 75 strong attack type battle soul saint, and his martial soul is the mighty diamond bear. The others looked strange when they heard this, and Ning Rongrong even laughed out loud. I thought he was a titled Duluwa because of his arrogance, but it turned out he was a soul sage. Laugh now, you'll cry later. Of course, for the sake of fairness, I will only use the same level of soul power as you, and only the first 3 soul skills. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. TSK, sister will give this guy a good beating later. Ning Rongrong held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and said sinisterly. Chapter 261, The Great Deception. Your Majesty, what should we do? The others also looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Just watch from the side. Zhu Zhuqing didn't look at Zhao Wuji, but looked towards a certain place. There was a gaze staring there, and the aura was that of a titled Duluwa. She had clearly discovered that there were no titled Duluwa in Shrek Academy when she had investigated before. So who was this person now? Shugu also used the mental connection to explain the situation here to her. It's Tang Hao. Tang San is his son. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect this to happen either. This father and son are both hypocritical. Tang Hao has long known that Xiao Wu is the incarnation of a soul beast. The reason he never took action was that he wanted to save it for his son's second martial soul when his level reached a higher level. With your current abilities, you don't need to be afraid of him, so kill this father and son tonight. Shugu also didn't want to waste time anymore and wanted to clear this world as soon as possible. Zhu Zhuqing understood after hearing this. Martial spirit possession. As she stomped her foot, the silent star cat spirit appeared. 9 scarlet soul rings appeared again. Zhao Wuji on the opposite side spat out a mouthful of blood. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but his eyesight was not blurry. Come on, don't say I'm bullying you. I won't use any spirit skills. As long as you can hold out for an incense stick of time, we'll fail the test. Zhu Zhuqing said, and Ning Rongrong laughed out loud at this. It is really the will of heaven that has its own way. No one can escape it. Wait, I think I need to change the assessment rules. A sense of danger appeared in Zhao Wuji's mind. I'm in a hurry. Zhu Zhuqing started to take action directly. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and began to fight with all his might, possessing his martial spirit. He used every soul skill from beginning to end, but couldn't hit the agile Zhu Zhuqing at all. A casual punch or kick from the opponent could make his blood boil. In less than half an incense stick of time, Zhao Wuji was beaten black and blue and lying on the ground. Great. We've passed this. Ning Rongrong jumped up happily and said. Zhao Wuji looked at Asuka with resentment. Why didn't this bastard tell me earlier that there was a perverted titled Doluwa? Teacher Zhao, why are you looking at me? I just told you it wasn't possible, but you insisted. You can't blame me. Asuka said quickly. You're itching, aren't you? Help me up. Zhao Wuji had nothing to say and glared at him. Asuka smiled awkwardly, walked over to help him up, and considerately took out a big sausage for him to eat. Zhao Wuji didn't act pretentiously and just ate the sausage to recover a little from his injuries. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing controlled the strength, and at most there were some minor injuries, which just made him look a little embarrassed. Ahem, congratulations on passing the assessment. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji announced. Asuka, take His Majesty and the others to the dormitory. Zhao Wuji was so embarrassed today that he wanted to escape as soon as possible. Yes. After receiving the order, Asuka first took Tang San to the boys' dormitory, and then took Zhu Zhuqing and others to the girls' dormitory. Your Majesty, our school's environment and facilities are a bit poor, please bear with me. Asuka was naturally aware of the situation in his school. In order to avoid some misunderstandings that might annoy the other party, he took precautions in advance. No problem, I'm not that pretentious. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. Soon the group arrived at the girls' dormitory. What? Even if the conditions are not good, it can't be so shabby. Ning Rongrong felt very uncomfortable when she saw the place where she would live in the future look like this. She was used to a refined life and disliked this environment. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. The school is short on funds and we don't have any extra money to renovate the dorms. That's it. I'm leaving now. Asuka didn't dare to offend everyone, so he ran away quickly. Sister Zhuqing, do you really want to live here? Along the way, several people had introduced themselves, so Ning Rongrong simply changed the way they addressed each other, which seemed more intimate. You'll only be staying for a day or two, come in. Zhu Zhuqing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said something inexplicable. With a sense of mischief, he directly pulled Xiao Wu's hand and walked in. The latter's body was trembling. In the dormitory as Zhu Zhuqing looked Xiao Wu up and down, touching him here and there. She had never seen a soul beast transform, so she was very curious. Sister Zhuqing, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong widened her eyes. Could it be that His Majesty likes girls? It's nothing. Xiao Wu is so cute, it's okay to touch her, right? Zhu Zhuqing said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded stiffly. She had already resigned herself to her fate. Daming and Erming, we won't have the chance to meet each other again in the future. And Sange, I really can't bear to leave you. Woohoo! Xiao Wu was bullied and had tears in his eyes. Xiao Wu, why are you crying? Ning Rongrong was a little confused about the situation. I just miss home. Xiao Wu sobbed. Oh. You're homesick, but it's not like you can't go back. Why don't you just go back when school is over? Ning Rongrong said. That's right. Then call your family members, Deming and Erming, out to play. Zhu Zhuqing whispered in Xiao Wu's ear. Zhugo had already told her the information about Xiao Wu, as well as the information about the various soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest. Even the soul beasts Tian and the Silver Dragon King, who had never appeared in Doi, were mentioned. Zhu Zhuqing's whisper was like the whisper of a devil, causing Xiao Wu's pupils to shrink and endless fear to shroud her heart. Why does she know the news about Daming and Erming? No, don't bother Daming and Erming. Just tell me if you need anything. Xiao Wu decided to sacrifice himself to protect his family. Okay, as long as you kill Tang San, I will let you three go, how about that? Zhu Zhuqing said the reason she did this was simply because she followed Chu Ji's instructions. How could this be? Xiao Wu's eyes were dull, and he looked like he had been teased. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Does your Majesty want to kill Tang San just now? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in fear. Small head, big shock. Could it be that the boy has offended His Majesty before? Choose, do you want to protect your family, or protect Tang San who has been deceiving you? Zhu Zhuqing said as she played with her little rabbits. You know what, it feels quite comfortable to touch. Third brother didn't lie to me. Xiao Wu retorted. TSK, it seems you haven't been deceived very deeply. Don't you know that his father is also a titled Doluwa, and has been secretly protecting him all these years? Do you think he has discovered your identity? Zhu Zhuqing lied. Xiao Wu's eyes widened upon hearing this, but he still refused to believe it. You're lying. Third brother's father is just a blacksmith, not a titled Doluwa at all. That's why I said you weren't deeply deceived by this father and son. They were just putting it on for you. You just entered the human society and don't know anything. It would be strange if you didn't get cheated. People have been eyeing your things for a long time, but Tang San is still young and can't use them, so his father has kept you until his son grows up, and in order to prevent any accidents from happening and letting you run away, Tang San used his emotions to bind you. Look at you now, isn't that exactly what you are doing? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered. Chapter 262, Killing Impossible. I don't believe it. Stop talking. Xiao Wu felt like he was going crazy, so he covered his ears and huddled under the quilt. Whether it's true or not, you'll know by tonight. His father is already waiting near the academy. He'll probably ask me out tonight to discuss your matter. Xu Zhuqing said firmly after she revealed her strength as a titled Dulua. Tang Hao could no longer sit still. That he was well aware of the attraction of a 100,000-year-old soul beast to a soul master, especially one that had not grown up after transforming. It's like taking candy from a baby. Tang Hao would most likely come looking for her because he was afraid that his son's prey would be snatched away. Why is it said to be highly likely? It is because Xu Zhuqing is worried that Tang Hao will not dare to cause trouble after seeing his spirit ring configuration. Ning Rongrong on the side was thinking and looking at the two of them. She smelled the scent of a shocking secret. Night soon fell. Sir, could you please come out and talk? A voice entered Xu Zhuqing's mind. Good guy, you actually dare to come. As expected of you, Tang Hao, you were so conceited. That's right, if they weren't conceited, they wouldn't dare to provoke the spirit hall, causing the Hautian sect to go into seclusion. All of this is your own fault, Tang Hao. Xu Zhuqing's mouth corners curled up slightly. Little rabbit, let's go. Let me show you the truth with my own eyes. Xiao Wu, who was curled up in the quilt and was autistic, trembled, and Ning Rongrong on the other side also ran over and took Xu Zhuqing's hand. Sister Zhuqing, take me to see it too, okay? There might be a fight soon, and you'll be in danger if you're nearby. Xu Zhuqing said. Okay, Rongrong got it. Ning Rongrong did not argue after hearing this and knew her place. Suddenly, Zhuge said to Xu Zhuqing, take her with you. Your mission is to seduce her away. Now is a good opportunity to get closer to her. Zhuge couldn't bear to kill such a sensible person. In the original novel, this girl was corrupted by Shrek and his group of people with incorrect values. As the little princess of the top 3 sects, it is normal for her to be a little willful. As long as you don't offend her, she will be very kind. And Ning Fengji's father was so polite that he naturally taught Ning Rongrong a lot. However, he doted on her too much and was a bit of a devil in his own family. Outside, she never bullies others by taking advantage of her power. Forget it, you can go if you want, just listen to me and don't run around. Zhu Zukingfeng turned around and took a detour. It was just protecting one more person, nothing special. Thank you, Sister Zhuqing, you were so kind. Ning Rongrong smiled happily as Xu Zhuqing pulled Xiao Wu out from under the quilt and flew with the two of them to a forest outside the academy. Tang Hao, wearing a black cloak, was very dissatisfied when he saw Xu Zhuqing coming with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Why, you have the guts to call me out, but not the guts to show your face? Xu Zhuqing said coldly. Tang Hao didn't act pretentiously and put away his cloak. When Xiao Wu saw Tang Hao's appearance, his heart sank. Tang San did look a bit like the man in front of him. Tell me what you want from me. Xu Zhuqing is playful. Tang Hao was silent. He originally just wanted to talk to the other party alone, but now that Xiao Wu was present, he couldn't say it directly. You won't tell me, right? If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Xu Zhuqing pulled the two of them over and prepared to leave. Wait. You are going a bit too far, sir. Don't you know that some things already have owners and are not something you can just meddle with? Tang Hao said in a deep voice. It was a metaphor, but he was sure the other party understood. Oh, then why should I rob it? Seeing that the other party was acting according to his own script, Xu Zhuqing turned around. Tang Hao knew that the only way to solve the problem now was to use force. If he could win, everything would be easy. If he couldn't, he would just take his son and run away. He plotted inwardly and arrogantly summoned his martial spirit. It seems that Your Excellency is determined to go against Tang. Soul Ring slowly rose up. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. Xiao Wu felt extremely desperate watching this scene. He was truly a titled Dulua, and the 9th ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. Why haven't I seen you act so tough in front of the spirit hall? After fleeing in such a miserable state for so many years, have you regained your confidence? Xu Zhuqing said disdainfully without saying a word. He summoned his martial soul. 9 scarlet soul rings slowly rose up, but this is not over yet. Another martial spirit appears. 9 golden soul rings appeared together carrying a terrifying aura. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit, and Xu Zhuqing is ready to use his ultimate move as soon as they meet. Tang Hao on the opposite side was shocked. Twin martial spirits, a danger. He was conceited, but not stupid. The situation was already one-sided, so he quickly started to run away. Want to leave? Stay. Xu Zhuqing created an absolute defensive barrier for the two of them. Self-martial soul fusion technique, annihilation of the evil god, roar. The two martial spirits roared towards the sky and then merged together. There is evil mixed in with the sacredness. He looked down upon the weak Tang Hao as if he were a god descending to the earth. Die. A terrifying claw slapped towards the other party. Exploding ring. Chaos cloak hammer technique. Ling Tian strikes. The hammer shakes heaven and earth. Tang Hao used all his strength. Boom. A figure flew backwards for several kilometers, with sand and rocks flying and trees broken into pieces along the way. A puff. Tang Hao's blood was splattered all over the sky. I tried every trick in the book, but I still couldn't withstand a normal attack from the opponent. One blow knocked him unconscious and he exited the martial spirit state. The compatibility of the self-martial soul fusion technique is 100%. There were 2 more god-level martial spirits, plus the strength of a level 97 super Dolua, which was simply not something Tang Hao could stop. Xu Zhuqing did not let go of the unconscious Tang Hao. The evil god of annihilation roars, hold head high. An extremely powerful destructive shockwave annihilated hundreds of kilometers of roads and directly penetrated the forest. After the dust settled, there was no trace of Tang Hao left, only a complete set of soul bones remained floating in the air. Zhu Zhuqing exited the martial spirit state, waved his hand, and put this set of junk soul bones into his pocket. At the 10,000 year level, she only had 100,000 year soul bone. She looked down upon the others, as they were not even as high in quality as the soul bones she rewarded to her subordinates. Let's go back. Zhu Zhuqing clapped his hands and pulled the two of them back. The noise was so loud that almost everyone in the nearby villages heard it. If Flanders and Zhao Wuji, soul saints, didn't dare to come over to check until nearly several hours had passed. Looking at a road that ran through the entire forest, he shuddered. If it hit him, he would probably be scattered to ashes. The two did not dare to stay and ran back quickly, pretending nothing had happened. Sister Zhuqing is so powerful. She's countless times more powerful than Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. Ning Rongrong held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and talked excitedly about all sorts of things. It is really shocking. Is this the strength of His Majesty? Who can withstand such a terrifying attack? Anyway, she felt that the two titled Doluwa in her family were definitely unstoppable. Compared to the chatterbox Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu's eyes were dull and the double blow made her head dizzy. I'll give you one night to think about it. You must tell me your choice tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing said to Xiao Wu, who was sitting alone. Xiao Wu nodded dully, then crawled into bed without saying a word. She knew she had to make a choice. The strength displayed by Zhu Zhuqing was not something that Daming and Erming could withstand, not even the two soul beasts combined. In fact, when she found out that Tang San had been deceiving her, she had already made a decision in her heart. All I can say is that Zhu Zhuqing was too good at deceiving people, and now that Tang Hao is dead, there is no evidence to prove anything. No matter how much Tang San talks, he can't turn the situation around. P.S. Many people asked me to finish this investment world quickly. Okay, I won't write much more. I will finish it in 3 chapters at most. If I write too much, I'm really worried about copyright issues, so I'll just briefly mention it later. I could write more about some worlds without copyright disputes, but I haven't read some classic books. What should I write about next in the investment world? Should I continue writing about the familiar world or create an original one? The only games I know about the world without copyright disputes are Genshin Impact, Dragon Ball, etc. Chapter 263, Clearance time flies. Half a month of the 1-month vacation in the main world passed in the blink of an eye. The strategy guide for the fighting spirit world is also nearing completion. Under Chu Ji's constant supervision, Zhu Zhuqing turned evil and killed Xiao Wu and Tang San. He also kidnapped Ning Rongrong from the 7 treasures glazed tile sect.as for Shrek's Asuka and Ma Hongjun. The former does have good talent, but the latter doesn't have the magic grass to improve his talent. So it's just so. Zhu Zhuqing took Asuka back and used him as his tool, but Ma Hongjun didn't want him anymore. Anyway, without Tang San's subsequent funding, he couldn't make any waves. Zhu Zhuqing also liked Xiao Wu after he turned evil, so she kept him by her side for a moment. The fate of the fighting spirit world was completely disrupted. Chu Ji's investment points also increased rapidly. Killing Tang Hao would bring a profit of 200,000. Killing Tang San will bring a profit of 1 million. He kidnapped Ning Rongrong and made a profit of 300,000 yuan. The Black and Xiao Wu made a profit of 500,000. Received a profit of 200,000 from Asuka. Abandoning Ma Hongjun made a profit of 100,000. A trip to Shrek earned 2.3 million investment points. Afterwards, Chugo asked Zhu Zhuqing to ruin the master's reputation and made a profit of 50,000. Having earned so much investment points, Chugo generously invested another 50,000 to help her develop her power. With the continuous development over the years, the Xinghua Empire has won over the 7 treasures glazed sect by relying on its relationship with Ning Rongrong. Then he secretly reached out to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and completely subdued it. Finally, the hidden Hautnan sect was destroyed. The changes in the 3 previous sects made Chugo profit another 500,000 yuan. As time went by, the power of the Xinghua Empire grew stronger and stronger. Directly captured the Tiando Empire's Qian Rinxue, who was working undercover there, was very confused. In the end, he returned to the Spirit Hall to save his life. The IT also allowed Chugo to make another profit of 100,000. Zhu Zhuqing followed Chu Ji's request and looted the Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest, and subdued Dugubo, who was there. Then I went to the City of Slaughter again. Chugu invested another 7,000 investment points to buy Zhu Zhuqing a set of million-year soul bones, legs, arms, skull, spine, and external soul bone wings. The absorption of a complete set of high-quality million-year soul bones also allowed Zhu Zhuqing's level to break through 97 and reach the 99th level peak. Doluwa. His extraordinary strength allowed him to kill people indiscriminately in the City of Slaughter, eventually destroying the inheritance site left by the Shura god and killing the controlled Tangchen. A one-time profit of 500,000. This approach also attracted the attention of the Shura god in the divine world. In order to facilitate the subsequent progress of the strategy, Chugu also invested 100,000 investment points to open Zhu Zhuqing's path to becoming a god. Instead of accepting the inheritance of other gods, walk your own path. The path to godhood with 1,000-fold amplification starts with becoming a god king. So next, Zhu Zhuqing destroyed the place where the sea god was inherited on the sea god island. Take away all the faith on the sea. Zhu Zhuqing did not kill the million-year-old soul beast, but subdued it and made it his subordinate, allowing it to rule the soul beasts in the sea. Another 500,000 investment points were received. After Returning, Zhu Zhuqing also began to issue conquest orders to the Spirit Hall. With her current power, it is more than enough to compete with the Spirit Hall. Those who should be killed, and those who should be subdued. Those who are disobedient will be disciplined. Within a year, the Spirit Hall was completely destroyed and the continent began to unify. The inheritance of the angel god was also destroyed in Zhu Zhuqing's hands. These changes made Zhu Gu another profit of 1 million. After unifying the world of soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing headed to the Star Do Great Forest according to Chu Ji's arrangement. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Wu thought that Zhu Zhuqing was going to attack Daming and Erming. Master, you promised me not to attack Daming and Erming. The waters of the Xingdou Great Forest are very deep. You 300,000-year-old soul beasts are just guarding the gate. There is a whole world inside. If you are worried, just come with me. Zhu Zhuqing also touched the other person's head and said, "So she brought Xiao Wu to the Xingdou Great Forest, met the soul beast Ditian, and crushed him violently, awakening the sleeping Silver Dragon King. She smelled the divine aura on Zhu Zhuqing and thought that she was sent by the gods to hunt her down. After a fierce battle, Zhu Zhuqing won easily. The seriously injured Silver Dragon King was no match for Zhu Zhuqing, who had already stepped into the realm of God. Submit to me, and I will lead you to conquer the divine realm." After demonstrating his own strength, Zhu Zhuqing also stated his purpose. The Silver Dragon King vowed to never surrender and would never submit to those beasts in the God realm. So Zhu Zhuqing gave the other party some further persuasion and finally the other party had to agree. From then on, Zhu Zhuqing gathered the faith of all soul masters and soul beasts in the fighting soul world, and embarked on the final path to becoming a god, accompanied by the brilliant rays of the sun and the blessings of heaven and earth. Zhu Zhuqing set foot on the ladder to godhood. The terrifying movement attracted the attention of the gods in the upper realm. It's her. The Ashura god, the sea god and the angel god were so angry looking at Zhu Zhuqing that their teeth were itching. They will never forget the person who destroyed their inheritance. If it weren't for the rule in the divine realm that they cannot descend to the mortal world in person, they would have taken action many years ago. However, although they could not go down to the mortal world in person, they still did some tricks in secret. However, Zhu Zhuqing was too powerful, so their efforts were in vain. Under the gaze of the gods, Zhu Zhuqing condensed his own divinity and position. A terrifying aura permeated the entire fighting spirit world. The moment the God King is born, the gods were all shocked. What? He has the godhood and strength of a god king just after becoming a god. They were envious. What kind of monster was this? After Zhu Zhuqing became a god, his followers also began to enjoy the divine grace. Their strength increased dramatically. The Silver Dragon King's injuries have all recovered, and his strength has even improved. After entering the divine realm, Zhu Zhuqing did not start a war but made plans. Zhu Gu was not stingy and continued to invest 200,000 to allow him to cultivate his own power in the divine world. Another 10 days passed in the real world. People in the fighting spirit world gradually become gods in Ning Rongrong, Ning Fingji, Chen Xayan, Guron, Shen Rinchuet, Bibi Dong, Poseidon, Shen Dalu, and so on. These are the people Zhu Zhuqing recruited. Although he is not as good as the god king Zhu Zhuqing, he is also a first-class first-level god. With their joining, her influence in the divine world gradually expanded. The snowball of power rolled to the divine realm, subduing the imprisoned Golden Dragon King and merging him with the Silver Dragon King, thus giving birth to another divine king. The gods did not expect this sudden change. It was because Zhu Zhuqing acted too quickly, and now their camp has two god kings, a group of first-level gods, and the gods who have rebelled in recent years, which has turned the situation into a one-sided one. Zhu Zhuqing asked them to start standing in line, and no god who stood in the wrong line was spared. However, the Shura god, the sea god and the angel god, who had their own ulterior motives, did not give them the chance to stand on the side and killed them by force. Here comes a chicken. Killing a frighten the monkeys situation. In the end, he unified the world of gods with his powerful strength. Zhu Gu made another profit of 3 million from his investment. The Doluo world has also been officially cleared, and there is no more money to be made. Chapter 264, Referendum? After 25 days, I finally cleared this fighting spirit world. I earned a decent amount of money, and I have some startup capital. Zhu Gu smiled with satisfaction. It's a great harvest. The investment interface opens. Investor, Zhu Gu, investment grade, 1 star strength, not good enough investment point, 7.928 million, investment world, none, chance to draw a world, 0 times, profit, 8.302 million, conquered world, fighting spirit world. It really took off in one go. From a mediocre investment level to a 1-star investor. As long as you earn 1 million investment points from conquering the world, you can enter this level. After that, the total profit will be multiplied by 10 for each star upgrade. The profit here does not refer to net profit, that is, before deducting expenses. As long as you disrupt the strategy world and get feedback, you will be profitable. Zhu Gu spent a total of 375,000 investment points on conquering the world of fighting spirits. Total income is 8.302 million investment points. It starts with 1,000 points, so that's right, don't argue. The maximum you can get after completely looting the first level world is only 10 million. It is quite impressive that the fighting spirit world can make so much profit. The most important thing is that he made an extra 3 million in the god realm. Fortunately, there is a system in place, otherwise we would be unable to make ends meet. Zhu Gu rubbed his chin. A total of 375,000 yuan was provided in funding, which is a 1,000-fold increase. Without any increase, multiplying it by 1,000, it would be a huge loss, but there is no if in everything. I just have a system and I am lucky. There is nothing I can do about it. This is all owed to me by my readers. Thinking of the dark and Yandere reader who locked him up in a small dark room, Shugo trembled all over and would never be an author again even if he was beaten to death. There are only 5 days left in the holiday, and now that I have enough investment points, I should improve my strength first, Shugo pondered. In addition to obtaining the cultivation system from the investment world, you can also practice the skills of the main world to gain strength. It's just that the methods of improving strength in the main world are very luxurious, but the effects are very good and only suitable for people with deep pockets. Most people are reluctant to do so. Shugo began to communicate with the heavenly Tao space. The next moment his figure disappeared from the room and he came to a chaotic space. Please select the time ratio you want to adjust. About 1:100 years. Being rich and powerful, Shugo simply waved his hand. Please choose a time to practice. 4 days. You are below the 3-star level, and the daily fee is 1 million. Standing for training, Shuji's mind flickered and he entered a state of enlightenment. The body was directly handed over to the control of the heavenly Tao, and was put into an idle cultivation state. Being expensive has its advantages, and God will personally help you hang up. The practiced cultivation method is also a cultivation system tailored by heaven for the creatures in this world. Time flies and 4 days have passed. After the time came, Shugo was directly kicked out of the chaotic space. Feeling the earth-shaking changes taking place in his body, Shugo stretched his muscles. It feels so good. I just felt like I had a good sleep and I went from a small minion to a big minion. Investment point, 3.928 million strength, 1 star. He spent 4 million investment points and went from being a nobody to becoming a 1-star expert. Since he had no one to compare himself with, Shugo didn't know how strong he was. Anyway, I feel like my body is filled with primordial power. There's only 1 day left, so relax a bit. Shugo began to lie down. He joined the system's built-in chat group on the first day he bound it. I have become familiar with the group members these days. I also know that I am the only newbie in the chat group now. How can I do this? I must hurry up and improve my strength to become the strongest in this world. He couldn't afford to lose face for the system. A day passes in a flash. Shugo arrived at the hall early and waited. People from the same batch as me came in one after another. After everyone gathered, the teachers took the materials and recorded each person's information. Classmate, open your profit interface and take a look. As each teacher took their turn, they walked up to Shugo and said investors can choose a separate interface to pop up, which is also to protect the investor's confidentiality. There is no risk of cheating on the investment interface that pops up, as it has the mark of heaven. If you can cheat, it means you can bribe heaven, and that would be awesome of you. Investor, Shugo, investment grade, 1-star profit, 8.302 million. Shugo opened the profit interface. The teacher who was taking notes paused, glanced at Shugo and said nothing. I wasn't too surprised in my heart. Another rich second generation, he's really lucky. After recording the data, the teacher walked to the next student and said the same thing. In the hall, people began to leave one after another. After Shugo was recorded, he left here and waited for the school's notification to go to his class tomorrow. After lying comfortably for another day, he went to school again. Shugo also received a notice from the school last night. Congratulations on being assigned to Class A. Class A? That's to be expected. He also knew a thing or two about the class rankings, which were the 4 levels of ABCD. The resources obtained are also from high to low. I have made a profit of 8 million. It would be strange if I didn't get into Class A. After all, the upper limit of profit in the first level world is only 10 million. Shugo naturally knew that there were still many second generation students in his school. In order to make their data look good, the second generation often relies on big spending to clear the first world they extract after awakening. Those who invest have family members to support them, and allocating tens of millions to their children is just a drop in the bucket for the family disciples. Birds of a feather flock together. Shugo also guessed that the school might have classified him as a second-generation student. Soon, after arriving at Class A, Shugo began to look around. After some casual chatting, we concluded that there were 40 students in a class. There are 3 children from big families, 7 from rich second-generation families, 20 from small families, and the remaining 9 are from upper-class families. Very good, except for me, an orphan. Everyone else is rich, but it doesn't matter. I am rich now. Although I can't compare with their families, sooner or later I will become a first-generation rich person. But even if these guys are rich second generations, they should have some strength. He is not one of those rich second generations in brainless rich novels, who have low IQ and can only eat and wait for death. I always have a gloomy expression on my face and keep getting into trouble. I am determined to kill the protagonist, and even Jesus can't stop me. That really underestimates the resource cultivation and mature operating system of the big family. Shugo chatted with these second-generation people. After all, knowing one more person meant one more way out. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Soon after, the head teacher arrived and everyone returned to their seats and quieted down. My name is Su Jiaojiao, and I'm your homeroom teacher. I'll be leading this class for the next 2 years. Su Jiaojiao introduced. The head teacher is a woman who looks quite young and I don't know her real age. Without further ado, starting this year, you will not have any theoretical classes, only practical classes. There is only 1 lesson this month, so it all depends on your abilities. Su Jiaojiao said. She also knew that the class she taught was almost entirely made up of second-generation students, and she had no idea about their talents, so she was afraid that there would be some people who were arrogant. After glancing around and finding no one asking, she continued, invest. Open your investment interface and enter this code. Su Jiaojiao wrote a string of code on the blackboard. Shugo raised his eyebrows. Is this preparation for a referendum? That is to say, many people invest in a world together, and this world must also be purchased with funds from the school? Chapter 265, Investing in the Beast Taming World. Chugu opened the investment interface and entered this code. Soon, everyone entered a public screen chat interface and obtained a place in the investment world. The number of people is 41.n01 spoke, and everyone looked at Su Jiajiao on the podium. This world is a secondary world, and the cultivation system is beast control. This is a world where everyone controls beasts. At the age of 8, a beastmaster can communicate with the summoning world and contract beasts from it. Once the beastmaster and the beastmaster are bound together, every time the beastmaster advances, it will benefit the beastmaster. Su Jiajiao spoke slowly. Everyone was also listening carefully to the world intelligence information. What we know now is the distribution of the main forces in each continent. As for where the destiny of the world within it is, we have no idea. Maybe the child of destiny has grown up, maybe the child of destiny has not yet been born. Who to invest in, how to invest, and how to make profits are the tests of this class. There will be a ranking list in the referendum world, showing everyone's profit at all times. So start looking for investors. You can work together or go it alone. Su Jiajiao remained silent. As the teacher in charge of Class A, I naturally have my own benefits, which is that I can invest with the students. That is to say, you can buy the investment world for free from the school. You should know that except for the first awakening, which is given for free, you have to buy the rest with money. This is a huge expense. The higher the level of the world, the more expensive it is. Although the level of the second level world is not high, you can still make some money. This is a unique benefit for Class A. The world provided by the school for Class B is probably at the peak level of level 1, and it decreases in sequence. Chugu, do you want to invest together? Several men nearby asked. As a few people at the neighboring table, we had a good chat, so we decided to join forces to conquer this world of beast taming. We can join forces, but it depends on whether the investors we choose are close to us. If they are far away, we can only reunite later to do things. Chugu nodded. As we are in an unfamiliar world and cannot accurately select the chosen one, cooperation is undoubtedly the most stable option. That's why he didn't refuse. As for whether their secrets will be exposed, these people are not short of money. If you work with classmates with ordinary conditions, your investors will stand out from the crowd if they are too powerful. But if you work with the second generation who have invested money, even if you are powerful, the difference will not be too exaggerated. Their plugin is family.my plugin is the system. We are all cheaters, so no one should play tricks on each other. Okay, let's put it this way. Let's first select our respective investors. For people like the protagonist, there are 3 axioms. First, parent sacrifices to heaven have boundless magical powers. Point 2. He has a great hatred and a special physique. Point 3. From childhood, I was a good for nothing, yet my luck was against all odds. The others nodded in agreement. Chugu also raised his eyebrows. The summary was good, but the protagonists of some worlds were rather special. The lying and invincible styles are popular now, therefore, it is useless to just apply theories. Intelligence analysis is also necessary. It is better to believe in data analysis than to believe that you are just lucky. Chugu began to check out the investment world. There are so many people in a world, and there are quite a few who fit the character of the protagonist in the novel. Chu Ji's choice was somewhat painful. The base is too large to choose from. Forget it. Even if I choose a passerby, with the accumulation of resources, as long as my strength grows, the chances of encountering the protagonist are very high. Anyway, there is a systematic increase, so you will most likely not lose money if you invest on your own. He has a high tolerance rate, low risk, and high returns. It's you. Chugu noticed a man with bared teeth. Bastard Yang Tianyi. Why did you kill my beast? Chen Mo stared at the man in front of him. In the beast taming duel just now, he had clearly surrendered, but the opponent still ordered the beast tamer to kill his own beast. The death of the beastmaster also means that he is useless. A person can only communicate with the summoning plane once in his life. This means that he has no chance of becoming a beast tamer. In a duel, there are bound to be casualties. Do you remember how you mocked me when we were little? Yang Tianyi felt very comfortable. You. Didn't I tell you were a loser when we were little? Why would you kill me like that? Chen Mo didn't expect that the other party would hold such a grudge. I will take revenge on everyone who has offended me, and I will not let anyone who has bullied me go. Yang Tianyi had a sinister look on his face. You'll just have to stay stuck in this small county for the rest of your life. Tomorrow I'll be joining Tianlin College as a freshman. You should be thankful that I didn't kill you. Oh, by the way, your fiancée is now my girlfriend, so don't bother her anymore, or I'll find out and you'll be in trouble. Yang Tianyi taunted. Chen Mo clenched his fists tightly and wanted to step forward to resist, but the beastmaster in front of him stared at him intently. If I make any move, I will probably die on the spot. Amidst a burst of laughter, Yang Tianyi walked away. After being stunned for a long time, Chen Mo pulled his beast back to the backyard and buried it properly. Damn it! How come he has become so strong after not seeing him for a few years? Chen Mo couldn't understand it. This guy was clearly a waste from childhood to adulthood, but after disappearing for a few years, he grew up to become a spirit master. The levels of beastmasters in this world are Beastmaster, Beastmaster, Great Beastmaster, Spirit Beastmaster, Beastmaster King, Beastmaster Emperor, Beastmaster Clan, Beastmaster Saint, and Beastmaster Emperor. The quality levels of beast tamers are E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The beast he awakened was an A-level beast, and through his own efforts over the years, he has also cultivated to the level of a great beastmaster, and Yang Tianyi had clearly awakened an E-level beast tamer, and his level had remained the same, and he had not broken through to the level of a tamer. As a result, after disappearing for a few years, earth-shaking changes occurred. He knew that the other party had encountered a great opportunity outside. Alas, there's no point in saying anything now. I've already lost the chance to become a beastmaster. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Want revenge? A voice came into his mind. Who are you? Why can you speak to me? Chen Mo was shocked. It doesn't matter who I am. Can you really help me get revenge? Chen Mo clenched his palms and frowned. It all depends on the value you demonstrate. This is a transaction, and the transaction itself is you. My worth. Chen Mo fell silent, feeling ruthless inside. I have nothing to lose. I'm putting my life on the line. As long as revenge is achieved, I'll be at your mercy from now on. Excellent, transaction established. The other side, after defeating Chen Mo, Yang Tianyi returned to his room with satisfaction. After absorbing this A-level beast spirit, my beast should be able to be promoted to an S-level beast. It has been nurtured to the final step, and just needs a little help to break through. Yang Tianyi excitedly fed the essence he had just obtained to the beast in the beast taming space. With the nourishment of the essence, the beast's body began to transform. Just as he thought, after a period of time, his beast evolved into an S-level beast. Ha ha ha. S-rank beast tamer. I can already be considered a genius. Yang Tianyi laughed. A chance gave him the ability to extract the spirits of dead beasts. No one else can see this kind of spirit, only he can see it. This is also the secret of his awakening from a waste to a genius. Chapter 266, Investing in a God-level beast tamer. The picture returns. After establishing an investor relationship with Chen Mo, Zhu Gu opened the Tiandao Mall and generated products for this world: beast taming egg, beast taming pill, advanced pill, awakening book. There is a wide variety of goods. Zhu Gu clicked on the beast taming egg interface. Rows of beast eggs of different levels are neatly arranged. Invest in an S-Class 1, so Zhu Gu bought an S-level random beast EGG. An S-level beast taming egg is worth 100,000 investment points, and the value increases tenfold with each level up. Investment point, 3.828 million. Invest. Ding. Detected that the host invested in an S-level beast tamer egg, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into a God-level beast tamer egg. Zhu Gu smiled. It was just as he expected. Soon, a golden egg filled with sacred aura appeared next to Chen Mo in the beast taming world. This is a God-level beast egg. After hatching with a drop of blood, you can contract a God-level beast. God-level beast master. Chen Mo was shocked. This level had never appeared before. Just by listening to the name, you could tell that it was much stronger than SSS level. With the power within reach, Chen Mo couldn't wait to bite his finger and drip blood on it. Buzz. Golden light filled the entire room. The golden egg slowly cracked, and a figure emerged from it. Five-clawed golden dragon. A flash of enlightenment flashed through Chen Mo's mind. This was the name of his beast. Hold head high. A soft dragon roar sounded, majestic and sacred. I'll call you Xiao Jin from now on. Chen Mo happily got intimate with the five-clawed golden dragon. This time, the five-clawed golden dragon is still in its infancy and needs to be retrained. After thinking for a while, Zhu Gu invested another 10,000 investment points to purchase resources for the early stage of beast training. Investment point, 3.818 million. This is all he has invested for now. After all, he is here to make a profit. If Chen Mo fails to demonstrate his due value, he will not inject too much money in the future. He must stop the loss in time. I've done my part of the deal, now you have to show your worth. I will, thank you for giving me a chance. Chen Mo thanked him. It's just a deal. When the time is right, I'll come back to you. Don't worry. Zhu Gu severed the mental connection. His classmates also completed their investments one after another. Zhu Gu, how many investment points did you invest? The people next to him asked. Zhu Gu smiled and said, I guess it's about the same as you guys. You guys tell me first. I invested 9 million to evolve my investor's beast from SS level to SSS level. I directly invested 10 million to buy an SSS level beast egg. Good fellow, is the person you invested in a newly awakened child? No, without knowing who the protagonist is, it's not worthwhile to invest in children who haven't grown up yet. I directly invest in students who have already demonstrated talent. The person I invested in awakened an S-level beast tamer, and with the SSS level beast tamer egg I invested in, I now have 2 beast tamers. The man said confidently. That makes sense. The beast tamer eggs you invest in are independent of the awakened beast tamers. This way, all of our investors have dual beast tamers. Others were thoughtful. Oh my god, what a loss. I should have just spent 10 million on a beast tamer egg. That way, my investor would have an SS level beast tamer plus an SSS level beast tamer. Chugu and the second generation twitched their lips. It seemed like they were at a disadvantage when this was said, damn it. Chugu, what about you? The others looked at Chugu. As for me, the investor's beast was killed, so I spent 10 million to buy him an SSS level beast egg. Chugu spread his hands, the others were stunned. You're investing in this too? Don't you think this is very much a protagonist template? Chugu said helplessly. After hearing this, the others nodded, and it did have a bit of the protagonist template flavor. However, there are many people who fit the template of the protagonist. If you rely on luck like this, you will lose a lot of money. Oh, forget it. If your investors can't help you later, we can help you. Several people said. After a while, they became familiar with each other. The main reason was that they all believed that there was a big family behind them, otherwise they would not be able to come up with so many investment points. So help if you can now, because who knows, the favor you have now might be of great use in the future. Don't underestimate me. My investor is just one less beast master. Isn't it the same for you? Chugu laughed angrily and pointed at the second generation who spoke first and cursed him. The other people also smiled at each other. It was indeed true. Almost every investor had an SSS level beast tamer, so they couldn't help much. We'll discuss a gathering place in a few days when our investors have reached a higher level. Okay, how about Tianlin Academy in the Royal City? It's the best beast taming academy in the entire continent, and its area is larger than some small and medium-sized countries. Yes, if it's the protagonist, he will definitely go there to level up and gain experience. It's an old routine. Chugu also agreed. Pa pa pa. Su Jiajiao on the podium clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. It seems that everyone has invested almost everything. Let's record the location of everyone's investors. Ah. Teacher, didn't you say to give it your own way? The others looked confused. It's free play, yes, but as people in the same class, there are naturally some public activities. If you don't know who the protagonist is, how do you think you should conquer this world? Su Jiajiao said. The others were all in deep thought, wondering if the protagonist had any other strategy to conquer the world, and that there was no other way except to rule the world directly. It seems you've all figured it out. Yes, if you haven't conquered this world in a month, I'll lead you in a joint hunting operation. That is, to disrupt the entire world and then unify it. This world was purchased by the school. If you can't conquer it, the school will naturally reap the benefits from it. Su Jiajiao explained. The others were stunned. Wow, is the school so stingy? Isn't it just a second-level world? Not even the top one. The most you can invest is 10 million points. The purchase price of an investment world is 1/10 of the upper limit of the world income of each level plus the corresponding investor level. For example, the maximum income of the first level world is 10 million. No matter whether the world you draw is the top level one or not, you need to spend 1 million to buy the qualification to draw the world. Secondly, you need to have a 1-star investor level to be eligible to purchase. Su Jiajiao glared at everyone. Do you think the school is just like you second-generation kids? It's all about money. There are so many classes in the school, and the monthly expenses are astronomical. If the school doesn't make up for the losses from the wasteful world, it would have gone bankrupt long ago. The others smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Chapter 267, Small Profit. That's how it is. These past few days, I've been constantly urging my investors to improve their abilities as quickly as possible, so they don't end up being too weak to be effective during class operations. Su Jiajiao spoke after recording the birthplaces of all investors. Everyone expressed their understanding. Time flies and the first day is over. Chugu opened the investment interface. Oh? A profit of 500,000 so quickly? He was a little surprised and checked the historical messages. It turned out that within one day, Chen Mo recovered his strength and broke through to the level of Spirit Control Master on his original basis. It can be said that it changed the original trajectory of fate. This investment world is a secondary world, which means that one day in the main world is equal to 2 years in the investment world. Such a big improvement in 2 years is not surprising. After all, this is a god-level beast. After taking a look at Chen Mo's arrangements, he found out that he had passed the assessment of Tianlin College and entered it for further studies. It seems that Chen Mo is going to seek revenge next. I wonder if Yang Tianyi is the key figure. Chugu thought for a while, closed the investment interface and went into the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, several people at the same table surrounded him. What's wrong? Chugu asked in confusion. Number 1, second generation, that is, the smart Dai Jiantao who spent 9 million to upgrade the SS level Beastmaster to SSS level for his investor opened the investment world and ejected the ranking list within it. Chugu was ranked first. Rank name profit no, 1 Chugu 500,000 no, 2 Yi Baoji 200,000 no. 3 Dai Jiantao 150,000 no, for Zhang Jieyu 100,000. After seeing this, Chugu understood. It turned out to be because of this. So he grinned and said, no way, I really got the lead role? Am I really that lucky? Dai Jiantao said enviously. Chu Gu and the 3 second-generation people present were sitting in the corner near the window. 2 people in a row. Chu Gu was in the last row against the wall, Yi Baoji was his deskmate, and Dai Jiantao and Zhang Jieyu were in the row in front of them. The 4 of them directly took the top 4 spots on the list. I'm just joking. If I were really the protagonist, how could the profit be so small? It's been 2 years, it should have brought me at least several million in profit, right? Chu Gu spread his hands. After hearing this, several people also felt that it made sense and the profits were indeed a bit low. But even if he's not the protagonist, he's still a character in the original storyline. My deskmate Yi Baoji pondered. Isn't it the same for you? You all benefit. Chu Gu laughed. That should be the case. Right now, only 4 of us have made over 100,000 in profit. The others have made at most 10,000 or 20,000. Some have only made a few thousand, and some have even made zero profit. Yi Baoji said as he slid the rankings. Then we should unite even more. Our investors are not the protagonists, nor do they look like members of the protagonist group. They are more like minor villains. Zhang Jieyu laughed heartily. Jieyu is right. We are all villains, so we will grow into the big villains in the later stages. Dai Jiantao nodded. Well, now my investor has passed the assessment of Tianlin College. Where are your investors? Chu Gu asked. You're quite quick. My investor is currently taking an assessment. He's probably passed by now, even though he's talking. Yi Baoji reported. Mine is almost on the way. Mine has also been admitted to Tianlin College. Dai Jiantao and Zhang Jieyu spoke one after another. All of our investors have an SSS level beastman, so the assessment of Tianlin Academy will not be difficult for them. If they can't get into Tianlin Academy, no one else can. While a few people were chatting, the class gradually filled up. Everyone who came in unconsciously looked towards Chu Ji's position. After all, the profit ranking list is public and everyone can see it, so it was a bit surprising that Chu Gu made a profit of 500,000 in one day. It seems like you're going to be famous in our class. My deskmate Yi Baoji joked. What's there to be proud of? I invested 10 million investment points, and I don't even know if I can make back my money with this little bit of profit. An SSS level beastmaster can even stand up against a pig. It all depends on your luck whether you can participate in the subsequent protagonist storyline. Chu Gu shrugged. That's right. We've invested about 10 million. It seems the maximum profit in this world is around 60 to 70 million. It's okay to lose money. In the early stages, our main goal is to raise the investor level so that we can purchase advanced worlds. It's worth spending some investment points. This statement also made the 3 second generations nod in agreement. Chu Ji's mouth twitched. You guys are really rich. You talk about tens of millions as if they are just a few dollars, but it is impossible to make a loss now. I am already profitable. I invested 110,000 yuan and now I have earned 500,000 yuan, with a net profit of 390,000 yuan. Not long after, Su Jiajiu also walked into the classroom. Which one is Chu Gu? Here. Chu Gu raised his hand helplessly, and guessed what Su Jiajiu would ask. Student Chu Gu, as the most profitable student in our class, seems to have come into contact with the plot characters. And where are Yi Baoji, Dai Jiantao, and Zhang Jieyu? Su Jiajiu nodded and continued to ask. Teacher, we are here. Several people also raised their hands. You guys are quite interesting. You actually got together. Su Jiajiu smiled. Okay, I won't ask where your investors are at. After all, we haven't reached the joint hunting phase yet. The reason I called you here is to familiarize myself with your faces and then discuss the subsequent arrangements. The current profit is still too low, and I can't tell how critical you investors are. If you all make millions of dollars in profit later on, then the subsequent joint hunting will spread out from you as the center. Secondly, if your investor dies, we can roughly determine the main character's location and conduct a search and kill. Su Jiajiu spoke slowly. Okay, I understand. Everyone understands the ins and outs of this. If your investor really dies, there is no loss in informing others about your situation. Anyway, investors can no longer invest after they die. One world can only be bound to one investor. That's all I understand. Teacher, I'm currently trying to capture members of the royal family, so I can help you a little bit later. Su Jiajiu nodded. With the support of the royal family, subsequent joint hunting will also reduce a lot of trouble. What she is doing now is to get her investors to win over other members of the royal family to join their camp. As long as the benefits are great, there is nothing that cannot be persuaded to defect. If it doesn't work, it's because the benefits are not great enough. If that doesn't work, then resort to dirty tricks. Chapter 268, How to Deal with It. In the following period of time, everyone began to direct the actions of their investors. Chu Gu also opened the investment world to check on Chen Mo's situation, Beast Taming World. After entering Tianlin College, Chen Mo did not rush to seek revenge on Yang Tianyi. After all, I am 2 years behind the other party. 2 years have passed and we still don't know how far the other party's strength has improved. So he secretly investigated Yang Tianyi's intelligence while Seizing the time to improve his own strength, the investigation went smoothly. It would be more accurate to say that Yang Tianyi was very high profile wherever he went, and he enjoyed showing off and then getting slapped in the face. Basically, someone would provoke him every day and challenge him to a beast taming duel. Yang Tianyi also accepted everyone who came to him, as long as the other party's strength was not higher than his level. Then there was his journey of pretending to be awesome but getting slapped in the face, and high profile promotion. In just 2 years, he became famous in Tianlin College. Moreover, the opponent's beast taming level is actually SS level. This guy has the ability to raise his own beast taming level, Chen Mo muttered to himself as he analyzed the intelligence point. 2 years later, the opponent's own realm has also reached the terrifying level of the King of Control. After the Master reaches the realm of the Master King, he can let the beast be integrated into his body to fight. This ability has the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. According to my current training speed, it will take me a year to be promoted to Royal King, Chen Mo sighed. It seemed that he couldn't take revenge at this stage. Chu Gu, who was watching his every move, raised his eyebrows. If you want to practice down to earth, you have to see if I agree. Chu Gu, who had already made a profit, began to continue investing. He also wanted to see if Yang Tianyi was destined to be the protagonist. If that's true, then this investment is a big win. Have you been well for the past 2 years, senior? Chen Mo was delighted when he heard the familiar voice. Thanks to the help from the senior 2 years ago, I have now recovered my strength and even improved. Well, that's great. I understand your concerns. Take these cultivation resources. Shugu opened the Tiandao Mall and bought a bunch of cultivation resources to invest in it. Ding. Detected that the host invested in a first-grade Imperial Spirit Pill, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into an Imperial-grade Imperial Spirit Pill. Ding. Detected that the host invested in a first-grade Beast Taming Pill, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into an Imperial-grade Beast Taming Pill. Ding. Detected that the host invested in a first-grade Royal King Pill, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming it into an Imperial-grade Royal King Pill. A large pile of pills appeared in Chen Mo's dormitory. Chugu also explained the uses of various elixirs. The Yuling pill is for you to improve your own realm, and the one I give you is the flawless Imperial grade, without any poison, and will not cause any side effects such as realm emptiness. You just need to take drugs as much as you can to break through to the realm of Yuang, and then take the Yuang pill. The Yuang pill, like the Yuling pill, is also of the flawless Imperial grade. If you repeat this process, it will only take 1 or 2 months to surpass the other party's level. The beast taming pill is for your beast to take, and it corresponds to your realm improvement. Chen Mo was shocked after hearing this. Although he had heard of elixirs, they were extremely rare and their effects could not be compared to those in his hands. Thank you, senior. Well, hurry up and improve your strength. As for Yang Tianyi, wait until you surpass him in strength before revealing your murderous intent. Senior, I will naturally do as you say. But can you help me clear up my confusion? Is there someone protecting Yang Tianyi? Chen Mo asked in confusion. It's hard to say. This boy is blessed with great luck. His fortune protects him and will also give him endless opportunities. Helpers will come to him automatically. To deal with such a person with great luck, you must constantly weaken his luck. The way to do this is to constantly deprive him of his opportunities, tarnish his reputation, and betray his relatives and friends. If all three are cut simultaneously, this boy will be nothing more than an ordinary person. Whether he is killed or cut into pieces will not be a matter of course. I will remember this and do what you said. Okay, I'll contact you when the time is right. Shuga severed the mental connection. This time he invested another 300,000 investment points, which was more than the first time he invested in a god-level beastmaster. After being amplified, these resources are enough for Chen Mo to achieve a realm leap above the Royal King, that is, the Royal Emperor, in a short period of time. After becoming stronger than Yang Tianyi, it was time to constantly do things to repay him. That time, we can tell whether that guy is the protagonist by just looking at the prophet. In the world of beast control, after Chuga severed the spiritual connection, Chen Mo also began his drug-taking journey. Come on, Xiaojin, improve your strength with me. Chen Mo sent the beast taming pill into the beast taming space. Hold head high. The rich medicinal fragrance made the 5-clawed golden dragon very excited, and he swallowed the pills one by one without hesitation. Chen Mo smiled slightly and took out a Yuling pill and swallowed it. The terrifying medicinal effects exploded in the body. Hiss. It feels so good, not bloated at all. Chen Mo shuddered with pleasure. He immediately began to refine the medicinal power. A man and a beast began their drug-taking journey. 15 days later, Chen Mo broke through the Yuling and was promoted to Yuan. After becoming familiar with the power of this realm and the effect of taming beasts, he began to practice in seclusion again. A month passed in the blink of an eye in the room. Chen Mo tried to reach the Royal Emperor realm. Now there is a solid barrier preventing him from breaking through. This is normal. After all, Chen Mo knows very well about his own talent. His talent is not top-notch, but it is not inferior either. It's just above the top and lower middle. It is normal to break through barriers after reaching this level of cultivation. After some attempts, a crack appeared in the solid barrier, but it would take some time to break it. Chen Mo is preparing to take a breakthrough pill. It was at this moment that the 5-clawed golden dragon transformed again. Hold head high. In the beast controlling space, the five-clawed golden dragon circled excitedly, and its size continued to grow from 100 meters to 500 meters in length. A feedback from the beast tamer acted on Chen Mo. Good job on coming, Xiao Jin. Chen Mo was delighted and used the feedback force to try to break through again. In a moment, the solid barrier was easily broken, and his aura gradually rose to the level of Royal Emperor 3 stars. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough, but he also improved by 2 stars on this basis. Ha! Is this the Imperial Emperor? Chen Mo felt a little unreal, the improvement is so fast. Is this what it feels like to have someone backing you up? Awesome! Yang Tianyi. I will kill him. With strength comes confidence. Chen Mo slowly got up, washed up, and went out to investigate intelligence. More than a month has passed and I still don't know where that guy is. What he has to do now is to follow what his predecessor said and seize the opportunity in secret, which naturally means he has to keep following him. A mere Imperial King, I can destroy him with just a wave of my hand. With the Emperor of Control and the God-level beast control, I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Even if you are the protagonist of this world, I will definitely kill you. After some investigation, Chen Mo got the information he wanted. That guy Yang Tianyi went out a few days ago, and the place he went to was a tomb of an ancient sage. Many beastmasters like to go there to try their luck and see if they can get any opportunities. If you want to get the opportunity, you have to ask me. A word flashed through Chen Mo's mind, make trouble. He immediately set off for the tomb of the sage. PS, oh my god, there was a power outage, so I used the remaining battery on my laptop to code a chapter. Chapter 269, The Golden Finger of the Child of Destiny. As Chen Mo rushed to the road, after investigating some information, Yang Tianyi entered the tomb and began to explore. Teacher, are you sure there's something I need here? Yang Tianyi asked, and next to him was an old man in the form of a soul. Ha, I can't be wrong. There is indeed the breath of beast fire here. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Now that you've become a beastmaster, it's time to get started with alchemy. This will reduce resource consumption when training beasts in the future, and you can also quickly accumulate wealth with this skill. I understand, teacher. Yang Tianyi nodded. This old soul is his golden finger plugin, that is what is called a portable grandfather. Asa wasted first, he kept pounding on the wall, and by chance, he activated the ring he had been wearing since childhood. After a conversation, Yang Tianyi learned the other party's name, Yaochen. He was a powerful saint in ancient times. As for the reason for his death, Yao Chen did not mention it to him. Yang Tianyi didn't ask any further questions. After learning that the other party was a powerful saint, Yang Tianyi immediately worshipped him as his master. The latter did not refuse. Yao Chen also had his own plans and wanted to use Yang Tianyi's hand to resurrect himself. After Yang Tianyi became his disciple, he obtained a special martial arts skill, the beast devouring technique. After practicing this technique, Yang Tianyi could see the remaining spirit of the beast after its death and capture it. As long as you feed the essence to your beast, you can continuously improve the qualifications of your beast. This is also the secret of why his beast tamer was upgraded from E level to SS level. The power of the beast devouring art is only one of its strengths. Yao Chen is also a powerful alchemist. During the training, he refined many pills for Yang Tianyi and taught him how to train beasts correctly. The two talked as they walked. Allowing you to obtain beast fire and become an alchemist is only one of them, Yao Chen said calmly. Oh? Does the teacher have other arrangements? Well, the function of the beast devouring technique is not only to improve the ability to control beasts, but also to improve the beastmaster himself. The method is to let the beastmaster devour the beast fire. The essence of beast fire is that it is born after thousands of years of evolution after the death of a powerful and high-quality beastmaster. Each beast fire contains enormous energy. Just absorbing one beast fire can rapidly elevate your realm, Yao Chen explained. There's still such a thing. Teacher, we better hurry up and not let others snatch the beast fire here. Yang Tianyi was a little excited. Ah, do you think the beast fire is so easy to absorb? If you don't have the corresponding absorption technique, forcing it to absorb will only burn your body to death. So basically, you are the only one who can absorb the beast fire here. Yao Chen laughed heartily. Yang Tianyi was relieved after hearing this. It's just that I don't understand one thing. What don't you understand? This tomb has been open for at least several decades. After so many years of exploration, wouldn't everything inside have been taken away? And the beast fire too. A powerful beastmaster should be able to sense this kind of creation. Yang Tianyi expressed his doubts. This is very simple, because this tomb has a realm restriction, and can only be entered by beastmasters at the level of emperor or below. I think the owner of this tomb was also a powerful saint in his lifetime, and the beast fire was hidden at the bottom of the tomb. Not if I, the teacher, didn't have a beast fire myself that resonated with it, I wouldn't have been able to discover the beast fire at the bottom. But so it's even more impossible for you little kids to discover it. But this tomb has been explored for decades, and except for the beast fire at the bottom, everything else has been taken away. There's little chance of getting other opportunities, but we came here specifically for this beast fire, Yao Chen said. I understand, teacher. Yang Tianyi also collected his thoughts and began to run towards the bottom of the tomb. A few hours after they left, a figure arrived here. Is this the place? Chen Mo looked around. What a strong suppression force. The owner of the tomb must be a powerful person. Let's ignore this for now and find that guy Yang Tianyi first. Chen Mo didn't stay for long and immediately rushed towards the depths of the tomb. Yu Huan's exploration speed was very fast. Even Chen Mo, who was several hours behind, was able to lock onto Yang Tianyi's breath after going through layers of screening. I actually reached the bottom, Chen Mo set off. After arriving at the location and using mental power to investigate, they discovered that Yang Tianyi was actually confronting 4 people. Moreover, the auras of the 4 of them are not weak, and they are all powerful kings. It seems that those who can reach the bottom are all very strong. You really attract hatred wherever you go. After the baptism, Chen Mo felt more and more that the other party was destined to be the protagonist. Many things correspond to each other one by one. The other party came here for a great opportunity, which means there must be something very important at the bottom, a technique? A treasure. Chen Mo looked at the situation and analyzed the circumstances. The mental power also continues to explore the surroundings. However, the beast fire was well concealed, and Chen Mo, the Emperor of Imperial Control, could not sense it at all. Center of the field. Boy, hand over the things quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Several people said viciously. This story started not long ago. Although this tomb had been explored many times, Yang Tianyi, who was suspected to have the fate of the protagonist, was extremely lucky. He found a lot of good things after just a few casual explorations, and later he obtained the beast taming advanced pill that all beast tamers coveted. This scene was also seen by the 4 people who had just arrived, and that's why this happened. That's a whole bottle of beast taming advanced pills. They are jealous. Oh, if I got it, it's mine. You can't expect me to spit it out. If you want to grab it, just come up. Why bother with all this nonsense? Facing the attack from 4 royal kings, Yang Tianyi remained very calm, taking a quick look at the quality of their beasts. They are all A-level beasts. This is also the reason why he is so confident. I am an SS-level beast tamer. Beating you is like beating my son. Sky-killing tiger. Yang Tianyi released his own beast from the beast taming space. The terrifying aura forced the 4 people to retreat. How is that possible? Several people were very shocked. They didn't expect that this kid actually had an SS-level beastmaster. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. The 4 of us will join forces and split the advanced pills equally among the 4 of us. One person calmed himself down and said, "So what if they are SS-level beast tamers? There are more of them." Those who had never fought against high-level beast masters did not think there would be such a big difference. So the 4 of them merged into one with their own beasts and attacked Yang Tianyi together. Sky-killing tiger, kill them all, leaving no one alive. Yang Tianyi grinned. What a good man. He came to send him spirit. Even in a beast taming duel in the academy, he couldn't kill other people's beast tamers at will, but outside, he didn't have so many concerns. Chapter 270. Seizing the opportunity. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. The protagonist is invincible at the same level, and it is easy for him to kill a few low-level minions in seconds. Screams rang out one after another. We don't want the things anymore, please let us go. Several people begged for mercy, but Yang Tianyi didn't even look at him and continued to order the beastmaster to kill. Soon they were beaten to pieces, then their beasts were killed and their spirits were taken away. After squeezing out all the value, he killed 4 more people. Chen Mo, who was watching secretly, had a flickering look in his eyes. He could only see Yang Tianyi making strange gestures towards the 4 beast corpses, but the gathered spirits were invisible. I think he's collecting something. He did the same thing to my beastmaster. I hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now it seems like this is some kind of secret method. Under Chen Mo's gaze, Yang Tianyi groped around. Teacher, where is the entrance? A wisp of white smoke rose, and Yao Chen's figure appeared beside Yang Tianyi. Chen Mo's pupils shrank and he quickly pulled his black cloak. This was an investment that Chu Go had made to make it easier for Chen Mo to do things. Originally, this thing could only block detection from the Emperor and below. After being amplified 1,000 times, it can block the detection of the Imperial Saint and below. At the moment when Yao Chen's figure condensed, Chen Mo could sense that the other party's soul realm was extremely strong, but the aura of this soul body was weak. Although I don't know what realm he was in when he was alive, he was definitely not weaker than Yu Zun. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. He himself is the royal emperor, and it is impossible for the royal sect member to be so strong. As for the royal lord, he has never seen one, so the other party must be a strong man of the royal lord or above. I thought that Yang Tianyi only had a golden finger to improve the quality of beast taming, but I didn't expect that there was a strong man assisting him in his practice. No wonder it grew so fast. Chen Mo pulled his cloak and grinned. You have a cheat, and I have one too. Since you are the protagonist, then I must grow up to be the villain. Who says the protagonist will definitely win? At this time, Yao Chen released his mental power and scanned the surroundings. This wave also swept past Chen Mo, but Yao Chen did not notice him because of the black cloak covering him. It's right there on the steps ahead. There's an entrance if you break through it. I've already checked the surroundings and there's no one else there, so you can go in without worry. Yao Chen said, it's the teacher. Yang Tianyi became excited, as he would be able to get the beast fire soon. He flashed to the steps, gathered all his strength and struck out at the ground, revealing a dark hole. Yang Tianyi jumped in. After a moment, rolling lava came into view. Yang Tianyi drilled into the magma according to Yao Chen's instructions. Chen Mo followed closely behind. Is there any treasure in this magma? He was very confused and wondered what treasure could be hidden here, but since the other party has come, he must exist. I just don't know it. Follow all the way. There is actually an altar at the bottom of the magma. A hint of green filled the surroundings. The altar is protected by a barrier, isolating it from the external magma. Teacher, that must be the beast fire. Yang Tianyi pointed at the green lotus-shaped flame in the center of the altar and said, "Yes, that is the beast fire, and its quality is not low. It is also among the top beast fires." Yao Chen nodded. "Go, this is your chance, yes." Yang Tianyi immediately rushed to the altar. The barrier did not prevent them from entering. It seemed that it was only used to isolate the magma. When he was about to get the beast fire, a dark shadow came quickly. Not good. Yang Tianyi quickly defended himself. However, due to the huge difference in strength, he suffered some internal injuries and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Above the royal king. Although there was a concealment cloak, Yang Tianyi could sense from the fight that the opponent's strength was definitely not that of the king of Yu. Boy, this treasure belongs to me. Since you led the way, I will let you go." A hoarse voice makes a sound. The jiggling laughter made Yang Tianyi's body tremble, and he felt a sense of fate. It's such a disgusting feeling. That's against the rules. Everything has to be on a first-come, first-served basis. Yang Tianyi frowned and secretly communicated with Yao Chen to discuss countermeasures. "If you don't cooperate, you'll die." Chen Mo also knew what the other party was planning and didn't give him any chance. He understands that villains die because they talk too much. Five-clawed golden dragon, hold head high. The huge five-clawed golden dragon will soon break through the barrier and be exposed in the magma, but the five-clawed golden dragon was very smart and shrunk its body to maintain a length of more than 10 meters. Under Chen Mo's command, the five-clawed golden dragon launched an attack. Yang Tianyi quickly summoned his beast to fight back. However, the crushing power of the higher realm and the difference in the quality of the beast's control made him defeated in just a few moves. "Teacher." "Oh, leave it to me." Yao Chen sighed. The powerful soul power took control of Yang Tianyi's body. Endless white light filled the surroundings, and pale energy wings gathered behind it. The auras of both sides soon equalized. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. "You can do this, you are worthy of it. What's wrong with transforming? You'll all die here today." Chen Mo let the five-clawed golden dragon merge into his body. In this way, all the power of the beast can be brought into play. Yang Tianyi followed closely behind and merged with the sky-slaying tiger. The two sides fought again. As time went by, Yang Tianyi frowned. He relied on his experience as a strong man to make up for the gap in the beast control between the two sides, but his own soul power was gradually consumed. If he continues to waste time like this, once he falls into a deep sleep, his disciples will surely die. "Forget it, I don't want this beast fire." Yang Tianyi sighed inwardly and decided to give up this opportunity. After all, if you lose an opportunity, you can find it again, but if you lose your life, it is gone forever. It was because of this opportunity of the beast devouring art that he ended up dying. If Yang Tianyi hadn't woken him up by chance, he wouldn't know how long he would have slept. A sudden and powerful attack temporarily repelled Chen Mo, who fled outside without saying a word. Chen Mo stabilized his body and watched quietly. As for catching up, who knows if another second-rate person will show up to help Yang Tianyi. The protagonist's halo is not just talk. Take your time, Yang Tianyi. I have plenty of time to play with you. When your luck is exhausted, that will be the day your soul returns to heaven." Chen Mo sneered. After waiting for a while and feeling that the other party was really not coming back, Chen Mo began to deal with the beast fire on the side. I didn't expect that this tomb actually hit a beast fire. He had seized the opportunity, but he didn't know how to absorb it. "Xiao Jin, can you swallow it?" Chen Mo looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon nodded intelligently, then opened its mouth and swallowed and absorbed the blue lotus beast fire. At the same time, Chen Mo also received feedback and discovered that he could condense the beast fire that had just been swallowed. This discovery made his eyes light up. Although his strength did not increase, he could use the beast fire to fight and refine medicine. "Xiao Jin, you're awesome." Chen Mo praised, saying that he was indeed a god-level beastmaster, and many of his abilities needed to be developed seriously. Jin Chan's development diary, main world. Chugu also found that he had made another profit of 1 million investment points. P.S. There seems to be a constant power outage these past few days. The power goes out at 6 in the morning and is only released when we have dinner at night. It's really unbearable in such hot weather. Chapter 271, DD Proxy goes online. It seems that he is really the protagonist. Zhu Ji's eyes flickered. He made $1 million profit just by seizing an opportunity. He is definitely destined to be the protagonist. Glancing at the second generation standing aside, "Sorry everyone, I originally wanted to cooperate, but why share when I can have it all to myself?" However, Chugu decided to explain it to avoid any unpleasantness. "Ahem, everyone, the original plan may have to be cancelled. I found a profitable opportunity." Yi Baoji and others were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Then a few people took a look at the rankings. Hiss, damn, how come it suddenly increased by 1 million? "You kid, you didn't really find the protagonist, did you?" Several people looked at him with envy. "It's pretty much the same. Even if he's not the protagonist, he's still an important character, so you know what I mean." "Man, I'm going to go get investment points to level up." Chugu did not hide it. After all, everyone was not a fool. The one who could make such a huge profit was undoubtedly the protagonist. Once you find the main character, you can eat it all by yourself and no one wants to share it with others, so therefore, the few people did not feel disgusted with Chu Ji's behavior. On the contrary, Chu Ji's initiative to explain the reason made them feel that Chu Ge was a person worth making friends with. Ah! Why can't I meet the protagonist? After this world, Chu Ge, you will be promoted to a second-level investor. The second generation has no shortage of investment points, they just want to raise their investment level. In the following days, Chu Ge began to constantly instruct Chen Mo to seize various opportunities from Yang Tianyi. Yang Tianyi would meet the man in black every time he had the chance. This made him very angry. How come you are like a dogskin plaster? You just keep pulling me out when you catch me, right? I'm angry. But I can't win the fight. As a result, he had to give up every opportunity. And then flee in embarrassment. Chen Mo always let him go and kept taking advantage of him, which made him reluctant to kill him. This guy is so lucky. Thanks to this, Chu Ge also made crazy profits. He doesn't need to continue investing in subsequent cultivation resources. The resources he steals from the other party are enough for Chen Mo to practice. As one grows and the other shrinks, the gap between the two sides becomes wider and wider. 5 days have passed in the main world, which means 10 years have passed in the beast taming world. Chen Mo has reached the peak of the royal lord level, while Yang Tianyi has just broken through to the royal sec level. In 10 years, Chu Ge once again made a profit of 20 million investment points. Such a terrifying profit made everyone in the class envious. Su Jiajiu also had mixed feelings. She had originally planned to lead the entire class on a joint hunt, but she didn't expect that someone would actually run into the protagonist. Judging from the progress, they are about to crush the opponent. I invested 10 million, so it's normal to make such a big profit. This is what Chu Ge said to everyone. The 3 second generations also nodded in support. You have a sharp eye and are willing to invest. If you don't make money, who will? Others were also very surprised to learn that Chu Ge and his friends had invested so much. Even though they are the second generation, they don't spend money like this. It's just a second level world. Is it necessary to be so extravagant? The other second generations only invested 1 or 2 million at most, and 10 million is a huge sum of money for them. All I can say is that there is a gap between the second generation, because the 3 of them were willing to invest. Their investors' strength gradually reached the top of the world. The villain's counterattack also brought them a profit of 2 to 3 million. If you want more, you have to become the protagonist, but they don't know who the protagonist is. Chu Ge has kept Yang Tianyi's identity a secret these days, and Chen Mo is very low-key and does not show his strength at all in the academy. Coupled with the constant suppression of Yang Tianyi, the once glorious protagonist became confused and muddle-headed. A protagonist without his edge is like a hunter without his gun. Without the confident protagonist, he will no longer be protected by the general trend. Luck is constantly decreasing, opportunities are constantly decreasing, and the protagonist's halo is slowly losing its effect. Under Chen Mo's secret instigation, the people around him continued to abandon him. How deserted he is by his friends and family, how the situation is against him. The protagonist's fate has begun to shift. No longer favored by the world. The decline of destiny brings all kinds of misfortunes. No. Why is this happening? I should be at the top of this world, but the world is isolating me and letting it ridicule me. The long-term blows finally made Yang Tianyi unable to hold on. A man ran to the top of a mountain alone and howled to the sky. God really likes to play jokes, giving him hope and then making him despair. Yao Chen standing by was also upset. How could it turn out like this? Judging from his apprentice's luck and talent, 10 years would be enough for him to stand at the top of this world. It all started when the man in black appeared. Tianyi, did you offend some important person? Yao Chen sighed. Big shot. Yang Tianyi was stunned. He had offended so many people that he couldn't even count them. As for whether he had offended any big shots, he didn't know. However, the man in black has been targeting him and definitely has a grudge against him. Once, when I was beaten and fled in a panic, I even mustered up the courage to ask him how I had offended him and why he was targeting me like this. But the other party did not respond at all, and was only met with a beating. Teacher, I don't know. I really don't know. Yang Tianyi collapsed and knelt on the ground with his head covered. Yao Chen shook his head helplessly. His disciple was useless and heart was dead. Nothing he said would be of any use. Even if he grew up, he would die once the inner demon appeared. Tianyi, don't give up. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Think about the days when you were laughed at by others as a child. Do you want to go back to those days? Yao Chen decided to give it a try and use his bad past and hatred to stimulate Yang Tianyi. They are right, I am indeed a waste. Yang Tianyi's eyes were dull, his black pupils had lost their luster, and he muttered to himself. I've had so many opportunities, and I've obtained such a powerful secret technique, but in the end, I've only ended up like this. Trash, trash, trash. Yao Chen, Yang Tianyi, who suddenly became autistic, was at a loss as to what to do. Evil disciple, is this how you repay your master? Cheer up. Yao Chen kept scolding, but Yang Tianyi didn't react at all, with an expression that looked like he had been teased. Okay. Since you've given up on yourself, then leave this body to me. Yao Chen became ruthless and prepared to take over the body, accompanied by a powerful soul invading the depths of Yang Tianyi's sea of consciousness. Yang Tianyi instinctively resisted a few times, but eventually fell silent. Was he even going to stop resisting when his body was taken over? Yao Chen was speechless, looking at the flickering fire of consciousness in front of him. Yao Chen sighed and did not choose to extinguish it. Instead, he placed it deep in his sea of consciousness to let it rest. He put his own fire of consciousness on it to replace it. Outside, Yang Tianyi slowly opened his white eyes. Rest well and let me avenge you. After packing up, Yao Chen left here to continue his training on the mainland. After so many years, Yang Tianyi has already graduated, and so has Chen Mo. But even so, Chen Mo secretly followed Yang Tianyi. Wherever he went, Chen Mo went. The main focus is on changing one's mentality. Chapter 272, Clearing the Beast. Taming world. Time flies and 3 more days have passed in the main world these days. Zhuge found that something was wrong with Yang Tianyi. As someone who had been in contact with the situation all along, Chen Mo had already noticed this strange feeling long ago. She looked as if the sky had fallen before, but now, facing all kinds of suppression from him, she becomes more and more courageous. The state of stagnation is also a rising tide that lifts all boats. Although his improvement was not as fast as his, there was something wrong with his appearance, as if he had become a different person. Is that the old man? Chen Mo was thoughtful. He knew that the other party was carrying the soul of an old man. Considering the sudden change, there is only one possibility: he has been possessed by another. The apprentice is useless, so the master has to go into battle himself, right? Then I'll play with you. Chen Mo grinned. So during these 6 years, Chen Mo madly targeted Yang Tianyi. Even Yao Chen, who had a good mentality, was almost broken down. In 6 years, Chen Mo broke through to the 6th star of the royal saint. Yao Chen also brought Yang Tianyi's cultivation to the peak of the imperial sect. 6 years also brought Chugu another 10 million investment points in profit. On this day, Yao Chen prepared various elixirs to break through to the level of Yuzun, prevent accidents from happening. He also specially set up various barriers, and then he swallowed the pills with peace of mind and started to break through. The sky is clouded over, the power of heaven and earth began to converge here. Chen Mo, who was watching secretly, was stunned. Wow, this guy is preparing to break through. That won't do. You still want to break through when I'm here? After so many years, your luck must have been eroded a lot, right? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, and strangely enough, he could clearly feel that his fortune had improved over the years. Even if he didn't snatch the opportunity from Yang Tianyi, he could still get opportunities by following him secretly. Am I the protagonist? His eyes lit up. The little villain turned into the protagonist. How inspiring! But before taking action, he planned to ask Chu Ji's opinion. So we applied for spiritual connection through the connections between investors. Chu Gu in the outside world felt something and opened up the investment world to establish a spiritual connection. Senior, can you kill Yang Tianyi now? After hearing this, Chu Gu thought about it and agreed. Yes, this boy's luck has been almost completely reduced, and the general trend will not protect him. There are no more variables, so it's time to put an end to it. It's Senior. After getting permission, Chen Mo no longer hesitated. They launched an attack on Yang Tianyi, who was breaking through. He easily broke through the barrier set up by the opponent and knocked Yang Tianyi, who was in the breakthrough state, away with one punch. The sudden interruption caused Yang Tianyi to suffer a serious backlash in his realm. Puff. Looking at the man in black who appeared, Yang Tianyi, who was flying in the air, widened his eyes. Damn it, you have no moral principles, you weren't like this before. You obviously wouldn't attack me like this when I was breaking through before. Yao Chen knew that the man in black must have been watching him secretly, but the fact that the man had not killed him for many years had made him gradually relax his vigilance and break through without hesitation. I thought this was a tacit agreement between both parties, but now you suddenly lose your moral composure. You beast. Bang! The powerful impact knocked him into the mountain. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura gradually weakened, and the backlash force caused his realm to regress. From the peak of Yuzone, he fell to Yuzone 1 star before he could stop. But Chen Mo came slowly flying over. At this point, there was no need to hide, so he took off his black cloak. How are you, old friend? Chen Mo smiled playfully. You. Yao Chen raised his trembling hand and pointed at Chen Mo deep in his soul. Yang Tianyi looked towards the outside world as if he had sensed something. After all, Yao Chen did not block his perception, so Yang Tianyi could still sense the outside world. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Yang Tianyi was in a trance. Why is it him? How did he get here? Didn't he destroy himself? What's going on with such a powerful aura? Yao Chen seemed to sense Yang Tianyi's doubts, so he told him the truth. With his soul. In fact, the moment he saw Chen Mo take off his black cloak, he already knew the whole story. Asa companion soul, he also knew about the day when Chen Mo was abandoned many years ago. Yang Tianyi reacted violently after learning the truth, and tried desperately to regain control of his body. Yao Chen had no choice but to give up his position to the other party. Chen Mo. Yang Tianyi roared. It's all your fault, right? You're the one who made me suffer so much. It's all you. Everything is your fault. Yang Tianyi kept roaring. Chen Mo was picking his ears in boredom. This look made Yang Tianyi even more angry. He struggled out of the embedded body and attacked the opponent. Bang! Chen Mo didn't tolerate it and slapped it away. Yang Tianyi struggled and flew up again. As soon as he got close to the other person, he was slapped away. Bang! Bang! My disciple, please run away. Struggling is useless. The gap is too big, Yao Chen was persuading in his sea of consciousness. No. I'm going to kill him. Yang Tianyi staggered to his feet. Chen Mo curled his lips and said, "You still want to kill me like this? Forget it, I've had enough fun. I'll send you on your way." The power of heaven and earth gathered together to form a huge palm and slapped it down. Yang Tianyi, who was just a member of the imperial sect, had no way to escape and could only fight back with all his might, but under this force, he was like an ant. Yao Chen also stimulated the soul power that had been recovered over the years to forcibly raise the realm of this body. But he was only a one-star imperial saint during his lifetime, and even at his peak he could hardly withstand this attack, let alone his remaining soul after his death. Boom. An entire mountaintop was flattened. Yang Tianyi died on the spot, and Yao Chen, whose soul was overstimulated, also fell into a deep sleep. Chen Mo scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and found the other party's hiding ring. To prevent you from making a comeback, let's destroy you together. The powerful mental force directly strangled Yao Chen, who was sleeping in the ring. A generation of extraordinary master and apprentice fell in this way. Swish. A beam of auspicious light shone on Chen Mo. The extreme comfort made him shiver. I feel a sense of protection from a mysterious force. His realm inexplicably broke through 2 stars and reached the 8th star of the Royal Saint, main world. Good boy, the Heavenly Tao is preparing to change the protagonist. Shugo didn't expect that this side of the Heavenly Tao would play so many tricks. It's mainly about an alternative, right? But unfortunately, Tian Dao, your decision is undoubtedly seeking death. Sure enough, not long after, the world began to turmoil. Our Tian Dao is attacking. Shugo smiled, seeing his profits rising wildly. He couldn't stop smiling. Shugo made a profit of 15 million just after killing Yang Tianyi, and he made another 10 million by killing Yao Chen, the Golden Finger. Taking into account all the previous things, the total profit was 56.5 million. We can squeeze out a little more oil. Now his investment talent is at the level of Yushing 8 stars, and has not yet broken through to Yudi Dai in the world of beast control. The turmoil in heaven and earth lasted for a whole day before they finally calmed down. This made the creatures in this world breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the sky didn't fall, what they don't know is that the way of heaven in this world has been swallowed up and replaced. However, Shugo has not yet completely mastered this world, so he has not obtained management rights. Another day was spent, which was 2 years in the beast taming world. Chen Mo finally broke through to the Imperial Emperor, allowing Shugo to profit the last 1.5 million and squeeze out all the profits. This world has come to an end. Chapter 273, Purchase a Level 2 World. Shugo opened his investment interface and admired it. Investor, Shugo, investment grade, 2-star strength, 1-star investment point, 61.928 million, investment world, none, chance to draw a world, 0 times, profit, 66.302 million, worlds conquered, fighting soul world, beast taming world, I got rich overnight, it feels so good to get it for free. It took less than half a month to clear the entire beast taming world. As this world was cleared, other students who participated in the referendum also received news that the referendum had ended and now this beast taming world belongs to Chu Ji's private management world. It's so cool to get a second level world in school for free, please give me more benefits like this. When he arrived at the classroom the next day, all the classmates looked at Shugo in shock. There's no way. He did such an outstanding job that it's impossible not to stand out. I didn't expect you to actually pass the level. You're really formidable. Su Jiajiao praised. Although he was surprised, he was not too shocked. Chu Ji's deeds were not very rare. Almost every year, the school would produce many talents who could conquer the world. Now that this world has been conquered by you, you can only watch helplessly for the remaining half-month or so. The school distributes world resources on a monthly basis. Su Jiajiao said to Chu Gu. So, there's nothing to do for the next half-month? That's understandable, but with your current wealth, isn't it more than enough to buy global investments yourself? Su Jiajiao nodded. Then can you not come to school? Come back next month. Chu Gu asked tentatively. What are you thinking about? You still have to study. I'll use the remaining time to summarize your experience with this referendum, and I'll also let you, as a veteran, share your analysis. Su Jiajiao glanced at Chu Gu. Ahem, okay, I'd like to take 3 days off. Su Jiajiao was a little surprised. She thought that asking for leave at this time was probably because he wanted to find Tian Dao to practice. TSK, I really envy these second generations because they are rich. Okay, I approve. Su Jiajiao had no reason to refuse, so she agreed. Thank you, Mr. Su. I'll be leaving now. By the way, today doesn't count. My vacation starts tomorrow. After getting the consent, Shugo ran away without giving Su Jiajiao any chance to refuse. After returning home, Shugo immediately communicated with the Heavenly Tao and came to the chaotic space. This time I am rich and ready to play big. Please select the time ratio you want to adjust, 1 to 1000 years. Please select a time for cultivation. 3 days. Since your strength is at or below the 3-star level, the cost this time is 10 million investment points per day. Standing for training, in an instant, Chu Ji's consciousness fell into deep sleep. Tian Dao took over this body and began to practice on the AFK. 3 days passed in a flash. When the time came, Shugo was kicked out of the Heavenly Tao space again and returned to the real world. Feeling the surging power in his body, Shugo felt that he could destroy the world. Check out the strength panel. Investment point, 31.928 million strength, 3-star peak. Why is it only at the peak of 3 stars? Shugo was a little surprised. This is the result of 3,000 years of steady practice, 3,000 years to reach the peak of 3 stars? The power in my body feels like it could destroy the heavens and the earth, which means the power system of this world is quite strong. Shugo clenched his fists. This was the only explanation at the moment. I want to test my strength. Is there a suitable venue? Could he just randomly bombard here? He didn't want to die. He was only 3 stars, and there might be many 9-star experts in this world. With this strength, it would be easy to crush the Emperor of Control to death. Shugo made a comparison with his investor Chen Mo. There are still over 30 million investment points, and the school will release the resources in half a month. During this time, I can buy a world investment to make a profit. After all, I am not one of those second-generation rich people. I still have to earn my own money. Shugo muttered to himself, opened the Tiandao Mall and found the world option. World, level 1 world extraction, 1 million investment points, level 2 world extraction, 10 million investment points, level 3 world extraction, 100 million investment points. Wow, that's really expensive. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it and can only rely on the free resources provided by the school to get through the early stages. IT would be easier if you grow up. If you can't grow up, you will be eliminated by this world. Without investment points, there is no opportunity to invest in the world. Once you graduate, you will lose your support, unless your family can buy you world-class investments like those second-generation people. Investment point, 21.928 million. Spent 10 million to buy a chance to draw from the second-level world extraction. Congratulations on winning the virtual advent world and unfamiliar world. Shugo shook his head. There were so many worlds in the universe, but he only knew a few of them. Trying to find a familiar world from such a huge base was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The first time I encountered it was completely out of luck. Forget it. If you're not familiar with it, then forget it. We have the system anyway. Shugo began to check the information of this world. After some general understanding, this world is actually an online game world, a virtual online game. Damn, this can be a level 2 world? Shugo continued to check. It didn't even have any extraordinary powers, so how could it be selected as a second-level world? With a deeper understanding, I finally understood the reason. It turns out that this world is about to merge with another secondary world, and that world is a magical world. Through virtual online games as a channel, the indigenous souls of this world are guided to descend into the magical world. This will help the natives of this world become familiar with the things of that world, then adopt a slow integration rhythm and let the body in the virtual online game world feed back to the natives of the real world. After the worlds merge, the natives will be able to fully inherit the power in the game. The complexity of this world is far from simple. Juji's eyes flashed with brilliance. According to my experience of reading online novels in my previous life, the reason why that magical world chose to merge with an ordinary world was simply because it encountered a problem and had no choice but to do so. It's probably being invaded by another world. The invading party of the second-level magic world is either a second-level peak world or a third-level world. If it's a level 3 world, the magic world probably can't withstand it. So there's only one truth: the invading world is at the level of a level 2 peak world or below. Only by devouring a level 2 magic world can it be promoted to a level 3 world. Shugo felt that his analysis was correct. If you calculate it this way, you will make a lot of money by investing in this world. 3 worlds, a huge sum of money. Hurry up and find investors. I'm familiar with this routine. We have to find someone who has been reborn. Shugo, who was familiar with the routine, hurriedly started looking for it. Chapter 274, The Special World of Investment Virtual Advent World. In a rental house. A man had a ferocious face and his eyes were closed, as if he was having a nightmare. No. Don't. Lu Ming woke up with a start, looking at the familiar surroundings in a daze, gasping for breath. Not dead? Lu Ming touched his chest in disbelief. Just now, he was pierced through the body by a blow from the demon general. No. That's definitely not a dream. Is this rebirth? Lu Ming, who had recovered from his shock, was overjoyed. I quickly opened my phone and checked the date, May 31st, 2523. As expected, it seems I've truly been reborn. Tomorrow is the public beta of the virtual online game gods, so we need to prepare quickly. Lu Ming was a little anxious. In his previous life, he didn't pay much attention to this virtual online game. After all, he was just an office worker and didn't have time to immerse himself in the world of online games. In order to earn money to buy a house and to get married and have children in the future, I have to devote all my time to work. This resulted in missing the opportunity to change one's destiny. 2 years after the public beta of the virtual online game, Gods made its first gaming performance feedback, and people in the real world realized belatedly that this game was not simple. This change even alarmed national institutions around the world, and a large number of troops began to enter the Gods game. State agencies even spent a lot of money to purchase gaming equipment, recruit high-level players, etc. He also started playing this game at that time, but he was 2 years behind, and the gap was far from catching up with the first-tier players. Then the game Gods was in public beta for 6 years. That is the third time of strength feeding back. A large number of demons descended. Into the real world, burning, killing and looting. With 4 years of development, he survived the first monster invasion. 8 years in public beta, the game is experiencing its 4th round of strength recovery. This time the monster invasion was even more ferocious. Although he survived, he lost an arm. 10 years of public beta, this time there was no real feedback, but rather a fusion of the worlds. Their world was completely integrated into the magical world. It became a continent in the magical world. They also fully inherited all the powers in the gods game. From this year on, the game is no longer a game, but reality. The game system also completely disappeared, and the talent for the game became their own innate skills. Liu Ming also understood the so-called game system, but it was just a guest appearance by Tian Dao. From this moment on, they had no game missions, no dungeons, and no fountain function. Fighting monsters is real. Injuries can only be recovered with magic, and there is no resurrection mechanism after death unless you have the resurrection skill. The disaster also began from this moment. 20 years of public beta, after 10 years of hard work, he finally took root in the magical world. I thought everything would be fine, but I didn't know that this year would be the moment when the real disaster happened. Faint cracks appeared in the sky. Dense numbers of monsters and demons broke into this world. The natives of the magical world were simply unable to resist, and they awakened the sleeping gods through faith. The gods awakened, and one powerful god after another prevented the crisis. But after a few days, a number of demon kings were sent to invade the world. Their strength is comparable to that of the gods. They laugh at the gods' weakness and do not take them seriously at all. It seems that the gods are just clowns in the eyes of the devil. Faced with the ridicule of the devil, the gods could only feel helpless and angry, and only after his subsequent understanding did they know the reason. It turns out that before the magical world merged with the real world, the wizarding world had already been at war with the invading world. That was the twilight of the gods. The wizarding world is no match for the invading world. Finally, at the cost of the deaths of many gods, the invasion channel was temporarily sealed. After that, the magic world prepared to merge with a first level world, hoping to upgrade the world level through fusion. 21 years of public beta. One god after another died at the hands of the demon king, and he also died in battle at the hands of a demon general. Now that I'm reborn, I must seize this opportunity. Liu Ming quickly took out his life savings and bought a virtual gaming console from the official website. A gaming cabinet is worth $500,000. Although you can buy a cheap gaming helmet, it only costs 10,000 yuan each. However, gaming helmets have limitations. Players can only play for 8 hours a day before being forced offline. This is to protect the health of players. The game cabin does not have this limitation. It will be equipped with nutrient solution, and you can lie in it to immerse yourself in the game perfectly. Even if you immerse yourself in the game 24 hours a day, there is no problem. You only need to change the nutrient solution once a week. As the order was placed, staff came to his home in the evening to install the equipment. The staff looked at the rental house where Liu Ming lived and surprised. I thought the buyer had to have some capital, if not be extremely wealthy. After all, a gaming console costs 500,000 yuan. It turned out that the buyer lived in a rental house, but they didn't say anything. Since the other party had the money and was willing to buy it, it was not their turn to make decisions. After installing all the equipment and teaching them how to use the game cabin, they left. Liu Ming looked at the brand new gaming cabin and began to complete the preparations. First, the nutrient solution was installed. A total of 10 were installed. The game cabin has the function of automatically replacing the nutrient solution. The maximum number of scheduled replacements is 10. Glanced at the time. 22:47. There is still more than an hour until midnight. Liu Ming ordered a sumptuous takeout meal. If you want to have a big meal starting from tomorrow, you must improve your strength to a level that satisfies your expectations. There are so many crises in the future that he cannot afford to slack off. 23:57. Liu Ming was lying in the virtual game cabin. The game is loading. The game gods is launched. There are 1 minute and 54 seconds left until the game officially opens. Please select the profession you created. At this time, Liu Ming's consciousness had already arrived in a virtual space. There are 5 professions for career selection: mage, warrior, assassin, priest, tank. In his previous life, he chose a mage as his profession, so he chose that this time as well. After all, he had the advantage of experience, so that had to be considered first. Successful career choice: start extracting talents. Congratulations to the player for awakening the A-level talent strong attack, power attack. Level A increases spell damage by 30%. Seeing this, Liu Ming gave a wry smile. Is this still his talent? This was also the talent he awakened in his previous life. It seems that the awakened talent has nothing to do with external objects, but is related to oneself. I thought I would awaken some amazing talents after my rebirth, so I can only rely on my past life's experience to stay ahead. Want to change your fate? Liu Ming was shocked. This voice was definitely not from the game system. Could it be his cheat code? Who are you? A powerful being from the universe, observing that a catastrophe is about to befall this world, wishes to conduct an experiment. The world. Liu Ming was a little excited. As someone who had read the novel, he naturally understood the meaning. It seemed that as long as he could rely on this big guy, his future would be bright. As for what the experiment is, it is nothing more than a powerful person wanting to test his own supernatural powers. It's okay to be an experimental subject if someone helps me. Senior, just give orders. Liu Ming made up his mind. Zhugu also admired this courage very much. If you are weak, don't think too much. Wait until you have the ability. Good, then I will use this world system to grant you innate skills. Shugu opened the Tiandao Mall to generate products for this world, talents, professional transfer book, skills, weapons, etc. He first clicked on the talent interface. A level talent only requires 100,000 investment points, it's too cheap. Chapter 275, Bug-like existence. Shugu directly spent 300,000 investment points to buy 3 talents for investment, ding. Detected that the host has invested in the A-level talent mana return, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming to the God-level talent unlimited firepower. Ding. Detected that the host has invested in the A-level talent Book of Killing, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming to the God-level talent Infinite Plunder. Ding. Detected that the host has invested in the A-level talent War Fervor, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification and transformation to the God-level talent Infinite Life. Unlimited firepower, God-level mana consumption is reduced by 100%, skill cooldown is reduced by 100%, spells are cast instantly without any delay, and skill damage is increased by 100%, infinite plunder, God-level each unit killed provides 1 attribute value, with no upper limit. Infinite health, God-level health is increased tenfold, and mana is synchronized with health. Every time health drops by 1%, all attributes increase by 10%. When health drops to 1%, a health lock is triggered, granting immortality for 1 hour with no cooldown. During the health lock, 100% lifesteal is provided. Virtual Advent World. Liu Ming's jaw dropped when he saw the 3 god-level talents that suddenly appeared. Powerful, so strong, is this a talent that humans can possess? Thank you, senior. Liu Ming said gratefully, well, behave well, and I will come to you when the time is right, yes. Shuga severed the mental connection. With these 3 talents, I believe Liu Ming can walk sideways in the game world. No other investments are needed for the time being. We will find the right solution when he encounters any problems. Shuga decided to adopt a free-range model. This is the advantage of investing. You basically don't have to worry about anything. Just feed it once in a while and you can reap rich returns. After dealing with matters in the investment world, Zhu Ji's life returned to normal. I chat with seniors in the chat group every day, hang out with the second generation at school, and take time to check out the progress of the investment world when I'm bored. The game is officially launched. You have landed in Novice Village number 888. I wish you a happy game. Liu Ming frowned as he looked at the crowded Novice Village. It's too crowded. Is the game god so popular right after it was launched? This is normal. As the first 100% fully stealth virtual game, it has attracted much attention. All the major investors are eager to get a piece of this pie. This game is based on real name registration, meaning the game name is your real name, and your appearance in the game is your appearance in the real world. Many people are unhappy about this. If you offend someone in the game, it is easy to be retaliated against in the real world, and there is no player privacy at all. What's more, many people insulted the authorities on the official website and demanded the cancellation of the real name system. Even if it is not abolished, they cannot use their original appearance, but the authorities don't care at all. If you want to play, play for fun. If not, get out. The officials' indifference made these players furious, and they even threatened that if they played gods in the future, they would jump from the 23rd floor. Some people even joked online, what have the gods done to you? It can be said that the rhythm is constant. At this time, Liu Ming had hurriedly left the Novice Village and started his journey of killing monsters and leveling up. Because of the 3 god-level talents, Liu Ming went straight to the Novice Village boss's territory. Without any panic, I'm locking my blood. What am I afraid of? As for the reason for being so urgent, it is naturally because the first kill of the boss provides very precious reputation points and guild tokens, etc. There are many benefits. Secondly, the boss of this Novice Village has a special ability, which is his goal. The boss of Novice Village number 888 is a level 30 elite boss named Windwolf. The health volume is as high as 3 million. In the previous life, he was a powerful gang that led more than 3,000 people and fought for 8 hours before killing this GUI.AS. For why you don't raise your level first before challenging. That's because this boss can summon wolf cubs, which are rare mobile experience babies, and it is also the important reason why he rushed here in the first place. Instead of competing with those guys in the Novice Village for some weak, low-level monsters with low experience points, it is better to come here and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Human, you've overstepped your bounds. The Wind Wolf was very unhappy to be disturbed, and looked at the very weak Liu Ming in front of him with disdain. How dare such a weak person to mess with me? He is simply seeking death. In an instant, 20 level 30 elite wolves were summoned to attack Liu Ming. Weak humans are not worthy of it taking action personally. Hey, good job. Liu Ming's eyes lit up. It was indeed the right decision to come here. It had an infinite experience library. Fireball. 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 The mage's initial skills are directly transformed into normal attacks. The fireballs that are released instantly without any cooldown or after swing are transformed into lasers. 10*99-10*99. The staff in Liu Ming's hand turned into a laser weapon. Although I was hurt by scraping, I scraped quickly. It's like scraping your flesh and blood apart. Upgrade. Rays of white light continued to appear on Liu Ming's body. As the level increases, the damage also increases. The scraping hurts even more. The Wind Wolf was stunned. What was going on? The human in front of him was simply too outrageous. Is this still a mage? If human mages used their skills like this, these monsters would have no chance and would have been slaughtered long ago. So what if it's outrageous? Your body is weak and it's an indisputable fact. One blow from you and you'll die. The Gale wolf snorted coldly. Under its gaze, 5 or 6 wolf cubs approached Lu Ming and began to bite his body. With just one strike, Lu Ming's health dropped by 1 point. The talent is triggered and the health is locked immediately. I feel my body is filled with infinite power. Lu Ming roared excitedly. The HP is reduced, and all attributes are increased by 9.9 times. The damage soared again. After a few fireballs, his health was restored to full, but even though the blood is full, the gain buff is still there and will last for an hour and will not end just because the blood is restored to full. Just like that, Lu Ming's health plummeted after being attacked, and after a few fireballs, it was full again. Damn it! I don't believe I can't kill a weak human like you. The Wind Wolf didn't believe it. It felt that the other party must have an upper limit and a limit, otherwise it would be too buggy. There is no way such a bug can exist in this world. Groups of elite wolves were summoned. Lu Ming in the distance couldn't stop smiling. Summon more experience, babies. I haven't killed enough, and I need to stack attribute points. The more monsters the better. As monsters died one after another, his free attribute points grew rapidly. Lu Ming immediately added all his attribute points to spell. Strength.as for why it is not evenly distributed. Monster spawning efficiency is the most important factor at the moment. The faster you brush, the more attribute points you will get. An hour passed. His level was raised to 30. If you want to continue upgrading, you have to change your job. Player: Lu Ming. Occupation: Mage. Level 30. Capped: HP 20000, MP 20000. Magic power: 40 plus, 3765. Attack power: 10. Spiritual power: 35. Constitution: 20. Defense: 5. Agility: 10. Free attribute points: 0. Physical damage is linked to attack power. If external factors such as defense are excluded, the damage caused is 10 times the attack power. Spell damage is linked to spell power and mental strength, and the principle is the same. As for why it is linked to mental power, it is because the damage of some skills is related to mental power. Generally, mental strength is linked to mana, and mana is 100 times greater than mental power. Health is 100 times the physical strength. Chapter 276, Forced Invincibility. After fighting for an hour, the Wind Wolf was already numb. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Ming was no longer one of disdain, but of horror. Monster! Get out of my house, you monster! Wind Wolf said in horror. It no longer wants to fight. An hour has passed, and the damage caused by the opponent cannot be underestimated. It's no longer scraping, it's a fatal injury. Now, if Lu Ming wants to kill him instantly, he doesn't even need to trigger the bloodlocking and amplifying buff. Laser Fireball is no joke. 0.99 damage per second can penetrate it. No, I haven't brushed enough yet. Hurry up and let my little brother out. Lu Ming shook his head. He didn't want to miss such a place to gain attribute points. Not every boss can summon minions infinitely. The monsters in the novice village have refresh times, and you have to wait 24 hours for them to refresh after you kill them. It's not as good as this place. You don't have to run around to find the map. No. Get out of my cave. The Wind Wolf refused, saying, doesn't it have any dignity? It's already a great kindness of mine to let you go. What did you say? Lu Ming's eyes showed ferocity, and he dared to refuse. It seems that you won't cooperate unless you suffer a little. Fireball. 3154*99. All of a sudden, the Wind Wolf's health dropped by nearly 300,000. Roar. The extreme pain made it roar. A claw slapped towards Lu Ming. The health point of 20,000 dropped to 1 point in an instant. Bloodlock triggered. Fireball. 312246*80. Afraid of killing it with one blow, Lu Ming controlled his strength. Ouch. The Wind Wolf collapsed instantly, looking at Lu Ming not far away with a look of horror in his eyes. Monster, I'm not a monster, you are the monster. Lu Ming walked forward slowly and started hitting with his staff. 1-1. I'll make you disobedient if I tell you not to. Hurry up and be quick. Do you want to get beaten up yourself or let your little brothers share your pain? While striking, Lu Ming would always fire a fireball to lower the opponent's health. Stop fighting. Can't I just summon you? Seeing that its health was about to run out, the Wind Wolf panicked, as it didn't want to die yet. After all, it is not an NPC, but a monster with flesh and blood. This young man is teachable. Lu Ming stroked its fur with satisfaction. The Wind Wolf did not dare to resist and continued to summon its minions to be slaughtered by Lu Ming as requested. Lu Ming happily killed monsters. This continued for another 8 hours. Wind Wolf no longer summons minions. Lu Ming turned around and looked at it. Brother, it's not that I don't want to summon, but my magic power has run out. Wind Wolf explained, I'm not a monster like you, with endless magic power, like a bottomless pit. Lu Ming was lost in thought. His magic power was running low. Kill him? No, it would be a pity to kill him. After killing it, where can I find a place to gain attribute points? Just keep it for now and kill it when you find a replacement. Anyway, the game has just been launched, and it will take other players at least more than a month to defeat the boss. So the Wind Wolf is safe for the time being. Oh, then you take a rest. I'll come see you tomorrow. Lu Ming decided to learn the mage skills first and then change his job, and do some hidden tasks by the way. A hint of joy flashed in Wind Wolf's eyes, but he quickly hid it and said calmly, okay, big brother. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Lu Ming glanced at him. How could he not guess this little thought? Run. Anyway, before the end of the novice period, the boss of the novice village has rules that restrict you from leaving too far. If I catch you tomorrow, I'll give you a beating. After being beaten a few times, he didn't dare to run away. Liu Ming said nothing more and left for the novice village to complete the mission. After waiting for an hour to confirm that Lu Ming had really left, the Wind Wolf hurriedly left the cave and ran towards other places. There are monsters in this place and I can't stay here. If I go to another place, I can be a hero again. In the novice village, relying on the revelations from his previous life and various experiences, Lu Ming completed many hidden tasks and also obtained the SSS level mage job transfer book he wanted, Forbidden Mage. After completing a series of job transfer tasks, he used this job transfer book. Congratulations to the player for changing his job to the hidden profession, Forbidden Mage. Since you are the first player to change your job, you are awarded the title of Pioneer. Reward reputation 10,000. A golden treasure chest. Pioneer, title. All attributes increased by 10%. After taking a look at the reward content, Lu Ming lost interest. He thought the improvement was just average anyway. For him who can earn attribute points, this improvement is insignificant. Open the golden treasure chest and get a wizard staff. Weapon, explosive staff, level, gold, magic weapon, plus 100, spiritual power, plus 200, effect, increases damage of explosion magic by 30%. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Another show off. He looked down on him. He had already changed his job to a forbidden mage. All his skills had become forbidden magic. What the hell was explosion magic? He was not familiar with it. Don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid of misunderstandings about the forbidden magic. The forbidden mage was tailor-made for him. Others might worry about MP issues, but he didn't have to worry about it at all. The Sky Meteor, forbidden spell, consumes 10% 100% of the maximum mana, summons meteors to indiscriminately attack the casting range, causing true damage of 1000% spell strength plus 500% mental strength. The range is determined by the casting mana. Death Star, forbidden spell, consumes 50% 100% of maximum mana, summons a Death Star that indiscriminately pulls and crushes surrounding targets, causing true damage of 2000% spell strength plus 1000% mental strength. The attack range is determined by the casting mana. There are countless forbidden spell skills, and the casting conditions are all percentages of the maximum mana. Moreover, forbidden spells deal real damage, so high defense is useless and can simply ignore defense. If someone else changes to a forbidden magician, they can only cast 10 spells at a time, and the forbidden magic has a slow prelude and a long cooldown time. It is easy to interrupt the casting of spells and then be attacked by someone at close range, but Lu Ming does not have this disadvantage at all. No consumption, no cooldown, no after swing, and instant. Very good, invincible. Lu Ming was very happy. He became invincible on the first day of the game's launch. He was looking forward to the arrival of those demon kings 21 years later. You like to kill gods, right? I will also slaughter you demons. Looking at the series of forbidden spells that have not yet been unlocked by the taboo mage, I feel very hungry. After all, he is only level 30 now, and some skill unlocking conditions are linked to his leveling up. While the others were offline for lunch, he slaughtered all the remaining monsters in the novice village. Anyway, if you don't use it to brush it, it will be refreshed tomorrow, so you might as well use it to brush its attributes. After killing the monsters, Lu Ming had nothing to do, so he had to log off. Today's growth has exceeded his expectations. There is no need to work so hard in the future. Other opportunities should be left to other players. I am invincible, so there is no need to steal other people's things. From now on, I can just go online and find the Wind Wolf to gain attribute points. Lu Ming muttered to himself and disappeared into the virtual world. After he went offline, the players in the novice village number 888 who came online after dinner were stunned to see the bare jungle area. What's strange? Chapter 277, Humiliated Gods. Time flies. Zhuge spent a week carefree. It is very satisfying to see the continuous profits brought by the investment world. The investment protagonist was really happy. Except for intervening at the beginning, he never contacted Lu Ming again. In a few days, the investment world should be almost cleared. Zhuge stretched, watching the busy crowd boredly. During this period, everyone in the class had nothing to do and could only rely on their families to buy a world investment to practice. Nice. Finally made a profit of tens of millions. A voice came from the side. Hey, I'm almost there too. I broke through 10 million in profit last night, and now I'm also a 2-star investor. Damn, I thought I was the only one here, but I didn't expect you guys were too. Yi Baoji said in surprise. I've invested over 20 million points in total, and earned 10 million in profit. It's a guaranteed profit. Dai Jiantao did some calculations. Zhu Ji's mouth twitched when he heard this. Wow, he lost more than 10 million and still made a profit. What about you, Zhuge? During this period, you should have also purchased a second-level world investment, right? Several people asked. Me? I'm already a Samsung investor. Zhuge glanced at the data panel and said. Holy crap. No way. You've made tens of millions in profit again. The three were shocked. It was just luck. My investment was in the protagonist, so I'm just being hands-off. I estimate that the world will be almost cleared in about a week. Chuga said lightly. The three were speechless. What kind of luck was this? Why was it that every time they either invested next to the protagonist or invested in the protagonist himself? So envious. Brother, what do you usually eat? Eat, what else? Chuga was speechless. Be more specific. It depends on your appetite. Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll eat whatever you eat. This way, at least some of your luck will be shared with me. Me too. Chuga no longer paid attention to the people who were chatting. Virtual Advent World. 14 years passed, the two worlds have already merged. During this period, the monster invasions that continued to appear were all suppressed by Lu Ming alone, and he is rightfully regarded by everyone as the savior of all mankind. Countless eyes and hopes were placed on him, hoping that when humans encountered disasters in the future, Lu Ming would be able to save and protect them as usual. Lu Ming really didn't like this feeling. After his rebirth, he only wanted to resolve the invasion disaster and live a peaceful life, instead of being forced to shoulder the responsibility of protecting all of humanity as is the case today. He protects the world because he himself lives in this world. If this world is destroyed, he will also suffer. He doesn't want to be the babysitter of all mankind, nor does he want to be bound by the shackles of saints who have the responsibility to shoulder greater responsibilities with greater abilities. Even though he had been disgusted by his own people over the years, as they were of the same race, he still led them to take root in the magical world with his presence. Other forces in the magical world dare not provoke them, they still have to give Lu Ming face. This guy is really too abnormal, he is simply invincible. In more than 10 years, which powerful person from which force has not been abused by him? Anyone who has fought with him calls him a pervert. Looking at the boundless starry sky, Lu Ming took a deep breath, left the human gathering place and headed towards his destination. It's time to leave. Anyway, I have trained a group of strong people over the years, and have left a foundation for mankind. As for saying goodbye to all of humanity, are you kidding? If they knew he was going to leave, they would definitely try their best to stop him, and would keep trying to persuade him. It would be so annoying that they would die. In 6 years, the full-scale invasion will begin. Go and ask the gods for the method to become a god. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. He is powerful, but his lifespan is still that of a mortal, so it is necessary for him to transform into a divine body. Secondly, skills performed with divine power are expected to significantly increase damage. A powerful magic power burst out, breaking through the void and flying towards the divine realm above this world. A series of divine shackles prevented him from entering. The divine realm does not tolerate mortals encroaching upon it. Humph, gods are just stronger mortals. I am stronger than gods. If gods go, I can go too. With brute force of his physical body, he broke through layer upon layer of divine shackles and entered the divine realm. For a moment, the gods were awakened. He frowned as he looked at Lu Ming, who was ascending. A mere mortal dares to defy the laws of the gods. They all attacked together, trying to suppress Lu Ming. A hypocritical god, are you worthy of our faith? In the hands of the devil, you are like pigs and dogs being slaughtered at will. Why don't you abdicate and let me ascend to the throne? Lu Ming sneered. Before his death in his previous life, he had witnessed the hypocrisy of the gods. Although not all gods are like this, in this turbid world, innocence is a sin. Mortal, stop overstepping your bounds. Then let's have a fight. Beat you until you surrender. Lu Ming said no more. Powerful strength was the root of his arrogance. Countless forbidden spells and magic indiscriminately attacked the gods. The gods looked at them with disdain, wondering what harm could be done by forbidden spells driven by mortal mana. The boom. Countless forbidden spells and magic made the divine world panic. The horrific damage terrified the gods. This the damage a mortal can inflict. Facing the screams of the gods, Lu Ming did not stop, continued to launch forbidden spells to attack indiscriminately. This perpetual motion machine looked so scary that the gods fled away. Want to leave? Forbidden spell. God's boundary. Prisoner. Layer upon layer of barriers tightly enveloped the divine realm, preventing any god from escaping. You may break one layer, then I will directly launch 99 forbidden spells to imprison you at once. The gods were shocked and hateful. What shocked him was Lu Ming's abnormal strength, and what he hated was his own incompetence. As a god, he was actually ridden on and shit on by mortals. Say it again, surrender or die. Lu Ming summoned a huge Death Star to pull the gods. They felt their health decreasing with every passing second. Under pressure from Lu Ming's invincible strength, the gods finally surrendered. This result was also within Lu Ming's expectations. These gods were all bullies who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Give me half of each of your divine spirits. What? Half? The gods were furious. Taking away their divinity would be like asking for their lives. Why, you don't want to? Then I'll just have to kill you to get a complete copy. Lu Ming sneered. Faced with the threat, the gods chose to surrender. Although handing over half of their strength would greatly reduce, if they lost their lives, they would really lose everything. And the power to make a copy for me. You. Don't go too far. The gods were furious. Not only did they take away their divine status, but they also wanted their power, which was the foundation of their becoming gods. These are unique abilities condensed from one's own step-by-step cultivation to become a god, and they are unique to this family. Seeing this, Lu Ming summoned another Death Star. Give. We'll give. The gods chose to endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Sooner or later, they will get their share of the debt. Chapter 278, World Invasion begins. After getting what he wanted, Lu Ming drove them back to his own kingdom. He occupied the key area of the divine realm and began to condense his own divinity, with the divinity of the gods as nourishment. The condensation process was very smooth, and by combining so many divine personalities, his divinity was superior to all the gods from the start. Lu Ming was very satisfied. Being on the same level as the gods was simply lowering his status. The next step is to absorb and integrate the authority of those gods. Every additional authority means an additional ability, so he would naturally not miss such a good thing. With the foundation of the god's authority, he will also condense the authority that belongs to his own path to becoming a god. Time flies by. A few days after Lu Ming left, others also noticed something unusual. After searching for a while without any results, they gave up. But in order not to cause panic, the top management concealed the news. But the truth will eventually come out. After everyone knew that Lu Ming had disappeared, the human base was in turmoil. Some even went so far as to directly curse Lu Ming as a despicable villain and a coward. He must have abandoned them and escaped. Those who are righteous have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous have few supporters. And no matter how much people valued him in the past, they now criticize him so harshly. Although there were a few people who spoke well of Lu Ming, they were completely drowned out by the general trend to in human territory. Damn it, what a bunch of ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for Brother Lu, they wouldn't be alive today. Heh, you know how hypocritical these guys are. That's just how humans are. Why did it become like this? Where did Brother Lu go? A dozen people gathered together. These people have been trained by Lu Ming since the early days of the game. Their strength is at the top of the human race, and their talents are all SSS level. What now? Why don't we just leave? These people aren't worth protecting at all. They've been using false respect to keep us under wraps all these years. They only need to pretend to say, "You are all heroes of all mankind," and then they can drive us to help them solve various problems with a clear conscience. I have had enough. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. After all, this is the reality. If they didn't consider that we are all creatures of the same world, they would not protect these ungrateful people. I don't care. This time I'm determined to leave. The world is so big, there's no place I can't go. Why should I be bound here? I'm going to continue following Brother Lu's footsteps. A man left the room after saying this. I'm leaving too. Without Brother Lu to lead me, I wouldn't be who I am now. These guys actually cursed Brother Lu so much and even offered him their ass. Another person rushed out the door. Others also left one after another. No one wanted to stay in such a terrible place. Everyone had a good relationship with Lu Ming, so in the end no one stayed. After a few days, other high-ranking human leaders discovered that their top combat forces had run away, and they panicked. To survive in this world, strength is the foundation. Without the protection of top combat power, what awaits you is endless oppression. One by one, the strong men whom they regarded as human heroes abandoned them. Everyone started to panic. These damned beasts. We respected them so much, raised them so well, and let them eat our food and use our things, yet they actually did such a treacherous thing. Sure enough, he's the same bird as that Lu Ming guy. Goodbye. We can survive just fine without you. Time flies. Lu Ming went to the divine realm and never appeared again, and the people he trained left the human base. As the news reached other forces, they were all shocked and confused. Was it intentional or accidental? Is it a trick? Or is it real? Could it be a sting operation, luring them in to invade and then suddenly attacking them to blackmail them? All the major forces are undecided and are prepared to wait and see. After a few months, he no longer hesitated after discovering that powerful humans from that world had appeared all over the world. The news is true. Swallow them, the humans of the other world, or become prisoners of our world. Recruit the strong and oppress the weak. All the major forces showed cruel smiles. As the natives of this world, they are ultimately xenophobic. If it weren't for the protection of strong people like Lu Ming, it would have been swallowed up as soon as the world was merged. The same was true in the previous life, but the real world in the previous life had already been almost destroyed by monsters. After the world merged, there were not many people left. After being incorporated, they had no sense of collective belonging. Everyone was integrated into the major forces, which is why things like this did not happen today. The news of the invasion of the human base naturally reached the ears of several people who were once human heroes, but they didn't care much about it. They just let it be invaded. After all, they are all human beings, and their life, death, and experiences are none of their business. They did it all themselves. Another 6 years passed. In a flash, the world invasion also broke out in full swing. Space cracks tore through the sky. Countless demon soldiers rushed out from it, accompanied by various powerful monsters. For a moment, the whole world turned into purgatory. Lu Ming in the divine realm slowly stood up. Is it finally here? 6 years, a full 6 years of waiting. In the first year, he became a god and consolidated his authority. His authority is over all creation. With this authority, he kills monsters every day. That's right, create your own. Although he no longer had a data panel, he could still feel his strength slowly improving. After a few years of practice, he found that his strength had reached its limit. No matter how I brushed it afterwards, it was useless. Lu Ming had previously guessed. that it was due to world restrictions. If the world doesn't break through, his ceiling is there. After asking Chugo, the guess was verified. That's right, the moment his strength was stuck, he asked Chugo for advice. As a 3-star peak strength, Chugo could naturally see his strength at a glance. It has exceeded the upper limit of the second level world and reached the level of the third level world. My senior said that my strength has surpassed my own world. If I improve further, the world may not be able to bear it, so I limit myself, Lu Ming murmured. Secondly, we learned that the invading party's world level was only the peak of the second world, so there was no suspense in this battle. Follow me to the battle. Lu Ming gave orders. Under his training over the years, the gods basically dared not have any evil thoughts. There is no way, there is no strength to resist, and they saw the hope of revenge in Lu Ming, and each of them sincerely worshipped Lu Ming as the king of gods. For a moment, the divine world sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Lu Ming even crossed the world channel alone and arrived at another world. Here he has no more restrictions, countless divine forbidden spells indiscriminately. Strike every corner of the world. No living being can withstand the attack from beyond this world, it can actually be improved. Lu Ming discovered that his strength was constantly growing by killing the creatures in this world, but this world began to become turbulent. It seems that he can't bear the pressure. Chapter 279, huge profit of 154 million. But Lu Ming didn't care, it wasn't his world anyway. So he continued his killing spree. Lu Ming will not be kind to these monsters and demons. Forbidden spell. All things in the universe destroy the world. Buzz. Countless pillars of light shot up into the sky and descended upon the earth. Boom. Waves of light tear through all matter, screams were heard everywhere, and everything was destroyed by the blow. Even the powerful demon king is no match for him. They couldn't figure it out until their death. This world was obviously weaker than theirs, and they used to kill gods like chickens and dogs, so why did such a variable appear? Accompanied by the destruction of many lives, this world was also forced to start taking advantage of the home field, that is the way of heaven himself taking action. The body of a demon king was taken over by Tian Dao, and the rest of the creatures were forced to perform blood sacrifices by Tian Dao to enhance the strength of this body. The atmosphere of terror continued to grow. Lu Ming in the distance narrowed his eyes slightly, just raising his hand. Countless forbidden spells struck. I don't want to wait for you to complete your transformation. I'll kill you while you're sick. The heavenly Dao did not expect Lu Ming to be so shameless. His blood sacrifice was interrupted, so he could only use the power of the heavenly Dao to elevate this body. Come on. Let's see which one will die faster, me or the world. Lu Ming went completely crazy and transformed into a humanoid self-propelled forbidden spell turret. The whole world was in turmoil, and spatial cracks began to appear in the sky. The earth cracked and was swallowed by nothingness. All living beings wailed everywhere. The heavenly Dao ignored it. If the root of Lu Ming's problem is not solved, the world will never be at peace. With the home advantage, Lu Ming was quickly suppressed, but he did not give up his forbidden spell attack. As time went on, Tian Dao became obviously anxious. Lu Ming also seemed to have sensed something. It was stable. I don't know how much time has passed, this world completely collapsed. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He quickly shook off the entanglement of the heavenly Dao and began to slip away. The heavenly Dao was furious. Since the outcome was irreversible, he had to take someone with him to die with him. Closed the door and released the heavenly Dao. Lu Ming immediately communicated with the heavenly Dao of his own world. Tian Dao only realized that he had fallen into a trap after entering the magical world. This human being is so despicable. In the end, Lu Ming used the Tian Dao of the magic world to kill the Tian Dao who invaded the world. The way of the magic world began to devour the invading world. Although that world was collapsing, the purpose of devouring was to shatter everything and turn it into the origin of the world for absorption. It doesn't matter whether it collapses or not. Tian Dao of the magical world was also confused as to why such a capable person appeared in his own world with his own background. He should not be able to cultivate someone as strong as Lu Ming. If you can't figure it out, just forget about it. What's important is to eat. After devouring a world, the magic world also began to rise. Tian Dao was overjoyed and was determined to reward Lu Ming well after returning. Soon after, the heavenly Dao was successfully promoted, and the world was also successfully promoted. Before Tian Dao could be happy for too long, a powerful force of Tian Dao locked onto it. That's right. The heavenly Dao of Chu Ji's world took action. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The goo has been cultivated and it is time to harvest it. Just like that, it, which had just been promoted to the third level of the heavenly Dao, was ruthlessly treated as a leak. Chu Gu also officially passed through this world. Chu Gu was very happy after looking at the profit this time. Apart from the 10 million spent on purchasing the world, the total investment was only 300,000. The profit it can bring is 154 million. The invasion world is a second level peak world, which has brought in a profit of 100 million. The magic world is considered a second level medium world, with a profit of 48 million. The rest is the millions of profits brought by Lu Ming's first level world. Investor, Chu Go, investment grade, Samsung strength, 3-star peak investment point, 175.628 million. Investment world, none, chance to draw a world, 0 times, profit, 220.302 million. Conquered worlds, fighting soul world, beast taming world, virtual advent world. If you have money, you naturally have to spend it, but don't worry, the new January is about to begin, and it's not too late to ask for leave after you get the investment world. The next day. As soon as Chu Go arrived at school, Su Jiaojiao called him out alone. This made him confused. Did she know that I needed to take a leave? I called you out to tell you something. Su Jiaojiao opened her red lips slightly. What is it? The new freshman competition will be held in 3 days. After careful consideration, the school has decided that you will participate. Su Jiaojiao said. Freshman competition? What competition? What exactly is it? Shugo asked in confusion. The so-called freshman competition is that all colleges and universities jointly fund the purchase of the world, and then each college sends a freshman to participate in the referendum. The final profit ranking of the referendum is also related to the reputation of each institution, which is used for comparison and to enhance the reputation of one's own institution. Su Jiaojiao explained. Then why did the school choose me? Considering many factors, to be more specific, most of the people in Class A are not short of money, and you cleared the second-level world in the first month of the referendum, which means you have a good vision. This is why we chose you. Compared with other second-generation candidates, no matter you won the first referendum by luck or you really have the ability, choosing you is better than choosing others. As for other classes, let me be realistic. Sometimes money is more important than talent. Without investment of resources, it is difficult to get started. Su Jiaojiao's tone was sour when she said the last sentence. If I participate in the freshman competition, can I still participate in the class referendum this month? Shu Gu asked. Of course not. Don't try to do two things at once. This is a competition that represents the reputation of the academy. Just focus on dealing with the investment world.as compensation. The school will give you 10 million investment points as startup capital so that you can participate in the freshman competition. During the competition, you will also be given a day off and don't have to come to school. As long as you rank high in the freshman competition, the school will not treat you unfairly, and will also call you back for other competitions in the future. Su Jiaojiao instructed. Okay, Shu Gu agreed. Even if he could earn less, the referendum world purchased with joint funds from all the major universities would definitely not be too low in level. Such a world is enough for me to make huge profits. After all, at this stage, I can't buy a high-level world, and even if I can't afford it. Since you agreed, I'll give you this world card. Crush it and it will automatically bind to your investment identity. You'll also gain world referendum eligibility. Once the referendum begins, you can invest. Also, since there are only 3 days left, I'll give you a day off from now on. Go back and rest up and get back into shape. Su Jiaojiao handed an energy card to Chu Gu. I see. By the way, what about my 10 million? Chu Gu asked for money. Su Jiaojiao's mouth twitched. It's not like I won't give it to you, here. He handed Chu Gu another funding card. The principle is the same as the world card. After crushing it, you can get 10 million investment points. Chapter 280, Discipleship Return System. Thank you for the reward from the school. I will work hard. Chu Gu took it with satisfaction. What could be more comfortable than getting something for free? You kid, go away, go back now, don't be an eyesore here. Su Jiaojiao laughed angrily. Chu Gu didn't stay for long. It's good to have a vacation, and it's a paid vacation at that. How great, the first thing I did when I got home was to crush the 2 cards. You get 10 million investment points. You have participated in the 123rd Freshman Joint Competition. The institution you represent is North China University. You have obtained the Referendum World Qualification. The referendum is expected to open at 2:28 p.m. 3 days later. There are still more than 3 days left, so let's practice first. When you have money, you naturally want to improve your strength, communicate with the way of heaven and enter the chaotic space. Please select the time ratio. 1 to 1000 years. Please select a time for cultivation. 3 days. Since your strength is at 6 stars or below, the daily investment point cost is 20 million, and the total cost this time is 60 million investment points. Chu Gu understood. If it was only twice as expensive as the previous stage, then it was acceptable. As the fees were deducted, Tian Dao began to accept money and do the work, taking over Chu Ji's body. 3 days passed in a flash. At that time, Chu Gu was kicked out of the Tian Dao space again. Oh my god, why do I always get kicked out like this? I'm a customer after all. Chu Gu was very dissatisfied with Tian Dao's way of driving him away. Investment point, 125.628 million strength, 5-star 3000 years to only improve by a little over 1 star? What kind of cultivation method did the heavenly Dao use to circulate for me? Because he was practicing on behalf of someone else, Chu Gu had no idea what was happening during the practice. I don't know what kind of martial arts I'm practicing, but my strength does increase a lot after each practice. It's just that the improvement to this level is too slow. After sensing the power in my body, I stopped thinking about it. I felt that this power could blow up a first-level world with one punch. It's an illusion. For the remaining 10 hours, Chu Gu chose to lie down and eat, drink and have fun. After a long time, Chu Gu received a reminder from heaven. The referendum world you are participating in is now open for investment. Has it started yet? Chu Gu quickly opened the investment world to check. It's actually a level 6 world. The freshman competition is so terrifying. The upper limit of profit in the first level world is 10 million, and the upper limit of profit in the sixth level world is 1 trillion. Zhu Ji's eyes lit up at the opportunity to take off as now. There are over 4,000 participating colleges and universities. That's a lot. If the profits are shared, there won't be much left. We can only take what we can. Anyway, it's much better than the second level world. Shugu began to analyze the world. This is a clan world with numerous clans standing side by side and crisscrossing each other. Moreover, the world is very vast, worthy of being a level 6 world. The vastness is not comparable to the secondary world in this kind of world. Is the main storyline about building up power? Or is it about being an invincible protagonist? Shugu frowned. The main plot of this kind of world is either that the protagonist emerges from a small family and leads the family step by step to become the world's most powerful family. Or you start out as the patriarch of a declining family, then discover a group of lucky children, recruit them for your own use, cultivate them, and eventually build the strongest family. That is to say, in this world, there is a child of destiny, and many children of luck. Shugu figured out the hidden information of the world. It's estimated that the child of destiny can't be found. You can only choose a family to invest in at random. With more than 4,000 colleges and universities interfering with this world, the child of destiny can also turn you into the child of the falling sky. So what if it is destiny? With more than 4,000 variables, even the laws of nature would be confused anyway. No world that is targeted by the main world is safe and sound. Let's take you for example. The Shao family is a protagonist's surname after all. Shugu chose a family binding. The other side, other colleges and universities have also begun to join in and tie up investors. System, which family do you think is most likely to have a child of destiny? After checking the world information, Guyan asked his system, it's all possible. When the host world began to interfere with this world, variables began to occur. Each variable has the potential to become the new child of destiny for this world. That's right, but in the end, the destiny must be me. Guyan said confidently, the host is right. With the assistance of this system, investors will definitely become the new destiny. One person, one system. Bragging about himself. Guyan has accumulated a lot of funds with the help of the system during this period. His system is called the discipleship return system. When he bound the system, he was happy for a long time, but when he thought about the fact that his system function required him to recruit disciples, he felt a little confused. How can I accept a disciple when I am so weak? Faced with Guyan's question, the disciple training return system was speechless. This is not simple. This world can invest in the world. If you can't recruit disciples in the main world, then recruit disciples in the investment world. After being enlightened by the system, Guyan suddenly understood. Then every time he binds investors, he has his own agenda, which is to make investors worship him as their master. This requirement is insignificant to investors, and the masters in the world are excited just thinking about it. With the master-disciple relationship, Guyan can also fully play the role of the system, teaching and giving back to the disciples. The amount his system returns is 1,000 times more. The system also told him that the 1,000-fold increase was only temporary, and it would be able to increase again once its system level was raised to a higher level, not to mention 1,000 times or 10,000 times. It is possible that it will be 1 billion times or even 1 trillion times in the future. Guyan didn't expect that his system was so awesome. With the help of this 1,000-fold return function, he only needs to give cheap items to investors to trigger the 1,000-fold return. You can get items that are amplified 1,000 times. The amplified items are naturally invested in again, but it's a pity that the same item can only trigger a return once. But Guyan was also satisfied. If this system function is used well, it can be a replica with 1,000 times the amplification. Relying on the system functions, he is invincible in the investment world. You only need to invest a few points each time to reap huge profits. His level also increased rapidly, and now he has reached the level of a 3-star investor, and he is so wealthy that he has upgraded his strength to 4 stars. This level 6 world should at least bring me tens of billions in profit, so that my investment level can reach 5 stars. Guyan's eyes lit up. He must seize this rare opportunity. I chose a family I liked and started my own investment. As1 academy after another took the field. The situation in this world became increasingly turbulent. Variables are everywhere. The participation of so many people naturally attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world. Just as it was about to take action to eliminate these variables, it was stopped by the heavenly Tao of the main world and trapped in the heavenly Tao space to drink tea. It's over. You've been targeted by the heavenly Tao of the main world. Chapter 281, Son of Fortune Clan World. Shugu has been bound to Xiaozhan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family. After a conversation, the other party also followed Shu Ji's lead. This world is a cultivation system, and its levels are bodybuilding stage, refining stage, foundation building stage, elixir forming stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transforming stage, return to the void stage, unity of the Tao stage, tribulation crossing stage, and Mahayana stage. The family levels in the clan world are divided into lower class, lower third rate, second rate, first rate, top class, and aristocratic families. The Xiao family is just a third-rate family living in a remote corner. Xiao Zhan's realm is only the third level of Jindan, and the disciples in the family are a mixed bag with mediocre talents. Senior, what should we do now? What you need to do is lead your family to prosperity. There are many children of destiny in this world. All you need to do is discover them and cultivate them. Son of destiny? Xiao Zhan was stunned. The son of luck is the one who carries the world's luck. Luck protects them and brings them endless opportunities. Breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water, and practicing is as easy as walking on flat ground. Xu Gu explained. Is that so? But can my Xiao family have a son of destiny? Xiao Zhan gave a bitter smile. If his family had such a talent, would it still continue to be in such decline? That may not be the case. Everything is possible. You need to discover it. The sons of luck all have an incubation period. They hide very well. Now I will grant you magical powers. Xu Gu closed his eyes, opened the Tiandao Mall and bought a magical power. Ding. Detected the host's investment in the magical power observation of luck, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming into the magical power Eye of Luck. Eye of Luck can see the strength of a living being's luck. The ability of fortune-telling cost Xu Gu 1 million investment points, but the product after the amplification was as expected. With the Eye of Destiny, I believe Xiao Zhan will be able to quickly lead the Xiao family to rise. Invest with the Eye of Destiny. Xiao Zhan only felt his eyes getting hot, and then he returned to normal in a moment. He knew that it was Xu Gu who took action, and he was confused. Could it be that the magical power was related to the eyes? I have just opened the Eye of Divine Power and Luck for you. From now on, whatever you think about, you will be able to observe the strength of the luck of living beings. I see. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Zhan was delighted, thinking that he was indeed a powerful man in the world and had such magical powers. With this method, he can accurately train his family disciples. I'll also give you some cultivation resources, which will also allow you to quickly improve your family's foundation. Xu Gu waved his hand and invested another 10 million. With a 1,000-fold increase, these resources are massive and precious. The resources cover various fields, including skills, weapons, elixirs, etc. These investments are necessary. If you don't spend money, how can you make a profit? He had to take a big bite of the fat piece of meat in the 6th level world soon. Xiao Zhan had a space ring in his hand. When I looked inside with my spiritual consciousness, my heart started pounding. Mountains of resources. Okay, that's all for now. Perform well and I'll contact you later. It's Senior. Xiao Zhan said respectfully. Xu Gu also cut off the mental connection and began to wait and see. Call. Xiao Zhan calmed down and walked out of the room. Today is truly a dream day. He didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity. The rise of the Xiao family in the future is a foregone conclusion. He did not forget Xu Ji's instructions, wandering around the family, looking for the so-called son of destiny. At this time, he had opened the Eye of Luck to observe the luck of his family members. It's a pity that no one has strong luck now. The luck attached to them is just a thin layer of smoke, the kind that will dissipate at any time. This luck is too weak. Xiao Zhan was a little helpless, but he also accepted the fact. After all, his family was just a third-rate family. After going around and not finding any good candidates, he decided to go back home and think of a solution. Suddenly a figure came into his sight. Xiao Zhan widened his eyes. The soaring luck flickered in his eyes. The source was a young man who had just returned from outside. That's right. If someone with such great fortune is not the son of fortune, then who is the son of fortune? Everyone else was just a thin layer of gauze. But he was so angry that he was fighting a bull. His mind was full of thoughts, and after a moment's consideration he recalled the boy's identity. The boy's name is Xiao Fan. He is from a branch of the Xiao family. His parents died in an accident when he was young. As a collateral relative and with both his parents dead, he has been bullied by other children since he was a child. The cultivation resources allocated were also very few. Chief. A gentle call brought Xiao Zhan back to his senses. It turned out that Xiao Fan had walked up to him and greeted him. As the patriarch of the family, Xiao Fan saw him as soon as he entered the door. Out of courtesy, he came over to say hello. It was just a formality anyway. After saying hello, Xiao Fan prepared to leave. Etc. Xiao Zhan called him. Does the patriarch have any other instructions? Xiao Fan turned around and asked after hearing this. Your name is Xiao Fan, right? How about I call you Xiao Fan? A question mark flashed over Xiao Fan's head. Clan leader, call me whatever you want. Ah, time flies by so fast. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly. I've been so busy with my work that I've neglected you a little. How have you been these past few years? Xiao Zhan began to show off his acting skills. Thanks to the clan leader, I'm living a good life. Xiao Fan was surprised in his heart. Are we that familiar with each other? But he still responded politely on the surface. Alright, looking at your current state, I know you're not doing well. I have a pretty good relationship with your parents, so if you need cultivation resources in the future, come to me. Xiao Zhan fabricated it this time. Xiao Fan's realm was only the 4th level of Qi training, while the other members of his family were at the 7th or 8th level of Qi training. It is a GE.So Xiao Zhan guessed that his luck had not yet started to take effect, and he was a hidden son of luck. This is good. Before he rises, we can win him over. When he rises in the future, he will have a sense of belonging to the family. Xiao Zhan's guess was correct. If Xiao Fan had followed the normal development trajectory, he would not have received the favor of his family for many years and would have been often bullied. He would have no sense of belonging to the family if finally, when his talent began to rise and his realm improved, he left the Shao family and wandered around. Later, he became a sword master who dominated a region. Which one are you working on now? Xiao Zhan asked. Well, I haven't decided yet, but I want to practice swordsmanship. However, the family's martial arts pavilion doesn't have a swordsmanship course, so I usually learn on my own. Xiao Fan thought about it and told the truth. He had been bullied for many years, and now the clan leader suddenly came out and said that he had a good relationship with his parents, so he also wanted to find a backer to eye in this way. He will not be isolated and helpless in the family. He is still very eager for strength. Only with strong strength can he gain the respect of everyone. Kendo, Xiao Zhan understood that with this blessing of luck, he would definitely be a swordmaster in the future. He had to invest. The spiritual consciousness probed into the ring to search for suitable items. The resources Chu Ge provided covered all aspects, including Kendo. Chapter 282, Doubt of Life. Soon Xiao Zhan found the right item. This is the Heavenly Grade Sword Technique, Shigu Sword Technique, and a Heavenly Grade Sword Dao Heart Technique, Sword Cultivation Technique. I hope you can cultivate it well, shine brightly in the future, and contribute to the family. The levels of martial arts are divided into Huang, Xin, Di, Tian, Wang, Huang, and Di. Xiao Fan was stunned when he saw the two martial arts books handed to him by Xiao Zhan. Heavenly Stage? The highest level of martial arts in our family's martial arts pavilion seems to be only at the advanced Xin level, right? Moreover, only the elders of the family and those who have made great contributions can practice the advanced Xin level skills. The skills practiced by other family members are all yellow level skills, and only those with good talents can obtain low level Xin level skills. The clan leader just gave him two heavenly level techniques? For a moment he was hesitant, still eager to accept it, but why would the patriarch give him such an important thing? Why? Are you afraid of some conspiracy? Are you afraid that I might harm you? Xiao Zhan sneered. He sighed when he saw her expression, but if the angles were reversed, he wouldn't be able to take it over so easily. No, since it was given by the clan leader, he would not harm me innocently. However, this reward is too heavy. I don't know if I can repay this kindness in the future. Xiao Fan shook his head. Ah, I see. Just accept it with peace of mind. Whether you can repay it in the future is a matter for the future. I'm very pleased that you have this intention. This shows that you are someone who knows how to repay kindness. Consider these two techniques as my investment in you. I am optimistic about your talent. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, his mind clear. He walked up and patted him on the shoulder, then stuffed two books of martial arts into Xiao Fan's hands, not allowing him to refuse. The kindness of helping someone in need is far greater than adding icing on the cake. If I win him over now when he hasn't shown his talent yet, when he rises in the future, not only will he follow my lead, but he will also obey me out of gratitude for this favor. 2 heavenly level skills in exchange for the protection of a future powerful person. What a big profit. Fan, thank you, Patriarch. If I ever become successful in the future, I will repay you 10,000-fold. Xiao Fan was deeply touched. He hadn't felt so much care and support in many years. What nonsense are you talking about? We are all family. You and I belong to the same Xiao family. Isn't it my duty to train you? In fact, I have long been disgusted with the distinction between the main branch and the branch. When I can decide everything about the Xiao family, I will abolish this rule. From now on, the capable ones in the Xiao family will take the throne, and the incompetent ones will step down. Xiao Zhan took the opportunity to improve his favor and strengthen Xiao Fan's sense of belonging as a member of the Xiao family. Yes. Xiao Fan secretly made up his mind that he would help Xiao Zhan revitalize the family in the future. Afterwards, Xiao Zhan asked Xiao Fan to go back and practice well, while he continued to wander around the family. After all, he finally met a lucky kid, and he wanted to use this good luck to see if he could meet another one. Unfortunately, although there are many sons of luck in this world, they are not so common. I have been around for several times but have not found anything. So he had to go home. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, strength is also the foundation for protecting the Xiao family. He was preparing to start his retreat to reach the nascent soul stage. If it were in the past, he would not be so reckless and would not dare to be so arrogant when he was only at the 3rd level of Jindan. But now he has a senior from the vast world behind him. Chu Ge not only provides him with resources to train his family members, but also provides him as the patriarch with resources to improve his strength. These things are extremely rare in this world, and it would be difficult to get one even if he mobilized the power of his entire family. As expected of a senior in the world, I guess these things are just ordinary things in his eyes. After sighing for a moment, Xiao Zhan began to break through the realm the other side. After getting the 2 books of martial arts, Xiao Fan returned to his room and began to practice, accompanied by 2 introductory books on heavenly level skills. His body hummed. Why is that? I was practicing well. How could something like this happen? The technique doesn't mention that this would happen. When I first started practicing, Xiao Fan was extremely anxious and wanted to ask Xiao Zhan for help, but he couldn't move his body at all. Moreover, the buzzing sound in the body became more and more intense, until the whole body began to tremble. Buzz. A cold light accompanied by the sound of a sword burst out of his body. All the objects in the room were shattered by the cold light. As the power in his body was released, he felt extremely comfortable and couldn't help but moan. Fortunately, he was at home, otherwise he would have been socially dead. Xiao Fan came back to his senses and looked at himself. It was incredible. It seemed like he had awakened something extraordinary. Even his realm soared from the 4th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining. He stretched out 2 fingers involuntarily, and a cold light gathered between his fingers. Sword body. It really is a sword body. Xiao Fan was very excited. The sword body was among the best among special physiques. Moreover, his sword body seemed to be not simple, and there were many things that required him to dig deeper. Secondly, I awakened my sword body, and my talent seemed to have been reborn. If the clan leader hadn't given me these 2 heavenly sword techniques, I wouldn't know when I would be able to awaken my sword body. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xiao Fan was grateful in his heart. It was just as he guessed. According to the normal trajectory, he would awaken his sword body after he reached the Jindan stage. If calculated based on the talent before awakening the sword body, it would be impossible to do so in at least 20 to 30 years, and one would also have to worry about the resources for cultivation now. Thanks to Xiao Zhan's intervention, his road to rise has officially begun ahead of schedule. A year passed like this. Xiao Zhan, who had been in seclusion for a long time, happily opened the door of this 1-year retreat. Directly soared from the 3rd level of Jindan to the 8th level of Jindan, cross 5 small realms in a row. It's still a small realm of the Jindan period. Haha, I am indeed a genius. Although I haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage, I am already very satisfied. After all, it is not advisable to stay in seclusion for too long now. Xiao Zhan, in a very good mood, was strolling around the family again. The family members who encountered him all looked puzzled. What was wrong with their patriarch? Why was he so happy? Did he close a big deal in family business? No matter how bizarre it was, they all greeted each other honestly. Soon, Xiao Zhan, in a good mood, came to Xiao Fan's courtyard. Xiao Fan, who was practicing, also sensed that someone had come to his yard, so he exited the practice state and walked out. Chief. Xiao Fan was slightly surprised, then he politely invited him to sit down at the stone table in the yard and boiled water and poured tea for him. Xiao Zhan also took the opportunity to take a look at Xiao Fan's realm. After all, a year had passed, and he didn't know how far he had reached in his cultivation. Oh, there is a hidden realm, but this won't be a problem for me, because I'm an 8th level Jindan expert. The powerful spiritual consciousness can see through the hidden essence. Ha! Chikomoto ye, you guys are cheating. I remember you were only at the 4th level of Qi refining a year ago. Xiao Fan, who was making tea, felt something, and turned around to see Xiao Zhan's eyes that were full of doubt about life. It seems that the clan leader already knows my realm. That's right. After all, he is a Jindan expert. I can't hide my hidden realm from him. Chapter 283, Terrifying Luck. It seems that you, patriarch, know what my realm is like. Xiao Fan smiled embarrassedly. Xiao Zhan's mouth twitched, and then he pretended to be calm and said, not bad, not bad, you have already reached the 8th level of foundation building. Your cultivation level is almost catching up with the realm of some of the hall masters in our family. This is all thanks to the cultivation of the clan leader. Without your 2 heavenly level techniques, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. Xiao Fan said truthfully, without these 2 heavenly sword techniques to resonate with his hidden sword body and awaken it in advance, he would not have been able to cultivate so quickly. No, it's all because of your talent. I told you that you had good talent, and I was right. I can feel more at ease knowing that the Xiao family will have a talented young man like you in charge. In recent years, our Xiao family has been in decline and there haven't been any talented young men in a long time. Xiao Zhan adjusted his words. Xiao Fan made tea and the 2 of them chatted casually. Xiao Zhan also told Xiao Fan about the current situation of the Xiao family, which invisibly made the other party feel more sense of belonging to the Xiao family. It's estimated that in a few years, the Yi family and the Lin family will unite to suppress our Xiao family, but now that I'm supporting them, they will be a little wary and won't rashly launch a life and death battle against the Xiao family while I am still alive. You just need to focus on practicing and improving your realm before you rise. I will bear all external threats for you. When you grow up, I will be able to rest assured when the Xiao family is handed over to you. Only by constantly passing on the torch can the Xiao family endure. We, a third-rate family, believe that with the efforts of generation after generation, we will sooner or later become the first-class family. Xiao Zhan talked about his ideals, and looking at Xiao Fan's heavy face, he felt at ease. It seems that after my continuous efforts, the Xiao family has gained some weight in the other party's heart. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just think of it as me just complaining. You just need to focus on your cultivation. I came here today to give you some cultivation resources. I spent a lot of effort to get them. Xiao Zhan threw a storage ring to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took it and looked at it, and was extremely surprised. The training resources inside are extremely precious and very suitable for one's own sword path. This year he soared from the 9th level of Qi refining to the 8th level of foundation establishment, but don't think that this is his highest cultivation efficiency. There are simply not enough cultivation resources in the family for him to practice. If there were a large amount of resources for cultivation, he would be able to improve even faster. The son of luck is not just talk, he is no worse than the son of destiny when it comes to cheating. Now with the resources provided by the patriarch, he can improve faster. Thank you, Chief. This time, Xiao Fan was not pretentious and did not say any unnecessary words of thanks. In the future, expressing his gratitude with actions would be no better than saying a few nice words. Well, that's it. Just focus on your cultivation. I'm leaving. When you've used up these resources, come back and ask me for more. Don't be embarrassed. We're all part of the family, and it's my duty to train you. Xiao Zhan finished his tea and stood up. Okay, chief. Xiao Fan stood up to see him off. After leaving, Xiao Zhan began to deal with family affairs. After all, he had been in seclusion for a year, and during this period all family affairs were handled by the elders. Now that I'm out of quarantine, it's time to understand what happened in the past year. Soon, after going through all the matters, big and small, he had a general understanding of the situation. Just like in the past, within a year, the Yi family and the Lin family began to become restless again. Looking at the memorial in his hand, Xiao Zhan sneered at the situation I discussed with Xiao Fan before was not fabricated, but real. The ambitious Yi family and Lin family are preparing to annex their Xiao family. After all, no matter how poor the Xiao family is, it is still much better off than them alone. Their Xiao family was originally a second-rate family, but after a few generations of decline, it fell to third-rate. The Yi family and the Lin family are just families that have risen from being in the mainstream to being third-rate in recent years, and their foundation cannot compare to that of the Xiao family. So they chose to join forces. Everything you've eaten over the years, in a few years, I'll make you vomit it back with interest. It is not advisable to completely open up to the two families now. I should wait until I can train a few sons of luck to prevent any accidents. Xiao Zhan picked up another memorial, which was about a branch of the Xiao family that returned half a year ago. This branch was also the one that was stranded outside during the peak period of the Xiao family. With the decline of the Xiao family, this branch also had a hard time living outside. Recently, I couldn't hold on any longer, so I led this branch back to the main family. After some discussion, the elders agreed to their return. After all, they were their colleagues, so they naturally could not refuse them. The elders are still sensible. If the Xiao family wants to grow stronger again, population is indispensable. If there was an additional branch before, it would have been an additional expense, but now we have the support of the seniors behind the scenes, and our rise has begun. Xiao Zhan was very satisfied. He closed the letter and prepared to go and see for himself how this branch of the family was doing, and to see if there was any son of luck. Soon, Xiao Zhan came to a branch. Upon learning that the patriarch had arrived, everyone welcomed him warmly. We are all family, there is no need to be so polite. It's strange. If you continue like this, I will be angry. Xiao Zhan said. Everyone felt warmed when they heard this. Originally, they thought that the clan leader came here to give their branch a warning and make them distinguish between the primary and the secondary. I didn't expect that the patriarch has such a strong sense of family. With such a patriarch, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of the Xiao family. After this, everyone felt relieved. The clan leader is right. Everyone, please disperse. I will introduce the clan leader next. The elder of the branch clan dismissed everyone and took Xiao Zhan to introduce the situation of their lineage. Xiao Zhan listened carefully and opened the Eye of Destiny to look for any traces of the Son of Destiny. As a result, as soon as the Eye of Destiny was opened, an incredible vision appeared. Oh my god, what is so dazzling? The pillar of luck and light shot up into the sky, and the huge amount of luck made him unable to open his eyes. Xiao Zhan was very happy in his heart. He was truly a lucky man. Moreover, this powerful luck is many times stronger than that of Xiao Fan. The most Xiao Fan could do was a beam of luck and light. Now, things are different here. No one can see it, and the sky is blocked by clouds formed by good luck. But he was also submerged in the pillar of luck and light. Damn. It's so scary. Ahem, take me there to have a look. Xiao Zhan pointed to the center of the light column and said that he now urgently wanted to find the person who emitted this good luck. No problem, patriarch. That's Xiling's family over there. I'll take you over to see them. The elder nodded. Then the two came to a courtyard, and Xiao Zhan also saw the person in the center of the luck light column. It's actually a child? Chief, elders, please come in. When Xiao Xiling saw the newcomers, he quickly invited them in. His wife Qin Yining also started to boil water and pour tea. Clan leader, this is Xiling's family. That's his wife, Qin Yining, and the little kid over there is their child, Xiao Hao, who is only 2.5 years old. The clan elder introduced Xiao Zhan. Xiao Xiling also carried Xiao Hao over and said, "Come and say hello to the clan leader, Grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa, the clan leader," Xiao Hao said in a cute tone. Very good, very good. I think this boy has 1 in a million talents. He will become a great man in the future. This boy has the potential to be an emperor." Xiao Zhan was so happy inside. This luck was too strong. If he was so strong when he was a child, how much stronger would he be when he grew up? Get it. Must get it. Chapter 284, Two Families Seeking Death. You're joking, Chief. I'd be very pleased if Howard could cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the future. Xiao Xiling thought Xiao Zhan was just joking. After all, his and his wife's talents were just a so-so. It would be a great achievement if their child could become a nascent soul cultivator in the future, so how could they dare to hope for a higher realm? You guys need to have a long-term vision. In that case, how about I teach Xiao Hao from now on? Xiao Zhan chuckled. Will this be too much trouble for you, Chief? Xiao Xiling was surprised. The two people standing by did not expect Xiao Zhan to make this request. It's not a problem. I have a connection with him, and we are all family, so it's my duty to teach him. Xiao Zhan was overjoyed. If you keep this kind of luck and let it go, you will be invincible in the future. Of course, Xiao Zhan would not let him go. He would naturally invest heavily in training him. However, Xiao Hao was still young, so it would take a few years. Thank you, Patriarch, for your cultivation of Hauer. Xiao Xiling agreed, and Qin Yining had no objection. Hauer, thank the clan leader, Grandpa. How about you practice with Grandpa from now on? Thank you, Grandpa clan leader. Hauer knows about this and will definitely be obedient. Xiao Hao nodded naively. And next, Xiao Zhen took another walk around here and did not see any other sons of luck. However, this trip has been very fruitful, and Xiao Hao is enough to eye in the following days. Everything was back on track, everything is fine inside the Xiao family. Xiao Hao comes to Xiao Zhan every day to learn cultivation knowledge. In addition to learning knowledge, Xiao Zhan also used various precious spiritual liquids to nourish Xiao Hao's body. Even when taking a bath, I soak in the essence of Debo. It can be said to be extremely luxurious. Xiao Zhan was not stingy about this. The benefits of cultivating a supreme being would be immeasurable. On the other side, Xiao Fan was also doing well. Xiao Zhan provided him with a steady supply of training resources and various sword techniques and skills. Xiao Fan was very surprised. Why did the patriarch have so many precious things? The family members are aware of their own situation. As a third-rate family, the Xiao family may not be able to obtain these things even if the entire family puts all their efforts into it. Although he was confused, he didn't ask any questions. He just kept his mouth shut after receiving the benefits and worked hard to improve his realm so that he could repay Xiao Zhan's cultivation in the future. Both sides were proceeding in an orderly manner. As time went on, Xiao Fan's realm broke through the foundation building stage and reached the 4th level of Jindan. It has only been 3 months since Xiao Zhan last gave him resources. The improvement was too fast. Xiao Hao was still a child, but his physique had improved a lot with constant nourishment. Xiao Zhan himself also advanced from the 8th level of Jindan to the perfect level of Jindan. There was no way. His talent was average and could not compare to these evil sons of destiny. The huge improvement in the previous year was due to the resources provided by Chu Gu. In the past 3 months, he relied on his own steady progress and the addition of some residual medicinal power in his body to achieve the improvement. 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan's realm reached the 8th level of Jindan. The improvement efficiency is obviously not as fast as usual, which scared Xiao Zhan. I hope something will go wrong. After a conversation, Xiao Zhan finally understood the reason. It turned out that Xiao Fan was compressing the spiritual power in his body. In his words, if he is not invincible among his peers, then he is not a genius. Xiao Zhan's face changed at that time. What do you mean he is invincible at the same level? Isn't it cool to crush others in a higher realm? As old as they are, these chosen ones all have an invincible heart. So he didn't interfere too much. Xiao Zhan also reached the 3rd level of nascent soul within these 9 months. In 2 years, he advanced from the 3rd level of Jindan to the 3rd level of Yuanying, crossing a major realm. Anyway, he was very satisfied with himself. Secondly, Xiao Hao, this little kid, has not yet started practicing, but with Xiao Zhan's continuous nourishment of his body, his physical strength is no worse than that of a cultivator at the 6th level of body forging. The Xiao family is thriving. The days did not last long. The Yi and Lin families began to get restless. In the past, their competition for the Xiao family's market was all healthy, and at most they would secretly spread some unfavorable news about the Xiao family's market, but now the two families have begun to blatantly suppress the Xiao family's market. He also took the opportunity to take over many of the Xiao family's businesses. Xiao Zhan was so angry that he laughed when he got the news. It would be great if your two families could live in peace and stability. That way you could live a few more years. It is necessary to create such a situation where both sides will be destroyed. Old man Yi, old man Lin, you are courting death. Don't you know that our Xiao family is no longer the Xiao family of the past? Xiao Zhan grinned as he felt the surging power in his body die. In the next few days, Xiao Zhan recalled the Xiao family members from outside and prepared to launch an all-out war against the Yi and Lin families. Naturally, this movement could not be hidden from the two families who had already planted many spies. The two families who received the news gathered together that night to discuss countermeasures. The Xiao family is preparing to take action against us. Isn't this exactly what you and I want? Have you gathered your manpower? Of course. I predicted the Xiao family's dissatisfaction a month ago, and we've already gathered our forces. If we join forces, the Xiao family will be easily captured. When the time comes, we'll split their family business equally between us. Okay, let me deal with Xiao Zhan when the time comes. You can directly attack and kill the middle-level fighters of the Xiao family. The Xiao family elders will let the elders of our two families work together to kill him. Okay, let's meet at the Xiao family mansion in half an hour. The two men finalized the plan and led a large number of people to attack the Xiao family. The bloody storm caused other nearby families to quickly close their doors for fear that innocent people would be harmed. Let the third-rate families resolve their conflicts themselves, and these second-rate and third-rate families can just watch the show. Whoever survives after tonight will be the overlord of this area. Old man Xiao, come out and die. Old man Yi laughed loudly. Two figures stood high in the sky. A large number of people surrounded the Xiao family. Everyone in the Xiao family was awakened. Xiao Zhan looked at the two people in the sky with contempt. Without knowing the enemy's strength, they still dare to attack. It turns out to be a little jerk at the 3rd level of Jindan. It seems that old man Yi is getting too cocky, thinking that I am still at the 3rd level of Jindan. Two idiots. I thought you had some hidden tricks up your sleeve, but this is all you get? Xiao Zhan smiled, slowly flew forward. I'm deeply sorry for your low intelligence. I've lived so long in vain. Oh, old man Xiao, you can only be stubborn for a while now. Today is the day when your Xiao family will be destroyed. Kill him. The two men gave orders for a moment. The three families fought each other. Old man Lin planned to bypass Xiao Zhan and hunt down the middle-class members of the Xiao family. So shameless? Well, let us, the proud son of the Xiao family, teach you a lesson. Xiaofan, take it. Xiao Zhan realized what old man Lin was up to and slapped him so hard that he flew backwards while killing the enemy. Xiaofan sensed a figure flying towards him and slashed at it with his sword. Clang. The sharp sword energy swept across the surroundings. Old man Lin was shocked. Damn, the Xiao family actually has such a master, whose cultivation is much higher than theirs. The crisis of death came to my mind. No. Old man Lin used all his life skills, but he was unable to break the endless sword energy. Puff. In an instant, blood splattered on the spot, and a powerful Jindan stage warrior was chopped to pieces by a single sword. The people around were shocked. Old man Yi was even more dumbfounded. One move, he killed old man Lin, who was as strong as me, with just one move. Gulp. Old man Yi broke out in a cold sweat, and when he came to his senses he noticed Xiao Zhan's playful expression. You. Chapter 285, the familiar protagonist of the broken engagement. I originally wanted to let both of you live a few more years, but you insisted on coming here to die. Xiao Zhan sneered. Old man Xiao, what realm are you in now? Old man Yi asked after a moment of silence. What just happened was too fast, and the power of that slap was not something he could withstand. This means that the other party's realm is definitely not the third level of Jindan. You want to know? Then I'll let you die knowing the truth. Xiao Zhan's aura burst out and was no longer hidden. The unique aura of the nascent soul stage was clearly seen by everyone. Is it the third level of nascent soul? Old man Yi gave a wry smile. So that's how it is. Then everything is normal. This time, old man Lin and I made this decision alone. I hope you can let the children of my Yi and Lin families go. Old man Yi argued. Do you think it's possible? In a situation where the fight continues until death, who would want to keep a tiger as a threat? Today is the day when both of your families will be destroyed. I think today you are also planning to slaughter our Xiao family completely. Now the situation is just reversed, which is beyond your expectations. Those who kill will be killed. Xiao Zhan said no more and forcefully killed old man Yi. When the children of the two families saw that their family heads were dead, they began to flee one by one. Kill. Leave no one alive. Xiao Zhan gave the order and released the blocking barrier with his nascent soul stage cultivation. No matter how these people flee, they cannot break through the barrier. In just one night, the Yi and Lin families were completely destroyed. The Xiao family also began to annex the markets and resources of the two families. When the surrounding families saw that the winner was the Xiao family, they all sent gifts, fearing that the Xiao family would attack them. The days passed one by one. Not during this period, the Xiao family became the local tyrant of this small place. Because of the family's strength, the family members also obtained more resources for cultivation. Xiao Zhan originally thought that life would be peaceful like this for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, only 4 years later, the appearance of a person broke the deadlock. In the Xiao family hall. Yener, why did you come to our Xiao family today? Xiao Zhan frowned. After all, he could see that Neilin Yan had come with bad intentions, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Uncle, Yener is here to break off the engagement. Neilin Yan bit her red lips lightly and said bravely. Break off the engagement? Do you know what you're saying? Xiao Zhan looked unfriendly. If the engagement is broken off by the woman, how can the Xiao family keep its reputation? The young man who arrived on the other side was even more furious. Neilin Yan. It was your Neilin family who betrothed me to yours, not our Xiao family who begged you. If it weren't for Uncle Xiao agreeing to this marriage because of our past friendship, your Neilin family would have been able to survive the crisis. Many years have passed and your Neilin family has become rich, but we didn't ask for anything in return from you. Now, you're turning your back on us and coming to cancel the engagement. Where do you put the reputation of our Xiao family? How do you let other families view our Xiao family? Xiao Yan pointed at Neilin Yan below and scolded. That's right, Xiao Yan is Neilin Yan's fiancé. This marriage contract was made more than 10 years ago between Xiao Zhan and Neilin Su, the patriarch of the Neilin family. Xiao Yan is Xiao Zhan's nephew, and Neilin Yan is Neilin Su's daughter. At that time, the Neilin family encountered a crisis. The capital chain could not operate, and the market was suppressed by multiple families. It was a situation where they were surrounded by tigers and wolves, all waiting for an opportunity to tear the Neilin family's flesh apart bite by bite. Neilin Su thought of his good friend Xiao Zhan, so he came to ask for help, and even proposed that his newly born daughter Neilin Yan be engaged to Xiao Zhan's nephew Xiao Yan. This is the only way to bind the Xiao family and the Neilin family together. If it weren't for their past friendship, Xiao Zhan would never agree to it. I will repay the favor I received back then. These things are my compensation. I, Neilin Yan, do not want to be bound by an engagement. Neilin Yan said, and asked people outside to bring up a large amount of resources and money. You. Xiao Yan laughed angrily. Xiao Zhan was also furious. Is this your idea, or your father's? This is Yener's own decision, and my master also supports me in doing so. Neilin Yan spoke. Your master? I see. Now that you've grown strong enough, you're acting on your own, right? Xiaozhan looked at the two old men beside him, both of whom were cultivators in the Jindan stage. I guess he was sent by his master to support the event. I have heard that Neilan Yen joined a second-rate sect and became the sect leader's close disciple. With the support of a second-rate sect, it's no wonder he is so bold. Since you were the one who acted on your own initiative, considering that you are young and ignorant, if you take back what you just said now, I can still pretend that nothing happened. Xiaozhan said. Uncle Xiao, Yenner will not take back what she just said. I don't want to be a bargaining chip in the exchange of family interests. Neilan Yan's tone was firm. Okay. Neilan Yan, don't you want to break off the engagement? Then I'll grant your wish, but it's not you who breaks off the engagement, it's me, Xiao Yan, who will divorce you. Things change over time, don't look down on the poor young man. Xiao Yan was furious and directly drafted a divorce letter on the spot and threw it in Neilan Yan's face. How dare you be so rude to the young lady, you bastard. The two Jindan cultivators reached out to grab Xiao Yan, ready to teach him a lesson. Faced with the pressure from a powerful Jindan master, Xiao Yan, who was only in the foundation establishment stage, turned pale, but he still held on tightly, unafraid. You two, this is the Xiao family, it's not your turn to act wildly. Xiao Zhan unleashed the might of the spirit transformation stage to force the two men back, then slapped them both in the face, causing them to bleed on the spot. God transformation stage. The two men's pupils shrank. Why didn't this match the intelligence? Wasn't Xiao Zhan only at the third level of Jindan? Even after a few years, it would be impossible for him to break through to the Xinhua stage. Humph. Take the things away, Neilan girl. Today, my nephew Xiao Yan is divorcing you. From now on, your Neilan family will have nothing to do with our Xiao family. Xiao Zhan said coldly, and Neilan Yan's face turned pale as he felt the pressure from the cultivator in the God transformation stage. Although he was annoyed, he did not dare to get angry. So he took his things back in shame. When they reached the door, Xiao Yan, who had been silent for a long time, said, 3 years. In 3 years, I will go to your sect to challenge you. Since you dared to come to my house and cancel the engagement with such fanfare today, in 3 years, I will dare to come to your sect and issue a divorce letter with such fanfare. Although he had already beaten the other party once today, Xiao Yan was still not satisfied and wanted to beat him again in front of his master and all the disciples of the sect. 3 years? I'll wait. Neilan Yan gritted her teeth. She was going to get back the humiliation she suffered today in 3 years. She is very confident in her talent, otherwise she would not have been accepted as the sect leader's close disciple. She also heard that Xiao Yan's talent had disappeared, and his realm had not only not improved over the years, but had declined a lot. This is indeed the case. A few years ago, Xiao Zhan discovered that his nephew was also a son of destiny. At the age of 8, Xiao Yan had already reached the third level of foundation building and was extremely talented. After investing for a year, he broke through to the first level of Jindan. I thought he would rise rapidly in the future, but I didn't expect that this was just the peak. After this year, Xiao Yan's realm began to regress, dropping directly from the first level of Jindan to the first level of foundation building. If Xiao Zhan had not asked Xiao Yan to take various elixirs to improve his realm, he would probably have dropped to the third level of qi refining. Xiao Zhan also couldn't understand what was going on. This shouldn't be the case given Xiao Yan's level of luck. PS, I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so the updates have been a little less frequent. I'll definitely make up for it later, definitely. Chapter 286, Bubbling EU. Although he didn't understand, Xiao Zhan didn't give up on protecting Xiao Yan. After all, he was his nephew. Secondly, Xiao Yan's luck did not decrease as his realm fell, but instead showed an upward trend. Yenner, these are the training resources for this month. Practice hard, and your talent will return. Xiao Zhan came to Xiao Yan and handed him the cultivation resources. Uncle, Xiao Yan was very touched. Over the years, the other party did not despise him because of his declining talent. Instead, he kept trying to find ways to restore his talent. He was once young and frivolous, thinking that he was talented and that Xiao Zhan should train him. After his talent began to decline, he realized how naive his original idea was. After 3 years of settling in, he realized Xiao Zhan's sincerity towards him and felt the warmth. The other people in the Xiao family did not laugh at him for his declining talent. Instead, they focused on their own improvement and had no time to care about anything else. As he grew up, he learned about other talented people in the family. Not to mention Xiao Fan, who had already reached the spirit transformation stage and was out for training. Even Xiao Hao, who was only 6.5 years old, had already reached the third level of foundation establishment. This was achieved even though the other party had not yet formally entered into cultivation, relying solely on his own physique to absorb the spiritual fluid. Suddenly, he realized that geniuses were not rare. There were several of them in the Xiao family. They were more talented than himself, but not so arrogant. 3 years of precipitation have made his character grow a lot. After taking over the cultivation resources, Xiao Yan came to the back mountain in a destitute state. For more than 3 years, this place became his quiet place, main world. After a day, Shugu opened the investment interface to check. This profit is too great. Chugu exclaimed. In just the past day, he had made a profit of 310 million. It's worthy of being a level 6 world. The return on investment is too high. So he opened the referendum world rankings. Ranking institution profit 1 North China Universities, 310 million, 2 Qingdao University, 220 million, 3 Blue Sky College, 105 million. After seeing the profit amount, Chugu was slightly surprised. It seems that there are experts in this referendum, as 2 colleges have even made profits exceeding 100 million yuan. You have to know that I invested more than 10 million investment points with a 1,000-fold increase, which normally would be more than 10 billion yuan. These 2 colleges definitely don't spend as much money as he does. If a student has more than 10 billion yuan, would he use it to participate in this freshman competition? Interesting. Is there any secret? Ding. Remind the host that there is another system in this world. Yi Yu, who had been offline for a long time, reminded him, after slacking off for so long, it's time to go online. According to Yi Yu's guess, one of these 2 colleges is where the other system is located. Finally caught it. Another system? Chugu was shocked and said, System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ding, that's right, the system came to this world just to hunt down the other party, so host, please work hard. So, system, is the opponent strong? Chugu asked. Host, what do you think? I think you should be stronger. After all, you are the pursuer, not the pursued. Chugu analyzed. Ding. The host already knows, yet he still asks. Okay, I'll try my best. So, what should I do to help the system kill the enemy? Ding. Kill the opponent's host, so that the opponent will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao, and then increase their strength. Yi Yu said, killing the other host is actually of little use. Both sides are 0 sequence. Even if you are a little stronger than the other, you still have to go through a system war. This will not be worth the cost and will also result in a large loss of system origins, rule origins, etc. YEU prefers the path of improving his strength. This path is to break through the world's natural law, that is, to train the natural law to become a member of our side. Then join forces with Tian Dao to take action. In this way, Tian Dao will assist and suppress the opponent from the side, while he will take the main attack. By then, the opponent will be trapped and unable to escape. It is easy to sneak across the world, but it is not so easy to escape under the nose of the heavenly Tao. The path of conquering the heavenly Tao is not something that other systems can take, unless a high-level system bullies the heavenly Tao of the ordinary world. In this vast world, he has never seen any system that is close to the way of heaven. I am an exception. The stronger the host is, the more the system can exploit loopholes in the world to plunder the origin of the world. The more loopholes it exploits, the more likely it will be able to penetrate into the core area and fight against the way of heaven. There is a special place in this world that is the space for practicing the heavenly Tao. Although that space is not the core of the world, it can also be considered as the space of heaven. Every time Chugu entered, Yi Yu was working tirelessly to find loopholes in the world. Adding its own check-in function is essentially a powerful tool for exploiting loopholes. During this period of time, Yi Yu was almost about to make a breakthrough. It's a shame to say that as the system level continues to improve, many system functions have become useless. The most commonly used system function now is the amplification of all things. There is no way, since this function is a functional ability. Rule level system functions like plundering and copying are very overbearing. Rarely used. In this investment world, most system functions have become useless and cannot play their role. After all, no one in this world will take part in the action personally, but will control everything behind the scenes, so functional abilities are particularly important. That system chose this world, so I guess the other party's ability should be a functional auxiliary ability. Yi Yu guessed in his heart. If this is the case, if we plunder the opponent's system functions, I wonder if the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 will be achieved. No matter what, after completing this task, he will be able to be promoted to the rule level system. I don't know what changes will occur after it is promoted to a rule level system. Along the way, the hardships and cruelty of becoming a system have made him numb. What will the highest level of the system become? In the end, it will be harvested like leeks. Well, now that the 2 sides can't meet, it is crucial to improve our strength. Ding. The host has another advantage, which is that the other party's system is unaware of my existence. The enemy is in the open, and the host is in the dark. Yi Yu gave another message. That's great. I'll wait until I understand the opponent's strength and then attack him at the critical moment. Shuga decided to investigate the information of these 2 colleges after the freshman competition was over. After taking a look at the situation in the investment world, he invested another 20 million resources. With a 1,000-fold increase, you just need to invest money and it is basically a sure profit. The profit of 310 million gave Shuga the capital to spend money lavishly. Pay gold to practice. Without saying a word, he communicated with the heavenly Tao and entered the chaotic land of the heavenly Tao space. Please select the time ratio. I don't know how much. With my current 5-star strength, how many years of training will it take to reach 7-star? How many investment points will it cost in total? Shugu asked. He wanted to be promoted to 7 stars in one go, but he didn't want to be kicked out before he reached the required strength. It will take 10,462.8 years and the required investment points are 104,628,000. Okay, let's follow this time ratio. Chuga nodded. As you wish, the fee has been deducted. Kindly note that time ratio adjustment after 7 stars will require additional fees. Before Chuga could say anything, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 287, Situation of all parties. Seeing this, you also began to crack the core of the world. The firewall of the world is so strong that it cannot be broken even after so many years of drilling. Near Qingdao University, in a high-end school district house. Gu Yin frowned as he looked at the referendum rankings. What the hell is this North China University? He only made a profit of more than 200 million by relying on the 1,000-fold increase in returns from teaching disciples. How did the other party make a profit of more than 300 million? Throw money at it. What the hell, even the top rich second generation can't spend hundreds of billions in this 6th level world. He invested 50 to 60 million yuan in total, but only made a profit of more than 200 million yuan. A 1,000-fold return would be 50 to 60 billion yuan. Even so, I am not the first. Something strange. System, what do you think is going on? And the third place Blue Sky Academy also made a profit of 100 million. Guyan asked cautiously, ding. Host, don't worry too much. It's probably just that the other party is lucky and has tied up with a family with many children of luck. So as long as they invest in a child of luck in the incubation period, it is understandable that they can make such a big profit. But you have to invest some money. This is just a freshman competition. How can students invest so much money? Even I only had tens of millions before participating. Guyan said, the son of fortune cannot be guessed by common sense. Just give the son of fortune a little help and he will grow up. It does not require much investment points at all. Host, you are different. You are using money to throw at every member of the family, so the expenses are naturally high. The system doesn't matter, this is just the first day. The host's profits will only snowball faster and faster. I believe that in a few days, the host's profits will be far ahead of theirs, and they will never be able to catch up. Yeah, Guyan was still a little worried and always had a bad feeling. Relax, host, this system is invincible. The system was brimming with confidence after having just made a strong showing in the sequence battle. The other systems are garbage, just stepping stones on my road to promotion. I can kill them at will. Guyan also felt that his system capabilities were very impressive, but his inner uneasiness could not be groundless. So after arranging matters concerning the investment world, Guyan began to practice by spending money anyway. As long as your strength improves, any danger can be overcome. Strength is the foundation of peace of mind. In a villa near Blue Sky Academy. What's going on? Why did 2 schools I didn't know about suddenly appear? And their profits are even higher than mine. Chenin was confused. After investing his own investors, he took a day off. Logically, he should be ranked first when he opened the rankings today. As a result, not only was he not the first one, but he was not the second one either. This is different from what I remember. Butterfly effect, that's right, Chenin is a reborn person. After his rebirth, he still applied for the Blue Sky Academy, because in his previous life he was just an ordinary person in Class C of the Blue Sky Academy. He has no special abilities and can only rely on his memory to rise, so he can only enter the same class and participate in the same class referendum world according to the historical trajectory. After all, he knew the results of every referendum in the class. After the referendum world ended, the teacher would lead them to analyze the entire investment growth experience. The explanation is very detailed and will also tell you how to make the most profit in every operation. With this experience, he could easily pass every class referendum. He had learned about this freshman investment competition in his previous life and knew who the child of destiny was. Therefore, once he got a place in the school, he was immediately bound to be the son of destiny of this world. As soon as the referendum began, he only needs to provide excessive resources in the early stage and can easily win. The child of destiny is a person favored by heaven. He has endless opportunities and breaking through the realm is as easy as drinking water. As expected, he made a profit of a little over 100 million yuan with only a meager investment. Logically, he should be ranked first. In his previous life, after the first day of the referendum, the first place only made a profit of about 10 million. That is the 4th ranked institution. Could it be that my appearance triggered the unexpected events that led to this, or is it that everything is going to be completely different from now on? Chen An's face turned pale. If everything in the future really turns out to be the same as in his memory, what should he do? Wouldn't the advantage of being a reborn person be gone? Why didn't something happen in the class referendum, but it happened in this referendum? Could it be that I was a participant in the class referendum, and I just suddenly showed up in the freshman competition referendum, which triggered a butterfly effect? That's how it should be. Yes, it must be like this. Chenin comforted himself in his heart. This change was just an accident. Anyway, I have invested in Destiny's Child, so I can just make money without doing anything. If I am not ranked first, then I am not ranked first. IT doesn't appeal to me at all. Clan World. 6 years have passed, and the world has undergone tremendous changes. The strongest man at the top of this world looked solemn as he calculated the chaotic secrets of heaven. Chaos, it's so messy, even when a great catastrophe was about to strike, they had never seen such a chaotic situation. Who did this? To be safe, it's better to stay away from the world and wait until this chaos is over before coming out into the world. The monks who have reached this level are all those who cherish their lives. This chaotic situation left them with no hope of survival. Apart from the existence of these ceilings, other creatures in this world are the same as usual, although in 6 years, many families suddenly emerged. But the change, rise and fall of families is the norm in this world. No one pays attention to this. The Xiao family, invested by Chu Go, lived a peaceful life in a remote corner, but recently, because of Xiao Yan, he got into trouble with a second-rate sect, but Xiao Zhan is not worried about this. The selection of sect levels is the same as that of families. The second-rate level only requires a strong person in the god transformation stage to be in charge, which is the basic requirement. Other backgrounds will not be selected. Xiao Zhan himself is a powerful cultivator in the god transformation stage, and Xiao Fan, who is out there gaining experience, is also a cultivator in the god transformation stage. I guess they will have broken through to the Hadao stage after returning. I hope the Yunlan sect will be more sensible and not provoke my Xiao family. Xiao Zhan murmured. More than a month passed, the Yunlan sect was tactful enough not to cause trouble. Xiao Zhan guessed that Neilan Yan had told her master about her strength after returning, which deterred the Yunlan sect from making any rash moves. Yenner, this is your training resource for this month. Xiao Zhan found Xiao Yan. Keep going, huh? Your strength has improved. Xiao Zhan, who wanted to say something comforting, was surprised. A month ago, Xiao Yan was still at the first level of foundation building, but today his realm has actually risen to the 6th level of foundation building. That's right, uncle. My talent seems to have recovered, and I won't experience a drop in realm in the future. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Okay, it's good that you've recovered. With your talent, it won't be a problem for you to crush Neilan Yan in 3 years. Xiao Zhan laughed. As the eye of luck opened, Xiao Yan's luck doubled. It seems that the previous situation was a test for the Son of Destiny. Chapter 288, The Son of Fortune begins to grow. Don't worry, uncle. I will double back the humiliation the Xiao family suffered in the past 3 years. Xiao Yan nodded seriously. This is not only a matter of face for myself, but also a matter of face for the Xiao family. Uncle believes in you, go ahead and practice hard. If you need any resources, just ask me for them. Don't be shy. The prosperity of the Xiao family is the result of the efforts of every generation. With you talented people leading the Xiao family in the future, I believe our family can become a top family. Xiao Zhan laughed. Xiao Yan secretly took note of it in his heart, said goodbye to Xiao Zhan and returned to his room. There are many more resources than before. Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he took out the cultivation resources. What he didn't know was that Chu Go had just invested 20 million resources, and Xiao Zhan had a lot of money in his pocket. Your uncle is not a simple one, a soul suddenly appeared. Of course I know this. Uncle Xiao took 6 years to break through from the core formation stage to the spiritual transformation stage. Naturally, he had his own opportunities. This is not something I should consider. Xiao Yan nodded. Oh. There's also this. I'm saying these resources are not simple. These things are hard to come by in the outside world. Yao Lao stroked his beard and smiled. I don't care about anything else. Right now I just want to improve my strength. Also, are you really a 9th grade alchemist? Xiao Yan asked. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. I'm not only a 9th grade alchemist, but also a great master of the Mahayana stage. Yao Lao said proudly. Then how did you fall? What do you mean, calling me master? You have no respect for your elders. Yao Lao angrily slapped Xiao Yan on the back of the head. Hiss. Master, how did you fall? It's a long story, so I won't go into details. Yao Lao had an expression as if he was reminiscing about the past. It's a long story, can't you just make it short? Xiao Yan curled his lips secretly. What's with that expression on your face, little brat? You're so lucky to have me teaching you. It won't be a problem for you to achieve Mahayana in the future. Yao Lao slapped Xiao Yan again. If you hadn't absorbed my cultivation, I could have achieved the Mahayana stage on my own. Xiao Yan said stubbornly. Ahem, this is different. Although I've let you waste 3 years, with my training, you'll be able to cultivate faster in the future and even learn alchemy, which is a highly profitable industry. Yao Lao knew he was in the wrong and changed the subject. He could certainly see that Xiao Yan had good qualifications, otherwise he would not have accepted him as his disciple. Xiao Yan didn't care. What had already happened, and there was no point in worrying about it. Besides, this guy who called himself Yao Lao was indeed very capable. If the other person is truly good to me, then I will definitely repay him, her in the future and resurrect him, her. But if he's just using me, then don't blame him for going all out. So all this needs time to settle, and Xiao Yan does not fully trust Yao Lao yet. Xiao Yan thought so, and so did Yao Lao. Alas, I heard from my seniors that there should be many children of luck, but after so many years, I haven't encountered any. Could it be that my luck has run out? Xiao Zhan was a little worried. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? As if sensing Xiao Zhan's confusion, Xiao Haotian asked honestly. Nothing, I just thought Hauer should start formal training. Xiao Zhan came back to his senses. Xiao Hao is almost 7 years old and his foundation is almost the same. This age is the best time for him to practice. Really, Grandpa? Xiao Hao was very happy. Of course it's true. Come, from today on I will teach you how to practice. You've learned the theoretical knowledge over the years. Now let's get started. I'll assist you. Xiao Zhan nodded. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Hao immediately sat down cross-legged. He practiced the skills that he had already mastered to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. A huge vortex of spiritual energy gathered above his head. An inexplicable aura emanated from Xiao Hao. Even Xiao Zhan, who was in the spirit transformation stage, was terrified. Oh my goodness. It's actually the Supreme Bone. No wonder. No wonder, I was wondering why Howard's luck was so terrifying. If he had the Supreme Bone, everything would make sense. Ha ha ha, my Xiao family will have the protection of the Supreme in the future. Yao Lao on the other side seemed to sense something. Your Xiao family is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Xiao Yan also looked in Xiao Hao's direction. It should be Xiao Hao. His talent is much stronger than mine. He has already reached the foundation establishment stage before he even started practicing. His future is limitless. But I won't lose either. I want to live my life to the fullest. I will definitely have a place at the top of this world. Yao Lao nodded in approval, feeling somewhat relieved. He had thought that his disciples' arrogance would be hit, but unexpectedly, not only was he not hit, but his fighting spirit was aroused. As a teacher, I will also lend you a helping hand. Time flies and 2 years have passed. The Xiao family is growing stronger and stronger. Xiao Hao, who possessed the Supreme Bone, advanced from the foundation building stage to the nascent soul stage in just 2 years of practice. Such a monstrous promotion speed made Xiao Zhan exclaim that it was awesome. It is worthy of being the Supreme Bone with an invincible appearance. Yenner, you want me to develop the medicine business? Xiao Zhan was slightly surprised. That's right, uncle. To grow our family, we need to continuously develop different profitable businesses, and the elixir business is a piece of fat meat. Xiao Yan nodded. Although our Xiao family does sell low-level elixirs such as blood recovery pills and qi replenishing powder in this small place, we purchase these from other places and sell them here. The profit is very low, and we only earn hard-earned money. Xiao Zhan pondered and looked at Xiao Yan with some anticipation. He naturally knew that Xiao Yan's words were not without reason, so the other party was most likely an alchemist. Is this the son of destiny? I really envy his opportunity. Uncle, my nephew is now a third-grade alchemist, so I want to help the family develop this business. Xiao Yan volunteered. Oh? Yenner, you actually became a third-grade alchemist. Xiao Zhan pretended to be surprised. Well, although I didn't go to the Alchemy Association for the assessment, please trust me, uncle. Okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Even if you mess up and lose money, it's okay. Just think of it as training for you, Yenner. Growth requires effort. Xiao Zhan agreed. As for losing money? The son of luck can still lose money. This thing will definitely succeed. Xiao Yan was also surprised by Xiao Zhan's decisiveness, and he was prepared to spend more time talking to him. Uncle, please rest assured that your nephew will make this business a success. Xiao Yan was very confident. He was not a third-grade alchemist, but a fourth-grade one. Hiding one's abilities was a necessary tactic for every genius. Xiao Zhan, uncle, and you are connected by heart. Are you playing tricks on him? In this way, Xiao Yan began to open up the medicine business for the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan also supported Xiao Yan and sent him a large amount of medicinal herbs for practice. Anyway, I have so many medicinal herbs in my pocket that I can never use them all up. With a large supply of medicinal materials, Xiao Yan worked non-stop to refine medicine. Refining medicine can not only quickly improve your alchemy skills, but also serve as a form of practice to increase your cultivation. There is about a year left before the 3-year deadline. Xiao Yan plans to practice alchemy and take medicine for half a year, and use the last half year to go out and gain some practical experience. Chapter 289, No Talent for Cultivation? What a joke. The days go by. That day, Xiao Zhan went out to handle family business. On his way back, he was bored and opened the Eye of Destiny to detect. I thought I would return empty-handed again, but unexpectedly I saw the golden sky from a distance. Such a terrifying vision. No, it doesn't seem to be a vision. Xiao Zhan quickly closed the Eye of Destiny and looked at the sky again. It was indeed the same as other places, only when you open the Eye of Destiny will the sky appear golden. The results are about to come, a son of fortune with extremely great luck. He, wait for me to go and take a look. Xiao Zhan immediately changed the direction of flight. Get lost. Don't tell anyone you're from the Meng family when you go out. Otherwise, if bad rumors spread, you'll be in big trouble. Several servants casually threw a girl out of the door. The girl fell to the ground in pain, her eyes filled with endless coldness as she stared at these people. You dare to glare at us? I'll let you suffer first, so that you won't have a bad memory. Several servants began to punch and kick the girl with malicious intent. The girl endured it silently, her hands clenched tightly. She knew that if she dared to resist, the other party would hit her even harder. Tisk, boring, like a dead person, not making a sound. Get out. Not hearing any screams or pleas for mercy, they suddenly felt bored. Isn't bullying just about satisfying the guilt in your heart? If you don't get a response, you don't want to waste your energy. It's like hitting a stone. The girl staggered to her feet and dragged her tired body away. Xiao Zhan, who was observing secretly, also confirmed the identity of the Son of Destiny. It's actually a girl this time? Her look is comparable to Howard's, but her appearance. Xiao Zhan was confused and glanced at the Meng family, which seemed to be a first-class family, just abandoned such a terrifying Son of Destiny. Although he was confused, Xiao Zhan did not dare to act rashly. What if the Meng family deliberately trained the girl like this? If he were to kidnap the other party, he would not be able to defeat the strong man in the Meng family. Let's see, Xiao Zhan decided to play it safe. So he continued to follow the girl secretly. This went on for several days. The girl suffered all kinds of difficulties and bullying here, but the Meng family remained indifferent, and Xiao Zhan did not notice that the Meng family had sent people to keep an eye on her. Hee, this is something you don't want, so my Xiao family will gladly accept it. Xiao Zhan grinned. He didn't expect to have such a big unexpected gain from his outing. Being cautious, he did not choose to take action here, but instead used a force to control the girl to walk out of the city. After walking for about dozens of miles, the girl fainted completely. Xiao Zhan was quick to turn around and run away. Got it. He took the girl to visit several cities in a row, and then chose the longest route back to the Xiao family. Even if they didn't really abandon her, it's not up to them. Once you enter my Xiao family, you are a member of my Xiao family. Xiao Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the girl covered in wounds, Xiao Zhan first asked the maid to take her to wash her body, and then applied medicine to her to heal her wounds. And next, all you have to do is wait for the other person to wake up and brainwash him. I seem like a villain. Xiao Zhan fell into deep thought. The next day. The girl opened her eyes blankly and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in a dazed. It took her a moment to come back to her senses and realized that she was lying on the bed. She pulled back the quilt in horror to check her body. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found there were no signs of damage. Where is this? The girl muttered to herself. This time, a maid pushed the door open and came in. Are you awake? Then I'll go call the master over now. Before the girl could ask anything, the maid ran away. From time to time, the girl saw an adult man walking in. This is naturally Xiao Zhan. The breakthrough in his realm has extended his lifespan a lot, so he is still very young now. How do you feel? Is there anything else that's bothering you? Xiao Zhan pulled a chair over and sat beside the bed. Well, I've almost recovered. Did you save me? The girl asked. Her injuries were not serious. After taking the healing pills and applying the topical medicine, she recovered in one day. That's right. I was out at the time and saw you fainted in the wild, so I took you back to the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan said without blushing or beating his heart. The Xiao family. The girl seemed to be recalling some bad things in the past, and her expression was somewhat painful. Xiao Zhan naturally knew what was going on, but he didn't know the details, so he wanted to find out. He pretended to be suspicious and asked, "What's going on? Did something bad happen? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help." The girl hesitated for a moment and began to tell her story. Xiao Zhan listened carefully. Basically, the girl's mother is the jewel in the Kong family's crown, and her father is the heir of the Meng family. The Kong family is a second-rate family, and is about to be promoted to a first-rate family. The Meng family has just been promoted to a first-rate family not long ago. For the sake of family interests, the Kong family arranged for his mother to marry into the Meng family, so that they could gain support and more steadily advance to a first-class family. But this is just the wishful thinking of the Kong family. The Meng family has always been planning to eat away the fat piece of meat of the Kong family. After the marriage, the Meng family pretended to help the Kong family expand its business, but in fact they were secretly swallowing up everything of the Kong family, and even poisoned the supreme elder of the Kong family. By the time the Kong family discovered it, it was already too late, and eventually everything the Kong family had was swallowed up by the Meng family, and his mother also died at the hands of the Meng family because of resistance. The girl had just been born at that time, and the Meng family raised her for 6 years because she at least retained the Meng family bloodline. It would be better to say that he was treated like a dog, coming and going at will, and was bullied by other servants in the Meng family. What happened next was just as Xiao Zhan had seen. The Meng family kicked the girl out of the house because they thought she was unlucky. So what are your plans next? Xiao Zhan asked. I have no idea. The girl lowered her head. If you are willing, how about becoming a member of my Xiao family? Xiao Zhan's true colors are revealed. Would you like to take me in? The girl's eyes showed hope. Well, from now on you are a member of my Xiao family, not a member of the Meng family. Xiao Zhan nodded. Okay, Nan will be a member of the Xiao family from now on. The girl said happily. Nan? Is that your name? Xiao Zhan asked. This is what I gave myself. I don't have a name in the Meng family. They all call me a stinky girl. The girl looked lonely. Then you will be called Xiao Nan from now on. Although my Xiao family is only a second-rate family now and cannot compare with the Meng family, I believe that it will not be long before our Xiao family will surpass the Meng family. If you want revenge, I will train you to become a talent, and then the Xiao family will be your backer. Xiao Zhan spoke. But they all say I don't have the talent for cultivation. Xiao Zhan was a little surprised. You have such terrifying luck, but you don't have any talent for cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, either they are dazzled, or you have not yet awakened your talent for cultivation. No one understands the Son of Destiny better than me. Chapter 290, Terrifying Perception. What others say doesn't count. Only when you verify it yourself can it be true. Have you ever practiced cultivation? No. Xiao Nan shook her head. Then starting tomorrow, you will practice with me, and I will teach you. Xiao Zhan laughed. Yes, master. Master. Compared to a master, family is better. What do you think? Xiao Zhan asked. Family. Xiao Nan was stunned. She seemed to have no family in this world anymore, and she really felt the warmth of home from Xiao Zhan. This feeling made her feel at ease. She would no longer be alone and could rely on her family when she was bullied. Don't be fooled by my youthful appearance. I'm actually over 60. How about I be your grandfather from now on? Yes, Grandpa. Xiao Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Alas, I've wronged you over the years. Take a good rest today and take a walk around the Xiao family to familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll come back tomorrow to help you practice. Xiao Zhan touched her head. Good. Xiao Nan nodded. The next day, after a day's rest, Xiao Nan regained her former spirit, but her body seemed a little frail due to years of hunger. Xiao Zhan brought Xiao Nan to the training ground. At this time, Xiao Hao had already arrived. Xiao Hao was very surprised to see Xiao Zhan coming over with a girl. Grandpa, who is she? It's no wonder he was confused. After all, he had lived in the Xiao family for so many years and he knew the faces of all the children in the Xiao family, but he had never seen Xiao Nan. However, from today on, Nan is your sister. You must protect her well, okay? Xiao Zhan said with a smile. Younger sister. Xiao Hao was stunned, then very happy. I have wanted a younger sister for a long time. So I started to introduce myself very enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Xiao Hao. I'm 8.5 years old. Don't look down on me because I'm already a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me and I'll beat him to death. Looking at Xiao Hao's enthusiasm, Xiao Nan felt a little timid. This was a big blow to Xiao Hao. Did he look scary? That shouldn't be the case. My grandfather always says that I'm cute and will be handsome and charming when I grow up. Hello? My name is Xiao Nan. I'm 6 years old. Finally, Xiao Nan mustered up the courage to introduce herself. Xiao Zhan then said to Xiao Hao seriously, I rescued Nan from outside the day before yesterday. She's a bit introverted now, so you better not act so carelessly, okay? Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Hao nodded. So that's how it is. Then let's start practicing. However, you practice on your own while I teach Nan first. Xiao Hao naturally had no objection. I found a place to sit cross-legged. Xiao Zhan also began to teach Xiao Nan some cultivation knowledge. What surprised him was that no matter what knowledge he talked about, Xiao Nan could remember it after listening to it once, and could also apply it to other situations. This terrifying understanding made Xiao Zhan sigh. He is indeed the son of destiny. After witnessing Xiao Nan's terrifying comprehension, Xiao Zhan also sped up the pace of teaching. A week passed in a flash. During this period of study, Xiao Nan has thoroughly mastered the theoretical knowledge. Nan, you can start practicing today. Just follow the instructions given before. Xiao Zhan said. Xiao Nan nodded, then sat down cross-legged and began to practice the exercises. Xiao Hao on the side also stopped practicing and paid attention. After a while, both of them frowned. Something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with Xiao Nan's body. No matter how the skills were used to draw the external spiritual energy into her body refused to absorb it. Xiao Hao hesitated to speak, and signaled to Xiao Zhan with his eyes what to do now. Xiao Zhan didn't expect that Xiao Nan really couldn't practice. After a long time, Xiao Nan opened her eyes dejectedly. Nan, am I really useless? What are you talking about? Nan, this isn't your fault. It must be caused by an inappropriate cultivation method. Xiao Hao encouraged immediately. Xiao Zhan also said, that's right, just like Hauer said, different techniques are suitable for different people. Perhaps none of the existing techniques are suitable for you, which is why you seem unable to practice. Kung Fu. Xiao Nan was stunned, then seemed to be thinking about something, realizing that the theoretical knowledge she had learned during this period was not in vain. In fact, she had already realized from her own practice that her physical condition seemed not suitable for practice, but the words of the two people made her think of another way out. Since my physical condition does not allow me to practice with these techniques, why not create a set of techniques that I can practice on my... Oh. Grandpa, I want to create my own martial arts. Xiao Nan expressed her thoughts. Create it yourself? Well, since you want to, I, your grandfather, will definitely support you. Creating a technique is not something that can be done overnight, it requires a large amount of knowledge. Therefore, I will continue to teach you the knowledge of the exercises from now on, and you will also need to learn a large number of exercises as models. Xiao Zhan said seriously. With Xiao Nan's terrifying understanding, it is possible that she will succeed. In the following days, Xiao Zhan brought a lot of martial arts techniques for Xiao Nan to study, and also taught her a lot of martial arts knowledge. Her terrifying comprehension seemed to have no limit. She could learn everything, understand it immediately, and even expand on it. After learning a lot of knowledge, she began to practice with the incomplete skills. It is easier to complete the skills than to create them. Under her repair, the incomplete martial arts manuals were restored to complete chapters. Xiao Zhan was stunned. This boy was so terrifying. Xiao Hao was also very surprised. It seemed that his sister was really extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Yunlan sect. At the foot of the mountain gate. A young man in a black robe looked at the sect on the top of the mountain with disdain. Then he no longer hesitated and walked up with firm steps. After a long time, the young man was stopped outside the sect. Who is coming? Xiao family, Xiao Yan, come to keep the appointment. The boy took off his hood, revealing a determined face. You are Xiao Yan. This person was shocked. Many people knew about the rumors about senior sister Yan. Since you are Xiao Yan, then come in. This person led Xiao Yan into the sect. Many disciples were discussing the matter along the way. Who is this person? And he doesn't look like he has bad intentions. Is he planning to cause trouble in Yunlan sect? You don't even know this. Haven't you heard the rumors about senior sister Yan? It seems like today is the 3-year deadline. You mean, this person is Xiao Yan? It can't be wrong. There will be a good show to watch later. I see. It's said that Xiao Yan's talent has regressed, yet he still dared to make a 3-year agreement with senior sister Yan. He was no match for senior sister Yan 3 years ago, and he will be even less so 3 years later. Facing the discussions of the crowd, Xiao Yan remained calm. The fact that he had calmed down over the years was no exaggeration. Today he had only one goal, to defeat Neilan Yan and trample on her dignity and face that he wants to get back double the debt owed to the Xiao family. Chapter 291, Resolving Grudges. You're here? In the arena, Neilan Yan looked at Xiao Yan and said lightly. Neilan Yan, it's time to put an end to the grudge between us. Xiao Yan chuckled. Arrogant. I want to see what you have to dare to come to this appointment. Neilan Yan drew his sword and attacked. Then just wait and see. Even though I, Xiao Yan, have been in decline for 3 years, I'm still a mountain you can't catch up with. Today, I'll show you what it means to be better than others. Flame-devouring wave ruler. Endless flames rushed towards Neilan Yan. The latter's pupils shrank and he quickly used his special skills. The extreme of wind. Meteoric kill, boom. The audience was shocked by the terrifying power. Under the gaze of everyone, Neilan Yan was unable to withstand the power of the move and was knocked away. Neilan Yan showed an unwilling look on his face and turned around to fight back, enduring the severe pain. Is this the reason you're so arrogant, Neilan Yan? With your talent, you dare to come and cancel my engagement. Neilan Yan. What qualifications do you have? The anger that had been suppressed for many years erupted today, and Xiao Yan swung the heavy ruler in his hand fiercely. Every swing would make Neilan Yan spit out blood. Stop it, asshole. The onlookers were furious and condemned Xiao Yan in the air. They could only show off their power verbally and did not dare to step forward to stop it. They knew their own strengths and weaknesses, and going up would be like seeking death. Neilan Yan, your talent is not even worth mentioning. Is this all you have? Neilan Yan was annoyed when he heard this, but no matter how hard she tried, she was still severely suppressed by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. I won't let you go. Neilan Yan forced herself to say something harsh. Oh, really? It seems the blow wasn't enough. Xiao Yan had no expression on his face. The force of swinging the heavy ruler increased. In fact, he could kill the opponent in one move, but that would not be enough to satisfy him. This was a knot in his heart, and he had to humiliate Neilan Yan severely today. Time passes by every second. By the end of the fight, Neilan Yan was so shocked that he felt dizzy. Xiao Yan grabbed Neilan Yan's neck. After so many years, you've only reached the 3rd level of Jindan. I remember you were already at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment 3 years ago. Neilan Yan glared angrily. Xiao Yan grinned, and the aura of the nascent soul stage burst out. Neilan Yan's pupils shrank slightly. Why did it become like this? Shouldn't I have defeated Xiao Yan and then severely humiliated him? Why did the result turn out to be the opposite of what I expected? Honestly, you bore me. From now on, you, Neilan Yan, and I, Xiao Yan, will have nothing to do with each other. The engagement between you and me will also end with me divorcing you. Xiao Yan released his hand that was pinching the other person's neck. Cough cough cough, Xiao Yan. What? You want another fight? If you want, I'll accompany you, but I won't hold back from now on. Life or death is unpredictable. Xiao Yan looked at her with cold eyes. Neilan Yan was frightened, but anger still took over and she was ready to continue fighting. Yenner, step back. You've already lost. Don't try to be brave anymore. A voice came into Neilan Yan's ears. Master. The next moment a figure appeared. Xiao Yan was shocked when he saw the person coming. Why was it her? Good boy, you are so lucky. Yao Lao transmitted the message. Disciple didn't expect that she would be Neilan Yan's master. She used a fake name before and I didn't realize it. Xiao Yan felt bitter inside. Didn't you also use a pseudonym? If the other party knew your name was Xiao Yan, they would probably have beaten you to death the first time. Yao Lao joked. Yunyan looked at Xiao Yan with mixed feelings. When she saw Xiao Yan appear in the sect today, she thought that he had found out about her original identity and had come to find her on purpose. Unexpectedly, the other party's real name was Xiao Yan, the same Xiao Yan who had a dispute with his apprentice. For a moment she didn't know whether to come forward. However, when she saw her apprentice preparing to fight to the death, she had to show up. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention what happened before and pretended not to know each other. Xiao family, I always feel like I forgot something. Xiao Zhan frowned. What happened? Well, never mind. Since I can't remember it, it's probably not very important. What? How dare the Meng family do this to you? Xiao Hao was furious. After listening to Xiao Nanan's story, Xiao Hao couldn't bear it anymore. Little girl, tell me where the Meng family is. I'm going to destroy them. After more than a year, the two of them became familiar with each other, and Xiao Hao really treated Xiao Nan as his own sister. How could he, as a brother, bear to know that his own sister was bullied like this when she was a child? Brother, don't be impulsive. The other party is a first-class family. You can't beat them. Xiao Nan said. Xiao Hao was not afraid at all, but he did have to be cautious with first-class families, and he did not want to cause trouble for the Xiao family. A first-rate family, right? Xiao Hao, will definitely destroy it. Now, a year has passed, and his cultivation has improved again, reaching the 8th level of nascent soul. If he is given another 2 or 3 years, it should not be a problem to destroy the Meng family. Since we can't cause trouble for the Xiao family, we might as well uproot them. They are not good people anyway. Don't worry, little girl. I'm not that impulsive yet. I'll train for a few more years before I go and destroy them. Xiao Hao touched Xiao Nanan's head and said. Xiao Nan was very happy in her heart. Life in the Xiao family was simply a paradise. Here, she not only had a grandfather who doted on her, but also a brother who cared for her. In fact, it doesn't matter to her whether she takes revenge or not. She just hopes that days like this can continue forever. By the way, little girl, how is your technique creation going? Xiao Hao asked. It's still a little behind, and it's the core part. It will probably take another year. Brother believes that you can do it. Even if you fail, brother will always protect you. Xiao Hao promised. Stinky brother, my daughter will never fail. Xiao Nan was so angry that she grabbed Xiao Hao's waist. Although it felt good to be protected, she also wanted to practice. Only by practicing could she achieve immortality and stay with her family forever. Her grandfather and brother were both monks with long lifespans. If she were still immortal, she would probably die within 100 years. She didn't want this to happen, so she had to create her own cultivation method. Hiss. Don't be angry, how about I take you out to play today? Xiao Hao smiled awkwardly. Humph. That's more like it. Xiao Nan became excited. The other side, Xiao Zhan had nothing to do. He no longer had any theoretical knowledge to teach Xiao Nan, so he could not get involved in the creation of the martial arts. As for Xiao Hao, Xiao Zhan could no longer teach him. They are all monsters, so depressing. Damn it. If this continues, Howard will soon surpass me in realm. Then I'll lose all my dignity. Xiao Zhan looked at the thriving Xiao family and prepared to go into seclusion to practice. Anyway, there haven't been any major incidents in recent years, and the Xiao family is protected by geniuses like Xiao Hao, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Seclusion. This time I want to break through to the Hadao stage. Xiao Zhan set a goal for himself, handed over some matters to the elders of the Xiao family, and began to retreat. Chapter 292, Family Like Halo. Time flies, and another 3 years have passed. Xiao Zhan, who was in seclusion, felt the connection with Chu Gu Sr. Only the first level of Return to Void? Ahem. Please forgive my laughter, Senior. My talent is average, and I was able to break through to this level thanks to the natural resources and treasures you gave me. Xiao Zhan felt somewhat helpless. Before he went into seclusion, he had promised to break through to the Hadao stage, but 3 years had passed and he had only just entered the Fanshu stage. Alas, my talent is hopeless. Well, I'll give you another chance. Main world Chu Gu, who had just been kicked out of the Tian Dao space, checked his profit situation as soon as possible. The result was very good. After one day, the investment had made a profit of another 600 million points. Chu Gu estimated that the Sun of Luck had begun to take effect, and the snowball would only get bigger and bigger. Having made so much profit, Chu Gu is also ready to reward his investors. So he opened the Tian Dao space to look for the items he wanted. Yes, this is it. Product, Family Halo. Price, 10 million investment points. Effect, can increase the luck of the investor's family members, and the family head can enjoy some of the qualifications of the family members. It's only 10 million, just a little bit of water, I'll buy it. Chu Gu immediately bought it for investment. Ding. Detected that the host has invested in the family aura, triggering a 1,000-fold amplification, transforming into the family luck aura. Family luck aura greatly improves the family luck. The luck of the family members increases tenfold. The probability of giving birth to a lucky child in the family increases. The family patriarch enjoys the superposition of the qualifications of all family members, and combined with a family member, the amount of the other party's cultivation level improvement can be synchronized with the other party, and the binding person can be replaced. Zhuge was very satisfied looking at the amplified product, Clan World. Xiao Zhan suddenly felt that something mysterious was bound to him. He knew it was the result of his senior's actions, so he waited patiently. Well, the opportunity has arrived for you. From now on, you can be considered a child of destiny, even more so than before. Xiao Zhan felt it carefully, and the effect of the family's luck halo also emerged clearly in his mind. Senior is truly a true god of the world. I'm afraid no one can match this magical power. Xiao Zhan said happily, this family luck halo is too abnormal. One can obtain the superposition of qualifications of all the family members. His qualifications are unmatched by anyone. He only needs to continue to recruit sons of luck into his family, and the family will have no worries about its longevity. Work hard and strive to lead your family to the pinnacle of this world. Zhuge bought another 40 million resources for investment. Investor, Zhuge, investment grade, 4-star, strength, 7 stars, investment point, 850 million, investment world, clan world, chance to draw a world, 0 times, profit, 113,030,200 yuan, conquered worlds, fighting soul world, beast taming world, virtual advent world. The profit exceeded 10 billion, and naturally, the investment level was promoted to a 4-star investor. Looking at the remaining 850 million investment points, Zhuge hesitated whether to continue improving his strength. Let's just keep going. I have nothing to do right now anyway, and the investment world is pretty much laissez-faire. I can just throw some money in every few days. Also, Tian Dao said before that starting with the 7 stars, adjusting the time ratio will cost money. Let's see how to measure it. Zhuge made a decision in his heart, communicate with the Heavenly Dao again and enter the chaotic land of the Heavenly Dao space. Do you want to adjust the time ratio? Unlike before, it doesn't directly ask you how much time ratio to adjust. This time it asks whether you want to adjust it. There's something wrong at first glance. Wait, Tian Dao, first explain the charges and the time ratio adjustment. Zhuge asked. Starting from the 7 stars, the ratio of cultivation time is fixed at 1 day in the main world. 10 years, the fixed rate is 10 million per day. Every time the rate increases tenfold, the rate increases 20-fold. Fuck, they're robbing money. Zhuge was shocked by the charges. Before 7 stars, it was the novice period, with preferential policies. Starting from 7 stars, it seemed like they were ready to make a killing, right? Moreover, the cultivation method that Tian Dao gave himself required a very long time to improve. It often takes thousands of years to upgrade 1 star. For a moment, Zhuge felt that he had become a pauper, and 850 million was not enough to spend. As for such a humiliating task as adjusting the time ratio, he didn't want to do it. Anyway, there was no need to rush. At worst, you can improve slowly. If you use the efficiency ratio of 10 years, 365 days of seclusion is equivalent to 3,650 years of practice. Well, it's much better than practicing on your own. Fixed ratio, practice for 1 day. Zhuge said that he planned to check the situation in the investment world every other day so that he could calculate the gains and losses well. The fee has been deducted, and the training will begin. Clan world, after obtaining the family's luck aura, Xiao Zhan began to choose someone to bind himself to. Bind Hauer first, and then bind Nan Nan when she can practice. At the moment, these two have the best talent. As the binding progressed, Xiao Zhan felt that his cultivation was steadily improving. It seems that Hauer is practicing. This improvement speed is too fast. Xiao Zhan was surprised. Compared with his original cultivation efficiency, this improvement was dozens of times. Damn it, the son of luck deserves to die. Oh, no, it seems that I am also the son of luck. Let's try out the efficiency of superimposed talent cultivation. Xiao Zhan looked forward to it. The next moment he got into the state, accompanied by the practice of the exercises. The spirit stones in the secret room instantly shattered into pure spiritual energy that penetrated into his body. Wow! This feels good. Xiao Zhan was instantly excited. It was so awesome. 7th level of return to void. Xiao Hao stood up. Brother, have you finished your training? Xiao Nan Nan on the other side also stopped practicing. She had successfully created her technique 2 years ago. The name is Demon Art of Devouring the Sky. When Xiao Hao heard about it, he thought his sister had turned evil. How come the martial arts created sound like evil martial arts? After listening to his sister's introduction, he didn't know what to say. The so-called heaven-devouring demonic art is to devour the qualifications, physique and origin of other cultivators to improve the qualifications, physique and origin of one's own cultivator. In Xiao Nanan's words, since her own qualifications are not suitable for cultivation, she will steal the qualifications of other cultivators to make up for herself. The timeline returns to the moment of the conversation. Nan Nan, do you really want to do this? Brother, will you hate Nan Nan because of this? Not really. The technique is indeed cruel, but cultivators are meant to fight for it. However, if you do this, you will be hunted down and targeted by countless cultivators. So what? Nan Nan doesn't care. Besides, I won't claim to be a member of the Xiao family outside to avoid causing trouble for Grandpa. As long as my brother and Grandpa don't hate Nan Nan, nothing else matters. In that case, I'll accompany you. We'll start with the Meng family. Sight returns. That's almost it, Nan Nan. Although my cultivation level cannot wipe out the Meng family in one fell swoop, it is enough for me to go out and gain experience. Okay, since my brother said so, let's go. Xiao Nan Nan nodded. Don't you need to tell Grandpa? No need, Grandpa is in seclusion. It's not a big deal anyway. We just need to hide our identities outside. Xiao Hao shook his head. So the two of them left the Xiao family. A child without luck won't cause trouble. If he doesn't cause trouble, can he still be considered a child with luck? Chapter 293, Xiao Yan takes the blame. When Xiao Zhan was in seclusion, Xiao Hao and Xiao Nan Nan also gained some fame outside. They secretly killed the Meng family's children who were away. A large number of Meng family members died unexpectedly, causing panic among the other members of the Meng family. They suspected that their family was being targeted by some aristocratic family. Xiao Nan Nan also devoured the killer's essence through the heaven-devouring demonic art. Thanks to this, her qualifications have been greatly improved. Nan Nan, it seems we need to keep a low profile recently. That old man from the Meng family who is in the Hadao stage has made his move. The selection of a first-class family requires that there must be a strong person in the Hadao period to be in charge, and the family must have a large number of mid-level combat personnel. Well, it just so happens that I'm going to test how my current training is going. Xiao Nan Nan nodded. Okay, then you try it now, and I'll be there to protect you. Xiao Hao said. So Xiao Nan Nan sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-swallowing demonic art in her body. The spiritual energy from the outside world poured into her body like siphoning water, and this time her body was not unable to absorb it like before. The spiritual energy in the body is absorbed bit by bit and then transformed into one's own magic power. Xiao Nan Nan stopped practicing from time to time. The situation is much better than before, but still not as good as my brother's. Although he had seized the origins of other cultivators, his aptitude was still no match for Xiao Hao, who possessed the supreme bone. Take your time. Once you've wiped out the Meng family, your talent should have made a big leap. Eastern region, deep in a bamboo forest, a man was suspended in the air, and the invisible sword force was growing stronger and stronger. The bamboo leaves rustled, and the cold light swept around wantonly. The bamboo sections were cut in half. After an unknown amount of time, the man opened his eyes. Return to the void and merge with the Tao. The sword exists in the heart, free from form. A blade of grass can also destroy the stars. Everything can be a sword. Xiao Fan slowly stood up. The breakthrough in swordsmanship also allowed him to enter the Hadao stage. It's been so long since I last left, it's time to go back and take a look. Xiao Fan flew out of the bamboo forest and began to return. Along the way, I also asked about recent events. He was very interested when he learned that a demon who specialized in hunting monks had appeared in the eastern region. Why was it a demon? According to these people's stories, the essences of the monks who were killed were drained after their death, and the highest number of deaths came from the Meng family, a well-known first-class family in the local area. The Xiao family is also in the corner of the eastern region. If this devil goes to hunt down the Xiao family members, it will be bad. We should go and investigate. Xiao Fan changed direction, another place in the eastern region. Master, are you sure there is a strange fire here? Xiao Yan asked Yao Lao, who was standing beside him. If nothing unexpected happened during this period, it should be here now. Yao Lao stroked his beard and smiled. Master, are you saying that a strange fire has just formed here? Xiao Yan said in surprise. Well, back then, before my master passed away, I happened to pass by this place and discovered the aura of the strange fire. After all, my master is a 9th-grade alchemist and has a strange fire himself. His perception of the strange fire is unmatched by others. Unfortunately, when I found it, the strange fire was only in its infancy and was still in the process of condensing. I had no choice but to give up and leave a sealing barrier, waiting to pick it after it condensed, and now, 1,000 years have passed, and that strange fire should have taken shape. Yao Lao explained. That's great. If I absorb this strange fire, I'll be able to break through to the return to void stage. Xiao Yan said excitedly. His current cultivation level is the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. As for why he was able to improve so quickly, it was all thanks to Yao Lao passing on a book of burning techniques to him. This technique is a growth-oriented technique, and it can evolve by continuously absorbing the strange fire. He has traveled everywhere over the years and found several strange fires along the way to devour them. Devouring the strange fire can not only evolve his skills, but also increase his cultivation rapidly. The higher the ranking of the strange fire, the greater the improvement. Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. There's my sealed barrier over there. Although its power may have weakened over the past 1,000 years, don't even think about entering without the strength of a tribulation crossing stage. Even in this remote corner of the eastern region, there are only a handful of people at the Hadao stage, and those at the Dujie stage certainly wouldn't come to this desolate place. Even if Master says so, there is still a slight possibility, so we should hurry over and get the strange fire. Okay. I'm afraid of you. Just follow my instructions and fly. Yao Lao began to tell Xiaoyan the route. Xiaoyan also flew along the route. The final stop was actually near Meng's house. On the other side, Xiao Fan also came to stake out near the Meng family. After all, from the information he had heard, it seemed that the devil had a grudge against the Meng family, that he just needs to wait nearby. The Meng family's powerful Hadao stage expert also thought the same as him. Xiao Hao was naturally not a fool. He also knew that a powerful Hadao stage expert from the Meng family was hiding nearby. So during this period of time, he took Xiao Nan to retreat in other places anyway. They are not in a hurry and have plenty of time to wear down the Meng family. They are in the dark, while the Meng family is in the light. A few days later, Xiao Yan came to the vicinity of the Meng family. His appearance also attracted the attention of the Meng family's Hadao period strongmen. 7th level of the spiritual transformation stage, it should be him. He dares to come to the Meng family at this time. There must be something wrong. Ha, it's true that if there is a road to heaven, you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, you will fall into it. However, in order not to alert the enemy, he decided to wait and see. After all, this was just his guess. What if it turned out not to be the case? Soon under his gaze, Xiaoyan sneaked around the Meng family. Seeing a member of the Meng family who had just left the house, Xiaoyan followed him. This action made the strong men in the Hadao period even more certain that Xiaoyan was the devil. You dare to attack me, good boy. Die. The powerful man in the Hadao stage burst out with momentum and came directly in front of Xiaoyan in an instant. The sudden change made Xiaoyan very confused, but he instinctively resisted the attack. Disciple, you are no match for him. He is a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Hadao stage. Let me take over. In an instant, Yao Lao took over Xiaoyan's body. A palm strike containing the charm of the Mahayana period was thrown out. Boom. Menko was shocked and looked at Xiaoyan in disbelief. Good boy, you are only in the spirit transformation stage and you can withstand a palm strike with 70% of its power. No, it seems that he is not in the spirit transformation stage anymore. His cultivation has skyrocketed to the 7th level of return to void hidden cultivation? Or secret technique? Ah, I see. I was wondering who would dare to so brazenly hunt down a member of the Meng family. Turns out they have a trump card. Mengka sneered. So what if you are in the return to void stage? If you don't reach the Hidao stage, you will never be his match. At this time, the master and disciple were confused. What do you mean by hunting down your Meng family members? We are obviously here to get the strange fire. As for why he had followed the Meng family member before, it was because the other party was contaminated with the aura of strange fire. This made him suspect that the strange fire had been taken away by someone, and he was ready to catch the other party and ask him. I don't know what you're talking about. Xiaoyan flatly denied it. Oh, you still don't dare to admit it? Then die to comfort the soul of my Meng family member in heaven. Mengka stopped talking and continued to attack. Xiaoyan was not afraid either and fought with him. Chapter 294, 3-person meeting. When the two fought, Xiao Fan on the other side seemed to be thinking about something. Isn't this Xiaoyan? Xiao Fan and Xiaoyan had met before at the Xiao family, so they recognized each other. However, before Xiaoyan's talent regressed, he went out to gain experience. I didn't expect that after so many years, the other party has reached the return to void stage. Such a good talent? There's something strange. This strength shouldn't be real. The previous spiritual transformation stage should be the real level of cultivation. Xiao Fan looked at the two people fighting and prepared to wait and see. It would not be too late to take action after Xiaoyan was defeated. According to Menko, Xiaoyan is the devil, but it doesn't matter. Since he is a member of the Xiao family, he still has to protect him. Whether he is the devil or not is up to the Xiao family to decide. The fight between the two men made a lot of noise, which naturally attracted the attention of all the children of the Meng family. Even Xiao Hao and Xiao Nan, who were in seclusion in the mountains, sensed it. This direction should be the Meng family. Do they have other enemies? Xiao Hao was a little surprised. Nan, do you want to go over and take a look? Well, if it's an enemy, we can also stand by and add insult to injury. Xiao Nan nodded excitedly. This made Xiao Hao's mouth twitch. As they got along, he found that Xiao Nan was quite old and a bit cruel. She only showed her innocent look in front of Xiao Hao and Xiao Zhanlai. The outside world, he looks like a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Never mind, it's probably because of the tragic experiences in childhood. Soon Xiao Hao and Xiao Nan rushed to the scene of the fight. Isn't this Brother Yen? Looking at a young man fighting, Xiao Hao said in surprise. Brother Yen? Does brother know him? Xiao Nan asked. Well, it's normal that Nan doesn't know him. Before you came to the Xiao family, Brother Yen went out to gain experience. Xiao Hao explained. Xiao Nan understood what was going on. The young man was from the Xiao family, but why did he fight with the powerful Hadao stage expert from the Meng family? Brother, do you want to take action? Of course, I was afraid that I wouldn't have time to take care of you in the fight with that guy before. Now that you're hiding, I'll show you my brother's true strength. Isn't it just the Hadao stage? I, Xiao Hao, am not only invincible at the same level, but I can also suppress the opponent across borders. Looking at the two people fighting, Xiao Hao's blood also boiled. Okay, Nan will hide well. Xiao Nannan nodded. In case of any accidents, Xiao Hao still left behind a defensive barrier and a concealment barrier. This action was also seen by Xiao Fan, who had been waiting there. Isn't this Xiao Hao? Although he has grown a lot, his aura is unmistakable. Xiao Fan was a little confused about the situation. Why were all the people from the Xiao family gathering here? Could it be the clan leader's intention? The clan leader asked them to destroy the Meng family, a first-class family, so that the Xiao family can take its place? Everything makes sense now. It turns out that this is all for the Xiao family's rise. I'll do my part, too. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan no longer hid and came to the fighting battlefield openly. Suddenly, two people appeared out of nowhere, forcing Xiao Yan and Meng Ke to stop. Xiao Hao, who was just about to show off his skills, was also confused by Xiao Fan. How come another powerful person in the Hadao period came? Are you Brother Fan? Xiao Hao thought for a while, and the more he looked at Xiao Fan, the more familiar he felt. Xiao Fan nodded, which was considered as an admission. After hearing Xiao Yan's voice transmission, Yao Lao understood the situation and smiled as he returned control of his body to Xiao Yan. Xiao Hao, Xiao Fan, why are you here? Xiao Yan asked. When Xiao Yan asked this, the one who reacted the most was Meng Ku on the side. Wow, you three are actually together. This is not good. I heard that a demon appeared in the East region. I was afraid that he would attack the Xiao family members, so I came here in advance to investigate. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hao was silent. Demon? What demon? I came here looking for something, but this old guy suddenly showed up and tried to kill me. Xiao Yan said angrily. He was busy searching for the strange fire and had been away from the world, walking in the deep mountains and forests, so he had no idea about the recent rumors. Seeing this, Xiao Fan explained what had happened recently. So that's how it is. Damn old man, you slandered me without any evidence. Xiao Yan stared at Meng Ku and gritted his teeth. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to the Meng family, Meng Ku quickly said, Ahem, it's just a misunderstanding. How about we shake hands and make peace? The Meng family will also compensate you, young friend. Xiao Yan also thought it was a good idea after hearing this. It was a good opportunity to go to the Meng family to explore the news of the strange fire. However, Xiao Hao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, This is not a misunderstanding. Is there something else that this young man is dissatisfied with? What do you want us to do so we can sit down and talk? When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, and Meng Ku was also prepared to bleed heavily. Xiao Fan and Xiao Yan also looked at Xiao Hao. Seeing this, Xiao Hao did not hide it anymore. Brother Fan, Brother Yan, the person he is looking for is me. Interesting. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Nannan in the distant barrier. With Xiao Hao's talent, it was impossible for him to practice that kind of evil skill. It could only be that little girl. Okay, Xiao Hao, it turns out it's you who made me take the blame. Xiao Yan scolded with a smile. As for being angry, I'm not that angry. After all, we are all members of the Xiao family. The three of them looked at each other and surrounded Meng Ku. Since there is no mistake, Meng Ku has to be eliminated. If the other party is kept, the Meng family will not retaliate against the Xiao family. Meng Ku's face darkened when he saw this. Brother Fan, Brother Yan, let me deal with this guy alone. I want to experience the feeling of cross-border combat. Okay, we'll just watch from the sidelines. If we can't defeat them, we'll take action. The two nodded geniuses all have their own pride. Meng Ku's eyes lit up. As long as he defeated them one by one, he still had a chance. War. The two sides immediately started fighting. Xiao Hao directly activated the Supreme Bone, and infinite momentum burst out. How is that possible? Meng Ku looked grim. Where did this monster come from? Xiao Hao started to attack Meng Ku. Meng Ku, who was in the Hadao stage, could only be suppressed by Xiao Hao, who was still in the Fanshu stage. Xiao Hao's combat power is too terrifying. Xiao Yan had a bitter look on his face. Knowing that Xiao Hao was more talented than him was one thing, but witnessing the other person fight with his own eyes was another. This invincible momentum is too strong. Xiao Fan on the side had a solemn expression on his face. Although he was only in the Return to Void stage, his aura was much stronger than his counterpart in the Hadao stage. It was the first time I realized that my talent was just this good. Invincible heart. But that's not the path I'm taking. Xiao Fan came to his senses and the sword in his hand began to hum. Everyone has his own path, and his path is the way of Kendo. Every defeat only makes his sword tougher and sharper, and he moves forward courageously, cutting off all the thorns in his path. Looking at Xiao Hao fighting, Xiao Yan also strengthened his determination to become stronger. He has reached the top of the mountain and also fallen into the valley, and he has benefited a lot from both. Different situations. The setbacks are not scary. What is scary is the inability to recover. He has bid farewell to his decadent self in the past. Now I only have one belief: to become stronger. Chapter 295, start to venture out. Soon after, the battle came to an end. Meng Ku, who was at the 3rd level of Hidao, was killed by Xiao Hao, who was only at the 7th level of Fan Su. Oh no! The Supreme Clan leader was killed. The Meng family members were horrified when they saw this. The entire Meng family is in turmoil. The people who come here have bad intentions. If we don't handle it well, I'm afraid the family will be destroyed. I've learned a lot from this battle. Xiao Hao took a deep breath. As expected, Hard training does not bring as much improvement as actual combat. It seems that I should gain more experience. Xiao Hao, you are very talented. Let's spar more when we have time. Xiao Fan flew forward. Okay, Brother Fan, the most urgent thing now is to solve the remaining problems. Xiao Hao glanced at the Meng family's location. The two of them nodded. Xiao Yan originally planned to enter the Meng family to look for the strange fire. You're not taking her with you? Xiao Fan pointed at Xiao Nan, who was inside the barrier in the distance. Ahem, Brother Fan, you know? Of course, I had been hiding before Xiao Yan came, so I was watching your every move just now. Xiao Fan smiled but said nothing. Xiao Hao was helpless and had to go over and bring Xiao Nan over. Several people introduced themselves to each other. It turns out to be my sister Nan. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to us. Since the Meng family treats our sister Nan this way, it's not wrong for us to do this. Besides, we've already offended the Meng family to death, so the best strategy is to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Although it's ruthless, this is how the world of cultivation works. The strong prey on the weak, and family interests come first. Xiao Fan spoke. Demon swallowing heaven technique. Are you sure this technique is okay, Sister Nan? Will it get out of control in the later stages of cultivation? Xiao Yan asked. Don't worry, Nan will definitely not be possessed by the devil, and I will always be watching over her. Xiao Hao promised. Well, I promise my brothers that if my daughter becomes possessed by a demon, I will be killed by you personally. Xiao Nan said. What nonsense? Xiao Hao rubbed her head. Alright, enough arguing, let's get started. I'll maintain the barrier and prevent anyone from escaping. Xiao Fan flew higher. As the magical spells were recited, a huge barrier slowly rose. Now that the Meng family no longer has any strong people in the Hadao period, Xiao Fan will cast a blocking barrier to ensure that everything is safe. Then let's get started. After cleaning up the remnants of the Meng family, the four of them left. The incident happened too suddenly, and other places in the eastern region were still unaware that the first-class Meng family had been destroyed. It is estimated that within a day or two, the cultivators passing by here will discover it, and then shock the eastern region. But even if the people in the eastern region knew that the Meng family was destroyed, they didn't know who did it. Don't you say they are a first-rate family? They have plundered so many resources. Several people exclaimed in amazement. Get rich overnight. Xiao Nan's qualifications also greatly increased, almost surpassing the average child of luck. Xiao Yan also found the strange fire underground in the Meng family's backyard as he wished. In fact, the Meng family had discovered the existence of the strange fire a long time ago. After all, they were so close to it. However, the Meng family did not have a strong man in the tribulation period, so they could not break the barrier and obtain the strange fire. They did not dare to ask for help from a strong person in the tribulation crossing stage, and wanted to swallow this creation of heaven and earth by themselves. Therefore, the strange fire was regarded as the treasure of the clan, and the underground of the strange fire was also transformed into a blessed place for cultivation, because the residual power of the strange fire can temper the magic power in the cultivator's body. It can make the magic power of others more refined and of higher quality than that of people at the same level. Where are you going next? Xiao Fan asked. Well, I'm going to absorb the strange fire later, and then go find other strange fires. Xiao Yan said. My daughter and I just left home not long ago and are planning to go somewhere else for training. The eastern region is too small, so I plan to go to the central region. There are many powerful people there, and it is also a great place for training. Xiao Hao replied. Brother Fan, what about you? Well, I was originally planning to go back to the Xiao family. After all, I've been away for so many years. I was going to go back and see how the Xiao family is doing and whether there have been any accidents. Now that I see you, there's no need for me to go back. It's just like Xiao Hao said, the eastern region is too small and there's no challenge at all. Xiao Fan nodded. That? Come together, let's go to the central region and try our luck. Once we have established a firm foothold in the central region, we can move the Xiao family here. Is it possible? Our Xiao family is just a third-rate family. Xiao Hao pondered. Xiao Yan and Xiao Fan's mouths twitched. Third-rate? Have you ever seen a third-rate family with a return to void stage expert? Or a Hidao stage expert? Oh, that's right. I didn't expect that the Xiao family has changed so much in just a few years. Xiao Hao suddenly realized. Well, it's because our clan leader is so extraordinary. Even now I still can't figure out where he got the resources to train me. Xiao Fan spread his hands so the others nodded in agreement, but so what? The patriarch is sincere in being kind to them. Why bother about so many things? Everyone has their own secrets. Then wait until Xiao Yan finishes absorbing the strange fire before we go to the central region. Several people finalized the plan. Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, who was in seclusion, had no idea that Xiao Hao and others were going to do something big to him. Xiao Zhan was still immersed in the pleasure of cultivation. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? It feels so good, it was so cool that I couldn't breathe. I wished I could devote every minute and every second to cultivation. As Xiao Nanan's qualifications skyrocketed, Xiao Zhan's qualifications also increased a lot. It seems that Nanan's qualification problem has been solved. Is the cultivation method completed? Xiao Zhan smiled with relief when he finds out how his qualifications were improved. He probably won't be able to laugh anymore. 6 years later, mid-range. A bounty for this ruthless person. The reward is a bottle of 7th grade creation pill. A bottle of 8th grade tribulation pill. What a big deal. Is this a scam? The reward offered by the Zhao family couldn't be fake. I didn't expect such a ruthless person to offend the Zhao family. What's going on? Does anyone know the inside story? Ahem, I know about this. I was there at the time. It is said that a ruthless person killed Zhao Tian of the Zhao family and devoured Zhao Tian's sacred body. This is what angered the Zhao family. Hey man, you're the one who was there? If you were there, why did you say it? Who can't just say it? Believe it or not, this is the news I got. The man blushed and roared in shame and anger. Others were somewhat disdainful, but as more and more people came forward with information, it was confirmed that what this person said was true. Look. Look. I told you it was true. TSK, I just guessed it. Ah. I will never tell you anything again. The popular man waved his sleeves and left, while the others ignored his presence and began to discuss the bounty. This bounty is not easy to take. You have to know that the ruthless man is on good terms with Huang, and their relationship is not simple. He's not only on good terms with Huang, but also with that ancient swordmaster and Emperor Yan. These four have a very close relationship. No way? Is this true? Of course it's true, so I won't get involved in this mess. To deal with a ruthless person, I can use overwhelming numbers, but against these four monsters, they'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone thought what he said made sense. Otherwise, they would not be able to collect the reward and lose their lives in vain. The Zhao family can't afford to offend these four evildoers, so they're planning to use them as pawns. Never mind, only a fool would accept this reward.